Love. 3 o'clock in the morning. The soft April night is looking in at my windows and caressingly winking at me with its stars. I can't sleep, I am so happy. My whole being from head to heels is bursting with a strange, incomprehensible feeling. I can't analyze it just now, I haven't the time, I'm too lazy, and there, hang analysis. Why, is a man likely to interpret his sensations when he is flying head foremost from a belfry, or has just learned that he has won 200,000? Is he in a state to do it? This was more or less how I began my love letter to Sasha, a girl of 19 with whom I had fallen in love. I began it 5 times, and as often tore up the sheets, scratched out whole pages, and copied it all over again. I spent as long over the letter as if it had been a novel I had to write to order. And it was not because I tried to make it longer, more elaborate, and more fervent, but because I wanted endlessly to prolong the process of this writing. When one sits in the stillness of one's study and communes with one's own daydreams while the spring night looks in at one's window. Between the lines I saw a beloved image, and it seemed to me that there were, sitting at the same table writing with me, spirits as naively happy, as foolish, and as blissfully smiling as I. I wrote continually, looking at my hand, which still ached deliciously where hers had lately pressed it, and if I turned my eyes away I had a vision of the green trellis of the little gate. Through that trellis Sasha gazed at me after I had said goodbye to her. When I was saying goodbye to Sasha I was thinking of nothing and was simply admiring her figure as every decent man admires a pretty woman. When I saw through the trellis 2 big eyes, I suddenly, as though by inspiration, knew that I was in love, that it was all settled between us, and fully decided already. That I had nothing left to do but to carry out certain formalities. It is a great delight also to seal up a love letter, and, slowly putting on one's hat and coat, to go softly out of the house and to carry the treasure to the post. There are no stars in the sky now, in their place there is a long whitish streak in the east, broken here and there by clouds above the roofs of the dingy houses. From that streak the whole sky is flooded with pale light. The town is asleep, but already the water carts have come out, and somewhere in a faraway factory a whistle sounds to wake up the workpeople. Beside the postbox, slightly moist with dew, you are sure to see the clumsy figure of a house porter, wearing a bell-shaped sheepskin and carrying a stick. He is in a condition akin to catalepsy, he is not asleep or awake, but something between. If the boxes knew how often people resort to them for the decision of their fate, they would not have such a humble air. I, anyway, almost kissed my postbox, and as I gazed at it I reflected that the post is the greatest of blessings. I beg anyone who has ever been in love to remember how one usually hurries home after dropping the letter in the box. Rapidly gets into bed and pulls up the quilt in the full conviction that as soon as one wakes up in the morning one will be overwhelmed with memories of the previous day and look with rapture at the window, where the daylight will be eagerly making its way through the folds of the curtain. Well, to facts. Next morning at midday, Sasha's maid brought me the following answer: I am delighted, be sure to come to us today please, I shall expect you. Your S. Not a single comma. This lack of punctuation, and the misspelling of the word delighted, the whole letter, and even the long, narrow envelope in which it was put filled my heart with tenderness. In the sprawling but diffident handwriting I recognized Sasha's walk, her way of raising her eyebrows when she laughed, the movement of her lips. But the contents of the letter did not satisfy me. In the first place, poetical letters are not answered in that way, and in the second, why should I go to Sasha's house to wait till it should occur to her stout mamma, her brothers, and poor relations to leave us alone together? It would never enter their heads. And nothing is more hateful than to have to restrain one's raptures simply because of the intrusion of some animate trumpery in the shape of a half-deaf old woman or little girl pestering one with questions. I sent an answer by the maid asking Sasha to select some park or boulevard for a rendezvous. My suggestion was readily accepted. I had struck the right chord, as the saying is. Between 4 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon I made my way to the furthest and most overgrown part of the park. There was not a soul in the park, and the tryst might have taken place somewhere nearer in one of the avenues or arbors, but women don't like doing it by halves in romantic affairs. In for a penny, in for a pound, if you are in for a tryst, let it be in the furthest and most impenetrable thicket, where one runs the risk of stumbling upon some rough or drunken man. When I went up to Sasha, she was standing with her back to me, and in that back I could read a devilish lot of mystery. It seemed as though that back and the nape of her neck, and the black spots on her dress were saying, "Hush." The girl was wearing a simple cotton dress over which she had thrown a light cape. To add to the air of mysterious secrecy, her face was covered with a white veil. Not to spoil the effect, I had to approach on tiptoe and speak in a half-whisper. From what I remember now, I was not so much the essential point of the rendezvous as a detail of it. Sasha was not so much absorbed in the interview itself as in its romantic mysteriousness, my kisses, the silence of the gloomy trees, my vows. There was not a minute in which she forgot herself, was overcome, or let the mysterious expression drop from her face. And really, if there had been any Ivan Sidorovitch or Sidor Ivanitch in my place, she would have felt just as happy. How is one to make out in such circumstances whether one is loved or not? Whether the love is the real thing or not? From the park I took Sasha home with me. The presence of the beloved woman in one's bachelor quarters affects one like wine and music. Usually one begins to speak of the future, and the confidence and self-reliance with which one does so is beyond bounds. You make plans and projects, talk fervently of the rank of general though you have not yet reached the rank of a lieutenant. And altogether you fire off such high-flown nonsense that your listener must have a great deal of love and ignorance of life to assent to it. Fortunately for men, women in love are always blinded by their feelings and never know anything of life. Far from not assenting, they actually turn pale with holy awe, are full of reverence and hang greedily on the maniac's words. Sasha listened to me with attention, but I soon detected an absent-minded expression on her face. She did not understand me. The future of which I talked interested her only in its external aspect, and I was wasting time in displaying my plans and projects before her. She was keenly interested in knowing which would be her room, what papers she would have in the room, why I had an upright piano instead of a grand piano, and so on. She examined carefully all the little things on my table, looked at the photographs, sniffed at the bottles, peeled the old stamps off the envelopes, saying she wanted them for something. "Please collect old stamps for me," she said, making a grave face. "Please do." Then she found a nut in the window, noisily cracked it and ate it. "Why don't you stick little labels on the backs of your books?" she asked, taking a look at the bookcase. "What for?" "Oh, so that each book should have its number." "And where am I to put my books?" "I've got books too, you know." "What books have you got?" I asked. Sasha raised her eyebrows, thought a moment and said, "All sorts." And if it had entered my head to ask her what thoughts, what convictions, what aims she had, she would no doubt have raised her eyebrows, thought a minute, and have said in the same way, "All sorts." Later I saw Sasha home and left her house regularly, officially engaged, and was so reckoned till our wedding. If the reader will allow me to judge merely from my personal experience, I maintain that to be engaged is very dreary, far more so than to be a husband or nothing at all. An engaged man is neither one thing nor the other. He has left one side of the river and not reached the other. He is not married and yet he can't be said to be a bachelor, but is in something not unlike the condition of the porter whom I have mentioned above. Every day as soon as I had a free moment I hastened to my fiancée. As I went I usually bore within me a multitude of hopes, desires, intentions, suggestions, phrases. I always fancied that as soon as the maid opened the door I should, from feeling oppressed and stifled, plunge at once up to my neck into a sea of refreshing happiness. But it always turned out otherwise in fact. Every time I went to see my fiancée I found all her family and other members of the household busy over the silly trousseau. And by the way, they were hard at work sewing for 2 months and then they had less than 100 rubles worth of things. There was a smell of irons, candle grease and fumes. Bugles scrunched under one's feet. The two most important rooms were piled up with billows of linen, calico, and muslin, and from among the billows peeped out Sasha's little head with a thread between her teeth. All the sewing party welcomed me with cries of delight, but at once led me off into the dining room, where I could not hinder them nor see what only husbands are permitted to behold. In spite of my feelings, I had to sit in the dining room and converse with Pimenovna, one of the poor relations. Sasha, looking worried and excited, kept running by me with a thimble, a skein of wool, or some other boring object. "Wait, wait, I shan't be a minute," she would say when I raised imploring eyes to her. "Only fancy, that wretch Stepanida has spoilt the bodice of the barège dress." And after waiting in vain for this grace, I lost my temper, went out of the house and walked about the streets in the company of the new cane I had bought. Or I would want to go for a walk or a drive with my fiancée, would go round and find her already standing in the hall with her mother, dressed to go out and playing with her parasol. "Oh, we are going to the arcade," she would say. "We have got to buy some more cashmere and change the hat. My outing is knocked on the head." I join the ladies and go with them to the arcade. It is revoltingly dull to listen to women shopping, haggling and trying to outdo the sharp shopman. I felt ashamed when Sasha, after turning over masses of material and knocking down the prices to a minimum, walked out of the shop without buying anything. Or else told the shopman to cut her some half-rubles worth. When they came out of the shop, Sasha and her mamma with scared and worried faces would discuss at length having made a mistake, having bought the wrong thing. The flowers in the chintz being too dark, and so on. Yes, it is a bore to be engaged. I'm glad it's over. Now I am married. It is evening. I am sitting in my study reading. Behind me on the sofa Sasha is sitting munching something noisily. I want a glass of beer. "Sasha, look for the corkscrew," I say. "It's lying about somewhere." Sasha leaps up, rummages in a disorderly way among 2 or 3 heaps of papers, drops the matches, and without finding the corkscrew, sits down in silence. 5 minutes pass, 10. I begin to be fretted both by thirst and vexation. "Sasha, do look for the corkscrew," I say. Sasha leaps up again and rummages among the papers near me. Her munching and rustling of the papers affects me like the sound of sharpening knives against each other. I get up and begin looking for the corkscrew myself. At last it is found and the beer is uncorked. Sasha remains by the table and begins telling me something at great length. "You'd better read something, Sasha," I say. She takes up a book, sits down facing me and begins moving her lips. I look at her little forehead, moving lips, and sink into thought. She is getting on for 20, I reflect. If one takes a boy of the educated class and of that age and compares them, what a difference. The boy would have knowledge and convictions and some intelligence. But I forgive that difference just as the low forehead and moving lips are forgiven. I remember in my old Lovelace days I have cast off women for a stain on their stockings, or for one foolish word, or for not cleaning their teeth, and now I forgive everything, the munching, the muddling about after the corkscrew, the slovenliness, the long talking about nothing that matters. I forgive it all almost unconsciously, with no effort of will, as though Sasha's mistakes were my mistakes. And many things which would have made me wince in old days move me to tenderness and even rapture. The explanation of this forgiveness of everything lies in my love for Sasha, but what is the explanation of the love itself, I really don't know. Easter Eve. I was standing on the bank of the river Goldva, waiting for the ferryboat from the other side. At ordinary times the Goldva is a humble stream of moderate size, silent and pensive, gently glimmering from behind thick reeds, but now a regular lake lay stretched out before me. The waters of spring, running riot, had overflowed both banks and flooded both sides of the river for a long distance, submerging vegetable gardens, hayfields and marshes. So that it was no unusual thing to meet poplars and bushes sticking out above the surface of the water and looking in the darkness like grim solitary crags. The weather seemed to me magnificent. It was dark, yet I could see the trees, the water and the people. The world was lighted by the stars, which were scattered thickly all over the sky. I don't remember ever seeing so many stars. Literally one could not have put a finger in between them. There were some as big as a goose's egg, others tiny as hemp seed. They had come out for the festival procession, every one of them, little and big, washed, renewed and joyful, and every one of them was softly twinkling its beams. The sky was reflected in the water, the stars were bathing in its dark depths and trembling with the quivering eddies. The air was warm and still. Here and there, far away on the further bank in the impenetrable darkness, several bright red lights were gleaming. A couple of paces from me I saw the dark silhouette of a peasant in a high hat, with a thick knotted stick in his hand. "How long the ferryboat is in coming?" I said. "It is time it was here," the silhouette answered. "You are waiting for the ferryboat, too?" "No, I am not," yawned the peasant, "I am waiting for the illumination. I should have gone, but to tell you the truth, I haven't the 5 kopecks for the ferry." "I'll give you the 5 kopecks." "No, I humbly thank you. With that 5 kopecks put up a candle for me over there in the monastery. That will be more interesting, and I will stand here." What can it mean, no ferryboat, as though it had sunk in the water? The peasant went up to the water's edge, took the rope in his hands, and shouted, "Yerenim! Yeren, im!" As though in answer to his shout, the slow peal of a great bell floated across from the further bank. The note was deep and low, as from the thickest string of a double bass. It seemed as though the darkness itself had hoarsely uttered it. At once there was the sound of a cannon shot. It rolled away in the darkness and ended somewhere in the far distance behind me. The peasant took off his hat and crossed himself. "Christ is risen," he said. Before the vibrations of the first peal of the bell had time to die away in the air, a second sounded, after it at once a third, and the darkness was filled with an unbroken quivering clamor. Near the red lights fresh lights flashed, and all began moving together and twinkling restlessly. "Yeren, im," we heard a hollow prolonged shout. "They are shouting from the other bank," said the peasant, "so there is no ferry there either. Our Yerenim has gone to sleep." The lights and the velvety chimes of the bell drew one towards them. I was already beginning to lose patience and grow anxious, but behold at last, staring into the dark distance, I saw the outline of something very much like a gibbet. It was the long-expected ferry. It moved towards us with such deliberation that if it had not been that its lines grew gradually more definite, one might have supposed that it was standing still or moving to the other bank. "Make haste! Yerenim," shouted my peasant. "The gentleman's tired of waiting." The ferry crawled to the bank, gave a lurch and stopped with a creak. A tall man in a monk's cassock and a conical cap stood on it, holding the rope. "Why have you been so long?" I asked, jumping upon the ferry. "Forgive me, for Christ's sake," Yerenim answered gently. "Is there no one else?" "No one." Yerenim took hold of the rope in both hands, bent himself to the figure of a mark of interrogation, and gasped. The ferryboat creaked and gave a lurch. The outline of the peasant in the high hat began slowly retreating from me, so the ferry was moving off. Yerenim soon drew himself up and began working with one hand only. We were silent, gazing towards the bank to which we were floating. There the illumination for which the peasant was waiting had begun. At the water's edge barrels of tar were flaring like huge campfires. Their reflections, crimson as the rising moon, crept to meet us in long broad streaks. The burning barrels lighted up their own smoke and the long shadows of men flitting about the fire. But further to one side and behind them from where the velvety chime floated there was still the same unbroken black gloom. All at once, cleaving the darkness, a rocket zigzagged in a golden ribbon up the sky. It described an arc and, as though broken to pieces against the sky, was scattered crackling into sparks. There was a roar from the bank like a faraway hurrah. "How beautiful!" I said. Beautiful beyond words, sighed Yerenim. Such a night, sir. Another time one would pay no attention to the fireworks, but today one rejoices in every vanity. Where do you come from? I told him where I came from. To be sure, a joyful day today. Yerenim went on in a weak sighing tenor like the voice of a convalescent. The sky is rejoicing and the earth and what is under the earth. All the creatures are keeping holiday. Only tell me, kind sir, why, even in the time of great rejoicing, a man cannot forget his sorrows? I fancied that this unexpected question was to draw me into one of those endless religious conversations which bored and idle monks are so fond of. I was not disposed to talk much, and so I only asked. What sorrows have you, father? As a rule only the same as all men, kind sir, but today a special sorrow has happened in the monastery. At Mass, during the reading of the Bible, the monk and deacon Nikolai died. Well, it's God's will, I said, falling into the monastic tone. We must all die. To my mind, you ought to rejoice indeed. They say if anyone dies at Easter he goes straight to the kingdom of heaven. That's true. We sank into silence. The figure of the peasant in the high hat melted into the lines of the bank. The tar barrels were flaring up more and more. The Holy Scripture points clearly to the vanity of sorrow, and so does reflection, said Yerenim, breaking the silence, but why does the heart grieve and refuse to listen to reason? Why does one want to weep bitterly? Yerenim shrugged his shoulders, turned to me and said quickly. If I died, or anyone else, it would not be worth notice perhaps, but, you see, Nikolai is dead. No one else but Nikolai. Indeed, it's hard to believe that he is no more. I stand here on my ferryboat and every minute I keep fancying that he will lift up his voice from the bank. He always used to come to the bank and call to me that I might not be afraid on the ferry. He used to get up from his bed at night on purpose for that. He was a kind soul. My God! How kindly and gracious! Many a mother is not so good to her child as Nikolai was to me. Lord, save his soul. Yerenim took hold of the rope, but turned to me again at once. And such a lofty intelligence, Your Honor, he said in a vibrating voice. Such a sweet and harmonious tongue. Just as they will sing immediately at early matins, oh lovely. Oh sweet is thy voice. Besides all other human qualities, he had, too, an extraordinary gift. What gift? I asked. The monk scrutinized me, and as though he had convinced himself that he could trust me with a secret, he laughed good-humoredly. He had a gift for writing hymns of praise, he said. It was a marvel, sir, you couldn't call it anything else. You would be amazed if I tell you about it. Our father archimandrite comes from Moscow, the father sub-prior studied at the Kazan Academy, we have wise monks and elders, but, would you believe it, no one could write them. While Nikolai, a simple monk, a deacon, had not studied anywhere, and had not even any outer appearance of it, but he wrote them. A marvel. A real marvel. Yerenim clasped his hands and, completely forgetting the rope, went on eagerly. The father sub-prior has great difficulty in composing sermons. When he wrote the history of the monastery he worried all the brotherhood and drove 12 times to town, while Nikolai wrote canticles. Hymns of praise. That's a very different thing from a sermon or a history. Is it difficult to write them? I asked. There's great difficulty. Yerenim wagged his head. You can do nothing by wisdom and holiness if God has not given you the gift. The monks who don't understand argue that you only need to know the life of the saint for whom you are writing the hymn, and to make it harmonize with the other hymns of praise. But that's a mistake, sir. Of course, anyone who writes canticles must know the life of the saint to perfection, to the least trivial detail. To be sure, one must make them harmonize with the other canticles and know where to begin and what to write about. To give you an instance, the first response begins everywhere with the chosen or the elect. The first line must always begin with the angel. In the Canticle of Praise to Jesus the Most Sweet, if you are interested in the subject, it begins like this: of angels Creator and Lord of all powers. In the Canticle to the Holy Mother of God, of angels the foremost sent down from on high, to Nikolai, the wonder-worker, an angel in semblance, though in substance a man, and so on. Everywhere you begin with the angel. Of course, it would be impossible without making them harmonize, but the lives of the saints and conformity with the others is not what matters. What matters is the beauty and sweetness of it. Everything must be harmonious, brief and complete. There must be in every line softness, graciousness and tenderness. Not one word should be harsh or rough or unsuitable. It must be written so that the worshipper may rejoice at heart and weep, while his mind is stirred and he is thrown into a tremor. In the Canticle to the Holy Mother are the words, "Rejoice, O thou too high for human thought to reach. Rejoice, O thou too deep for angels' eyes to fathom." In another place in the same canticle, "Rejoice, O tree that bearest the fair fruit of light that is the food of the faithful. Rejoice, O tree of gracious spreading shade, under which there is shelter for multitudes." Jeronim hid his face in his hands, as though frightened at something or overcome with shame, and shook his head. "Tree that bearest the fair fruit of light, tree of gracious spreading shade," he muttered. To think that a man should find words like those. Such a power is a gift from God. For brevity he packs many thoughts into one phrase, and how smooth and complete it all is. Light radiating torch to all that be, comes in the Canticle to Jesus the Most Sweet. Light radiating. There is no such word in conversation or in books, but you see he invented it, he found it in his mind. Apart from the smoothness and grandeur of language, sir, every line must be beautified in every way, there must be flowers and lightning and wind and sun and all the objects of the visible world. And every exclamation ought to be put so as to be smooth and easy for the ear. "Rejoice, thou flower of heavenly growth," comes in the hymn to Nikolai the wonder-worker. It's not simply, heavenly flower, but, flower of heavenly growth. It's smoother so and sweet to the ear. That was just as Nikolai wrote it. Exactly like that. I can't tell you how he used to write. "Well, in that case it is a pity he is dead," I said, "but let us get on, father, or we shall be late." Jeronim started and ran to the rope. They were beginning to peal all the bells. Probably the procession was already going on near the monastery, for all the dark space behind the tar barrels was now dotted with moving lights. Did Nikolai print his hymns? I asked Jeronim. How could he print them, he sighed. And indeed, it would be strange to print them. What would be the object? No one in the monastery takes any interest in them. They don't like them. They knew Nikolai wrote them, but they let it pass unnoticed. No one esteems new writings nowadays, sir. Were they prejudiced against him? Yes, indeed. If Nikolai had been an elder perhaps the brethren would have been interested, but he wasn't 40, you know. There were some who laughed and even thought his writing a sin. What did he write them for? Chiefly for his own comfort. Of all the brotherhood, I was the only one who read his hymns. I used to go to him in secret, that no one else might know of it, and he was glad that I took an interest in them. He would embrace me, stroke my head, speak to me in caressing words as to a little child. He would shut his cell, make me sit down beside him, and begin to read. Jeronim left the rope and came up to me. We were dear friends in a way, he whispered, looking at me with shining eyes. Where he went I would go. If I were not there he would miss me. And he cared more for me than for anyone, and all because I used to weep over his hymns. It makes me sad to remember. Now I feel just like an orphan or a widow. You know, in our monastery they are all good people, kind and pious, but, there is no one with softness and refinement, they are just like peasants. They all speak loudly, and tramp heavily when they walk. They are noisy, they clear their throats, but Nikolai always talked softly, caressingly, and if he noticed that anyone was asleep or praying he would slip by like a fly or a gnat. His face was tender, compassionate. Yerenim heaved a deep sigh and took hold of the rope again. We were by now approaching the bank. We floated straight out of the darkness and stillness of the river into an enchanted realm, full of stifling smoke, crackling lights and uproar. By now one could distinctly see people moving near the tar barrels. The flickering of the lights gave a strange, almost fantastic, expression to their figures and red faces. From time to time one caught among the heads and faces a glimpse of a horse's head motionless as though cast in copper. "They'll begin singing the Easter hymn directly," said Yerenim, "and Nikolai is gone, there is no one to appreciate it." There was nothing written dearer to him than that hymn. He used to take in every word. "You'll be there, sir, so notice what is sung, it takes your breath away. Won't you be in church, then?" "I can't. I have to work the ferry." "But won't they relieve you?" "I don't know. I ought to have been relieved at 8, but, as you see, they don't come. And I must own I should have liked to be in the church." "Are you a monk?" "Yes, that is, I am a lay brother." The ferry ran into the bank and stopped. I thrust a 5-kopeck piece into Yerenim's hand for taking me across and jumped on land. Immediately a cart with a boy and a sleeping woman in it drove creaking onto the ferry. Yerenim, with a faint glow from the lights on his figure, pressed on the rope, bent down to it, and started the ferry back. I took a few steps through mud, but a little farther walked on a soft freshly trodden path. This path led to the dark monastery gates, that looked like a cavern through a cloud of smoke, through a disorderly crowd of people, unharnessed horses, carts and chaises. All this crowd was rattling, snorting, laughing, and the crimson light and wavering shadows from the smoke flickered over it all. A perfect chaos. And in this hubbub the people yet found room to load a little cannon and to sell cakes. There was no less commotion on the other side of the wall in the monastery precincts, but there was more regard for decorum and order. Here there was a smell of juniper and incense. They talked loudly, but there was no sound of laughter or snorting. Near the tombstones and crosses people pressed close to one another with Easter cakes and bundles in their arms. Apparently many had come from a long distance for their cakes to be blessed and now were exhausted. Young lay brothers, making a metallic sound with their boots, ran busily along the iron slabs that paved the way from the monastery gates to the church door. They were busy and shouting on the belfry, too. What a restless night! I thought. How nice! One was tempted to see the same unrest and sleeplessness in all nature, from the night darkness to the iron slabs. The crosses on the tombs and the trees under which the people were moving to and fro. But nowhere was the excitement and restlessness so marked as in the church. An unceasing struggle was going on in the entrance between the inflowing stream and the outflowing stream. Some were going in, others going out and soon coming back again to stand still for a little and begin moving again. People were scurrying from place to place, lounging about as though they were looking for something. The stream flowed from the entrance all round the church, disturbing even the front rows, where persons of weight and dignity were standing. There could be no thought of concentrated prayer. There were no prayers at all, but a sort of continuous, childishly irresponsible joy, seeking a pretext to break out and vent itself in some movement, even in senseless jostling and shoving. The same unaccustomed movement is striking in the Easter service itself. The altar gates are flung wide open, thick clouds of incense float in the air near the candelabra. Wherever one looks there are lights, the gleam and splutter of candles. There is no reading, restless and light-hearted singing goes on to the end without ceasing. After each hymn the clergy change their vestments and come out to burn the incense, which is repeated every 10 minutes. I had no sooner taken a place, when a wave rushed from in front and forced me back. A tall thick-set deacon walked before me with a long red candle. The grey-headed archimandrite in his golden mitre hurried after him with the censer. When they had vanished from sight, the crowd squeezed me back to my former position. But 10 minutes had not passed before a new wave burst on me, and again the deacon appeared. This time he was followed by the father sub-prior, the man who, as Jeune had told me, was writing the history of the monastery. As I mingled with the crowd and caught the infection of the universal joyful excitement, I felt unbearably sore on Jeune's account. Why did they not send someone to relieve him? Why could not someone of less feeling and less susceptibility go on the ferry? Lift up thine eyes, O Jeune, and look around, they sang in the choir, for thy children have come to thee as to a beacon of divine light from north and south, and from east and from the sea. I looked at the faces, they all had a lively expression of triumph, but not one was listening to what was being sung and taking it in, and not one was holding his breath. Why was not Jeune released? I could fancy Jeune standing meekly somewhere by the wall, bending forward and hungrily drinking in the beauty of the holy phrase. All this that glided by the ears of the people standing by me he would have eagerly drunk in with his delicately sensitive soul, and would have been spellbound to ecstasy, to holding his breath. And there would not have been a man happier than he in all the church. Now he was plying to and fro over the dark river and grieving for his dead friend and brother. The wave surged back. A stout smiling monk, playing with his rosary and looking round behind him, squeezed sideways by me, making way for a lady in a hat and velvet cloak. A monastery servant hurried after the lady, holding a chair over our heads. I came out of the church. I wanted to have a look at the dead Nikolai, the unknown canticle writer. I walked about the monastery wall, where there was a row of cells, peeped into several windows, and, seeing nothing, came back again. I do not regret now that I did not see Nikolai. God knows, perhaps if I had seen him I should have lost the picture my imagination paints for me now. I imagine the lovable poetical figure solitary and not understood, who went out at nights to call to Jeune over the water, and filled his hymns with flowers, stars, and sunbeams. As a pale timid man with soft mild melancholy features. His eyes must have shone, not only with intelligence, but with kindly tenderness and that hardly restrained childlike enthusiasm which I could hear in Jeune's voice when he quoted to me passages from the hymns. When we came out of church after Mass it was no longer night. The morning was beginning. The stars had gone out and the sky was a morose grayish blue. The iron slabs, the tombstones, and the buds on the trees were covered with dew. There was a sharp freshness in the air. Outside the precincts I did not find the same animated scene as I had beheld in the night. Horses and men looked exhausted, drowsy, scarcely moved, while nothing was left of the tar barrels but heaps of black ash. When anyone is exhausted and sleepy he fancies that nature, too, is in the same condition. It seemed to me that the trees and the young grass were asleep. It seemed as though even the bells were not pealing so loudly and gaily as at night. The restlessness was over, and of the excitement nothing was left but a pleasant weariness, a longing for sleep and warmth. Now I could see both banks of the river. A faint mist hovered over it in shifting masses. There was a harsh cold breath from the water. When I jumped on to the ferry, a chaise and some 24 men and women were standing on it already. The rope, wet and as I fancied drowsy, stretched far away across the broad river and in places disappeared in the white mist. Christ is risen. Is there no one else? Asked a soft voice. I recognized the voice of Jeune. There was no darkness now to hinder me from seeing the monk. He was a tall narrow-shouldered man of 35, with large rounded features, with half-closed listless-looking eyes and an unkempt wedge-shaped beard. He had an extraordinarily sad and exhausted look. They have not relieved you yet? I asked in surprise. Me, he answered, turning to me his chilled and dewy face with a smile. There is no one to take my place now till morning. They'll all be going to the Father Archimandrites to break the fast directly. With the help of a little peasant in a hat of reddish fur that looked like the little wooden tubs in which honey is sold, he threw his weight on the rope. They gasped simultaneously, and the ferry started. We floated across, disturbing on the way the lazily rising mist. Everyone was silent. Yerenim worked mechanically with one hand. He slowly passed his mild lusterless eyes over us. Then his glance rested on the rosy face of a young merchant's wife with black eyebrows, who was standing on the ferry beside me silently shrinking from the mist that wrapped her about. He did not take his eyes off her face all the way. There was little that was masculine in that prolonged gaze. It seemed to me that Yerenim was looking in the woman's face for the soft and tender features of his dead friend. Ladies. Fyodor Petrovich, the director of elementary schools in the N district, who considered himself a just and generous man, was one day interviewing in his office a schoolmaster called Vremensky. "No, Mr. Vremensky," he was saying, "your retirement is inevitable. You cannot continue your work as a schoolmaster with a voice like that. How did you come to lose it?" "I drank cold beer when I was in a perspiration," hissed the schoolmaster. "What a pity. After a man has served 14 years, such a calamity all at once. The idea of a career being ruined by such a trivial thing. What are you intending to do now?" The schoolmaster made no answer. "Are you a family man?" asked the director. "A wife and 2 children, Your Excellency," hissed the schoolmaster. A silence followed. The director got up from the table and walked to and fro in perturbation. "I cannot think what I am going to do with you," he said. "A teacher you cannot be, and you are not yet entitled to a pension. To abandon you to your fate, and leave you to do the best you can, is rather awkward. We look on you as one of our men, you have served 14 years, so it is our business to help you. But how are we to help you? What can I do for you? Put yourself in my place, what can I do for you?" A silence followed. The director walked up and down, still thinking, and Vremensky, overwhelmed by his trouble, sat on the edge of his chair, and he, too, thought. All at once the director began beaming, and even snapped his fingers. "I wonder I did not think of it before," he began rapidly. "Listen, this is what I can offer you. Next week our secretary at the home is retiring. If you like, you can have his place. There you are." Vremensky, not expecting such good fortune, beamed too. "That's capital," said the director. "Write the application today." Dismissing Vremensky, Fyodor Petrovich felt relieved and even gratified. The bent figure of the hissing schoolmaster was no longer confronting him. And it was agreeable to recognize that in offering a vacant post to Vremensky he had acted fairly and conscientiously, like a good-hearted and thoroughly decent person. But this agreeable state of mind did not last long. When he went home and sat down to dinner, his wife, Nastasia Ivanovna, said suddenly, "Oh yes, I was almost forgetting. Nina Sergeyevna came to see me yesterday and begged for your interest on behalf of a young man. I am told there is a vacancy in our home." "Yes, but the post has already been promised to someone else," said the director, and he frowned. "And you know my rule, I never give posts through patronage." "I know, but for Nina Sergeyevna, I imagine, you might make an exception. She loves us as though we were relations, and we have never done anything for her. And don't think of refusing, Fedya. You will wound both her and me with your whims. Who is it that she is recommending?" "Polzuhin." "What Polzuhin? Is it that fellow who played Chatsky at the party on New Year's Day? Is it that gentleman?" "Not on any account." The director left off eating. "Not on any account," he repeated. "Heaven preserve us. But why not? Understand, my dear, that if a young man does not set to work directly, but through women, he must be good for nothing. Why doesn't he come to me himself?" After dinner the director lay on the sofa in his study and began reading the letters and newspapers he had received. "Dear Fyodor Petrovich," wrote the wife of the mayor of the town. "You once said that I knew the human heart and understood people. Now you have an opportunity of verifying this in practice. K.N. Polzuhin, whom I know to be an excellent young man, will call upon you in a day or two to ask you for the post of secretary at our home. He is a very nice youth. If you take an interest in him you will be convinced of it. And so on. On no account, was the director's comment. Heaven preserve me. After that, not a day passed without the directors receiving letters recommending Polzuhin. One fine morning Polzuhin himself, a stout young man with a close-shaven face like a jockey's, in a new black suit, made his appearance. "I see people on business and not here but at the office," said the director drily, on hearing his request. "Forgive me, Your Excellency, but our common acquaintances advised me to come here." Growled the director, looking with hatred at the pointed toes of the young man's shoes. "To the best of my belief your father is a man of property and you are not in want," he said. "What induces you to ask for this post? The salary is very trifling." "It's not for the sake of the salary. It's a government post, anyway." "It strikes me that within a month you will be sick of the job and you will give it up, and meanwhile there are candidates for whom it would be a career for life." "There are poor men for whom—" "I shan't get sick of it, Your Excellency," Polzuhin interposed. "Honor bright, I will do my best." It was too much for the director. "Tell me," he said, smiling contemptuously, "why was it you didn't apply to me direct but thought fitting instead to trouble ladies as a preliminary?" "I didn't know that it would be disagreeable to you," Polzuhin answered, and he was embarrassed. "But, Your Excellency, if you attach no significance to letters of recommendation, I can give you a testimonial." He drew from his pocket a letter and handed it to the director. At the bottom of the testimonial, which was written in official language and handwriting, stood the signature of the governor. Everything pointed to the governor's having signed it unread, simply to get rid of some importunate lady. "There's nothing for it, I bow to his authority." "I obey," said the director, reading the testimonial, and he heaved a sigh. "Send in your application tomorrow. There's nothing to be done." And when Polzuhin had gone out, the director abandoned himself to a feeling of repulsion. "Sneak," he hissed, pacing from one corner to the other. "He has got what he wanted, one way or the other, the good-for-nothing toady. Making up to the ladies. Reptile. Creature." The director spat loudly in the direction of the door by which Polzuhin had departed, and was immediately overcome with embarrassment, for at that moment a lady, the wife of the superintendent of the provincial treasury, walked in at the door. "I've come for a tiny minute," began the lady. "Sit down, friend, and listen to me attentively. Well, I've been told you have a post vacant. Today or tomorrow you will receive a visit from a young man called Polzuhin." The lady chattered on, while the director gazed at her with lusterless, stupefied eyes like a man on the point of fainting, gazed and smiled from politeness. And the next day when Vremensky came to his office it was a long time before the director could bring himself to tell the truth. He hesitated, was incoherent, and could not think how to begin or what to say. He wanted to apologize to the schoolmaster, to tell him the whole truth, but his tongue halted like a drunkard's, his ears burned. And he was suddenly overwhelmed with vexation and resentment that he should have to play such an absurd part, in his own office, before his subordinate. He suddenly brought his fist down on the table, leaped up, and shouted angrily. "I have no post for you. I have not, and that's all about it. Leave me in peace. Don't worry me. Be so good as to leave me alone." And he walked out of the office. Strong impressions. It happened not so long ago in the Moscow Circuit Court. The jurymen, left in the court for the night, before lying down to sleep fell into conversation about strong impressions. They were led to this discussion by recalling a witness who, by his own account, had begun to stammer and had gone grey owing to a terrible moment. The jurymen decided that before going to sleep, each one of them should ransack among his memories and tell something that had happened to him. Man's life is brief, but yet there is no man who cannot boast that there have been terrible moments in his past. One juryman told the story of how he was nearly drowned. Another described how, in a place where there were neither doctors nor chemists, he had one night poisoned his own son through giving him zinc vitriol by mistake for soda. The child did not die, but the father nearly went out of his mind. A third, a man not old but in bad health, told how he had twice attempted to commit suicide, the first time by shooting himself and the second time by throwing himself before a train. The fourth, a foppishly dressed, fat little man, told us the following story. I was not more than 22 or 23 when I fell head over ears in love with my present wife and made her an offer. Now I could with pleasure thrash myself for my early marriage, but at the time, I don't know what would have become of me if Natasha had refused me. My love was absolutely the real thing, just as it is described in novels, frantic, passionate, and so on. My happiness overwhelmed me and I did not know how to get away from it, and I bored my father and my friends and the servants, continually talking about the fervor of my passion. Happy people are the most sickening bores. I was a fearful bore, I feel ashamed of it even now. Among my friends there was in those days a young man who was beginning his career as a lawyer. Now he is a lawyer known all over Russia. In those days he was only just beginning to gain recognition and was not rich and famous enough to be entitled to cut an old friend when he met him. I used to go and see him once or twice a week. We used to loll on sofas and begin discussing philosophy. One day I was lying on his sofa, arguing that there was no more ungrateful profession than that of a lawyer. I tried to prove that as soon as the examination of witnesses is over the court can easily dispense with both the counsels for the prosecution and for the defense. Because they are neither of them necessary and are only in the way. If a grown-up juryman, morally and mentally sane, is convinced that the ceiling is white, or that Ivanov is guilty, to struggle with that conviction and to vanquish it is beyond the power of any Demosthenes. Who can convince me that I have a red mustache when I know that it is black? As I listen to an orator I may perhaps grow sentimental and weep, but my fundamental conviction, based for the most part on unmistakable evidence and fact, is not changed in the least. My lawyer maintained that I was young and foolish and that I was talking childish nonsense. In his opinion, for one thing, an obvious fact becomes still more obvious through light being thrown upon it by conscientious, well-informed people. For another, talent is an elemental force, a hurricane capable of turning even stones to dust, let alone such trifles as the convictions of artisans and merchants of the Second Guild. It is as hard for human weakness to struggle against talent as to look at the sun without winking, or to stop the wind. One simple mortal by the power of the word turns thousands of convinced savages to Christianity. Odysseus was a man of the firmest convictions, but he succumbed to the sirens, and so on. All history consists of similar examples, and in life they are met with at every turn. And so it is bound to be, or the intelligent and talented man would have no superiority over the stupid and incompetent. I stuck to my point, and went on maintaining that convictions are stronger than any talent, though, frankly speaking, I could not have defined exactly what I meant by conviction or what I meant by talent. Most likely I simply talked for the sake of talking. Take you, for example, said the lawyer. You are convinced at this moment that your fiancée is an angel and that there is not a man in the whole town happier than you. But I tell you, 10 or 20 minutes would be enough for me to make you sit down to this table and write to your fiancée, breaking off your engagement. I laughed. Don't laugh, I am speaking seriously, said my friend. If I choose, in 20 minutes you will be happy at the thought that you need not get married. Goodness knows what talent I have, but you are not one of the strong sort. Well, try it on, said I. No, what for? I am only telling you this. You are a good boy and it would be cruel to subject you to such an experiment. And besides I am not in good form today. We sat down to supper. The wine and the thought of Natasha, my beloved, flooded my whole being with youth and happiness. My happiness was so boundless that the lawyer sitting opposite to me with his green eyes seemed to me an unhappy man, so small, so grey. Do try. I persisted. Come, I entreat you. The lawyer shook his head and frowned. Evidently I was beginning to bore him. I know, he said, after my experiment you will say, thank you, and will call me your savior. But you see I must think of your fiancée too. She loves you, your jilting her would make her suffer. And what a charming creature she is. I envy you. The lawyer sighed, sipped his wine, and began talking of how charming my Natasha was. He had an extraordinary gift of description. He could knock you off a regular string of words about a woman's eyelashes or her little finger. I listened to him with relish. I have seen a great many women in my day, he said, but I give you my word of honor, I speak as a friend, your Natasha Andreevna is a pearl, a rare girl. Of course she has her defects, many of them, in fact, if you like, but still she is fascinating. And the lawyer began talking of my fiancée's defects. Now I understand very well that he was talking of women in general, of their weak points in general, but at the time it seemed to me that he was talking only of Natasha. He went into ecstasies over her turn-up nose, her shrieks, her shrill laugh, her airs and graces, precisely all the things I so disliked in her. All that was, to his thinking, infinitely sweet, graceful, and feminine. Without my noticing it, he quickly passed from his enthusiastic tone to one of fatherly admonition, and then to a light and derisive one. There was no presiding judge and no one to check the diffusiveness of the lawyer. I had not time to open my mouth, besides, what could I say? What my friend said was not new, it was what everyone has known for ages, and the whole venom lay not in what he said, but in the damnable form he put it in. It really was beyond anything. As I listened to him then I learned that the same word has thousands of shades of meaning according to the tone in which it is pronounced, and the form which is given to the sentence. Of course I cannot reproduce the tone or the form. I can only say that as I listened to my friend and walked up and down the room, I was moved to resentment, indignation, and contempt together with him. I even believed him when with tears in his eyes he informed me that I was a great man, that I was worthy of a better fate. That I was destined to achieve something in the future which marriage would hinder. My friend, he exclaimed, pressing my hand. I beseech you, I adjure you, stop before it is too late. Stop. May heaven preserve you from this strange, cruel mistake. My friend, do not ruin your youth. Believe me or not, as you choose, but the long and the short of it was that I sat down to the table and wrote to my fiancée, breaking off the engagement. As I wrote I felt relieved that it was not yet too late to rectify my mistake. Sealing the letter, I hastened out into the street to post it. The lawyer himself came with me. Excellent. Capital. He applauded me as my letter to Natasha disappeared into the darkness of the box. I congratulate you with all my heart. I am glad for you. After walking a dozen paces with me the lawyer went on. Of course, marriage has its good points. I, for instance, belong to the class of people to whom marriage and home life is everything. And he proceeded to describe his life, and lay before me all the hideousness of a solitary bachelor existence. He spoke with enthusiasm of his future wife, of the sweets of ordinary family life, and was so eloquent, so sincere in his ecstasies that by the time we had reached his door, I was in despair. What are you doing to me, you horrible man? I said, gasping. You have ruined me. Why did you make me write that cursed letter? I love her, I love her. And I protested my love. I was horrified at my conduct which now seemed to me wild and senseless. It is impossible, gentlemen, to imagine a more violent emotion than I experienced at that moment. Oh, what I went through, what I suffered. If some kind person had thrust a revolver into my hand at that moment, I should have put a bullet through my brains with pleasure. Come, come, said the lawyer, slapping me on the shoulder, and he laughed. Give over crying. The letter won't reach your fiancée. It was not you who wrote the address but I, and I muddled it so they won't be able to make it out at the post office. It will be a lesson to you not to argue about what you don't understand. Now, gentlemen, I leave it to the next to speak." The fifth juryman settled himself more comfortably, and had just opened his mouth to begin his story when we heard the clock strike on Spa's sky tower. 12, one of the jurymen counted. "And into which class, gentlemen, would you put the emotions that are being experienced now by the man we are trying? He, that murderer, is spending the night in a convict cell here in the court, sitting or lying down and of course not sleeping, and throughout the whole sleepless night listening to that chime. What is he thinking of? What visions are haunting him?" And the jurymen all suddenly forgot about strong impressions. What their companion who had once written a letter to his Natasha had suffered seemed unimportant, even not amusing, and no one said anything more. They began quietly and in silence lying down to sleep. A gentleman friend. The charming Vanda, or, as she was described in her passport, the honorable citizen Nastasia Kanavkin, found herself, on leaving the hospital, in a position she had never been in before, without a home to go to or a farthing in her pocket. What was she to do? The first thing she did was to visit a pawnbroker's and pawn her turquoise ring, her one piece of jewelry. They gave her a ruble for the ring, but what can you get for a ruble? You can't buy for that sum a fashionable short jacket, nor a big hat, nor a pair of bronze shoes, and without those things she had a feeling of being, as it were, undressed. She felt as though the very horses and dogs were staring and laughing at the plainness of her dress. And clothes were all she thought about. The question what she should eat and where she should sleep did not trouble her in the least. If only I could meet a gentleman friend, she thought to herself, I could get some money. There isn't one who would refuse me, I know. But no gentleman she knew came her way. It would be easy enough to meet them in the evening at the Renaissance, but they wouldn't let her in at the Renaissance in that shabby dress and with no hat. What was she to do? After long hesitation, when she was sick of walking and sitting and thinking, Vanda made up her mind to fall back on her last resource, to go straight to the lodgings of some gentleman friend and ask for money. She pondered which to go to. Misha is out of the question, he's a married man. The old chap with the red hair will be at his office at this time. Vanda remembered a dentist, called Finkel, a converted Jew, who 6 months ago had given her a bracelet, and on whose head she had once emptied a glass of beer at the supper at the German club. She was awfully pleased at the thought of Finkel. He'll be sure to give it me, if only I find him at home, she thought, as she walked in his direction. If he doesn't, I'll smash all the lamps in the house. Before she reached the dentist's door she thought out her plan of action. She would run laughing up the stairs, dash into the dentist's room and demand 25 rubles. But as she touched the bell, this plan seemed to vanish from her mind of itself. Vanda began suddenly feeling frightened and nervous, which was not at all her way. She was bold and saucy enough at drinking parties, but now, dressed in everyday clothes, feeling herself in the position of an ordinary person asking a favor, who might be refused admittance, she felt suddenly timid and humiliated. She was ashamed and frightened. Perhaps he has forgotten me by now, she thought, hardly daring to pull the bell. And how can I go up to him in such a dress, looking like a beggar or some working girl? And she rang the bell irresolutely. She heard steps coming. It was the porter. Is the doctor at home? She asked. She would have been glad now if the porter had said no, but the latter, instead of answering, ushered her into the hall, and helped her off with her coat. The staircase impressed her as luxurious and magnificent, but of all its splendors what caught her eye most was an immense looking-glass, in which she saw a ragged figure without a fashionable jacket, without a big hat, and without bronze shoes. And it seemed strange to Vanda that, now that she was humbly dressed and looked like a laundress or sewing girl, she felt ashamed, and no trace of her usual boldness and sauciness remained. And in her own mind she no longer thought of herself as Vanda, but as the Nastasia Kanavkin she used to be in the old days. "Walk in, please," said a maidservant, showing her into the consulting room. "The doctor will be here in a minute. Sit down." Vanda sank into a soft armchair. "I'll ask him to lend it me," she thought. "That will be quite proper, for, after all, I do know him. If only that servant would go. I don't like to ask before her. What does she want to stand there for?" 5 minutes later the door opened and Finkel came in. He was a tall, dark Jew, with fat cheeks and bulging eyes. His cheeks, his eyes, his chest, his body, all of him was so well fed, so loathsome and repellent. At the Renaissance and the German club he had usually been rather tipsy, and would spend his money freely on women, and be very long-suffering and patient with their pranks. When Vanda, for instance, poured the beer over his head, he simply smiled and shook his finger at her. Now he had a cross, sleepy expression and looked solemn and frigid like a police captain, and he kept chewing something. "What can I do for you?" he asked, without looking at Vanda. Vanda looked at the serious countenance of the maid and the smug figure of Finkel, who apparently did not recognize her, and she turned red. "What can I do for you?" repeated the dentist a little irritably. "I've got toothache," murmured Vanda. "Aha! Which is the tooth?" "Where?" Vanda remembered she had a hole in one of her teeth. "At the bottom, on the right," she said. Open your mouth." Finkel frowned and, holding his breath, began examining the tooth. "Does it hurt?" he asked, digging into it with a steel instrument. "Yes," Vanda replied, untruthfully. "Shall I remind him?" she was wondering. "He would be sure to remember me. But that servant. Why will she stand there?" Finkel suddenly snorted like a steam engine right into her mouth, and said, "I don't advise you to have it stopped. That tooth will never be worth keeping anyhow." After probing the tooth a little more and soiling Vanda's lips and gums with his tobacco-stained fingers, he held his breath again, and put something cold into her mouth. Vanda suddenly felt a sharp pain, cried out, and clutched at Finkel's hand. It's all right," he muttered, "don't you be frightened. That tooth would have been no use to you, anyway, you must be brave." And his tobacco-stained fingers, smeared with blood, held up the tooth to her eyes, while the maid approached and put a basin to her mouth. "You wash out your mouth with cold water when you get home, and that will stop the bleeding," said Finkel. He stood before her with the air of a man expecting her to go, waiting to be left in peace. "Good day," she said, turning towards the door. And how about my fee?" inquired Finkel, in a jesting tone. "Oh, yes." Vanda remembered, blushing, and she handed the Jew the ruble that had been given her for her ring. When she got out into the street she felt more overwhelmed with shame than before, but now it was not her poverty she was ashamed of. She was unconscious now of not having a big hat and a fashionable jacket. She walked along the street, spitting blood, and brooding on her life, her ugly, wretched life, and the insults she had endured, and would have to endure tomorrow, and next week, and all her life. Up to the very day of her death. Oh! How awful it is! My God, how fearful! Next day, however, she was back at the Renaissance, and dancing there. She had on an enormous new red hat, a new fashionable jacket, and bronze shoes. And she was taken out to supper by a young merchant up from Kazan. A happy man. The passenger train is just starting from Belogo, the junction on the Petersburg-Moscow line. In a second-class smoking compartment 5 passengers sit dozing, shrouded in the twilight of the carriage. They had just had a meal, and now, snugly ensconced in their seats, they are trying to go to sleep. Stillness. The door opens and in there walks a tall, lanky figure straight as a poker, with a ginger-colored hat and a smart overcoat. Wonderfully suggestive of a journalist in Jules Verne or on the comic stage. The figure stands still in the middle of the compartment for a long while, breathing heavily, screwing up his eyes and peering at the seats. "No, wrong again," he mutters. "What the deuce? It's positively revolting. No, the wrong one again. One of the passengers stares at the figure and utters a shout of joy. Ivan Alexeyevich. What brings you here? Is it you? The poker-like gentleman starts, stares blankly at the passenger, and recognizing him claps his hands with delight. Ha! Pyotr Petrovitch, he says. How many summers, how many winters? I didn't know you were in this train. How are you getting on? I am all right, the only thing is, my dear fellow, I've lost my compartment and I simply can't find it. What an idiot I am. I ought to be thrashed. The poker-like gentleman sways a little unsteadily and sniggers. Queer things do happen, he continues. I stepped out just after the second bell to get a glass of brandy. I got it, of course. Well, I thought, since it's a long way to the next station, it would be as well to have a second glass. While I was thinking about it and drinking it, the third bell rang. I ran like mad and jumped into the first carriage. I am an idiot. I am the son of a hen. But you seem in very good spirits, observes Pyotr Petrovitch. Come and sit down. There's room and a welcome. No, no. I'm off to look for my carriage. Goodbye. You'll fall between the carriages in the dark if you don't look out. Sit down, and when we get to a station you'll find your own compartment. Sit down. Ivan Alexeyevich heaves a sigh and irresolutely sits down facing Pyotr Petrovitch. He is visibly excited, and fidgets as though he were sitting on thorns. Where are you traveling to? Pyotr Petrovitch inquires. Into space. There is such a turmoil in my head that I couldn't tell where I am going myself. I go where fate takes me. Haha. My dear fellow, have you ever seen a happy fool? No? Well, then, take a look at one. You behold the happiest of mortals. Yes. Don't you see something from my face? Well, one can see you're a tiny bit so-so. I dare say I look awfully stupid just now. ACH. It's a pity I haven't a looking glass, I should like to look at my counting house. My dear fellow, I feel I am turning into an idiot, honor bright. Haha. Would you believe it, I'm on my honeymoon. Am I not the son of a hen? You? Do you mean to say you are married? Today, my dear boy. We came away straight after the wedding. Congratulations, and the usual questions follow. Well, you are a fellow, laughs Pyotr Petrovitch. That's why you are rigged out such a dandy. Yes, indeed. To complete the illusion, I've even sprinkled myself with scent. I am over my ears in vanity. No care, no thought, nothing but a sensation of something or other, deuce knows what to call it, beatitude or something. I've never felt so grand in my life. Ivan Alexeyevich shuts his eyes and waggles his head. I'm revoltingly happy, he says. Just think, in a minute I shall go to my compartment. There on the seat near the window is sitting a being who is, so to say, devoted to you with her whole being. A little blonde with a little nose, little fingers. My little darling. My angel. My little poppet. Phylloxera of my soul. And her little foot. Good God. A little foot not like our beetle crushers, but something miniature, fairy-like, allegorical. I could pick it up and eat it, that little foot. Oh, but you don't understand. You're a materialist, of course, you begin analyzing at once, and one thing and another. You are cold-hearted bachelors, that's what you are. When you get married you'll think of me. Where's Ivan Alexeyevich now, you'll say. Yes, so in a minute I'm going to my compartment. There she is waiting for me with impatience, in joyful anticipation of my appearance. She'll have a smile to greet me. I sit down beside her and take her chin with my 2 fingers. Ivan Alexeyevich waggles his head and goes off into a chuckle of delight. Then I lay my noddle on her shoulder and put my arm round her waist. Around all is silence, you know, poetic twilight. I could embrace the whole world at such a moment. Pyotr Petrovitch, allow me to embrace you. Delighted, I'm sure. The two friends embrace while the passengers laugh in chorus. And the happy bridegroom continues. And to complete the idiocy, or, as the novelists say, to complete the illusion, one goes to the refreshment room and tosses off 2 or 3 glasses. And then something happens in your head and your heart, finer than you can read of in a fairy tale. I am a man of no importance, but I feel as though I were limitless. I embrace the whole world. The passengers, looking at the tipsy and blissful bridegroom, are infected by his cheerfulness and no longer feel sleepy. Instead of one listener, Ivan Alexeyevich has now an audience of 5. He wriggles and splutters, gesticulates, and prattles on without ceasing. He laughs and they all laugh. Gentlemen, don't think so much. Damn all this analysis. If you want a drink, drink, no need to philosophize as to whether it's bad for you or not. Damn all this philosophy and psychology. The guard walks through the compartment. My dear fellow, the bridegroom addresses him, when you pass through the carriage number 209, look out for a lady in a grey hat with a white bird and tell her I'm here. Yes, sir. Only there isn't a number 209 in this train, there's 219. Well, 219, then. It's all the same. Tell that lady, then, that her husband is all right. Ivan Alexeyevich suddenly clutches his head and groans. Husband. Lady. All in a minute. Husband. Haha. I am a puppy that needs thrashing, and here I am a husband. Idiot. But think of her. Yesterday she was a little girl, a midget, it's simply incredible. Nowadays it really seems strange to see a happy man, observes one of the passengers. One as soon expects to see a white elephant. Yes, and whose fault is it, says Ivan Alexeyevich, stretching his long legs and thrusting out his feet with their very pointed toes. If you are not happy it's your own fault. Yes, what else do you suppose it is? Man is the creator of his own happiness. If you want to be happy you will be, but you don't want to be. You obstinately turn away from happiness. Why, what next? How do you make that out? Very simply. Nature has ordained that at a certain stage in his life man should love. When that time comes you should love like a house on fire, but you won't heed the dictates of nature, you keep waiting for something. What's more, it's laid down by law that the normal man should enter upon matrimony. There's no happiness without marriage. When the propitious moment has come, get married. There's no use in shilly-shollying. But you don't get married, you keep waiting for something. Then the scriptures tell us that wine mocketh glad the heart of man. If you feel happy and you want to feel better still, then go to the refreshment bar and have a drink. The great thing is not to be too clever, but to follow the beaten track. The beaten track is a grand thing. You say that man is the creator of his own happiness. How the devil is he the creator of it when a toothache or an ill-natured mother-in-law is enough to scatter his happiness to the winds? Everything depends on chance. If we had an accident at this moment you'd sing a different tune. Stuff and nonsense, retorts the bridegroom. Railway accidents only happen once a year. I'm not afraid of an accident, for there is no reason for one. Accidents are exceptional. Confound them. I don't want to talk of them. Oh, I believe we're stopping at a station. Where are you going now? Asks Pyotr Petrovitch. To Moscow or somewhere further south? Why, bless you. How could I go somewhere further south, when I'm on my way to the north? But Moscow isn't in the north. I know that, but we're on our way to Petersburg, says Ivan Alexeyevich. We are going to Moscow, mercy on us. To Moscow? What do you mean? Says the bridegroom in amazement. It's queer. For what station did you take your ticket? For Petersburg. In that case I congratulate you. You've got into the wrong train. There follows a minute of silence. The bridegroom gets up and looks blankly round the company. Yes, Pyotr Petrovitch explains. You must have jumped into the wrong train at Belogo. After your glass of brandy you succeeded in getting into the down train. Ivan Alexeyevich turns pale, clutches his head, and begins pacing rapidly about the carriage. Idiot that I am! He says in indignation. Scoundrel! The devil devour me! Whatever am I to do now? Why, my wife is in that train. She's there all alone, expecting me, consumed by anxiety. I'm a motley fool. The bridegroom falls on the seat and writhes as though someone had trodden on his corns. I am an unhappy man, he moans. What am I to do, what am I to do? There. The passengers try to console him. It's all right. You must telegraph to your wife and try to change into the Petersburg Express. In that way you'll overtake her. The Petersburg Express. Weeps the bridegroom, the creator of his own happiness. And how am I to get a ticket for the Petersburg Express? All my money is with my wife. The passengers, laughing and whispering together, make a collection and furnish the happy man with funds. The Privy Councillor. At the beginning of April in 1870 my mother, Klavdia Arhipovna, the widow of a lieutenant, received from her brother Ivan, a privy councillor in Petersburg, a letter in which, among other things, this passage occurred: my liver trouble forces me to spend every summer abroad, and as I have not at the moment the money in hand for a trip to Marienbad, it is very possible, dear sister, that I may spend this summer with you at Kochuvevko. On reading the letter my mother turned pale and began trembling all over, then an expression of mingled tears and laughter came into her face. She began crying and laughing. This conflict of tears and laughter always reminds me of the flickering and spluttering of a brightly burning candle when one sprinkles it with water. Reading the letter once more, mother called together all the household, and in a voice broken with emotion began explaining to us that there had been 4 Gundasov brothers. One Gundasov had died as a baby. Another had gone to the war, and he, too, was dead. The third, without offense to him be it said, was an actor. The fourth has risen far above us, my mother brought out tearfully. My own brother, we grew up together, and I am all of a tremble, all of a tremble. A privy councillor with the rank of a general. How shall I meet him, my angel brother? What can I, a foolish, uneducated woman, talk to him about? It's 15 years since I've seen him. Andriashenka, my mother turned to me, you must rejoice, little stupid. It's a piece of luck for you that God is sending him to us. After we had heard a detailed history of the Gundasovs, there followed a fuss and bustle in the place such as I had been accustomed to see only before Christmas and Easter. The sky above and the water in the river were all that escaped, everything else was subjected to a merciless cleansing, scrubbing, painting. If the sky had been lower and smaller and the river had not flowed so swiftly, they would have scoured them, too, with bath brick and rubbed them, too, with tow. Our walls were as white as snow, but they were whitewashed, the floors were bright and shining, but they were washed every day. The cat Bobtail, as a small child I had cut off a good quarter of his tail with the knife used for chopping the sugar. And that was why he was called Bobtail, was carried off to the kitchen and put in charge of Anisia. Fedka was told that if any of the dogs came near the front door, God would punish him. But no one was so badly treated as the poor sofas, easy chairs, and rugs. They had never, before been so violently beaten as on this occasion in preparation for our visitor. My pigeons took fright at the loud thud of the sticks, and were continually flying up into the sky. The tailor Spiridon, the only tailor in the whole district who ventured to make for the gentry, came over from Novostroevka. He was a hard-working capable man who did not drink and was not without a certain fancy and feeling for form, but yet he was an atrocious tailor. His work was ruined by hesitation. The idea that his cut was not fashionable enough made him alter everything half a dozen times, walk all the way to the town simply to study the dandies. And in the end dress us in suits that even a caricaturist would have called outre and grotesque. We cut a dash in impossibly narrow trousers and in such short jackets that we always felt quite abashed in the presence of young ladies. This Spiriton spent a long time taking my measure. He measured me all over lengthways and crossways, as though he meant to put hoops round me like a barrel. Then he spent a long time noting down my measurements with a thick pencil on a bit of paper, and ticked off all the measurements with triangular signs. When he had finished with me he set to work on my tutor, Yegor Alexievich Pobyedimsky. My beloved tutor was then at the stage when young men watch the growth of their mustache and are critical of their clothes, and so you can imagine the devout awe with which Spiriton approached him. Yegor Alexievich had to throw back his head, to straddle his legs like an inverted V, first lift up his arms, then let them fall. Spiriton measured him several times, walking round him during the process like a lovesick pigeon round its mate, going down on one knee, bending double. My mother, weary, exhausted by her exertions and heated by ironing, watched these lengthy proceedings, and said, "Mind now, Spiriton. You will have to answer for it to God if you spoil the cloth. And it will be the worse for you if you don't make them fit." Mother's words threw Spiriton first into a fever, then into a perspiration, for he was convinced that he would not make them fit. He received 1 ruble 20 kopecks for making my suit, and for Pobyedimsky's 2 rubles, but we provided the cloth, the lining, and the buttons. The price cannot be considered excessive, as Novostroevka was about 7 miles from us, and the tailor came to fit us 4 times. When he came to try the things on and we squeezed ourselves into the tight trousers and jackets adorned with basting threads, Mother always frowned contemptuously and expressed her surprise. Goodness knows what the fashions are coming to nowadays. I am positively ashamed to look at them. If brother were not used to Petersburg I would not get you fashionable clothes. Spiriton, relieved that the blame was thrown on the fashion and not on him, shrugged his shoulders and sighed, as though to say, "There's no help for it, it's the spirit of the age." The excitement with which we awaited the arrival of our guest can only be compared with the strained suspense with which spiritualists wait from minute to minute the appearance of a ghost. Mother went about with a sick headache, and was continually melting into tears. I lost my appetite, slept badly, and did not learn my lessons. Even in my dreams I was haunted by an impatient longing to see a general, that is, a man with epaulets and an embroidered collar sticking up to his ears, and with a naked sword in his hands. Exactly like the one who hung over the sofa in the drawing-room and glared with terrible black eyes at everybody who dared to look at him. Pobyedimsky was the only one who felt himself in his element. He was neither terrified nor delighted, and merely from time to time, when he heard the history of the Gundasov family, said, "Yes, it will be pleasant to have someone fresh to talk to." My tutor was looked upon among us as an exceptional nature. He was a young man of 20, with a pimply face, shaggy locks, a low forehead, and an unusually long nose. His nose was so big that when he wanted to look close at anything he had to put his head on one side like a bird. To our thinking, there was not a man in the province cleverer, more cultivated, or more stylish. He had left the high school in the class next to the top, and had then entered a veterinary college, from which he was expelled before the end of the first half-year. The reason of his expulsion he carefully concealed, which enabled anyone who wished to do so to look upon my instructor as an injured and to some extent a mysterious person. He spoke little, and only of intellectual subjects. He ate meat during the fasts, and looked with contempt and condescension on the life going on around him, which did not prevent him, however, from taking presents, such as suits of clothes from my mother, and drawing funny faces with red teeth on my kites. Mother disliked him for his pride, but stood in awe of his cleverness. Our visitor did not keep us long waiting. At the beginning of May 2 wagon loads of big boxes arrived from the station. These boxes looked so majestic that the drivers instinctively took off their hats as they lifted them down. There must be uniforms and gunpowder in those boxes, I thought. Why gunpowder? Probably the conception of a general was closely connected in my mind with cannons and gunpowder. When I woke up on the morning of the 10th of May, Nurse told me in a whisper that my uncle had come. I dressed rapidly, and, washing after a fashion, flew out of my bedroom without saying my prayers. In the vestibule I came upon a tall, solid gentleman with fashionable whiskers and a foppish-looking overcoat. Half dead with devout awe, I went up to him and, remembering the ceremonial mother had impressed upon me, I scraped my foot before him, made a very low bow, and craned forward to kiss his hand. But the gentleman did not allow me to kiss his hand. He informed me that he was not my uncle, but my uncle's footman, Pyotr. The appearance of this Pyotr, far better dressed than Pobyedemsky or me, excited in me the utmost astonishment, which, to tell the truth, has lasted to this day. Can such dignified, respectable people with stern and intellectual faces really be footmen? And what for? Pyotr told me that my uncle was in the garden with my mother. I rushed into the garden. Nature, knowing nothing of the history of the Gundasov family in the rank of my uncle, felt far more at ease and unconstrained than I. There was a clamor going on in the garden such as one only bears at fairs. Masses of starlings flitting through the air and hopping about the walks were noisily chattering as they hunted for cockchafers. There were swarms of sparrows in the lilac bushes, which threw their tender, fragrant blossoms straight in one's face. Wherever one turned, from every direction came the note of the golden oriole and the shrill cry of the hoopoe and the red-legged falcon. At any other time I should have begun chasing dragonflies or throwing stones at a crow which was sitting on a low mound under an aspen tree, with his blunt beak turned away. But at that moment I was in no mood for mischief. My heart was throbbing, and I felt a cold sinking at my stomach. I was preparing myself to confront a gentleman with epaulets, with a naked sword, and with terrible eyes. But imagine my disappointment. A dapper little foppish gentleman in white silk trousers, with a white cap on his head, was walking beside my mother in the garden. With his hands behind him and his head thrown back, every now and then running on ahead of mother, he looked quite young. There was so much life and movement in his whole figure that I could only detect the treachery of age when I came close up behind and saw beneath his cap a fringe of close-cropped silver hair. Instead of the staid dignity and stolidity of a general, I saw an almost schoolboyish nimbleness, instead of a collar sticking up to his ears, an ordinary light blue necktie. Mother and my uncle were walking in the avenue talking together. I went softly up to them from behind, and waited for one of them to look round. "What a delightful place you have here, Klavdia," said my uncle. "How charming and lovely it is. Had I known before that you had such a charming place, nothing would have induced me to go abroad all these years." My uncle stooped down rapidly and sniffed at a tulip. Everything he saw moved him to rapture and excitement, as though he had never been in a garden on a sunny day before. The queer man moved about as though he were on springs, and chattered incessantly, without allowing mother to utter a single word. All of a sudden Pobyedemsky came into sight from behind an elder tree at the turn of the avenue. His appearance was so unexpected that my uncle positively started and stepped back a pace. On this occasion my tutor was attired in his best Inverness cape with sleeves, in which, especially back view, he looked remarkably like a windmill. He had a solemn and majestic air. Pressing his hat to his bosom in Spanish style, he took a step towards my uncle and made a bow such as a marquis makes in a melodrama, bending forward, a little to one side. "I have the honor to present myself to your High Excellency," he said aloud, "the teacher and instructor of your nephew, formerly a pupil of the Veterinary Institute, and a nobleman by birth. Pobyedemsky." This politeness on the part of my tutor pleased my mother very much. She gave a smile, and waited in thrilled suspense to hear what clever thing he would say next. But my tutor, expecting his dignified address to be answered with equal dignity, that is, that my uncle would say, like a general and hold out 2 fingers, was greatly confused and abashed when the latter laughed genially and shook hands with him. He muttered something incoherent, cleared his throat, and walked away. "Come. Isn't that charming?" laughed my uncle. "Just look. He has made his little flourish and thinks he's a very clever fellow. I do like that, upon my soul I do. What youthful aplomb, what life in that foolish flourish. And what boy is this?" he asked, suddenly turning and looking at me. "That is my Andriashenka," my mother introduced me, flushing crimson. "My consolation." I made a scrape with my foot on the sand and dropped a low bow. A fine fellow," muttered my uncle, taking his hand from my lips and stroking me on the head. "So your name is Andrasha?" Yes. Upon my soul. Do you learn lessons?" My mother, exaggerating and embellishing as all mothers do, began to describe my achievements in the sciences and the excellence of my behavior, and I walked round my uncle and, following the ceremonial laid down for me, I continued making low bows. Then my mother began throwing out hints that with my remarkable abilities it would not be amiss for me to get a government nomination to the cadet school. But at the point when I was to have burst into tears and begged for my uncle's protection, my uncle suddenly stopped and flung up his hands in amazement. "My goodness! What's that?" he asked. Tatyana Ivanovna, the wife of our bailiff, Fyodor Petrovna, was coming towards us. She was carrying a starched white petticoat and a long ironing board. As she passed us she looked shyly at the visitor through her eyelashes and flushed crimson. "Wonders will never cease," my uncle filtered through his teeth, looking after her with friendly interest. "You have a fresh surprise at every step, sister, upon my soul." "She's a beauty," said mother. "They chose her as a bride for Fyodor, though she lived over 70 miles from here. Not everyone would have called Tatyana a beauty. She was a plump little woman of 20, with black eyebrows and a graceful figure, always rosy and attractive looking, but in her face and in her whole person there was not one striking feature. Not one bold line to catch the eye, as though nature had lacked inspiration and confidence when creating her. Tatyana Ivanovna was shy, bashful, and modest in her behavior. She moved softly and smoothly, said little, seldom laughed, and her whole life was as regular as her face and as flat as her smooth, tidy hair. My uncle screwed up his eyes looking after her, and smiled. Mother looked intently at his smiling face and grew serious. "And so, brother, you've never married," she sighed. "No, I've not married." "Why not?" asked mother softly. "How can I tell you? It has happened so. In my youth I was too hard at work, I had no time to live, and when I longed to live, I looked round, and there I had 50 years on my back already. I was too late. However, talking about it is depressing." My mother and my uncle both sighed at once and walked on, and I left them and flew off to find my tutor, that I might share my impressions with him. Pobyadimsky was standing in the middle of the yard, looking majestically at the heavens. "One can see he is a man of culture," he said, twisting his head round. "I hope we shall get on together." An hour later mother came to us. "I am in trouble, my dears," she began, sighing. "You see, brother has brought a valet with him, and the valet, God bless him, is not one you can put in the kitchen or in the hall. We must give him a room apart. I can't think what I am to do. I tell you what, children, couldn't you move out somewhere, to Fyodor's lodge, for instance, and give your room to the valet? What do you say?" We gave our ready consent, for living in the lodge was a great deal more free than in the house, under mother's eye. "It's a nuisance, and that's a fact," said mother. "Brother says he won't have dinner in the middle of the day, but between 6 and 7, as they do in Petersburg. I am simply distracted with worry. By 7 o'clock the dinner will be done to rags in the oven. Really, men don't understand anything about housekeeping, though they have so much intellect. Oh, dear. We shall have to cook 2 dinners every day. You will have dinner at midday as before, children, while your poor old mother has to wait till 7, for the sake of her brother." Then my mother heaved a deep sigh, bade me try and please my uncle, whose coming was a piece of luck for me for which we must thank God, and hurried off to the kitchen. Pobiedimsky and I moved into the lodge the same day. We were installed in a room which formed the passage from the entry to the bailiff's bedroom. Contrary to my expectations, life went on just as before, drearily and monotonously, in spite of my uncle's arrival and our move into new quarters. We were excused lessons, on account of the visitor. Pobiedimsky, who never read anything or occupied himself in any way, spent most of his time sitting on his bed, with his long nose thrust into the air, thinking. Sometimes he would get up, try on his new suit, and sit down again to relapse into contemplation and silence. Only one thing worried him, the flies, which he used mercilessly to squash between his hands. After dinner he usually rested, and his snores were a cause of annoyance to the whole household. I ran about the garden from morning to night, or sat in the lodge sticking my kites together. For the first 2 or 3 weeks we did not see my uncle often. For days together he sat in his own room working, in spite of the flies and the heat. His extraordinary capacity for sitting as though glued to his table produced upon us the effect of an inexplicable conjuring trick. To us idlers, knowing nothing of systematic work, his industry seemed simply miraculous. Getting up at 9, he sat down to his table, and did not leave it till dinner time. After dinner he set to work again, and went on till late at night. Whenever I peeped through the keyhole I invariably saw the same thing, my uncle sitting at the table working. The work consisted in his writing with one hand while he turned over the leaves of a book with the other, and, strange to say, he kept moving all over, swinging his leg as though it were a pendulum, whistling, and nodding his head in time. He had an extremely careless and frivolous expression all the while, as though he were not working, but playing at noughts and crosses. I always saw him wearing a smart short jacket and a jauntily tied cravat, and he always smelt, even through the keyhole, of delicate feminine perfumery. He only left his room for dinner, but he ate little. "I can't make brother out," mother complained of him. "Every day we kill a turkey and pigeons on purpose for him, I make a compote with my own hands, and he eats a plateful of broth and a bit of meat the size of a finger and gets up from the table. I begin begging him to eat, he comes back and drinks a glass of milk. And what is there in that, in a glass of milk? It's no better than washing up water. You may die of a diet like that." If I try to persuade him, he laughs and makes a joke of it. No, he does not care for our fare, poor dear. We spent the evenings far more gaily than the days. As a rule, by the time the sun was setting and long shadows were lying across the yard, we, that is, Tatyana Ivanovna, Pobiedimsky, and I, were sitting on the steps of the lodge. We did not talk till it grew quite dusk. And, indeed, what is one to talk of when every subject has been talked over already? There was only one thing new, my uncle's arrival, and even that subject was soon exhausted. My tutor never took his eyes off Tatyana Ivanovna's face, and frequently heaved deep sighs. At the time I did not understand those sighs, and did not try to fathom their significance. Now they explain a great deal to me. When the shadows emerged into one thick mass of shade, the bailiff Fyodor would come in from shooting or from the field. This Fyodor gave me the impression of being a fierce and even a terrible man. The son of a Russianized gypsy from Izyumsko, swarthy-faced and curly-headed, with big black eyes and a matted beard, he was never called among our Kochuvevko peasants by any name but the devil. And, indeed, there was a great deal of the gypsy about him apart from his appearance. He could not, for instance, stay at home, and went off for days together into the country or into the woods to shoot. He was gloomy, ill-humored, taciturn, was afraid of nobody, and refused to recognize any authority. He was rude to mother, addressed me familiarly, and was contemptuous of Pobiedimsky's learning. All this we forgave him, looking upon him as a hot-tempered and nervous man, Mother liked him because, in spite of his gypsy nature, he was ideally honest and industrious. He loved his Tatyana Ivanovna passionately, like a gypsy, but this love took in him a gloomy form, as though it cost him suffering. He was never affectionate to his wife in our presence, but simply rolled his eyes angrily at her and twisted his mouth. When he came in from the fields he would noisily and angrily put down his gun, would come out to us on the steps, and sit down beside his wife. After resting a little, he would ask his wife a few questions about household matters, and then sink into silence. "Let us sing," I would suggest. My tutor would tune his guitar, and in a deep deacon's bass strike up, in the midst of the valley. We would begin singing. My tutor took the bass, Fyodor sang in a hardly audible tenor, while I sang soprano in unison with Tatyana Ivanovna. When the whole sky was covered with stars and the frogs had left off croaking, they would bring in our supper from the kitchen. We went into the lodge and sat down to the meal. My tutor and the gypsy ate greedily, with such a sound that it was hard to tell whether it was the bones crunching or their jaws, and Tatyana Ivanovna and I scarcely succeeded in getting our share. After supper the lodge was plunged in deep sleep. One evening, it was at the end of May, we were sitting on the steps, waiting for supper. A shadow suddenly fell across us, and Gundasov stood before us as though he had sprung out of the earth. He looked at us for a long time, then clasped his hands and laughed gaily. "An idol," he said. "They sing and dream in the moonlight. It's charming, upon my soul. May I sit down and dream with you?" We looked at one another and said nothing. My uncle sat down on the bottom step, yawned, and looked at the sky. A silence followed. Pobyadimsky, who had for a long time been wanting to talk to somebody fresh, was delighted at the opportunity, and was the first to break the silence. He had only one subject for intellectual conversation, the epizootic diseases. It sometimes happens that after one has been in an immense crowd, only some one countenance of the thousands remains long imprinted on the memory. In the same way, of all that Pobyadimsky had heard, during his 6 months at the Veterinary Institute, he remembered only one passage. The epizootics do immense damage to the stock of the country. It is the duty of society to work hand in hand with the government in waging war upon them. Before saying this to Gundasov, my tutor cleared his throat 3 times, and several times, in his excitement, wrapped himself up in his Inverness. On hearing about the epizootics, my uncle looked intently at my tutor and made a sound between a snort and a laugh. "Upon my soul, that's charming," he said, scrutinizing us as though we were mannequins. "This is actually life. This is really what reality is bound to be. Why are you silent, Pelagia Ivanovna?" he said, addressing Tatyana Ivanovna. She coughed, overcome with confusion. "Talk, my friends, sing, play. Don't lose time. You know, time, the rascal, runs away and waits for no man. Upon my soul, before you have time to look round, old age is upon you. Then it is too late to live. That's how it is, Pelagia Ivanovna. We mustn't sit still and be silent." At that point supper was brought out from the kitchen. Uncle went into the lodge with us, and to keep us company ate 5 curd fritters and the wing of a duck. He ate and looked at us. He was touched and delighted by us all. Whatever silly nonsense my precious tutor talked, and whatever Tatyana Ivanovna did, he thought charming and delightful. When after supper Tatyana Ivanovna sat quietly down and took up her knitting, he kept his eyes fixed on her fingers and chatted away without ceasing. "Make all the haste you can to live, my friends," he said. "God forbid you should sacrifice the present for the future. There is youth, health, fire in the present. The future is smoke and deception. As soon as you are 20 begin to live." Tatyana Ivanovna dropped a knitting needle. My uncle jumped up, picked up the needle, and handed it to Tatyana Ivanovna with a bow, and for the first time in my life I learnt that there were people in the world more refined than Pobyadimsky. Yes, my uncle went on, love, marry, do silly things. Foolishness is a great deal more living and healthy than our straining and striving after rational life. My uncle talked a great deal, so much that he bored us. I sat on a box listening to him and dropping to sleep. It distressed me that he did not once all the evening pay attention to me. He left the lodge at 2 o'clock, when, overcome with drowsiness, I was sound asleep. From that time forth my uncle took to coming to the lodge every evening. He sang with us, had supper with us, and always stayed on till 2 o'clock in the morning, chatting incessantly, always about the same subject. His evening and night work was given up, and by the end of June, when the Privy Councillor had learned to eat mother's turkey and compote, his work by day was abandoned too. My uncle tore himself away from his table and plunged into life. In the daytime he walked up and down the garden, he whistled to the workmen and hindered them from working, making them tell him their various histories. When his eye fell on Tatyana Ivanovna he ran up to her, and, if she were carrying anything, offered his assistance, which embarrassed her dreadfully. As the summer advanced my uncle grew more and more frivolous, volatile, and careless. Pobiedimsky was completely disillusioned in regard to him. He is too one-sided, he said. There is nothing to show that he is in the very foremost ranks of the service. And he doesn't even know how to talk. At every word it's upon my soul. No, I don't like him. From the time that my uncle began visiting the lodge there was a noticeable change both in Fyodor and my tutor. Fyodor gave up going out shooting, came home early, sat more taciturn than ever, and stared with particular ill humor at his wife. In my uncle's presence my tutor gave up talking about epizootics, frowned, and even laughed sarcastically. Here comes our little bantam cock. He growled on one occasion when my uncle was coming into the lodge. I put down this change in them both to their being offended with my uncle. My absent-minded uncle mixed up their names, and to the very day of his departure failed to distinguish which was my tutor and which was Tatyana Ivanovna's husband. Tatyana Ivanovna herself he sometimes called Nastasia, sometimes Pelagia, and sometimes Yevdokia. Touched and delighted by us, he laughed and behaved exactly as though in the company of small children. All this, of course, might well offend young men. It was not a case of offended pride, however, but, as I realize now, subtler feelings. I remember one evening I was sitting on the box struggling with sleep. My eyelids felt glued together and my body, tired out by running about all day, drooped sideways. But I struggled against sleep and tried to look on. It was about midnight. Tatyana Ivanovna, rosy and unassuming as always, was sitting at a little table sewing at her husband's shirt. Fyodor, sullen and gloomy, was staring at her from one corner, and in the other sat Pobiedimsky, snorting angrily and retreating into the high collar of his shirt. My uncle was walking up and down the room thinking. Silence reigned, nothing was to be heard but the rustling of the linen in Tatyana Ivanovna's hands. Suddenly my uncle stood still before Tatyana Ivanovna, and said, "You are all so young, so fresh, so nice, you live so peacefully in this quiet place, that I envy you. I have become attached to your way of life here, my heart aches when I remember I have to go away. You may believe in my sincerity." Sleep closed my eyes and I lost myself. When some sound waked me, my uncle was standing before Tatyana Ivanovna, looking at her with a softened expression. His cheeks were flushed. "My life has been wasted," he said. "I have not lived. Your young face makes me think of my own lost youth, and I should be ready to sit here watching you to the day of my death. It would be a pleasure to me to take you with me to Petersburg." "What for?" Fyodor asked in a husky voice. "I should put her under a glass case on my work table. I should admire her and show her to other people. You know, Pelagia Ivanovna, we have no women like you there. Among us there is wealth, distinction, sometimes beauty, but we have not this true sort of life, this healthy serenity." My uncle sat down facing Tatyana Ivanovna and took her by the hand. So you won't come with me to Petersburg? He laughed. In that case give me your little hand. A charming little hand. You won't give it? Come, you miser. Let me kiss it, anyway. At that moment there was the scrape of a chair. Fyodor jumped up, and with heavy, measured steps went up to his wife. His face was pale, grey, and quivering. He brought his fist down on the table with a bang, and said in a hollow voice, "I won't allow it." At the same moment Pobyedemsky jumped up from his chair. He, too, pale and angry, went up to Tatyana Ivanovna, and he, too, struck the table with his fist. I won't allow it," he said. What's the matter?" asked my uncle in surprise. "I won't allow it," repeated Fyodor, banging on the table. My uncle jumped up and blinked nervously. He tried to speak, but in his amazement and alarm could not utter a word. With an embarrassed smile, he shuffled out of the lodge with the hurried step of an old man, leaving his hat behind. When, a little later, my mother ran into the lodge, Fyodor and Pobyedemsky were still hammering on the table like blacksmiths and repeating, "I won't allow it." "What has happened here?" asked mother. "Why has my brother been taken ill? What's the matter?" Looking at Tatyana's pale, frightened face and at her infuriated husband, mother probably guessed what was the matter. She sighed and shook her head. "Come. Give over banging on the table," she said. "Leave off, Fyodor. And why are you thumping, Yegor Alexeyevich? What have you got to do with it?" Pobyedemsky was startled and confused. Fyodor looked intently at him, then at his wife, and began walking about the room. When mother had gone out of the lodge, I saw what for long afterwards I looked upon as a dream. I saw Fyodor seize my tutor, lift him up in the air, and thrust him out of the door. When I woke up in the morning my tutor's bed was empty. To my question where he was, nurse told me in a whisper that he had been taken off early in the morning to the hospital, as his arm was broken. Distressed at this intelligence and remembering the scene of the previous evening, I went out of doors. It was a grey day. The sky was covered with storm clouds and there was a wind blowing dust, bits of paper, and feathers along the ground. It felt as though rain were coming. There was a look of boredom in the servants and in the animals. When I went into the house I was told not to make such a noise with my feet, as mother was ill and in bed with a migraine. What was I to do? I went outside the gate, sat down on the little bench there, and fell to trying to discover the meaning of what I had seen and heard the day before. From our gate there was a road which, passing the forge and the pool which never dried up, ran into the main road. I looked at the telegraph posts, about which clouds of dust were whirling, and at the sleepy birds sitting on the wires, and I suddenly felt so dreary that I began to cry. A dusty wagonette crammed full of townspeople, probably going to visit the shrine, drove by along the main road. The wagonette was hardly out of sight when a light chaise with a pair of horses came into view. In it was Akim Nikitich, the police inspector, standing up and holding on to the coachman's belt. To my great surprise, the chaise turned into our road and flew by me in at the gate. While I was puzzling why the police inspector had come to see us, I heard a noise, and a carriage with 3 horses came into sight on the road. In the carriage stood the police captain, directing his coachman towards our gate. And why is he coming? I thought, looking at the dusty police captain. Most probably Pobyedemsky has complained of Fyodor to him, and they have come to take him to prison. But the mystery was not so easily solved. The police inspector and the police captain were only the first installment, for 5 minutes had scarcely passed when a coach drove in at our gate. It dashed by me so swiftly that I could only get a glimpse of a red beard. Lost in conjecture and full of misgivings, I ran to the house. In the passage first of all I saw mother. She was pale and looking with horror towards the door, from which came the sounds of men's voices. The visitors had taken her by surprise in the very throes of migraine. "Who has come, mother?" I asked. "Sister," I heard my uncle's voice, will you send in something to eat for the governor and me? It is easy to say, something to eat, whispered my mother, numb with horror. What have I time to get ready now? I am put to shame in my old age. Mother clutched at her head and ran into the kitchen. The governor's sudden visit stirred and overwhelmed the whole household. A ferocious slaughter followed. A dozen fowls, 5 turkeys, 8 ducks, were killed, and in the fluster the old gander, the progenitor of our whole flock of geese and a great favorite of mother's, was beheaded. The coachman and the cook seemed frenzied, and slaughtered birds at random, without distinction of age or breed. For the sake of some wretched sauce a pair of valuable pigeons, as dear to me as the gander was to mother, were sacrificed. It was a long while before I could forgive the governor their death. In the evening, when the governor and his suite, after a sumptuous dinner, had got into their carriages and driven away, I went into the house to look at the remains of the feast. Glancing into the drawing-room from the passage, I saw my uncle and my mother. My uncle, with his hands behind his back, was walking nervously up and down close to the wall, shrugging his shoulders. Mother, exhausted and looking much thinner, was sitting on the sofa and watching his movements with heavy eyes. "Excuse me, sister, but this won't do at all," my uncle grumbled, wrinkling up his face. "I introduced the governor to you, and you didn't offer to shake hands. You covered him with confusion, poor fellow. No, that won't do. Simplicity is a very good thing, but there must be limits to it. Upon my soul. And then that dinner. How can one give people such things? What was that mess, for instance, that they served for the 4th course?" "That was duck with sweet sauce," mother answered softly. "Duck. Forgive me, sister, but here I've got heartburn. I am ill." My uncle made a sour, tearful face, and went on. "It was the devil sent that governor. As though I wanted his visit. Pff. Heartburn. I can't work or sleep. I am completely out of sorts. And I can't understand how you can live here without anything to do, in this boredom. Here I've got a pain coming under my shoulder blade." My uncle frowned, and walked about more rapidly than ever. "Brother," my mother inquired softly, "what would it cost to go abroad?" "At least 3,000, my uncle answered in a tearful voice. "I would go, but where am I to get it? I haven't a farthing. Pff, heartburn." My uncle stopped to look dejectedly at the grey, overcast prospect from the window, and began pacing to and fro again. A silence followed. Mother looked a long while at the icon, pondering something, then she began crying, and said, "I'll give you the 3,000, brother." 3 days later the majestic boxes went off to the station, and the Privy Councillor drove off after them. As he said goodbye to mother he shed tears, and it was a long time before he took his lips from her hands, but when he got into his carriage his face beamed with childlike pleasure. Radiant and happy, he settled himself comfortably, kissed his hand to my mother, who was crying, and all at once his eye was caught by me. A look of the utmost astonishment came into his face. "What boy is this?" he asked. My mother, who had declared my uncle's coming was a piece of luck for which I must thank God, was bitterly mortified at this question. I was in no mood for questions. I looked at my uncle's happy face, and for some reason I felt fearfully sorry for him. I could not resist jumping up to the carriage and hugging that frivolous man, weak as all men are. Looking into his face and wanting to say something pleasant, I asked, "Uncle, have you ever been in a battle?" "Ah, the dear boy," laughed my uncle, kissing me. "A charming boy, upon my soul. How natural, how living it all is, upon my soul." The carriage set off. I looked after him, and long afterwards that farewell, upon my soul, was ringing in my ears. A day in the country. Between 8 and 9 o'clock in the morning. A dark leaden-colored mass is creeping over the sky towards the sun. Red zigzags of lightning gleam here and there across it. There is a sound of far-away rumbling. A warm wind frolics over the grass, bends the trees, and stirs up the dust. In a minute there will be a spurt of May rain and a real storm will begin. Fiocla, a little beggar girl of 6, is running through the village, looking for Terenti the cobbler. The white-haired, barefoot child is pale. Her eyes are wide open, her lips are trembling. "Uncle, where is Terenti?" she asks everyone she meets. No one answers. They are all preoccupied with the approaching storm and take refuge in their huts. At last she meets Silent Isilich, the sacristan, Terenti's bosom friend. He is coming along, staggering from the wind. "Uncle, where is Terenti?" "At the kitchen gardens," answers Silenty. The beggar girl runs behind the huts to the kitchen gardens and there finds Terenti. The tall old man with a thin, pockmarked face, very long legs, and bare feet, dressed in a woman's tattered jacket, is standing near the vegetable plots, looking with drowsy, drunken eyes at the dark storm cloud. On his long crane-like legs he sways in the wind like a starling coat. "Uncle Terenti," the white-headed beggar girl addresses him. "Uncle, darling." Terenti bends down to Fiocla, and his grim, drunken face is overspread with a smile, such as come into people's faces when they look at something little, foolish, and absurd, but warmly loved. "Ah! Servant of God, Fiocla," he says, lisping tenderly, "where have you come from?" "Uncle Terenti," says Fiocla, with a sob, tugging at the lapel of the cobbler's coat. "Brother Danilka has had an accident. Come along." "What sort of accident?" "Oof, what thunder! Holy, holy, holy! What sort of accident?" "In the Count's copse Danilka stuck his hand into a hole in a tree, and he can't get it out. Come along, uncle, do be kind and pull his hand out." "How was it he put his hand in?" "What for?" "He wanted to get a cuckoo's egg out of the hole for me." "The day has hardly begun and already you are in trouble." Terenti shook his head and spat deliberately. "Well, what am I to do with you now?" "I must come." "I must, may the wolf gobble you up, you naughty children. Come, little orphan." Terenti comes out of the kitchen garden and, lifting high his long legs, begins striding down the village street. He walks quickly without stopping or looking from side to side, as though he were shoved from behind or afraid of pursuit. Fiocla can hardly keep up with him. They come out of the village and turn along the dusty road towards the Count's copse that lies dark blue in the distance. It is about 1.5 miles away. The clouds have by now covered the sun, and soon afterwards there is not a speck of blue left in the sky. It grows dark. "Holy, holy, holy," whispers Fiocla, hurrying after Terenti. The first raindrops, big and heavy, lie, dark dots on the dusty road. A big drop falls on Fiocla's cheek and glides like a tear down her chin. "The rain has begun," mutters the cobbler, kicking up the dust with his bare, bony feet. "That's fine, Fiocla, old girl. The grass and the trees are fed by the rain, as we are by bread. And as for the thunder, don't you be frightened, little orphan. Why should it kill a little thing like you? As soon as the rain begins, the wind drops. The only sound is the patter of rain dropping like fine shot on the young rye and the parched road. We shall get soaked, Fiocla, mutters Terenti. There won't be a dry spot left on us. Ho ho, my girl. It's run down my neck. But don't be frightened, silly. The grass will be dry again, the earth will be dry again, and we shall be dry again. There is the same sun for us all. A flash of lightning, some 14 feet long, gleams above their heads. There is a loud peal of thunder, and it seems to Fiocla that something big, heavy, and round is rolling over the sky and tearing it open, exactly over her head. Holy, 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 says Terenti, crossing himself. Don't be afraid, little orphan. It is not from spite that it thunders. Terenti's and Fiocla's feet are covered with lumps of heavy, wet clay. It is slippery and difficult to walk, but Taranty strides on more and more rapidly. The weak little beggar girl is breathless and ready to drop. But at last they go into the Count's copse. The washed trees, stirred by a gust of wind, drop a perfect waterfall upon them. Taranty stumbles over stumps and begins to slacken his pace. "Whereabouts is Danilka?" he asks. "Lead me to him." Fiocla leads him into a thicket, and, after going a quarter of a mile, points to Danilka. Her brother, a little fellow of 8, with hair as red as ochre and a pale sickly face, stands leaning against a tree, and, with his head on one side, looking sideways at the sky. In one hand he holds his shabby old cap, the other is hidden in an old lime tree. The boy is gazing at the stormy sky, and apparently not thinking of his trouble. Hearing footsteps and seeing the cobbler, he gives a sickly smile and says, "A terrible lot of thunder, Taranty. I've never heard so much thunder in all my life." "And where is your hand?" "In the hole." "Pull it out, please, Taranty." The wood had broken at the edge of the hole and jammed Danilka's hand. He could push it farther in, but could not pull it out. Taranty snaps off the broken piece, and the boy's hand, red and crushed, is released. "It's terrible how it's thundering," the boy says again, rubbing his hand. "What makes it thunder, Taranty?" "One cloud runs against the other," answers the cobbler. The party come out of the copse, and walk along the edge of it towards the darkened road. The thunder gradually abates, and its rumbling is heard far away beyond the village. "The ducks flew by here the other day, Taranty," says Danilka, still rubbing his hand. "They must be nesting in the Nilya Zemishcha marshes." "Fiocla, would you like me to show you a nightingale's nest?" "Don't touch it, you might disturb them," says Taranty, wringing the water out of his cap. The nightingale is a singing bird, without sin. He has had a voice given him in his throat, to praise God and gladden the heart of man. It's a sin to disturb him. "What about the sparrow?" "The sparrow doesn't matter, he's a bad, spiteful bird. He is like a pickpocket in his ways. He doesn't like man to be happy. When Christ was crucified, it was the sparrow brought nails to the Jews, and called, alive. Alive. A bright patch of blue appears in the sky. "Look," says Taranty. An ant-heap burst open by the rain. "They've been flooded, the rogues. They bend over the ant-heap. The downpour has damaged it. The insects are scurrying to and fro in the mud, agitated, and busily trying to carry away their drowned companions." "You needn't be in such a taking, you won't die of it," says Taranty, grinning. "As soon as the sun warms you, you'll come to your senses again. It's a lesson to you, you stupids. You won't settle on low ground another time." They go on. "And here are some bees," cries Danilka, pointing to the branch of a young oak tree. The drenched and chilled bees are huddled together on the branch. There are so many of them that neither bark nor leaf can be seen. Many of them are settled on one another. "That's a swarm of bees," Taranty informs them. "They were flying looking for a home, and when the rain came down upon them they settled. If a swarm is flying, you need only sprinkle water on them to make them settle. Now if, say, you wanted to take the swarm, you would bend the branch with them into a sack and shake it, and they all fall in." Little Fiocla suddenly frowns and rubs her neck vigorously. Her brother looks at her neck, and sees a big swelling on it. "Hey hey," laughs the cobbler. "Do you know where you got that from, Fiocla, old girl? There are Spanish flies on some tree in the wood. The rain has trickled off them, and a drop has fallen on your neck, that's what has made the swelling. The sun appears from behind the clouds and floods the wood, the fields, and the three friends with its warm light. The dark menacing cloud has gone far away and taken the storm with it. The air is warm and fragrant. There is a scent of bird cherry, meadowsweet, and lilies of the valley. That herb is given when your nose bleeds," says Taranty, pointing to a woolly-looking flower. "It does good." They hear a whistle and a rumble, but not such a rumble as the storm clouds carried away. A goods train races by before the eyes of Taranty, Danilka, and Fiocla. The engine, panting and puffing out black smoke, drags more than 20 vans after it. Its power is tremendous. The children are interested to know how an engine, not alive and without the help of horses, can move and drag such weights. And Taranty undertakes to explain it to them. It's all the steam's doing, children. The steam does the work. You see, it shoves under that thing near the wheels, and you see, it works. They cross the railway line, and, going down from the embankment, walk towards the river. They walk not with any object, but just at random, and talk all the way. Danilka asks questions, Taranty answers them. Taranty answers all his questions, and there is no secret in nature which baffles him. He knows everything. Thus, for example, he knows the names of all the wild flowers, animals, and stones. He knows what herbs cure diseases. He has no difficulty in telling the age of a horse or a cow. Looking at the sunset, at the moon, or the birds, he can tell what sort of weather it will be next day. And indeed, it is not only Taranty who is so wise. Silent Isilich, the innkeeper, the market gardener, the shepherd, and all the villagers, generally speaking, know as much as he does. These people have learned not from books, but in the fields, in the wood, on the river bank. Their teachers have been the birds themselves, when they sang to them, the sun when it left a glow of crimson behind it at setting, the very trees, and wild herbs. Danilka looks at Taranty and greedily drinks in every word. In spring, before one is weary of the warmth and the monotonous green of the fields, when everything is fresh and full of fragrance, who would not want to hear about the golden May beetles? About the cranes, about the gurgling streams, and the corn mounting into ear? The two of them, the cobbler and the orphan, walk about the fields, talk unceasingly, and are not weary. They could wander about the world endlessly. They walk, and in their talk of the beauty of the earth do not notice the frail little beggar girl tripping after them. She is breathless and moves with a lagging step. There are tears in her eyes. She would be glad to stop these inexhaustible wanderers, but to whom and where can she go? She has no home or people of her own, whether she likes it or not, she must walk and listen to their talk. Towards midday, all three sit down on the river bank. Danilka takes out of his bag a piece of bread, soaked and reduced to a mash, and they begin to eat. Taranty says a prayer when he has eaten the bread, then stretches himself on the sandy bank and falls asleep. While he is asleep, the boy gazes at the water, pondering. He has many different things to think of. He has just seen the storm, the bees, the ants, the train. Now, before his eyes, fishes are whisking about. Some are 2 inches long and more, others are no bigger than one's nail. A viper, with its head held high, is swimming from one bank to the other. Only towards the evening our wanderers return to the village. The children go for the night to a deserted barn, where the corn of the commune used to be kept, while Taranty, leaving them, goes to the tavern. The children lie huddled together on the straw, dozing. The boy does not sleep. He gazes into the darkness, and it seems to him that he is seeing all that he has seen in the day, the storm clouds, the bright sunshine, the birds, the fish, lanky Taranty. The number of his impressions, together with exhaustion and hunger, are too much for him. He is as hot as though he were on fire, and tosses from side to side. He longs to tell someone all that is haunting him now in the darkness and agitating his soul, but there is no one to tell. Fiocla is too little and could not understand. I'll tell Taranty tomorrow, thinks the boy. The children fall asleep thinking of the homeless cobbler, and, in the night, Taranty comes to them, makes the sign of the cross over them, and puts bread under their heads. And no one sees his love. It is seen only by the moon which floats in the sky and peeps caressingly through the holes in the wall of the deserted barn. At a summer villa. I love you. You are my life, my happiness, everything to me. Forgive the avowal, but I have not the strength to suffer and be silent. I ask not for love in return, but for sympathy. Be at the old arbor at 8 o'clock this evening. To sign my name is unnecessary, I think, but do not be uneasy at my being anonymous. I am young, nice-looking, what more do you want? When Pavel Ivanitch Vyhodtsev, a practical married man who was spending his holidays at a summer villa, read this letter, he shrugged his shoulders and scratched his forehead in perplexity. What devilry is this, he thought. I'm a married man, and to send me such a queer, silly letter. Who wrote it? Pavel Ivanitch turned the letter over and over before his eyes, read it through again, and spat with disgust. I love you, he said jeeringly. A nice boy she has pitched on. So I'm to run off to meet you in the arbor. I got over all such romances and fleurs d'amour years ago, my girl. Hm. She must be some reckless, immoral creature. Well, these women are a set. What a whirligig, God forgive us, she must be to write a letter like that to a stranger, and a married man, too. It's real demoralization. In the course of his 8 years of married life, Pavel Ivanitch had completely got over all sentimental feeling, and he had received no letters from ladies except letters of congratulation, and so. Although he tried to carry it off with disdain, the letter quoted above greatly intrigued and agitated him. An hour after receiving it, he was lying on his sofa, thinking. Of course I am not a silly boy, and I am not going to rush off to this idiotic rendezvous. But yet it would be interesting to know who wrote it. Hm. It is certainly a woman's writing. The letter is written with genuine feeling, and so it can hardly be a joke. Most likely it's some neurotic girl, or perhaps a widow. Widows are frivolous and eccentric as a rule. Hm. Who could it be? What made it the more difficult to decide the question was that Pavel Ivanitch had not one feminine acquaintance among all the summer visitors, except his wife. It is queer, he mused. I love you. When did she manage to fall in love? Amazing woman. To fall in love like this, apropos of nothing, without making any acquaintance and finding out what sort of man I am. She must be extremely young and romantic if she is capable of falling in love after 2 or 3 looks at me. But, who is she? Pavel Ivanitch suddenly recalled that when he had been walking among the summer villas the day before, and the day before that, he had several times been met by a fair young lady with a light blue hat and a turn-up nose. The fair charmer had kept looking at him, and when he sat down on a seat she had sat down beside him. Can it be she? Vyhodtsev wondered. It can't be. Could a delicate ephemeral creature like that fall in love with a worn-out old eel like me? No, it's impossible. At dinner Pavel Ivanitch looked blankly at his wife while he meditated. She writes that she is young and nice-looking. So she's not old. Hm. To tell the truth, honestly I am not so old and plain that no one could fall in love with me. My wife loves me. Besides, love is blind, we all know. What are you thinking about? His wife asked him. Oh, my head aches a little, Pavel Ivanitch said, quite untruly. He made up his mind that it was stupid to pay attention to such a nonsensical thing as a love letter, and laughed at it and at its authoress, but, alas, powerful is the enemy of mankind. After dinner, Pavel Ivanitch lay down on his bed, and instead of going to sleep, reflected. But there, I dare say she is expecting me to come. What a silly. I can just imagine what a nervous fidget she'll be in and how her tournure will quiver when she does not find me in the arbor. I shan't go, though. Bother her. But, I repeat, powerful is the enemy of mankind. Though I might, perhaps, just out of curiosity, he was musing, half an hour later. I might go and look from a distance what sort of a creature she is. It would be interesting to have a look at her. It would be fun, and that's all. After all, why shouldn't I have a little fun since such a chance has turned up? Pavel Ivanitch got up from his bed and began dressing. What are you getting yourself up so smartly for? His wife asked, noticing that he was putting on a clean shirt and a fashionable tie. Oh, nothing. I must have a walk. My head aches. Hm. Pavel Ivanitch, dressed in his best, and waiting till 8 o'clock, went out of the house. When the figures of gaily dressed summer visitors of both sexes began passing before his eyes against the bright green background, his heart throbbed. Which of them is it? He wondered, advancing irresolutely. Come, what am I afraid of? Why, I am not going to the rendezvous. What, a fool! Go forward boldly. And what if I go into the arbor? Well, there is no reason I should. Pavel Ivanitch's heart beat still more violently. Involuntarily, with no desire to do so, he suddenly pictured to himself the half-darkness of the arbor. A graceful fair girl with a little blue hat and a turn-up nose rose before his imagination. He saw her, abashed by her love and trembling all over, timidly approach him, breathing excitedly, and, suddenly clasping him in her arms. If I weren't married it would be all right, he mused, driving sinful ideas out of his head. Though, for once in my life, it would do no harm to have the experience, or else one will die without knowing what. And my wife, what will it matter to her? Thank God, for 8 years I've never moved one step away from her. 8 years of irreproachable duty. Enough of her. It's positively vexatious. I'm ready to go to spite her. Trembling all over and holding his breath, Pavel Ivanitch went up to the arbor, wreathed with ivy and wild vine, and peeped into it. A smell of dampness and mildew reached him. I believe there's nobody, he thought, going into the arbor, and at once saw a human silhouette in the corner. The silhouette was that of a man. Looking more closely, Pavel Ivanitch recognized his wife's brother, Mitya, a student, who was staying with them at the villa. Oh, it's you, he growled discontentedly, as he took off his hat and sat down. Yes, it's I, answered Mitya. 2 minutes passed in silence. Excuse me, Pavel Ivanitch, began Mitya, but might I ask you to leave me alone? I am thinking over the dissertation for my degree and the presence of anybody else prevents my thinking. You had better go somewhere in a dark avenue, Pavel Ivanitch observed mildly. It's easier to think in the open air, and, besides, I should like to have a little sleep here on this seat. It's not so hot here. You want to sleep, but it's a question of my dissertation, Mitya grumbled. The dissertation is more important. Again there was a silence. Pavel Ivanitch, who had given the rein to his imagination and was continually hearing footsteps, suddenly leaped up and said in a plaintive voice. Come, I beg you, Mitya. You are younger and ought to consider me. I am unwell and I need sleep. Go away. That's egoism. Why must you be here and not I? I won't go as a matter of principle. Come, I ask you to. Suppose I am an egoist, a despot and a fool, but I ask you to go. For once in my life I ask you a favor. Show some consideration. Mitya shook his head. What a beast! Thought Pavel Ivanitch. That can't be a rendezvous with him here. It's impossible with him here. I say, Mitya, he said, I ask you for the last time. Show that you are a sensible, humane, and cultivated man. I don't know why you keep on so, said Mitya, shrugging his shoulders. I've said I won't go, and I won't. I shall stay here as a matter of principle. At that moment a woman's face with a turn-up nose peeped into the arbor. Seeing Mitya and Pavel Ivanitch, it frowned and vanished. She is gone, thought Pavel Ivanitch, looking angrily at Mitya. She saw that blackguard and fled. It's all spoilt. After waiting a little longer, he got up, put on his hat and said. You're a beast, a low brute and a blackguard. Yes. A beast. It's mean, and silly. Everything is at an end between us. Delighted to hear it, muttered Mitya, also getting up and putting on his hat. Let me tell you that by being here just now you've played me such a dirty trick that I'll never forgive you as long as I live." Pavel Ivanitch went out of the arbor, and beside himself with rage, strode rapidly to his villa. Even the sight of the table laid for supper did not soothe him. Once in a lifetime such a chance has turned up, he thought in agitation, and then it's been prevented. Now she is offended, crushed. At supper Pavel Ivanitch and Mitya kept their eyes on their plates and maintained a sullen silence. They were hating each other from the bottom of their hearts. "What are you smiling at?" asked Pavel Ivanitch, pouncing on his wife. "It's only silly fools who laugh for nothing." His wife looked at her husband's angry face, and went off into a peal of laughter. "What was that letter you got this morning?" she asked. I didn't get one." Pavel Ivanitch was overcome with confusion. "You are inventing, imagination." "Oh, come, tell us. Own up, you did." "Why, it was I sent you that letter." "Honor bright, I did." "Ha ha." Pavel Ivanitch turned crimson and bent over his plate. "Silly jokes," he growled. "But what could I do? Tell me that. We had to scrub the rooms out this evening, and how could we get you out of the house? There was no other way of getting you out. But don't be angry, stupid. I didn't want you to be dull in the arbor, so I sent the same letter to Mitya too." "Mitya, have you been to the arbor?" Mitya grinned and left off glaring with hatred at his rival. Panic fears. "During all the years I have been living in this world I have only 3 times been terrified. The first real terror, which made my hair stand on end and made shivers run all over me, was caused by a trivial but strange phenomenon. It happened that, having nothing to do one July evening, I drove to the station for the newspapers. It was a still, warm, almost sultry evening, like all those monotonous evenings in July which, when once they have set in, go on for a week, a fortnight, or sometimes longer. In regular unbroken succession, and are suddenly cut short by a violent thunderstorm and a lavish downpour of rain that refreshes everything for a long time. The sun had set some time before, and an unbroken grey dusk lay all over the land. The mawkishly sweet scents of the grass and flowers were heavy in the motionless, stagnant air. I was driving in a rough trolley. Behind my back the gardener's son Pashka, a boy of 8 years old, whom I had taken with me to look after the horse in case of necessity, was gently snoring, with his head on a sack of oats. Our way lay along a narrow byroad, straight as a ruler, which lay hid like a great snake in the tall thick rye. There was a pale light from the afterglow of sunset. A streak of light cut its way through a narrow, uncouth-looking cloud, which seemed sometimes like a boat and sometimes like a man wrapped in a quilt. I had driven 1.5 miles, or 2 miles, when against the pale background of the evening glow there came into sight one after another some graceful tall poplars. A river glimmered beyond them, and a gorgeous picture suddenly, as though by magic, lay stretched before me. I had to stop the horse, for our straight road broke off abruptly and ran down a steep incline overgrown with bushes. We were standing on the hillside and beneath us at the bottom lay a huge hole full of twilight, of fantastic shapes, and of space. At the bottom of this hole, in a wide plain guarded by the poplars and caressed by the gleaming river, nestled a village. It was now sleeping. Its huts, its church with the belfry, its trees, stood out against the grey twilight and were reflected darkly in the smooth surface of the river. I waked Pashka for fear he should fall out and began cautiously going down. "Have we got to Lukovo?" asked Pashka, lifting his head lazily. "Yes." "Hold the reins." I led the horse down the hill and looked at the village. At the first glance one strange circumstance caught my attention. At the very top of the belfry, in the tiny window between the cupola and the bells, a light was twinkling. This light was like that of a smoldering lamp, at one moment dying down, at another flickering up. What could it come from? Its source was beyond my comprehension. It could not be burning at the window, for there were neither icons nor lamps in the top turret of the belfry. There was nothing there, as I knew, but beams, dust, and spiders' webs. It was hard to climb up into that turret, for the passage to it from the belfry was closely blocked up. It was more likely than anything else to be the reflection of some outside light, but though I strained my eyes to the utmost, I could not see one other speck of light in the vast expanse that lay before me. There was no moon. The pale and, by now, quite dim streak of the afterglow could not have been reflected, for the window looked not to the west, but to the east. These and other similar considerations were straying through my mind all the while that I was going down the slope with the horse. At the bottom I sat down by the roadside and looked again at the light. As before, it was glimmering and flaring up. Strange, I thought, lost in conjecture. Very strange. And little by little I was overcome by an unpleasant feeling. At first I thought that this was vexation at not being able to explain a simple phenomenon. But afterwards, when I suddenly turned away from the light in horror and caught hold of Pashka with one hand, it became clear that I was overcome with terror. I was seized with a feeling of loneliness, misery, and horror, as though I had been flung down against my will into this great hole full of shadows, where I was standing all alone with the belfry looking at me with its red eye. "Pashka!" I cried, closing my eyes in horror. "Well? Pashka, what's that gleaming on the belfry?" Pashka looked over my shoulder at the belfry and gave a yawn. Who can tell? This brief conversation with the boy reassured me for a little, but not for long. Pashka, seeing my uneasiness, fastened his big eyes upon the light, looked at me again, then again at the light. "I am frightened," he whispered. At this point, beside myself with terror, I clutched the boy with one hand, huddled up to him, and gave the horse a violent lash. "It's stupid," I said to myself. "That phenomenon is only terrible because I don't understand it. Everything we don't understand is mysterious." I tried to persuade myself, but at the same time I did not leave off lashing the horse. When we reached the posting station I purposely stayed for a full hour chatting with the overseer, and read through 2 or 3 newspapers, but the feeling of uneasiness did not leave me. On the way back the light was not to be seen, but on the other hand the silhouettes of the huts, of the poplars, and of the hill up which I had to drive, seemed to me as though animated. And why the light was there I don't know to this day. The second terror I experienced was excited by a circumstance no less trivial. I was returning from a romantic interview. It was 1 o'clock at night, the time when nature is buried in the soundest, sweetest sleep before the dawn. That time nature was not sleeping, and one could not call the night a still one. Corncrakes, quails, nightingales, and woodcocks were calling, crickets and grasshoppers were chirping. There was a light mist over the grass, and clouds were scurrying straight ahead across the sky near the moon. Nature was awake, as though afraid of missing the best moments of her life. I walked along a narrow path at the very edge of a railway embankment. The moonlight glided over the lines which were already covered with dew. Great shadows from the clouds kept flitting over the embankment. Far ahead, a dim green light was glimmering peacefully. So everything is well, I thought, looking at them. I had a quiet, peaceful, comfortable feeling in my heart. I was returning from a tryst, I had no need to hurry. I was not sleepy, and I was conscious of youth and health in every sigh, every step I took, rousing a dull echo in the monotonous hum of the night. I don't know what I was feeling then, but I remember I was happy, very happy. I had gone not more than 3/4 of a mile when I suddenly heard behind me a monotonous sound, a rumbling, rather like the roar of a great stream. It grew louder and louder every second, and sounded nearer and nearer. I looked round. 100 paces from me was the dark copse from which I had only just come. There the embankment turned to the right in a graceful curve and vanished among the trees. I stood still in perplexity and waited. A huge black body appeared at once at the turn, noisily darted towards me, and with the swiftness of a bird flew past me along the rails. Less than half a minute passed and the blur had vanished, the rumble melted away into the noise of the night. It was an ordinary goods truck. There was nothing peculiar about it in itself, but its appearance without an engine and in the night puzzled me. Where could it have come from and what force sent it flying so rapidly along the rails? Where did it come from and where was it flying to? If I had been superstitious I should have made up my mind it was a party of demons and witches journeying to a devil's Sabbath, and should have gone on my way. But as it was, the phenomenon was absolutely inexplicable to me. I did not believe my eyes, and was entangled in conjectures like a fly in a spider's web. I suddenly realized that I was utterly alone on the whole vast plain, that the night, which by now seemed inhospitable, was peeping into my face and dogging my footsteps. All the sounds, the cries of the birds, the whisperings of the trees, seemed sinister, and existing simply to alarm my imagination. I dashed on like a madman, and without realizing what I was doing I ran, trying to run faster and faster. And at once I heard something to which I had paid no attention before, that is, the plaintive whining of the telegraph wires. "This is beyond everything," I said, trying to shame myself. "It's cowardice. It's silly." But cowardice was stronger than common sense. I only slackened my pace when I reached the green light, where I saw a dark signal box, and near it on the embankment the figure of a man, probably the signalman. "Did you see it?" I asked breathlessly. "See whom?" "What?" "Why, a truck ran by." "I saw it," the peasant said reluctantly. "It broke away from the goods train. There is an incline at the 90th mile. The train is dragged uphill. The coupling on the last truck gave way, so it broke off and ran back. There is no catching it now." The strange phenomenon was explained and its fantastic character vanished. My panic was over and I was able to go on my way. My third fright came upon me as I was going home from stand shooting in early spring. It was in the dusk of evening. The forest road was covered with pools from a recent shower of rain, and the earth squelched under one's feet. The crimson glow of sunset flooded the whole forest, coloring the white stems of the birches and the young leaves. I was exhausted and could hardly move. 4 or 5 miles from home, walking along the forest road, I suddenly met a big black dog of the water spaniel breed. As he ran by, the dog looked intently at me, straight in my face, and ran on. A nice dog, I thought. Whose is it? I looked round. The dog was standing 10 paces off with his eyes fixed on me. For a minute we scanned each other in silence, then the dog, probably flattered by my attention, came slowly up to me and wagged his tail. I walked on, the dog following me. Whose dog can it be? I kept asking myself. Where does he come from? I knew all the country gentry for 20 or 30 miles round, and knew all their dogs. Not one of them had a spaniel like that. How did he come to be in the depths of the forest, on a track used for nothing but carting timber? He could hardly have dropped behind someone passing through, for there was nowhere for the gentry to drive to along that road. I sat down on a stump to rest, and began scrutinizing my companion. He, too, sat down, raised his head, and fastened upon me an intent stare. He gazed at me without blinking. I don't know whether it was the influence of the stillness, the shadows and sounds of the forest, or perhaps a result of exhaustion. But I suddenly felt uneasy under the steady gaze of his ordinary doggy eyes. I thought of Faust and his bulldog, and of the fact that nervous people sometimes when exhausted have hallucinations. That was enough to make me get up hurriedly and hurriedly walk on. The dog followed me. "Go away!" I shouted. The dog probably liked my voice, for he gave a gleeful jump and ran about in front of me. "Go away!" I shouted again. The dog looked round, stared at me intently, and wagged his tail good-humoredly. Evidently my threatening tone amused him. I ought to have patted him, but I could not get Faust's dog out of my head, and the feeling of panic grew more and more acute. Darkness was coming on, which completed my confusion. And every time the dog ran up to me and hit me with his tail, like a coward I shut my eyes. The same thing happened as with the light in the belfry and the truck on the railway. I could not stand it and rushed away. At home I found a visitor, an old friend, who, after greeting me, began to complain that as he was driving to me he had lost his way in the forest. And a splendid valuable dog of his had dropped behind. The chemist's wife. The little town of B, consisting of 2 or 3 crooked streets, was sound asleep. There was a complete stillness in the motionless air. Nothing could be heard but far away, outside the town no doubt, the barking of a dog in a thin, hoarse tenor. It was close upon daybreak. Everything had long been asleep. The only person not asleep was the young wife of Chernomordic, a qualified dispenser who kept a chemist's shop at B. She had gone to bed and got up again 3 times, but could not sleep, she did not know why. She sat at the open window in her nightdress and looked into the street. She felt bored, depressed, vexed, so vexed that she felt quite inclined to cry, again she did not know why. There seemed to be a lump in her chest that kept rising into her throat. A few paces behind her Chernomordic lay curled up close to the wall, snoring sweetly. A greedy flea was stabbing the bridge of his nose, but he did not feel it, and was positively smiling, for he was dreaming that everyone in the town had a cough, and was buying from him the King of Denmark's cough drops. He could not have been wakened now by pinpricks or by cannon or by caresses. The chemist's shop was almost at the extreme end of the town, so that the chemist's wife could see far into the fields. She could see the eastern horizon growing pale by degrees, then turning crimson as though from a great fire. A big broad-faced moon peeped out unexpectedly from behind bushes in the distance. It was red, as a rule when the moon emerges from behind bushes it appears to be blushing. Suddenly in the stillness of the night there came the sounds of footsteps and a jingle of spurs. She could hear voices. That must be the officers going home to the camp from the police captains, thought the chemist's wife. Soon afterwards 2 figures wearing officers' white tunics came into sight, one big and tall, the other thinner and shorter. They slouched along by the fence, dragging one leg after the other and talking loudly together. As they passed the chemist's shop, they walked more slowly than ever, and glanced up at the windows. "It smells like a chemist's," said the thin one. "And so it is. Ah, I remember. I came here last week to buy some castor oil. There's a chemist here with a sour face and the jawbone of an ass. Such a jawbone, my dear fellow. It must have been a jawbone like that Samson killed the Philistines with." "Mise," said the big one in a bass voice. "The pharmacist is asleep. And his wife is asleep too. She is a pretty woman, Obtyasov. I saw her. I liked her very much. Tell me, doctor, can she possibly love that jawbone of an ass? Can she?" "No, most likely she does not love him," sighed the doctor, speaking as though he were sorry for the chemist. "The little woman is asleep behind the window, Obtyasov, what? Tossing with the heat, her little mouth half open, and one little foot hanging out of bed. I bet that fool the chemist doesn't realize what a lucky fellow he is. No doubt he sees no difference between a woman and a bottle of carbolic." "I say, doctor," said the officer, stopping. "Let us go into the shop and buy something. Perhaps we shall see her." "What an idea, in the night." "What of it? They are obliged to serve one even at night. My dear fellow, let us go in. If you like." The chemist's wife, hiding behind the curtain, heard a muffled ring. Looking round at her husband, who was smiling and snoring sweetly as before, she threw on her dress, slid her bare feet into her slippers, and ran to the shop. On the other side of the glass door she could see 2 shadows. The chemist's wife turned up the lamp and hurried to the door to open it, and now she felt neither vexed nor bored nor inclined to cry, though her heart was thumping. The big doctor and the slender Obtyasov walked in. Now she could get a view of them. The doctor was corpulent and swarthy, he wore a beard and was slow in his movements. At the slightest motion his tunic seemed as though it would crack, and perspiration came on to his face. The officer was rosy, clean-shaven, feminine-looking, and as supple as an English whip. "What may I give you?" asked the chemist's wife, holding her dress across her bosom. "Give us, 4 pennyworth of peppermint lozenges." Without haste the chemist's wife took down a jar from a shelf and began weighing out lozenges. The customers stared fixedly at her back. The doctor screwed up his eyes like a well-fed cat, while the lieutenant was very grave. "It's the first time I've seen a lady serving in a chemist's shop," observed the doctor. "There's nothing out of the way in it," replied the chemist's wife, looking out of the corner of her eye at the rosy-cheeked officer. "My husband has no assistant, and I always help him." "To be sure. You have a charming little shop. What a number of different jars. And you are not afraid of moving about among the poisons?" "Err." The chemist's wife sealed up the parcel and handed it to the doctor. Obtyasov gave her the money. Half a minute of silence followed. The men exchanged glances, took a step towards the door, then looked at one another again. "Will you give me 2 pennyworth of soda?" said the doctor. Again the chemist's wife slowly and languidly raised her hand to the shelf. "Haven't you in the shop anything, such as," muttered Obtyasov, moving his fingers, "something, so to say, allegorical, revivifying, seltzer water, for instance? Have you any seltzer water?" "Yes," answered the chemist's wife. "Bravo! You're a fairy, not a woman. Give us 3 bottles." The chemist's wife hurriedly sealed up the soda and vanished through the door into the darkness. "A peach," said the doctor, with a wink. "You wouldn't find a pineapple like that in the island of Madeira." "Eh? What do you say? Do you hear the snoring, though? That's his worship the chemist enjoying sweet repose." A minute later the chemist's wife came back and set 5 bottles on the counter. She had just been in the cellar, and so was flushed and rather excited. "Shh, quietly," said Obtyasov when, after uncorking the bottles, she dropped the corkscrew. "Don't make such a noise, you'll wake your husband." "Well, what if I do wake him? He is sleeping so sweetly, he must be dreaming of you." "To your health." "Besides," boomed the doctor, hiccuping after the seltzer water, "husbands are such a dull business that it would be very nice of them to be always asleep. How good a drop of red wine would be in this water." "What an idea," laughed the chemist's wife. "That would be splendid. What a pity they don't sell spirits in chemists' shops. Though you ought to sell wine as a medicine. Have you any Vinum Gallicum rub rum?" "Yes." "Well, then, give us some. Bring it here, damn it. How much do you want?" "Quantum satis." "Give us an ounce each in the water, and afterwards we'll see." "Obtyasov, what do you say? First with water and afterwards per se." The doctor and Obtyasov sat down to the counter, took off their caps, and began drinking the wine. The wine, one must admit, is wretched stuff. Vinum nastissimum. Though in the presence of it tastes like nectar. "You are enchanting, madam. In imagination I kiss your hand." "I would give a great deal to do so not in imagination," said Obtyasov. "On my honor, I'd give my life." "That's enough," said Madame Chernomordic, flushing and assuming a serious expression. "What a flirt you are, though." The doctor laughed softly, looking slyly at her from under his brows. "Your eyes seem to be firing shot, piff-paff. I congratulate you, you've conquered. We are vanquished." The chemist's wife looked at their ruddy faces, listened to their chatter, and soon she, too, grew quite lively. Oh, she felt so gay. She entered into the conversation, she laughed, flirted, and even, after repeated requests from the customers, drank 2 ounces of wine. "You officers ought to come in oftener from the camp," she said, it's awful how dreary it is here. I'm simply dying of it. I should think so, said the doctor indignantly. Such a peach, a miracle of nature, thrown away in the wilds. How well Griboidov said, into the wilds, to Saratov. It's time for us to be off, though. Delighted to have made your acquaintance, very. How much do we owe you? The chemist's wife raised her eyes to the ceiling and her lips moved for some time. 12 rubles 48 kopecks, she said. Obtyasov took out of his pocket a fat pocketbook, and after fumbling for some time among the notes, paid. Your husband's sleeping sweetly, he must be dreaming, he muttered, pressing her hand at parting. I don't like to hear silly remarks. What silly remarks? On the contrary, it's not silly at all, even Shakespeare said, happy is he who in his youth is young. Let go of my hand. At last, after much talk and after kissing the lady's hand at parting, the customers went out of the shop irresolutely, as though they were wondering whether they had not forgotten something. She ran quickly into the bedroom and sat down in the same place. She saw the doctor and the officer, on coming out of the shop, walk lazily away a distance of 20 paces. Then they stopped and began whispering together. What about? Her heart throbbed, there was a pulsing in her temples, and why she did not know. Her heart beat violently as though those two whispering outside were deciding her fate. 5 minutes later the doctor parted from Obtyasov and walked on, while Obtyasov came back. He walked past the shop once and a second time. He would stop near the door and then take a few steps again. At last the bell tinkled discreetly. What? Who is there? The chemist's wife heard her husband's voice suddenly. There's a ring at the bell, and you don't hear it, he said severely. Is that the way to do things? He got up, put on his dressing gown, and staggering, half asleep, flopped in his slippers to the shop. What, is it? He asked Obtyasov. Give me 4 pennyworth of peppermint lozenges. Sniffing continually, yawning, dropping asleep as he moved, and knocking his knees against the counter, the chemist went to the shelf and reached down the jar. 2 minutes later the chemist's wife saw Obtyasov go out of the shop, and, after he had gone some steps, she saw him throw the packet of peppermints on the dusty road. The doctor came from behind a corner to meet him. They met and, gesticulating, vanished in the morning mist. How unhappy I am, said the chemist's wife, looking angrily at her husband, who was undressing quickly to get into bed again. Oh, how unhappy I am, she repeated, suddenly melting into bitter tears. And nobody knows, nobody knows. I forgot 4 pence on the counter, muttered the chemist, pulling the quilt over him. Put it away in the till, please. And at once he fell asleep again. Not wanted. Between 6 and 7 o'clock on a July evening, a crowd of summer visitors, mostly fathers of families, burdened with parcels, portfolios, and ladies' hatboxes, was trailing along from the little station of Helkovo, in the direction of the summer villas. They all looked exhausted, hungry, and ill-humored, as though the sun were not shining and the grass were not green for them. Trudging along among the others was Pavel Matveyich Zaykin, a member of the circuit court, a tall, stooping man, in a cheap cotton dustcoat and with a cockade on his faded cap. He was perspiring, red in the face, and gloomy. Do you come out to your holiday home every day? Said a summer visitor, in ginger-colored trousers, addressing him. No, not every day, Zaykin answered sullenly. My wife and son are staying here all the while, and I come down 2 or 3 times a week. I haven't time to come every day. Besides, it is expensive. You're right there, it is expensive, sighed he of the ginger trousers. In town you can't walk to the station, you have to take a cab. And then, the ticket costs 42 kopecks, you buy a paper for the journey, one is tempted to drink a glass of vodka. It's all petty expenditure not worth considering, but, mind you, in the course of the summer it will run up to some 200 rubles. Of course, to be in the lap of nature is worth any money, I don't dispute it, idyllic and all the rest of it. But of course, with the salary an official gets, as you know yourself, every farthing has to be considered. If you waste a halfpenny you lie awake all night. Yes. I receive, my dear sir, I haven't the honor of knowing your name, I receive a salary of very nearly 2,000 rubles a year. I am a civil councillor, I smoke second-rate tobacco, and I haven't a ruble to spare to buy Vichy water, prescribed me by the doctor for gallstones. It's altogether abominable, said Zykin after a brief silence. I maintain, sir, that summer holidays are the invention of the devil and of woman. The devil was actuated in the present instance by malice, woman by excessive frivolity. Mercy on us, it is not life at all, it is hard labor, it is hell. It's hot and stifling, you can hardly breathe, and you wander about like a lost soul and can find no refuge. In town there is no furniture, no servants, everything has been carried off to the villa, you eat what you can get, you go without your tea because there is no one to heat the samovar. You can't wash yourself, and when you come down here into this lap of nature, you have to walk, if you please, through the dust and heat. Phew! Are you married? Yes, 3 children, size ginger trousers. It's abominable altogether. It's a wonder we are still alive. At last the summer visitors reached their destination. Zykin said goodbye to Ginger Trousers and went into his villa. He found a death-like silence in the house. He could hear nothing but the buzzing of the gnats, and the prayer for help of a fly destined for the dinner of a spider. The windows were hung with muslin curtains, through which the faded flowers of the geraniums showed red. On the unpainted wooden walls near the oleographs flies were slumbering. There was not a soul in the passage, the kitchen, or the dining room. In the room which was called indifferently the parlor or the drawing room, Zykin found his son Petya, a little boy of 6. Petya was sitting at the table, and breathing loudly with his lower lip stuck out, was engaged in cutting out the figure of a knave of diamonds from a card. "Oh, that's you, father," he said, without turning round. "Good evening." "Good evening. And where is mother?" "Mother? She is gone with Olga Kirillovna to a rehearsal of the play. The day after tomorrow they will have a performance. And they will take me, too." "And will you go?" When is she coming back?" "She said she would be back in the evening." "And where is Natalia?" "Mama took Natalia with her to help her dress for the performance, and Akulina has gone to the wood to get mushrooms." "Father, why is it that when gnats bite you their stomachs get red?" "I don't know." "Because they suck blood." "So there is no one in the house, then?" "No one, I am all alone in the house." Zykin sat down in an easy chair, and for a moment gazed blankly at the window. "Who is going to get our dinner?" he asked. "They haven't cooked any dinner today, father. Mama thought you were not coming today, and did not order any dinner. She is going to have dinner with Olga Kirillovna at the rehearsal." "Oh, thank you very much, and you, what have you to eat?" "I've had some milk. They bought me 6 kopecks worth of milk." "And, father, why do gnats suck blood?" Zykin suddenly felt as though something heavy were rolling down on his liver and beginning to gnaw it. He felt so vexed, so aggrieved, and so bitter, that he was choking and tremulous. He wanted to jump up, to bang something on the floor, and to burst into loud abuse. But then he remembered that his doctor had absolutely forbidden him all excitement, so he got up, and making an effort to control himself, began whistling a tune from Les Huguenots. "Father, can you act in plays?" he heard Petya's voice. "Oh, don't worry me with stupid questions," said Zykin, getting angry. "He sticks to one like a leaf in the bath. Here you are, 6 years old, and just as silly as you were 3 years ago. Stupid, neglected child. Why are you spoiling those cards, for instance? How dare you spoil them?" "These cards aren't yours," said Petya, turning round. "Natalia gave them me." "You are telling fibs, you are telling fibs, you horrid boy," said Zykin, growing more and more irritated. "You are always telling fibs. You want a whipping, you horrid little pig. I will pull your ears." Petya leapt up, and craning his neck, stared fixedly at his father's red and wrathful face. His big eyes first began blinking, then were dimmed with moisture, and the boy's face began working. "But why are you scolding?" squealed Petya. "Why do you attack me, you stupid? I am not interfering with anybody, I am not naughty, I do what I am told, and yet, you are cross. Why are you scolding me?" The boy spoke with conviction, and wept so bitterly that Zykin felt conscience-stricken. "Yes, really, why am I falling foul of him?" he thought. "Come, come," he said, touching the boy on the shoulder. "I am sorry, Petya, forgive me. You are my good boy, my nice boy, I love you." Petya wiped his eyes with his sleeve, sat down, with a sigh, in the same place and began cutting out the queen. Zykin went off to his own room. He stretched himself on the sofa, and putting his hands behind his head, sank into thought. The boy's tears had softened his anger, and by degrees the oppression on his liver grew less. He felt nothing but exhaustion and hunger. "Father," he heard on the other side of the door, "shall I show you my collection of insects?" "Yes, show me." Petya came into the study and handed his father a long green box. Before raising it to his ears, Zykin could hear a despairing buzz and the scratching of claws on the sides of the box. Opening the lid, he saw a number of butterflies, beetles, grasshoppers, and flies fastened to the bottom of the box with pins. All except 2 or 3 butterflies were still alive and moving. "Why, the grasshopper is still alive," said Petya in surprise. "I caught him yesterday morning, and he is still alive." "Who taught you to pin them in this way?" "Olga Kirillovna." "Olga Kirillovna ought to be pinned down like that herself," said Zykin with repulsion. "Take them away. It's shameful to torture animals. My God! How horribly he is being brought up," he thought, as Petya went out. Pavel Matveyich forgot his exhaustion and hunger, and thought of nothing but his boy's future. Meanwhile, outside the light was gradually fading. He could hear the summer visitors trooping back from the evening bathe. Someone was stopping near the open dining room window and shouting, "Do you want any mushrooms?" And getting no answer, shuffled on with bare feet. But at last, when the dusk was so thick that the outlines of the geraniums behind the muslin curtain were lost, and whiffs of the freshness of evening were coming in at the window, the door of the passage was thrown open noisily, and there came a sound of rapid footsteps, talk, and laughter. "Mama!" shrieked Petya. Zykin peeped out of his study and saw his wife, Nadezhda Stepanovna, healthy and rosy as ever. With her he saw Olga Kirillovna, a spare woman with fair hair and heavy freckles, and 2 unknown men, one a lanky young man with curly red hair and a big Adam's apple. The other, a short stubby man with a shaven face like an actor's and a bluish crooked chin. "Natalia, set the samovar," cried Nadezhda Stepanovna, with a loud rustle of her skirts. "I hear Pavel Matveyich is come." "Pavel, where are you?" "Good evening, Pavel," she said, running into the study breathlessly. "So you've come. I am so glad. 2 of our amateurs have come with me. Come, I'll introduce you. Here, the taller one is Karamazov, he sings splendidly, and the other, the little one, is called Smerkalov, he is a real actor, he recites magnificently. Oh, how tired I am. We have just had a rehearsal. It goes splendidly. We are acting the lodger with the trombone and waiting for him. The performance is the day after tomorrow." "Why did you bring them?" asked Zykin. "I couldn't help it, Poppet, after tea we must rehearse our parts and sing something. I am to sing a duet with Karamazov." "Oh, yes, I was almost forgetting. Darling, send Natalia to get some sardines, vodka, cheese, and something else. They will most likely stay to supper." Oh, how tired I am. I've no money. You must, Poppet. It would be awkward. Don't make me blush. Half an hour later Natalia was sent for vodka and savories. Zykin, after drinking tea and eating a whole French loaf, went to his bedroom and lay down on the bed, while Nadezhda Stepanovna and her visitors, with much noise and laughter, set to work to rehearse their parts. For a long time Pavel Matveyich heard Karamazov's nasal reciting and Smerkalov's theatrical exclamations. The rehearsal was followed by a long conversation, interrupted by the shrill laughter of Olga Kirillovna. Smerkalov, as a real actor, explained the parts with aplomb and heat. Then followed the duet, and after the duet there was the clatter of crockery. Through his drowsiness Zykin heard them persuading Smerkalov to read The Woman Who Was a Sinner, and heard him, after affecting to refuse, begin to recite. He hissed, beat himself on the breast, wept, laughed in a husky bass. Zykin scowled and hid his head under the quilt. "It's a long way for you to go, and it's dark," he heard Nadezhda Stepanovna's voice an hour later. "Why shouldn't you stay the night here? Karamazov can sleep here in the drawing room on the sofa, and you, Smerkalov, in Petya's bed. I can put Petya in my husband's study. Do stay, really." At last when the clock was striking 2, all was hushed, the bedroom door opened, and Nadezhda Stepanovna appeared. "Pavel, are you asleep?" she whispered. "No, why?" "Go into your study, darling, and lie on the sofa. I am going to put Olga Kirillovna here, in your bed. Do go, dear. I would put her to sleep in the study, but she is afraid to sleep alone. Do get up." Zykin got up, threw on his dressing gown, and taking his pillow, crept wearily to the study. Feeling his way to his sofa, he lighted a match, and saw Petya lying on the sofa. The boy was not asleep, and, looking at the match with wide-open eyes. "Father, why is it gnats don't go to sleep at night?" he asked. Because, you and I are not wanted. We have nowhere to sleep even." "Father, and why is it Olga Kirillovna has freckles on her face?" "Oh, shut up. I am tired of you." After a moment's thought, Zykin dressed and went out into the street for a breath of air. He looked at the grey morning sky, at the motionless clouds, heard the lazy call of the drowsy corncrake, and began dreaming of the next day, when he would go to town. And coming back from the court would tumble into bed. Suddenly the figure of a man appeared round the corner. A watchman, no doubt, thought Zykin. But going nearer and looking more closely he recognized in the figure the summer visitor in the ginger trousers. "You're not asleep?" he asked. "No, I can't sleep," sighed Ginger Trousers. "I am enjoying nature. A welcome visitor, my wife's mother, arrived by the night train, you know. She brought with her our nieces, splendid girls. I was delighted to see them, although it's very damp." "And you, too, are enjoying nature?" "Yes," grunted Zykin, "I am enjoying it, too. Do you know whether there is any sort of tavern or restaurant in the neighborhood?" Ginger Trousers raised his eyes to heaven and meditated profoundly. The chorus girl. One day when she was younger and better looking, and when her voice was stronger, Nikolai Petrovich Kolpakov, her adorer, was sitting in the outer room in her summer villa. It was intolerably hot and stifling. Kolpakov, who had just dined and drunk a whole bottle of inferior port, felt ill-humored and out of sorts. Both were bored and waiting for the heat of the day to be over in order to go for a walk. All at once there was a sudden ring at the door. Kolpakov, who was sitting with his coat off, in his slippers, jumped up and looked inquiringly at Pasha. "It must be the postman or one of the girls," said the singer. Kolpakov did not mind being found by the postman or Pasha's lady friends, but by way of precaution gathered up his clothes and went into the next room, while Pasha ran to open the door. To her great surprise in the doorway stood, not the postman and not a girl friend, but an unknown woman, young and beautiful, who was dressed like a lady, and from all outward signs was one. The stranger was pale and was breathing heavily as though she had been running up a steep flight of stairs. "What is it?" asked Pasha. The lady did not at once answer. She took a step forward, slowly looked about the room, and sat down in a way that suggested that from fatigue, or perhaps illness, she could not stand. Then for a long time her pale lips quivered as she tried in vain to speak. "Is my husband here?" she asked at last, raising to Pasha her big eyes with their red tear-stained lids. "Husband?" whispered Pasha, and was suddenly so frightened that her hands and feet turned cold. "What husband?" she repeated, beginning to tremble. "My husband. Nikolai Petrovich Kolpakov." "No, madam. I don't know any husband." A minute passed in silence. The stranger several times passed her handkerchief over her pale lips and held her breath to stop her inward trembling, while Pasha stood before her motionless, like a post, and looked at her with astonishment and terror. "So you say he is not here?" the lady asked, this time speaking with a firm voice and smiling oddly. I don't know who it is you are asking about." "You are horrid, mean, vile," the stranger muttered, scanning Pasha with hatred and repulsion. Yes, you are horrid. I am very, very glad that at last I can tell you so." Pasha felt that on this lady in black with the angry eyes and white slender fingers she produced the impression of something horrid and unseemly, and she felt ashamed of her chubby red cheeks, the pockmark on her nose, and the fringe on her forehead, which never could be combed back. And it seemed to her that if she had been thin, and had had no powder on her face and no fringe on her forehead, then she could have disguised the fact that she was not respectable. And she would not have felt so frightened and ashamed to stand facing this unknown, mysterious lady. "Where is my husband?" the lady went on. "Though I don't care whether he is here or not, but I ought to tell you that the money has been missed, and they are looking for Nikolai Petrovich. They mean to arrest him. That's your doing." The lady got up and walked about the room in great excitement. Pasha looked at her and was so frightened that she could not understand. "He'll be found and arrested today," said the lady, and she gave a sob, and in that sound could be heard her resentment and vexation. "I know who has brought him to this awful position. Low, horrid creature. Loathsome, mercenary hussy." The lady's lips worked and her nose wrinkled up with disgust. "I am helpless, do you hear, you low woman? I am helpless. You are stronger than I am, but there is one to defend me and my children. God sees all. He is just. He will punish you for every tear I have shed, for all my sleepless nights. The time will come. You will think of me." Silence followed again. The lady walked about the room and wrung her hands, while Pasha still gazed blankly at her in amazement, not understanding and expecting something terrible. "I know nothing about it, madam," she said, and suddenly burst into tears. "You are lying," cried the lady, and her eyes flashed angrily at her. "I know all about it. I've known you a long time. I know that for the last month he has been spending every day with you." "Yes. What then? What of it? I have a great many visitors, but I don't force anyone to come. He is free to do as he likes. I tell you they have discovered that money is missing. He has embezzled money at the office. For the sake of such a creature as you, for your sake he has actually committed a crime." "Listen," said the lady in a resolute voice, stopping short, facing Pasha. "You can have no principles, you live simply to do harm, that's your object. But one can't imagine you have fallen so low that you have no trace of human feeling left. He has a wife, children. If he is condemned and sent into exile we shall starve, the children and I. Understand that. And yet there is a chance of saving him and us from destitution and disgrace. If I take them 900 rubles today they will let him alone. Only 900 rubles. What 900 rubles? Pasha asked softly. I don't know. I haven't taken it. I am not asking you for 900 rubles. You have no money, and I don't want your money. I ask you for something else. Men usually give expensive things to women like you. Only give me back the things my husband has given you. Madam, he has never made me a present of anything. Pasha wailed, beginning to understand. Where is the money? He has squandered his own and mine and other people's. What has become of it all? Listen, I beg you. I was carried away by indignation and have said a lot of nasty things to you, but I apologize. You must hate me, I know, but if you are capable of sympathy, put yourself in my position. I implore you to give me back the things. Said Pasha, and she shrugged her shoulders. I would with pleasure, but God is my witness, he never made me a present of anything. Believe me, on my conscience. However, you are right, though, said the singer in confusion, he did bring me 2 little things. Certainly I will give them back, if you wish it. Pasha pulled out one of the drawers in the toilet table and took out of it a hollow gold bracelet and a thin ring with a ruby in it. Here, madam, she said, handing the visitor these articles. The lady flushed and her face quivered. She was offended. What are you giving me? She said. I am not asking for charity, but for what does not belong to you, what you have taken advantage of your position to squeeze out of my husband, that weak, unhappy man. On Thursday, when I saw you with my husband at the harbor, you were wearing expensive brooches and bracelets. So it's no use your playing the innocent lamb to me. I ask you for the last time, will you give me the things, or not? You are a queer one, upon my word, said Pasha, beginning to feel offended. I assure you that, except the bracelet and this little ring, I've never seen a thing from your Nikolai Petrovitch. He brings me nothing but sweet cakes. Sweet cakes, laughed the stranger. At home the children have nothing to eat, and here you have sweet cakes. You absolutely refuse to restore the presents? Receiving no answer, the lady sat down and stared into space, pondering. What's to be done now? She said. If I don't get 900 rubles, he is ruined, and the children and I am ruined too. Shall I kill this low woman or go down on my knees to her? The lady pressed her handkerchief to her face and broke into sobs. I beg you. Pasha heard through the stranger's sobs. You see you have plundered and ruined my husband. Save him. You have no feeling for him, but the children. What have the children done? Pasha imagined little children standing in the street, crying with hunger, and she, too, sobbed. What can I do, madam? She said. You say that I am a low woman and that I have ruined Nikolai Petrovitch, and I assure you, before God Almighty, I have had nothing from him whatever. There is only one girl in our chorus who has a rich admirer, all the rest of us live from hand to mouth on bread and kvass. Nikolai Petrovitch is a highly educated, refined gentleman, so I've made him welcome. We are bound to make gentlemen welcome. I ask you for the things. Give me the things. I am crying. I am humiliating myself. If you like I will go down on my knees. If you wish it. Pasha shrieked with horror and waved her hands. She felt that this pale, beautiful lady who expressed herself so grandly, as though she were on the stage, really might go down on her knees to her, simply from pride, from grandeur. To exalt herself and humiliate the chorus girl. Very well, I will give you things, said Pasha, wiping her eyes and bustling about. By all means. Only they are not from Nikolai Petrovitch. I got these from other gentlemen. As you please. Pasha pulled out the upper drawer of the chest, took out a diamond brooch, a coral necklace, some rings and bracelets, and gave them all to the lady. Take them if you like, only I've never had anything from your husband. Take them and grow rich, Pasha went on, offended at the threat to go down on her knees. And if you are a lady, his lawful wife, you should keep him to yourself. I should think so. I did not ask him to come, he came of himself. Through her tears the lady scrutinized the articles given her and said. This isn't everything. There won't be 500 rubles worth here. Pasha impulsively flung out of the chest a gold watch, a cigar case and studs, and said, flinging up her hands. I've nothing else left. You can search. The visitor gave a sigh, with trembling hands twisted the things up in her handkerchief, and went out without uttering a word, without even nodding her head. The door from the next room opened and Kolpakov walked in. He was pale and kept shaking his head nervously, as though he had swallowed something very bitter. Tears were glistening in his eyes. What presents did you make me? Pasha asked, pouncing upon him. When did you, allow me to ask you? Presents, that's no matter, said Kolpakov, and he tossed his head. My God! She cried before you, she humbled herself. I am asking you, what presents did you make me? Pasha cried. My God! She, a lady, so proud, so pure. She was ready to go down on her knees to this wench. And I've brought her to this. I've allowed it. He clutched his head in his hands and moaned. No, I shall never forgive myself for this. I shall never forgive myself. Get away from me, you low creature. He cried with repulsion, backing away from Pasha, and thrusting her off with trembling hands. She would have gone down on her knees, and to you. Oh, my God! He rapidly dressed, and pushing Pasha aside contemptuously, made for the door and went out. Pasha lay down and began wailing aloud. She was already regretting her things which she had given away so impulsively, and her feelings were hurt. She remembered how 3 years ago a merchant had beaten her for no sort of reason, and she wailed more loudly than ever. The schoolmaster. Fyodor Lukich Sisoev, the master of the factory school maintained at the expense of the firm of Kulikin, was getting ready for the annual dinner. Every year after the school examination the board of managers gave a dinner at which the inspector of elementary schools, all who had conducted the examinations, and all the managers and foremen of the factory were present. In spite of their official character, these dinners were always good and lively, and the guests sat a long time over them. Forgetting distinctions of rank and recalling only their meritorious labors, they ate till they were full, drank amicably, chattered till they were all hoarse and parted late in the evening, deafening the whole factory settlement with their singing and the sound of their kisses. Of such dinners Sisoev had taken part in 13, as he had been that number of years master of the factory school. Now, getting ready for the 14th, he was trying to make himself look as festive and correct as possible. He had spent a whole hour brushing his new black suit, and spent almost as long in front of a looking-glass while he put on a fashionable shirt. The studs would not go into the buttonholes, and this circumstance called forth a perfect storm of complaints, threats, and reproaches addressed to his wife. His poor wife, bustling round him, wore herself out with her efforts. And indeed he, too, was exhausted in the end. When his polished boots were brought him from the kitchen he had not strength to pull them on. He had to lie down and have a drink of water. How weak you have grown, sighed his wife. You ought not to go to this dinner at all. No advice, please, the schoolmaster cut her short angrily. He was in a very bad temper, for he had been much displeased with the recent examinations. The examinations had gone off splendidly, all the boys of the senior division had gained certificates and prizes. Both the managers of the factory and the government officials were pleased with the results, but that was not enough for the schoolmaster. He was vexed that Babkin, a boy who never made a mistake in writing, had made 3 mistakes in the dictation. Sergeyev, another boy, had been so excited that he could not remember 17 times 13. The inspector, a young and inexperienced man, had chosen a difficult article for dictation, and Lyapunov, the master of a neighboring school, whom the inspector had asked to dictate, had not behaved like a good comrade, but in dictating had, as it were, swallowed the words and had not pronounced them as written. After pulling on his boots with the assistance of his wife, and looking at himself once more in the looking-glass, the schoolmaster took his gnarled stick and set off for the dinner. Just before the factory manager's house, where the festivity was to take place, he had a little mishap. He was taken with a violent fit of coughing. He was so shaken by it that the cap flew off his head and the stick dropped out of his hand. And when the school inspector and the teachers, hearing his cough, ran out of the house, he was sitting on the bottom step, bathed in perspiration. "Fyodor Lukitch, is that you?" said the inspector, surprised. "You have come? Why not? You ought to be at home, my dear fellow. You are not at all well today." "I am just the same today as I was yesterday. And if my presence is not agreeable to you, I can go back." "Oh, Fyodor Lukitch, you must not talk like that. Please come in." "Why, the function is really in your honor, not ours. And we are delighted to see you." "Of course we are." Within, everything was ready for the banquet. In the big dining room adorned with German oleographs and smelling of geraniums and varnish there were 2 tables, a larger one for the dinner and a smaller one for the hors d'oeuvre. The hot light of midday faintly percolated through the lowered blinds. The twilight of the room, the Swiss views on the blinds, the geraniums, the thin slices of sausage on the plates, all had a naive, girlishly sentimental air. And it was all in keeping with the master of the house, a good-natured little German with a round little stomach and affectionate, oily little eyes. Adolf Andriich Bruni, that was his name, was bustling round the table of hors d'oeuvre as zealously as though it were a house on fire, filling up the wineglasses, loading the plates, and trying in every way to please, to amuse, and to show his friendly feelings. He clapped people on the shoulder, looked into their eyes, chuckled, rubbed his hands, in fact was as ingratiating as a friendly dog. "Whom do I behold?" "Fyodor Lukitch," he said in a jerky voice, on seeing Sisoev. "How delightful. You have come in spite of your illness. Gentlemen, let me congratulate you, Fyodor Lukitch has come." The school teachers were already crowding round the table and eating the hors d'oeuvre. Sisoev frowned. He was displeased that his colleagues had begun to eat and drink without waiting for him. He noticed among them Lyapunov, the man who had dictated at the examination, and going up to him, began. It was not acting like a comrade. "No, indeed. Gentlemanly people don't dictate like that." "Good Lord, you are still harping on it," said Lyapunov, and he frowned. "Aren't you sick of it?" "Yes, still harping on it. My Babkin has never made mistakes. I know why you dictated like that. You simply wanted my pupils to be floored, so that your school might seem better than mine. I know all about it. Why are you trying to get up a quarrel?" Lyapunov snarled. "Why the devil do you pester me?" "Come, gentlemen," interposed the inspector, making a woebegone face. "Is it worth while to get so heated over a trifle? 3 mistakes, not 1 mistake, does it matter?" "Yes, it does matter. Babkin has never made mistakes. He won't leave off," Lyapunov went on, snorting angrily. "He takes advantage of his position as an invalid and worries us all to death." "Well, sir, I am not going to consider your being ill." "Let my illness alone," cried Sisoev, angrily. "What is it to do with you? They all keep repeating it at me, illness. 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 As though I need your sympathy. Besides, where have you picked up the notion that I am ill? I was ill before the examinations, that's true, but now I have completely recovered, there is nothing left of it but weakness." "You have regained your health, well, thank God," said the scripture teacher, Father Nikolai, a young priest in a foppish cinnamon-colored cassock and trousers outside his boots. "You ought to rejoice, but you are irritable and so on." "You are a nice one, too," Sisoev interrupted him. "Questions ought to be straightforward, clear, but you kept asking riddles. That's not the thing to do. By combined efforts they succeeded in soothing him and making him sit down to the table. He was a long time making up his mind what to drink, and pulling a wry face drank a wineglass of some green liqueur. Then he drew a bit of pie towards him, and sulkily picked out of the inside an egg with onion on it. At the first mouthful it seemed to him that there was no salt in it. He sprinkled salt on it and at once pushed it away as the pie was too salt. At dinner Sisoev was seated between the inspector and Bruni. After the first course the toasts began, according to the old established custom. "I consider it my agreeable duty," the inspector began, "to propose a vote of thanks to the absent school wardens, Daniel Petrovitch and Ivan Petrovitch." Bruni prompted him. "And Ivan Petrovitch Kulikin, who grudge no expense for the school, and I propose to drink their health." "For my part," said Bruni, jumping up as though he had been stung, "I propose a toast to the health of the honored inspector of elementary schools, Pavel Gennadievich Nadarov." Chairs were pushed back, faces beamed with smiles, and the usual clinking of glasses began. The third toast always fell to Sisoev. And on this occasion, too, he got up and began to speak. Looking grave and clearing his throat, he first of all announced that he had not the gift of eloquence and that he was not prepared to make a speech. Further he said that during the 14 years that he had been schoolmaster there had been many intrigues, many underhand attacks, and even secret reports on him to the authorities. And that he knew his enemies and those who had informed against him, and he would not mention their names, for fear of spoiling somebody's appetite. That in spite of these intrigues the Kulikin school held the foremost place in the whole province not only from a moral, but also from a material point of view. "Everywhere else," he said, "schoolmasters get 200 or 300 rubles, while I get 500. And moreover my house has been redecorated and even furnished at the expense of the firm. And this year all the walls have been repapered." Further the schoolmaster enlarged on the liberality with which the pupils were provided with writing materials in the factory schools as compared with the Zemstvo and government schools. And for all this the school was indebted, in his opinion, not to the heads of the firm, who lived abroad and scarcely knew of its existence, but to a man who, in spite of his German origin and Lutheran faith, was a Russian at heart. Sisoev spoke at length, with pauses to get his breath and with pretensions to rhetoric, and his speech was boring and unpleasant. He several times referred to certain enemies of his, tried to drop hints, repeated himself, coughed, and flourished his fingers unbecomingly. At last he was exhausted and in a perspiration and he began talking jerkily, in a low voice as though to himself, and finished his speech not quite coherently, "And so I propose the health of Bruni. That is Adolf Andriitch, who is here, among us, generally speaking, you understand." When he finished everyone gave a faint sigh, as though someone had sprinkled cold water and cleared the air. Bruni alone apparently had no unpleasant feeling. Beaming and rolling his sentimental eyes, the German shook Sisoev's hand with feeling and was again as friendly as a dog. "Oh, I thank you," he said, with an emphasis on the "oh," laying his left hand on his heart. "I am very happy that you understand me. I, with my whole heart, wish you all things good. But I ought only to observe, you exaggerate my importance. The school owes its flourishing condition only to you, my honored friend, Fyodor Lukitch. But for you it would be in no way distinguished from other schools. You think the German is paying a compliment, the German is saying something polite. Haha. No, my dear Fyodor Lukitch, I am an honest man and never make complimentary speeches. If we pay you 500 rubles a year it is because you are valued by us. Isn't that so? Gentlemen, what I say is true, isn't it? We should not pay anyone else so much. Why, a good school is an honor to the factory. I must sincerely own that your school is really exceptional," said the inspector. "Don't think this is flattery. Anyway, I have never come across another like it in my life. As I sat at the examination I was full of admiration. Wonderful children. They know a great deal and answer brightly, and at the same time they are somehow special, unconstrained, sincere. One can see that they love you, Fyodor Lukitch. You are a schoolmaster to the marrow of your bones. You must have been born a teacher. You have all the gifts, innate vocation, long experience, and love for your work. It's simply amazing, considering the weak state of your health, what energy, what understanding, what perseverance, do you understand, what confidence you have. Someone in the school committee said truly that you were a poet in your work. Yes, a poet you are. And all present at the dinner began as one man talking of Sissoev's extraordinary talent. And as though a dam had been burst, there followed a flood of sincere, enthusiastic words such as men do not utter when they are restrained by prudent and cautious sobriety. Sissoev's speech and his intolerable temper and the horrid, spiteful expression on his face were all forgotten. Everyone talked freely, even the shy and silent new teachers, poverty-stricken, downtrodden youths who never spoke to the inspector without addressing him as Your Honor. It was clear that in his own circle Sissoev was a person of consequence. Having been accustomed to success and praise for the 14 years that he had been schoolmaster, he listened with indifference to the noisy enthusiasm of his admirers. It was Bruni who drank in the praise instead of the schoolmaster. The German caught every word, beamed, clapped his hands, and flushed modestly as though the praise referred not to the schoolmaster but to him. "Bravo! Bravo!" he shouted. "That's true. You have grasped my meaning. Excellent." He looked into the schoolmaster's eyes as though he wanted to share his bliss with him. At last he could restrain himself no longer. He leapt up, and, overpowering all the other voices with his shrill little tenor, shouted, "Gentlemen! Allow me to speak. Tch. To all you say I can make only one reply: the management of the factory will not be forgetful of what it owes to Fyodor Lukitch." All were silent. Sissoev raised his eyes to the German's rosy face. "We know how to appreciate it," Bruni went on, dropping his voice. "In response to your words I ought to tell you that Fyodor Lukitch's family will be provided for and that a sum of money was placed in the bank a month ago for that object." Sissoev looked inquiringly at the German, at his colleagues, as though unable to understand why his family should be provided for and not he himself. And at once on all the faces, in all the motionless eyes bent upon him, he read not the sympathy, not the commiseration which he could not endure, but something else, something soft, tender, but at the same time intensely sinister, like a terrible truth, something which in one instant turned him cold all over and filled his soul with unutterable despair. With a pale, distorted face he suddenly jumped up and clutched at his head. For a quarter of a minute he stood like that, stared with horror at a fixed point before him as though he saw the swiftly coming death of which Bruni was speaking, then sat down and burst into tears. "Come, come. What is it?" he heard agitated voices saying. "Water. Drink a little water." A short time passed and the schoolmaster grew calmer, but the party did not recover their previous liveliness. The dinner ended in gloomy silence, and much earlier than on previous occasions. When he got home Sissoev first of all looked at himself in the glass. "Of course there was no need for me to blubber like that," he thought, looking at his sunken cheeks and his eyes with dark rings under them. "My face is a much better color today than yesterday. I am suffering from anemia and catarrh of the stomach, and my cough is only a stomach cough." Reassured, he slowly began undressing, and spent a long time brushing his new black suit, then carefully folded it up and put it in the chest of drawers. Then he went up to the table where there lay a pile of his pupils' exercise books, and picking out Babkin's, sat down and fell to contemplating the beautiful childish handwriting. And meantime, while he was examining the exercise books, the district doctor was sitting in the next room and telling his wife in a whisper that a man ought not to have been allowed to go out to dinner who had not in all probability more than a week to live. A troublesome visitor. In the low-pitched, crooked little hut of Artyom, the forester, two men were sitting under the big dark icon, Artyom himself, a short and lean peasant with a wrinkled aged-looking face and a little beard that grew out of his neck, and a well-grown young man in a new crimson shirt and big wading boots, who had been out hunting and come in for the night. They were sitting on a bench at a little three-legged table on which a tallow candle stuck into a bottle was lazily burning. Outside the window the darkness of the night was full of the noisy uproar into which nature usually breaks out before a thunderstorm. The wind howled angrily and the bowed trees moaned miserably. One pane of the window had been pasted up with paper, and leaves torn off by the wind could be heard pattering against the paper. "I tell you what, good Christian," said Artyom in a hoarse little tenor half-whisper, staring with unblinking, scared-looking eyes at the hunter. "I am not afraid of wolves or bears, or wild beasts of any sort, but I am afraid of man. You can save yourself from beasts with a gun or some other weapon, but you have no means of saving yourself from a wicked man. To be sure, you can fire at a beast, but if you shoot at a robber you will have to answer for it, you will go to Siberia. I've been forester, my lad, for 30 years, and I couldn't tell you what I have had to put up with from wicked men. There have been lots and lots of them here. The hut's on a track, it's a cart road, and that brings them, the devils. Every sort of ruffian turns up, and without taking off his cap or making the sign of the cross, bursts straight in upon one with, 'Give us some bread, you old so-and-so.' And where am I to get bread for him? What claim has he? Am I a millionaire to feed every drunkard that passes? They are half blind with spite. They have no cross on them, the devils. They'll give you a clout on the ear and not think twice about it, 'Give us bread.' Well, one gives it. One is not going to fight with them, the idols. Some of them are 2 yards across the shoulders, and a great fist as big as your boot, and you see the sort of figure I am. One of them could smash me with his little finger. Well, one gives him bread and he gobbles it up, and stretches out full length across the hut with not a word of thanks. And there are some that ask for money. Tell me, where is your money? As though I had money. How should I come by it? A forester and no money, laughed the hunter. You get wages every month, and I'll be bound you sell timber on the sly. Artyom took a timid sideway glance at his visitor and twitched his beard as a magpie twitches her tail. You are still young to say a thing like that to me, he said. You will have to answer to God for those words. Whom may your people be? Where do you come from? I am from Vyazovka. I am the son of Neft the village elder. You have gone out for sport with your gun. I used to like sport, too, when I was young. Ah, our sins are grievous, said Artyom, with a yawn. It's a sad thing. There are few good folks, but villains and murderers no end, God have mercy upon us. You seem to be frightened of me, too. Come, what next? What should I be afraid of you for? I see. I understand. You came in, and not just anyhow, but you made the sign of the cross, you bowed, all decent and proper. I understand. One can give you bread. I am a widower, I don't heat the stove, I sold the samovar. I am too poor to keep meat or anything else, but bread you are welcome to. At that moment something began growling under the bench, the growl was followed by a hiss. Artyom started, drew up his legs, and looked inquiringly at the hunter. It's my dog worrying your cat, said the hunter. You devils, he shouted under the bench. Lie down. You'll be beaten. I say, your cat's thin, mate. She is nothing but skin and bone. She is old, it is time she was dead. So you say you are from Vyazovka? I see you don't feed her. Though she's a cat she's a creature, every breathing thing. You should have pity on her. You are a queer lot in Vyazovka, Artyom went on, as though not listening. The church has been robbed twice in 1 year. To think that there are such wicked men. So they fear neither man nor God. To steal what is the Lord's. Hanging's too good for them. In old days the governors used to have such rogues flogged. However you punish, whether it is with flogging or anything else, it will be no good, you will not knock the wickedness out of a wicked man. Save and preserve us, Queen of Heaven. The forester sighed abruptly. Save us from all enemies and evildoers. Last week at Volovi Zamishchi, a mower struck another on the chest with his scythe, he killed him outright. And what was it all about, God bless me? One mower came out of the tavern, drunk. The other met him, drunk too. The young man, who had been listening attentively, suddenly started, and his face grew tense as he listened. Stay, he said, interrupting the forester. I fancy someone is shouting. The hunter and the forester fell to listening with their eyes fixed on the window. Through the noise of the forest they could hear sounds such as the strained ear can always distinguish in every storm. So that it was difficult to make out whether people were calling for help or whether the wind was wailing in the chimney. But the wind tore at the roof, tapped at the paper on the window, and brought a distinct shout of help. Talk of your murderers, said the hunter, turning pale and getting up. Someone is being robbed. Lord have mercy on us, whispered the forester, and he, too, turned pale and got up. The hunter looked aimlessly out of window and walked up and down the hut. What a night, he muttered. You can't see your hand before your face. The very time for a robbery. Do you hear? There is a shout again. The forester looked at the icon and from the icon turned his eyes upon the hunter, and sank onto the bench, collapsing like a man terrified by sudden bad news. Good Christian, he said in a tearful voice, you might go into the passage and bolt the door. And we must put out the light. What for? By ill luck they may find their way here. Oh, our sins! We ought to be going, and you talk of bolting the door. You are a clever one. Are you coming? The hunter threw his gun over his shoulder and picked up his cap. Get ready, take your gun. Hey, Flurka, here, he called to his dog. Flurka. A dog with long frayed ears, a mongrel between a setter and a house dog, came out from under the bench. He stretched himself by his master's feet and wagged his tail. Why are you sitting there? Cried the hunter to the forester. You mean to say you are not going? Where? To help. How can I? Said the forester with a wave of his hand, shuddering all over. I can't bother about it. Why won't you come? After talking of such dreadful things I won't stir a step into the darkness. Bless them. And what should I go for? What are you afraid of? Haven't you got a gun? Let us go, please do. It's scaring to go alone, it will be more cheerful, the two of us. Do you hear? There was a shout again. Get up. Whatever do you think of me, lad? Wailed the forester. Do you think I am such a fool to go straight to my undoing? So you are not coming? The forester did not answer. The dog, probably hearing a human cry, gave a plaintive whine. Are you coming, I ask you? Cried the hunter, rolling his eyes angrily. You do keep on, upon my word, said the forester with annoyance. Go yourself. Ugh, low cur, growled the hunter, turning towards the door. Flurka, here. He went out and left the door open. The wind flew into the hut. The flame of the candle flickered uneasily, flared up, and went out. As he bolted the door after the hunter, the forester saw the puddles in the track, the nearest pine trees, and the retreating figure of his guest lighted up by a flash of lightning. Far away he heard the rumble of thunder. Holy, 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 whispered the forester, making haste to thrust the thick bolt into the great iron rings. What weather the Lord has sent us! Going back into the room, he felt his way to the stove, lay down, and covered himself from head to foot. Lying under the sheepskin and listening intently, he could no longer hear the human cry, but the peals of thunder kept growing louder and more prolonged. He could hear the big wind-lashed raindrops pattering angrily on the panes and on the paper of the window. He's gone on a fool's errand, he thought, picturing the hunter soaked with rain and stumbling over the tree stumps. I bet his teeth are chattering with terror. Not more than 10 minutes later there was a sound of footsteps, followed by a loud knock at the door. "Who's there?" cried the forester. "It's I," he heard the young man's voice. "Unfasten the door." The forester clambered down from the stove, felt for the candle, and, lighting it, went to the door. The hunter and his dog were drenched to the skin. They had come in for the heaviest of the downpour, and now the water ran from them as from washed clothes before they have been wrung out. "What was it?" asked the forester. "A peasant woman driving in a cart. She had got off the road," answered the young man, struggling with his breathlessness. "She was caught in a thicket." "Ah, the silly thing. She was frightened, then. Well, did you put her on the road?" "I don't care to talk to a scoundrel like you." The young man flung his wet cap on the bench and went on. "I know now that you are a scoundrel and the lowest of men. And you a keeper, too, getting a salary. You blackguard." The forester slunk with a guilty step to the stove, cleared his throat, and lay down. The young man sat on the bench, thought a little, and lay down on it full length. Not long afterwards he got up, put out the candle, and lay down again. During a particularly loud clap of thunder he turned over, spat on the floor, and growled out. "He's afraid. And what if the woman were being murdered? Whose business is it to defend her? And he an old man, too, and a Christian. He's a pig and nothing else." The forester cleared his throat and heaved a deep sigh. Somewhere in the darkness Flurka shook his wet coat vigorously, which sent drops of water flying about all over the room. "So you wouldn't care if the woman were murdered?" the hunter went on. "Well, strike me, God, I had no notion you were that sort of man." A silence followed. The thunderstorm was by now over and the thunder came from far away, but it was still raining. "And suppose it hadn't been a woman but you shouting 'Help!'" said the hunter, breaking the silence. "How would you feel, you beast, if no one ran to your aid? You have upset me with your meanness, plague take you." After another long interval the hunter said. "You must have money to be afraid of people. A man who is poor is not likely to be afraid." "For those words you will answer before God," Artyom said hoarsely from the stove. "I have no money." "I dare say. Scoundrels always have money. Why are you afraid of people, then?" "So you must have. I'd like to take and rob you for spite, to teach you a lesson." Artyom slipped noiselessly from the stove, lighted a candle, and sat down under the holy image. He was pale and did not take his eyes off the hunter. "Here, I'll rob you," said the hunter, getting up. "What do you think about it? Fellows like you want a lesson. Tell me, where is your money hidden?" Artyom drew his legs up under him and blinked. "What are you wriggling for? Where is your money hidden? Have you lost your tongue, you fool? Why don't you answer?" The young man jumped up and went up to the forester. "He is blinking like an owl." "Well? Give me your money, or I will shoot you with my gun." "Why do you keep on at me?" squealed the forester, and big tears rolled from his eyes. "What's the reason of it?" "God sees all. You will have to answer, for every word you say, to God. You have no right whatever to ask for my money." The young man looked at Artyom's tearful face, frowned, and walked up and down the hut, then angrily clapped his cap on his head and picked up his gun. "Ugh, ugh. It makes me sick to look at you," he filtered through his teeth. "I can't bear the sight of you. I won't sleep in your house, anyway. Goodbye." "Hey, Flurka." The door slammed and the troublesome visitor went out with his dog. Artyom bolted the door after him, crossed himself, and lay down. A misfortune. Sofia Petrovna, the wife of Lubiantsev the notary, a handsome young woman of 25, was walking slowly along a track that had been cleared in the wood, with Aline. a lawyer who was spending the summer in the neighborhood. It was 5 o'clock in the evening. Feathery white masses of cloud stood overhead, patches of bright blue sky peeped out between them. The clouds stood motionless, as though they had caught in the tops of the tall old pine trees. It was still and sultry. Farther on, the track was crossed by a low railway embankment on which a sentinel with a gun was for some reason pacing up and down. Just beyond the embankment there was a large white church with 6 domes and a rusty roof. "I did not expect to meet you here," said Sofia Petrovna, looking at the ground and prodding at the last year's leaves with the tip of her parasol, "and now I am glad we have met. I want to speak to you seriously and once for all. I beg you, Ivan Mihalovich, if you really love and respect me, please make an end of this pursuit of me. You follow me about like a shadow, you are continually looking at me not in a nice way, making love to me, writing me strange letters, and I don't know where it's all going to end. Why, what can come of it?" Helene said nothing. Sofia Petrovna walked on a few steps and continued. "And this complete transformation in you all came about in the course of 2 or 3 weeks, after 5 years' friendship. I don't know you, Ivan Mihalovich." Sofia Petrovna stole a glance at her companion. Screwing up his eyes, he was looking intently at the fluffy clouds. His face looked angry, ill-humored, and preoccupied, like that of a man in pain forced to listen to nonsense. "I wonder you don't see it yourself," Madame Lubiantsev went on, shrugging her shoulders. "You ought to realize that it's not a very nice part you are playing. I am married. I love and respect my husband. I have a daughter. Can you think all that means nothing? Besides, as an old friend you know my attitude to family life and my views as to the sanctity of marriage." Helene cleared his throat angrily and heaved a sigh. "Sanctity of marriage," he muttered. "Oh, Lord. Yes, yes. I love my husband, I respect him, and in any case I value the peace of my home. I would rather let myself be killed than be a cause of unhappiness to Andrei and his daughter. And I beg you, Ivan Mihalovich, for God's sake, leave me in peace. Let us be as good, true friends as we used to be, and give up these sighs and groans, which really don't suit you. It's settled and over. Not a word more about it. Let us talk of something else." Sofia Petrovna again stole a glance at Helene's face. Helene was looking up, he was pale, and was angrily biting his quivering lips. She could not understand why he was angry and why he was indignant, but his pallor touched her. "Don't be angry, let us be friends," she said affectionately. "Agreed? Here's my hand." Helene took her plump little hand in both of his, squeezed it, and slowly raised it to his lips. "I am not a schoolboy," he muttered. "I am not in the least tempted by friendship with the woman I love. Enough, enough. It's settled and done with. We have reached the seat, let us sit down." Sofia Petrovna's soul was filled with a sweet sense of relief. The most difficult and delicate thing had been said, the painful question was settled and done with. Now she could breathe freely and look Helene straight in the face. She looked at him, and the egoistic feeling of the superiority of the woman over the man who loves her, agreeably flattered her. It pleased her to see this huge, strong man, with his manly, angry face and his big black beard, clever, cultivated, and, people said, talented, sit down obediently beside her and bow his head dejectedly. For 2 or 3 minutes they sat without speaking. "Nothing is settled or done with," began Helene. "You repeat copybook maxims to me. I love and respect my husband, the sanctity of marriage. I know all that without your help, and I could tell you more, too. I tell you truthfully and honestly that I consider the way I am behaving as criminal and immoral. What more can one say than that? But what's the good of saying what everybody knows? Instead of feeding nightingales with paltry words, you had much better tell me what I am to do. I've told you already, go away. As you know perfectly well, I have gone away 5 times, and every time I turned back on the way. I can show you my through tickets, I've kept them all. I have not will enough to run away from you. I am struggling. I am struggling horribly, but what the devil am I good for if I have no backbone, if I am weak, cowardly? I can't struggle with nature. Do you understand? I cannot. I run away from here, and she holds on to me and pulls me back. Contemptible, loathsome weakness. Eileen flushed crimson, got up, and walked up and down by the seat. I feel as cross as a dog, he muttered, clenching his fists. I hate and despise myself. My God! Like some depraved schoolboy, I am making love to another man's wife, writing idiotic letters, degrading myself, ugh. Eileen clutched at his head, grunted, and sat down. And then your insincerity, he went on bitterly. If you do dislike my disgusting behavior, why have you come here? What drew you here? In my letters I only ask you for a direct, definite answer, yes or no, but instead of a direct answer, you contrive every day these chance meetings with me and regale me with copybook maxims. Madame Lubiantsev was frightened and flushed. She suddenly felt the awkwardness which a decent woman feels when she is accidentally discovered undressed. You seem to suspect I am playing with you, she muttered. I have always given you a direct answer, and, only today I've begged you. Oof. As though one begged in such cases. If you were to say straight out, get away, I should have been gone long ago, but you've never said that. You've never once given me a direct answer. Strange indecision. Yes, indeed. Either you are playing with me, or else. Eileen leaned his head on his fists without finishing. Sofia Petrovna began going over in her own mind the way she had behaved from beginning to end. She remembered that not only in her actions, but even in her secret thoughts, she had always been opposed to Eileen's lovemaking, but yet she felt there was a grain of truth in the lawyer's words. But not knowing exactly what the truth was, she could not find answers to make to Eileen's complaint, however hard she thought. It was awkward to be silent, and, shrugging her shoulders, she said. So I am to blame, it appears. I don't blame you for your insincerity, sighed Eileen. I did not mean that when I spoke of it. Your insincerity is natural and in the order of things. If people agreed together and suddenly became sincere, everything would go to the devil. Sofia Petrovna was in no mood for philosophical reflections, but she was glad of a chance to change the conversation, and asked. But why? Because only savage women and animals are sincere. Once civilization has introduced a demand for such comforts as, for instance, feminine virtue, sincerity is out of place. Eileen jabbed his stick angrily into the sand. Madame Lubiantsev listened to him and liked his conversation, though a great deal of it she did not understand. What gratified her most was that she, an ordinary woman, was talked to by a talented man on intellectual subjects. It afforded her great pleasure, too, to watch the working of his mobile, young face, which was still pale and angry. She failed to understand a great deal that he said. But what was clear to her in his words was the attractive boldness with which the modern man without hesitation or doubt decides great questions and draws conclusive deductions. She suddenly realized that she was admiring him, and was alarmed. Forgive me, but I don't understand, she said hurriedly. What makes you talk of insincerity? I repeat my request again, be my good, true friend, let me alone. I beg you most earnestly. Very good, I'll try again, sighed Eileen. Glad to do my best. Only I doubt whether anything will come of my efforts. Either I shall put a bullet through my brains or take to drink in an idiotic way. I shall come to a bad end. There's a limit to everything, to struggles with nature, too. Tell me, how can one struggle against madness? If you drink wine, how are you to struggle against intoxication? What am I to do if your image has grown into my soul, and day and night stands persistently before my eyes, like that pine there at this moment? Come, tell me, what hard and difficult thing can I do to get free from this abominable, miserable condition, in which all my thoughts, desires, and dreams are no longer my own, but belong to some demon who has taken possession of me? I love you so much that I am completely thrown out of gear. I've given up my work and all who are dear to me, I've forgotten my God. I've never been in love like this in my life. Sofia Petrovna, who had not expected such a turn to their conversation, drew away from Aline and looked into his face in dismay. Tears came into his eyes, his lips were quivering, and there was an imploring, hungry expression in his face. I love you, he muttered, bringing his eyes near her big, frightened eyes. You are so beautiful. I am in agony now, but I swear I would sit here all my life, suffering and looking in your eyes. But, be silent, I implore you. Sofia Petrovna, feeling utterly disconcerted, tried to think as quickly as possible of something to say to stop him. I'll go away, she decided, but before she had time to make a movement to get up, Aline was on his knees before her. He was clasping her knees, gazing into her face and speaking passionately, hotly, eloquently. In her terror and confusion she did not hear his words. For some reason now, at this dangerous moment, while her knees were being agreeably squeezed and felt as though they were in a warm bath, she was trying, with a sort of angry spite, to interpret her own sensations. She was angry that instead of brimming over with protesting virtue, she was entirely overwhelmed with weakness, apathy, and emptiness, like a drunken man utterly reckless. Only at the bottom of her soul a remote bit of herself was malignantly taunting her. Why don't you go? Is this as it should be? Yes? Seeking for some explanation, she could not understand how it was she did not pull away the hand to which Aline was clinging like a leech, and why, like Aline. She hastily glanced to right and to left to see whether anyone was looking. The clouds and the pines stood motionless, looking at them severely, like old ushers seeing mischief, but bribed not to tell the school authorities. The sentry stood like a post on the embankment and seemed to be looking at the seat. Let him look, thought Sofia Petrovna. But listen, she said at last, with despair in her voice. What can come of this? What will be the end of this? I don't know, he whispered, waving off the disagreeable questions. They heard the hoarse, discordant whistle of the train. This cold, irrelevant sound from the everyday world of prose made Sofia Petrovna rouse herself. I can't stay, it's time I was at home, she said, getting up quickly. The train is coming in. Andrei is coming by it. He will want his dinner. Sofia Petrovna turned towards the embankment with a burning face. The engine slowly crawled by, then came the carriages. It was not the local train, as she had supposed, but a goods train. The trucks filed by against the background of the white church in a long string like the days of a man's life, and it seemed as though it would never end. But at last the train passed, and the last carriage with the guard and a light in it had disappeared behind the trees. Sofia Petrovna turned round sharply, and without looking at Aline, walked rapidly back along the track. She had regained her self-possession. Crimson with shame, humiliated not by Aline, no, but by her own cowardice, by the shamelessness with which she, a chaste and high-principled woman, had allowed a man, not her husband, to hug her knees, she had only one thought now, to get home as quickly as possible to her villa, to her family. The lawyer could hardly keep pace with her. Turning from the clearing into a narrow path, she turned round and glanced at him so quickly that she saw nothing but the sand on his knees, and waved to him to drop behind. Reaching home, Sofia Petrovna stood in the middle of her room for 5 minutes without moving, and looked first at the window and then at her writing table. You low creature, she said, upbraiding herself. You low creature. To spite herself, she recalled in precise detail, keeping nothing back, she recalled that though all this time she had been opposed to Aline's love-making, something had impelled her to seek an interview with him. And what was more, when he was at her feet she had enjoyed it enormously. She recalled it all without sparing herself, and now, breathless with shame, she would have liked to slap herself in the face. Poor André! She said to herself, trying as she thought of her husband to put into her face as tender an expression as she could. Varia, my poor little girl, doesn't know what a mother she has. Forgive me, my dear ones. I love you so much, so much. And anxious to prove to herself that she was still a good wife and mother, and that corruption had not yet touched that sanctity of marriage, of which she had spoken to Aline. Sofia Petrovna ran to the kitchen and abused the cook for not having yet laid the table for Andrei Ilyitch. She tried to picture her husband's hungry and exhausted appearance, commiserated him aloud, and laid the table for him with her own hands, which she had never done before. Then she found her daughter Varia, picked her up in her arms and hugged her warmly. The child seemed to her cold and heavy, but she was unwilling to acknowledge this to herself, and she began explaining to the child how good, kind, and honorable her papa was. But when Andrei Ilyitch arrived soon afterwards she hardly greeted him. The rush of false feeling had already passed off without proving anything to her, only irritating and exasperating her by its falsity. She was sitting by the window, feeling miserable and cross. It is only by being in trouble that people can understand how far from easy it is to be the master of one's feelings and thoughts. Sofia Petrovna said afterwards that there was a tangle within her which it was as difficult to unravel as to count a flock of sparrows rapidly flying by. From the fact that she was not overjoyed to see her husband, that she did not like his manner at dinner, she concluded all of a sudden that she was beginning to hate her husband. Andrei Ilyitch, languid with hunger and exhaustion, fell upon the sausage while waiting for the soup to be brought in, and ate it greedily, munching noisily and moving his temples. My goodness! Thought Sofia Petrovna. I love and respect him, but why does he munch so repulsively? The disorder in her thoughts was no less than the disorder in her feelings. Like all persons inexperienced in combating unpleasant ideas, Madame Lubiantsev did her utmost not to think of her trouble, and the harder she tried the more vividly Aline, the sand on his knees. The fluffy clouds, the train, stood out in her imagination. And why did I go there this afternoon like a fool, she thought, tormenting herself. And am I really so weak that I cannot depend upon myself? Fear magnifies danger. By the time Andrei Ilyitch was finishing the last course, she had firmly made up her mind to tell her husband everything and to flee from danger. I've something serious to say to you, Andrei, she began after dinner while her husband was taking off his coat and boots to lie down for a nap. Well? Let us leave this place. Where shall we go? It's too soon to go back to town. No, for a tour or something of that sort. For a tour, repeated the notary, stretching. I dream of that myself, but where are we to get the money, and to whom am I to leave the office? And thinking a little he added. Of course, you must be bored. Go by yourself if you like. Sofia Petrovna agreed, but at once reflected that Aline would be delighted with the opportunity, and would go with her in the same train, in the same compartment. She thought and looked at her husband, now satisfied but still languid. For some reason her eyes rested on his feet, miniature, almost feminine feet, clad in striped socks. There was a thread standing out at the tip of each sock. Behind the blind a bumblebee was beating itself against the windowpane and buzzing. Sofia Petrovna looked at the threads on the socks, listened to the bee, and pictured how she would set off. Vis-a-vis Aline would sit, day and night, never taking his eyes off her, wrathful at his own weakness and pale with spiritual agony. He would call himself an immoral schoolboy, would abuse her, tear his hair, but when darkness came on and the passengers were asleep or got out at a station, he would seize the opportunity to kneel before her and embrace her knees as he had at the seat in the wood. She caught herself indulging in this daydream. Listen. I won't go alone, she said. You must come with me. Nonsense, Safochka, sighed Lubiantsev. One must be sensible and not want the impossible. You will come when you know all about it, thought Sofia Petrovna. Making up her mind to go at all costs, she felt that she was out of danger. Little by little her ideas grew clearer, her spirits rose and she allowed herself to think about it all, feeling that however much she thought, however much she dreamed, she would go away. While her husband was asleep, the evening gradually came on. She sat in the drawing room and played the piano. The greater liveliness out of doors, the sound of music, but above all the thought that she was a sensible person, that she had surmounted her difficulties, completely restored her spirits. Other women, her appeased conscience told her, would probably have been carried off their feet in her position, and would have lost their balance, while she had almost died of shame. Had been miserable, and was now running out of the danger which perhaps did not exist. She was so touched by her own virtue and determination that she even looked at herself 2 or 3 times in the looking-glass. When it got dark, visitors arrived. The men sat down in the dining room to play cards, the ladies remained in the drawing room and the veranda. The last to arrive was Eileen. He was gloomy, morose, and looked ill. He sat down in the corner of the sofa and did not move the whole evening. Usually good-humored and talkative, this time he remained silent, frowned, and rubbed his eyebrows. When he had to answer some question, he gave a forced smile with his upper lip only, and answered jerkily and irritably. 4 or 5 times he made some jest, but his jests sounded harsh and cutting. It seemed to Sophia Petrovna that he was on the verge of hysterics. Only now, sitting at the piano, she recognized fully for the first time that this unhappy man was in deadly earnest, that his soul was sick, and that he could find no rest. For her sake he was wasting the best days of his youth and his career, spending the last of his money on a summer villa, abandoning his mother and sisters, and, worst of all, wearing himself out in an agonizing struggle with himself. From mere common humanity he ought to be treated seriously. She recognized all this clearly till it made her heart ache, and if at that moment she had gone up to him and said to him, "No," there would have been a force in her voice hard to disobey. But she did not go up to him and did not speak, indeed, never thought of doing so. The pettiness and egoism of youth had never been more patent in her than that evening. She realized that Eileen was unhappy, and that he was sitting on the sofa as though he were on hot coals. She felt sorry for him, but at the same time the presence of a man who loved her to distraction, filled her soul with triumph and a sense of her own power. She felt her youth, her beauty, and her unassailable virtue, and, since she had decided to go away, gave herself full license for that evening. She flirted, laughed incessantly, sang with peculiar feeling and gusto. Everything delighted and amused her. She was amused at the memory of what had happened at the seat in the wood, of the sentinel who had looked on. She was amused by her guests, by Eileen's cutting jests, by the pin in his cravat, which she had never noticed before. There was a red snake with diamond eyes on the pin. This snake struck her as so amusing that she could have kissed it on the spot. Sophia Petrovna sang nervously, with defiant recklessness as though half intoxicated, and she chose sad, mournful songs which dealt with wasted hopes, the past, old age. As though in mockery of another's grief. And old age comes nearer and nearer, she sang. And what was old age to her? It seems as though there is something going wrong with me, she thought from time to time through her laughter and singing. The party broke up at 12 o'clock. Eileen was the last to leave. Sophia Petrovna was still reckless enough to accompany him to the bottom step of the veranda. She wanted to tell him that she was going away with her husband, and to watch the effect this news would produce on him. The moon was hidden behind the clouds, but it was light enough for Sophia Petrovna to see how the wind played with the skirts of his overcoat and with the awning of the veranda. She could see, too, how white Eileen was, and how he twisted his upper lip in the effort to smile. "Sonia, Sonichka, my darling woman," he muttered, preventing her from speaking. "My dear. My sweet." In a rush of tenderness, with tears in his voice, he showered caressing words upon her, that grew tenderer and tenderer, and even called her, thou, as though she were his wife or mistress. Quite unexpectedly he put one arm round her waist and with the other hand took hold of her elbow. "My precious! My delight," he whispered, kissing the nape of her neck, "be sincere. Come to me at once." She slipped out of his arms and raised her head to give vent to her indignation and anger, but the indignation did not come off. And all her vaunted virtue and chastity was only sufficient to enable her to utter the phrase used by all ordinary women on such occasions. "You must be mad." "Come, let us go," Eileen continued. "I felt just now, as well as at the seat in the wood, that you are as helpless as I am, Sonia. You are in the same plight. You love me and are fruitlessly trying to appease your conscience." Seeing that she was moving away, he caught her by her lace cuff and said rapidly, "If not today, then tomorrow you will have to give in." "Why, then, this waste of time?" "My precious, darling Sonia, the sentence is passed, why put off the execution? Why deceive yourself?" Sofia Petrovna tore herself from him and darted in at the door. Returning to the drawing-room, she mechanically shut the piano, looked for a long time at the music stand, and sat down. She could not stand up nor think. All that was left of her excitement and recklessness was a fearful weakness, apathy, and dreariness. Her conscience whispered to her that she had behaved badly, foolishly, that evening, like some madcap girl, that she had just been embraced on the veranda. And still had an uneasy feeling in her waist and her elbow. There was not a soul in the drawing-room, there was only one candle burning. Madame Lubiantsev sat on the round stool before the piano, motionless, as though expecting something. And as though taking advantage of the darkness and her extreme lassitude, an oppressive, overpowering desire began to assail her. Like a boa constrictor it gripped her limbs and her soul, and grew stronger every second, and no longer menaced her as it had done, but stood clear before her in all its nakedness. She sat for half an hour without stirring, not restraining herself from thinking of Eileen, then she got up languidly and dragged herself to her bedroom. Andrei Ilyitch was already in bed. She sat down by the open window and gave herself up to desire. There was no tangle now in her head, all her thoughts and feelings were bent with one accord upon a single aim. She tried to struggle against it, but instantly gave it up. She understood now how strong and relentless was the foe. Strength and fortitude were needed to combat him, and her birth, her education, and her life had given her nothing to fall back upon. Immoral wretch! Low creature! She nagged at herself for her weakness. So that's what you're like. Her outraged sense of propriety was moved to such indignation by this weakness that she lavished upon herself every term of abuse she knew, and told herself many offensive and humiliating truths. So, for instance, she told herself that she never had been moral, that she had not come to grief before simply because she had had no opportunity. That her inward conflict during that day had all been a farce. And even if I have struggled, she thought, what sort of struggle was it? Even the woman who sells herself struggles before she brings herself to it, and yet she sells herself. A fine struggle. Like milk, I've turned in a day. In one day. She convicted herself of being tempted, not by feeling, not by Eileen personally, but by sensations which awaited her, an idle lady, having her fling in the summer holidays, like so many. Like an unfledged bird when the mother has been slain, sang a husky tenor outside the window. If I am to go, it's time, thought Sofia Petrovna. Her heart suddenly began beating violently. Andrei, she almost shrieked. Listen. We are going. Yes? Yes, I've told you already, you go alone. But listen, she began. If you don't go with me, you are in danger of losing me. I believe I am, in love already. With whom? Asked Andrei Ilyitch. It can't make any difference to you who it is, cried Sofia Petrovna. Andrei Ilyitch sat up with his feet out of bed and looked wonderingly at his wife's dark figure. It's a fancy, he yawned. He did not believe her, but yet he was frightened. After thinking a little and asking his wife several unimportant questions, he delivered himself of his opinions on the family. On infidelity, spoke listlessly for about 10 minutes and got into bed again. His moralizing produced no effect. There are a great many opinions in the world, and a good half of them are held by people who have never been in trouble. In spite of the late hour, summer visitors were still walking outside. Sofia Petrovna put on a light cape, stood a little, thought a little. She still had resolution enough to say to her sleeping husband, "Are you asleep? I am going for a walk. Will you come with me?" That was her last hope. Receiving no answer, she went out. It was fresh and windy. She was conscious neither of the wind or the darkness, but went on and on. An overmastering force drove her on, and it seemed as though, if she had stopped, it would have pushed her in the back. "Immoral creature," she muttered mechanically. "Low wretch." She was breathless, hot with shame, did not feel her legs under her, but what drove her on was stronger than shame, reason, or fear. A pink stocking. A dull, rainy day. The sky is completely covered with heavy clouds, and there is no prospect of the rain ceasing. Outside sleet, puddles, and drenched jackdaws. Indoors it is half dark, and so cold that one wants the stove heated. Pavel Petrovitch Samov is pacing up and down his study, grumbling at the weather. The tears of rain on the windows and the darkness of the room make him depressed. He is insufferably bored and has nothing to do. The newspapers have not been brought yet. Shooting is out of the question, and it is not nearly dinner time. Samov is not alone in his study. Madame Samov, a pretty little lady in a light blouse and pink stockings, is sitting at his writing table. She is eagerly scribbling a letter. Every time he passes her as he strides up and down, Ivan Petrovitch looks over her shoulder at what she is writing. He sees big sprawling letters, thin and narrow, with all sorts of tails and flourishes. There are numbers of blots, smears, and finger marks. Madame Samov does not like ruled paper, and every line runs downhill with horrid wriggles as it reaches the margin. "Ladochka, who is it you are writing such a lot to?" Samov inquires, seeing that his wife is just beginning to scribble the 6th page. "To Sister Varya." It's a long letter. "I'm so bored, let me read it." "Here, you may read it, but there's nothing interesting in it." Samov takes the written pages and, still pacing up and down, begins reading. Ladochka leans her elbows on the back of her chair and watches the expression of his face. After the first page his face lengthens and an expression of something almost like panic comes into it. At the 3rd page Samov frowns and scratches the back of his head. At the 4th he pauses, looks with a scared face at his wife, and seems to ponder. After thinking a little, he takes up the letter again with a sigh. His face betrays perplexity and even alarm. "Well, this is beyond anything," he mutters, as he finishes reading the letter and flings the sheets on the table. "It's positively incredible." "What's the matter?" asks Ladochka, flustered. "What's the matter? You've covered 6 pages, wasted a good 2 hours scribbling, and there's nothing in it at all. If there were one tiny idea. One reads on, and one's brain is as muddled as though one were deciphering the Chinese wriggles on tea chests." "Oof. Yes, that's true, Vanya," says Ladochka, reddening. "I wrote it carelessly." "Queer sort of carelessness. In a careless letter there is some meaning and style, there is sense in it, while yours, excuse me, but I don't know what to call it. It's absolute twaddle. There are words and sentences, but not the slightest sense in them. Your whole letter is exactly like the conversation of 2 boys. We had pancakes today. And we had a soldier come to see us. You say the same thing over and over again. You drag it out, repeat yourself. The wretched ideas dance about like devils, there's no making out where anything begins, where anything ends. How can you write like that?" "If I had been writing carefully," Ladochka says in self-defense, then there would not have been mistakes. Oh, I'm not talking about mistakes. The awful grammatical howlers. There's not a line that's not a personal insult to grammar. No stops nor commas, and the spelling, brrr. Earth has an A in it. And the writing. It's desperate. I'm not joking, Lita. I'm surprised and appalled at your letter. You mustn't be angry, darling, but, really, I had no idea you were such a duffer at grammar. And yet you belong to a cultivated, well-educated circle, you are the wife of a university man, and the daughter of a general. Tell me, did you ever go to school? What next? I finished at the von Mebs boarding school. Samov shrugs his shoulders and continues to pace up and down, sighing. Ladochka, conscious of her ignorance and ashamed of it, sighs too and casts down her eyes. 10 minutes pass in silence. You know, Ladochka, it really is awful, says Samov, suddenly halting in front of her and looking into her face with horror. You are a mother, do you understand? A mother. How can you teach your children if you know nothing yourself? You have a good brain, but what's the use of it if you have never mastered the very rudiments of knowledge? There, never mind about knowledge, the children will get that at school, but, you know, you are very shaky on the moral side too. You sometimes use such language that it makes my ears tingle. Samov shrugs his shoulders again, wraps himself in the folds of his dressing gown and continues his pacing. He feels vexed and injured, and at the same time sorry for Ladochka, who does not protest, but merely blinks. Both feel oppressed and miserable. Absorbed in their woes, they do not notice how time is passing and the dinner hour is approaching. Sitting down to dinner, Samov, who is fond of good eating and of eating in peace, drinks a large glass of vodka and begins talking about something else. Ladochka listens and assents, but suddenly over the soup her eyes fill with tears and she begins whimpering. It's all mother's fault, she says, wiping away her tears with her dinner napkin. Everyone advised her to send me to the high school, and from the high school I should have been sure to go on to the university. University, high school, mutters Samov. That's running to extremes, my girl. What's the good of being a blue stocking? A blue stocking is the very deuce. Neither man nor woman, but just something midway, neither one thing nor another. I hate blue stockings. I would never have married a learned woman. There's no making you out, says Ladochka. You are angry because I am not learned, and at the same time you hate learned women. You are annoyed because I have no ideas in my letter, and yet you yourself are opposed to my studying. You do catch me up at a word, my dear, yawned Samov, pouring out a second glass of vodka in his boredom. Under the influence of vodka and a good dinner, Samov grows more good-humored, lively, and soft. He watches his pretty wife making the salad with an anxious face and a rush of affection for her, of indulgence and forgiveness comes over him. It was stupid of me to depress her, poor girl, he thought. Why did I say such a lot of dreadful things? She is silly, that's true, uncivilized and narrow. But, there are two sides to the question, and audiatur et altera pars. Perhaps people are perfectly right when they say that woman's shallowness rests on her very vocation. Granted that it is her vocation to love her husband, to bear children, and to mix salad, what the devil does she want with learning? No, indeed. At that point he remembers that learned women are usually tedious, that they are exacting, strict, and unyielding. And, on the other hand, how easy it is to get on with silly Ladochka, who never pokes her nose into anything, does not understand so much, and never obtrudes her criticism. There is peace and comfort with Ladochka, and no risk of being interfered with. Confound them, those clever and learned women. It's better and easier to live with simple ones, he thinks, as he takes a plate of chicken from Ladochka. He recollects that a civilized man sometimes feels a desire to talk and share his thoughts with a clever and well-educated woman. What of it, thinks Samov. If I want to talk of intellectual subjects, I'll go to Natalia Andreevna, or to Maria Frantsovna. It's very simple. But no, I shan't go. One can discuss intellectual subjects with men, he finally decides. Martyrs. Lizochka Kudrinsky, a young married lady who had many admirers, was suddenly taken ill, and so seriously that her husband did not go to his office. And a telegram was sent to her mama at Tver. This is how she told the story of her illness. I went to Lysno to Auntie's. I stayed there a week and then I went with all the rest to cousin Varya's. Varya's husband is a surly brute and a despot. I'd shoot a husband like that, but we had a very jolly time there. To begin with, I took part in some private theatricals. It was a scandal in a respectable family. Hrustilev acted marvelously. Between the acts I drank some cold, awfully cold, lemon squash, with the tiniest nip of brandy in it. Lemon squash with brandy in it is very much like champagne. I drank it and I felt nothing. Next day after the performance I rode out on horseback with that Adolf Ivanitch. It was rather damp and there was a strong wind. It was most likely then that I caught cold. 3 days later I came home to see how my dear, good Vasya was getting on, and while here to get my silk dress, the one that has little flowers on it. Vasya, of course, I did not find at home. I went into the kitchen to tell Praskovia to set the samovar, and there I saw on the table some pretty little carrots and turnips like playthings. I ate one little carrot and well, a turnip too. I ate very little, but only fancy. I began having a sharp pain at once, spasms, spasms, spasms. I am dying. Vasya runs from the office. Naturally he clutches at his hair and turns white. They run for the doctor. Do you understand? I am dying, dying. The spasms began at midday. Before 3 o'clock the doctor came, and at 6 Lizochka fell asleep and slept soundly till 2 o'clock in the morning. It strikes 2. The light of the little night lamp filters scantily through the pale blue shade. Lizochka is lying in bed, her white lace cap stands out sharply against the dark background of the red cushion. Shadows from the blue lampshade lie in patterns on her pale face and her round plump shoulders. Vasily Stepanovich is sitting at her feet. The poor fellow is happy that his wife is at home at last, and at the same time he is terribly alarmed by her illness. Well, how do you feel, Lizochka? He asks in a whisper, noticing that she is awake. I am better, moans Lizochka. I don't feel the spasms now, but there is no sleeping. I can't get to sleep. Isn't it time to change the compress, my angel? Lizochka sits up slowly with the expression of a martyr and gracefully turns her head on one side. Vasily Stepanovich with reverent awe, scarcely touching her hot body with his fingers, changes the compress. Lizochka shrinks, laughs at the cold water which tickles her, and lies down again. You are getting no sleep, poor boy, she moans. As though I could sleep. It's my nerves, Vasya, I am a very nervous woman. The doctor has prescribed for stomach trouble, but I feel that he doesn't understand my illness. It's nerves and not the stomach, I swear that it is my nerves. There is only one thing I am afraid of, that my illness may take a bad turn. No, Lizochka, no, tomorrow you will be all right. Hardly likely. I am not afraid for myself. I don't care, indeed, I shall be glad to die, but I am sorry for you. You'll be a widower and left all alone. Vasichka rarely enjoys his wife's society, and has long been used to solitude, but Lizochka's words agitate him. Goodness knows what you are saying, little woman. Why these gloomy thoughts? Well, you will cry and grieve, and then you will get used to it. You'll even get married again. The husband clutches his head. There, I won't. Lizochka soothes him, only you ought to be prepared for anything. And all of a sudden I shall die, she thinks, shutting her eyes. And Lizochka draws a mental picture of her own death, how her mother, her husband, her cousin Varya with her husband, her relations, the admirers of her talent press round her deathbed. As she whispers her last farewell, all are weeping. Then when she is dead they dress her, interestingly pale and dark-haired, in a pink dress, it suits her, and lay her in a very expensive coffin on gold legs, full of flowers. There is a smell of incense, the candles splutter. Her husband never leaves the coffin, while the admirers of her talent cannot take their eyes off her, and say, as though living, "She is lovely in her coffin." The whole town is talking of the life cut short so prematurely. But now they are carrying her to the church. The bearers are Ivan Petrovitch, Adolf Ivanitch, Varia's husband, Nikolai Semyonitch, and the black-eyed student who had taught her to drink lemon squash with brandy. It's only a pity there's no music playing. After the burial service comes the leave-taking. The church is full of sobs, they bring the lid with tassels, and Lizochka is shut off from the light of day forever. There is the sound of hammering nails. Knock, knock, knock. Lizochka shudders and opens her eyes. "Vasya, are you here?" she asks. "I have such gloomy thoughts. Goodness, why am I so unlucky as not to sleep? Vasya, have pity, do tell me something." "What shall I tell you?" "Something about love," Lizochka says languidly. "Or some anecdote about Jews." Vasily Stepanovich, ready for anything if only his wife will be cheerful and not talk about death, combs locks of hair over his ears, makes an absurd face, and goes up to Lizochka. "Does your vatch want mending?" he asks. It does," giggles Lizochka, and hands him her gold watch from the little table. "Mend it." Vasya takes the watch, examines the mechanism for a long time, and wriggling and shrugging, says, "She cannot be mended, in von Veal 2 cogs are vanting." This is the whole performance. Lizochka laughs and claps her hands. "Capital," she exclaims. "Wonderful. Do you know, Vasya, it's awfully stupid of you not to take part in amateur theatricals. You have a remarkable talent. You are much better than Sisanov. There was an amateur called Sisanov who played with us in It's My Birthday. A first-class comic talent, only fancy, a nose as thick as a parsnip, green eyes, and he walks like a crane." We all roared, "Stay, I will show you how he walks." Lizochka springs out of bed and begins pacing about the floor, barefooted and without her cap. "A very good day to you," she says in a bass, imitating a man's voice. "Anything pretty? Anything new under the moon?" "Ha, ha, ha," she laughs. "Ha, ha, ha." Vasya seconds her. And the young pair, roaring with laughter, forgetting the illness, chase one another about the room. The race ends in Vasya's catching his wife by her nightgown and eagerly showering kisses upon her. After one particularly passionate embrace, Lizochka suddenly remembers that she is seriously ill. "What silliness," she says, making a serious face and covering herself with the quilt. "I suppose you have forgotten that I am ill." "Clever, I must say." "Sorry," falters her husband in confusion. "If my illness takes a bad turn it will be your fault." "Not kind. Not good." Lizochka closes her eyes and is silent. Her former languor and expression of martyrdom return again. There is a sound of gentle moans. Vasya changes the compress, and glad that his wife is at home and not gaddying off to her aunt's, sits meekly at her feet. He does not sleep all night. At 10 o'clock the doctor comes. "Well, how are we feeling?" he asks as he takes her pulse. "Have you slept?" "Badly," Lizochka's husband answers for her, "very badly." The doctor walks away to the window and stares at a passing chimney sweep. "Doctor, may I have coffee today?" asks Lizochka. "You may." "And may I get up?" "You might, perhaps, but you had better lie in bed another day." She is awfully depressed, Vasya whispers in his ear, such gloomy thoughts, such pessimism. I am dreadfully uneasy about her. The doctor sits down to the little table, and rubbing his forehead, prescribes bromide of potassium for Lizachka, then makes his bow, and promising to look in again in the evening, departs. Vasya does not go to the office, but sits all day at his wife's feet. At midday the admirers of her talent arrive in a crowd. They are agitated and alarmed, they bring masses of flowers and French novels. Lizachka, in a snow-white cap and a light dressing jacket, lies in bed with an enigmatic look, as though she did not believe in her own recovery. The admirers of her talent see her husband, but readily forgive his presence. They and he are united by one calamity at that bedside. At 6 o'clock in the evening Lizachka falls asleep, and again sleeps till 2 o'clock in the morning. Vasya as before sits at her feet, struggles with drowsiness, changes her compress, plays at being a Jew, and in the morning after a second night of suffering. Liza is prinking before the looking-glass and putting on her hat. "Wherever are you going, my dear?" asks Vasya, with an imploring look at her. "What?" says Lizachka in wonder, assuming a scared expression. "Don't you know that there is a rehearsal today at Marya Lvovna's?" After escorting her there, Vasya, having nothing to do to while away his boredom, takes his portfolio and goes to the office. His head aches so violently from his sleepless nights that his left eye shuts of itself and refuses to open. "What's the matter with you, my good sir?" his chief asks him. "What is it?" Vasya waves his hand and sits down. "Don't ask me, Your Excellency," he says with a sigh. "What I have suffered in these 2 days, what I have suffered. Liza has been ill." "Good heavens," cried his chief in alarm. "Lizaveta Pavlovna, what is wrong with her?" Vasily Stepanovich merely throws up his hands and raises his eyes to the ceiling, as though he would say, "It's the will of Providence." "Ah, my boy, I can sympathize with you with all my heart," sighs his chief, rolling his eyes. "I've lost my wife, my dear, I understand. That is a loss, it is a loss. It's awful, awful. I hope Lizaveta Pavlovna is better now. What doctor is attending her?" "Von Sturck." "Von Sturck. But you would have been better to have called in Magnus or Samandritsky. But how very pale your face is. You are ill yourself. This is awful." "Yes, Your Excellency, I haven't slept. What I have suffered, what I have been through. And yet you came. Why you came I can't understand. One can't force oneself like that. One mustn't do oneself harm like that. Go home and stay there till you are well again. Go home, I command you. Zeal is a very fine thing in a young official, but you mustn't forget, as the Romans used to say, mens sana in corpore sano, that is, a healthy brain in a healthy body." Vasya agrees, puts his papers back in his portfolio, and, taking leave of his chief, goes home to bed. The first-class passenger. A first-class passenger who had just dined at the station and drunk a little too much lay down on the velvet-covered seat, stretched himself out luxuriously, and sank into a doze. After a nap of no more than 5 minutes, he looked with oily eyes at his vis-a-vis, gave a smirk, and said, "My father of blessed memory used to like to have his heels tickled by peasant women after dinner. I am just like him, with this difference, that after dinner I always like my tongue and my brains gently stimulated. Sinful man as I am, I like empty talk on a full stomach. Will you allow me to have a chat with you?" "I shall be delighted," answered the vis-a-vis. "After a good dinner the most trifling subject is sufficient to arouse devilishly great thoughts in my brain. For instance, we saw just now near the refreshment bar 2 young men, and you heard one congratulate the other on being celebrated. 'I congratulate you,' he said. 'You are already a celebrity and are beginning to win fame.' Evidently actors or journalists of microscopic dimensions. But they are not the point. The question that is occupying my mind at the moment, sir, is exactly what is to be understood by the word fame or charity. What do you think? Pushkin called fame a bright patch on a ragged garment. We all understand it as Pushkin does, that is, more or less subjectively, but no one has yet given a clear, logical definition of the word. I would give a good deal for such a definition. Why do you feel such a need for it? You see, if we knew what fame is, the means of attaining it might also perhaps be known to us, said the first-class passenger, after a moment's thought. I must tell you, sir, that when I was younger I strove after celebrity with every fiber of my being. To be popular was my craze, so to speak. For the sake of it I studied, worked, sat up at night, neglected my meals. And I fancy, as far as I can judge without partiality, I had all the natural gifts for attaining it. To begin with, I am an engineer by profession. In the course of my life I have built in Russia some 24 magnificent bridges, I have laid aqueducts for 3 towns. I have worked in Russia, in England, in Belgium. Secondly, I am the author of several special treatises in my own line. And thirdly, my dear sir, I have from a boy had a weakness for chemistry. Studying that science in my leisure hours, I discovered methods of obtaining certain organic acids, so that you will find my name in all the foreign manuals of chemistry. I have always been in the service, I have risen to the grade of actual civil councillor, and I have an unblemished record. I will not fatigue your attention by enumerating my works and my merits, I will only say that I have done far more than some celebrities. And yet here I am in my old age, I am getting ready for my coffin, so to say, and I am as celebrated as that black dog yonder running on the embankment. How can you tell? Perhaps you are celebrated. Well, we will test it at once. Tell me, have you ever heard the name Krikhanov? The vis-a-vis raised his eyes to the ceiling, thought a minute, and laughed. No, I haven't heard it, he said. That is my surname. You, a man of education, getting on in years, have never heard of me, a convincing proof. It is evident that in my efforts to gain fame I have not done the right thing at all, I did not know the right way to set to work, and, trying to catch fame by the tail, got on the wrong side of her. What is the right way to set to work? Well, the devil only knows. Talent, you say? Genius? Originality? Not a bit of it, sir. People have lived and made a career side by side with me who were worthless, trivial, and even contemptible compared with me. They did not do 1/10 of the work I did not put themselves out, were not distinguished for their talents, and did not make an effort to be celebrated, but just look at them. Their names are continually in the newspapers and on men's lips. If you are not tired of listening I will illustrate it by an example. Some years ago I built a bridge in the town of K. I must tell you that the dullness of that scurvy little town was terrible. If it had not been for women and cards I believe I should have gone out of my mind. Well, it's an old story, I was so bored that I got into an affair with a singer. Everyone was enthusiastic about her, the devil only knows why, to my thinking she was, what shall I say? An ordinary, commonplace creature, like lots of others. The hussy was empty-headed, ill-tempered, greedy, and what's more, she was a fool. She ate and drank a vast amount, slept till 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and I fancy did nothing else. She was looked upon as a cocotte, and that was indeed her profession. But when people wanted to refer to her in a literary fashion, they called her an actress and a singer. I used to be devoted to the theatre, and therefore this fraudulent pretense of being an actress made me furiously indignant. My young lady had not the slightest right to call herself an actress or a singer. She was a creature entirely devoid of talent, devoid of feeling, a pitiful creature one may say. As far as I can judge she sang disgustingly. The whole charm of her art lay in her kicking up her legs on every suitable occasion, and not being embarrassed when people walked into her dressing room. She usually selected translated vaudevilles, with singing in them, and opportunities for disporting herself in male attire, in tights. In fact it was, oof. Well, I ask your attention. As I remember now, a public ceremony took place to celebrate the opening of the newly constructed bridge. There was a religious service, there were speeches, telegrams, and so on. I hung about my cherished creation, you know, all the while afraid that my heart would burst with the excitement of an author. It's an old story and there's no need for false modesty, and so I will tell you that my bridge was a magnificent work. It was not a bridge but a picture, a perfect delight. And who would not have been excited when the whole town came to the opening? Oh, I thought, now the eyes of all the public will be on me. Where shall I hide myself? Well, I need not have worried myself, sir, alas. Except the official personages, no one took the slightest notice of me. They stood in a crowd on the riverbank, gazed like sheep at the bridge, and did not concern themselves to know who had built it. And it was from that time, by the way, that I began to hate our estimable public, damnation take them. Well, to continue. All at once the public became agitated. A whisper ran through the crowd, a smile came on their faces, their shoulders began to move. They must have seen me, I thought. A likely idea. I looked, and my singer, with a train of young scamps, was making her way through the crowd. The eyes of the crowd were hurriedly following this procession. A whisper began in 1,000 voices, that's so-and-so. Charming. Bewitching. Then it was they noticed me. A couple of young milksops, local amateurs of the scenic art, I presume, looked at me, exchanged glances, and whispered, that's her lover. How do you like that? And an unprepossessing individual in a top hat, with a chin that badly needed shaving, hung round me, shifting from one foot to the other. Then turned to me with the words. Do you know who that lady is, walking on the other bank? That's so-and-so. Her voice is beneath all criticism, but she has a most perfect mastery of it. Can you tell me, I asked the unprepossessing individual, who built this bridge? I really don't know, answered the individual, some engineer, I expect. And who built the cathedral in your town? I asked again. I really can't tell you. Then I asked him who was considered the best teacher in K, who the best architect, and to all my questions the unprepossessing individual answered that he did not know. And tell me, please, I asked in conclusion, with whom is that singer living? With some engineer called Krikhanov. Well, how do you like that, sir? But to proceed. There are no minzingers or bards nowadays, and celebrity is created almost exclusively by the newspapers. The day after the dedication of the bridge, I greedily snatched up the local messenger, and looked for myself in it. I spent a long time running my eyes over all the 4 pages, and at last there it was, hurrah! I began reading, yesterday in beautiful weather, before a vast concourse of people, in the presence of His Excellency the Governor of the province, so-and-so, and other dignitaries. The ceremony of the dedication of the newly constructed bridge took place, and so on. Towards the end, our talented actress so-and-so, the favorite of the K public, was present at the dedication looking very beautiful. I need not say that her arrival created a sensation. The star was wearing, and so on. They might have given me one word. Half a word. Petty as it seems, I actually cried with vexation. I consoled myself with the reflection that the provinces are stupid, and one could expect nothing of them, and for celebrity one must go to the intellectual centers, to Petersburg and to Moscow. And as it happened, at that very time there was a work of mine in Petersburg which I had sent in for a competition. The date on which the result was to be declared was at hand. I took leave of K, and went to Petersburg. It is a long journey from K to Petersburg, and that I might not be bored on the journey I took a reserved compartment and, well, of course, I took my singer. We set off, and all the way we were eating, drinking champagne, and tra-la-la. But behold, at last we reached the intellectual center. I arrived on the very day the result was declared, and had the satisfaction, my dear sir, of celebrating my own success. My work received the first prize. Hurrah! Next day I went out along the Nevsky and spent 70 kopecks on various newspapers. I hastened to my hotel room, lay down on the sofa, and, controlling a quiver of excitement, made haste to read. I ran through one newspaper, nothing. I ran through a second, nothing either, my God. At last, in the fourth, I lighted upon the following paragraph. Yesterday the well-known provincial actress so-and-so arrived by express in Petersburg. We note with pleasure that the climate of the South has had a beneficial effect on our fair friend, her charming stage appearance, and I don't remember the rest. Much lower down than that paragraph I found, printed in the smallest type, first prize in the competition was adjudged to an engineer called so-and-so. That was all. And to make things better, they even misspelt my name. Instead of Krikhinov it was Kirkitlov. So much for your intellectual center. But that was not all. By the time I left Petersburg, a month later, all the newspapers were vying with one another in discussing our incomparable, divine, highly talented actress, and my mistress was referred to. Not by her surname, but by her Christian name and her father's. Some years later I was in Moscow. I was summoned there by a letter, in the mayor's own handwriting, to undertake a work for which Moscow, in its newspapers, had been clamoring for over 100 years. In the intervals of my work I delivered 5 public lectures, with a philanthropic object, in one of the museums there. One would have thought that was enough to make one known to the whole town for 3 days at least, wouldn't one? But, alas! Not a single Moscow gazette said a word about me. There was something about houses on fire, about an operetta, sleeping town councillors, drunken shopkeepers, about everything, but about my work, my plans, my lectures, Mom. And a nice set they are in Moscow. I got into a tram. It was packed full, there were ladies and military men and students of both sexes, creatures of all sorts in couples. I am told the town council has sent for an engineer to plan such and such a work. I said to my neighbor, so loudly that all the tram could hear. Do you know the name of the engineer? My neighbor shook his head. The rest of the public took a cursory glance at me, and in all their eyes I read, I don't know. I am told that there is someone giving lectures in such and such a museum. I persisted, trying to get up a conversation. I hear it is interesting. No one even nodded. Evidently they had not all of them heard of the lectures, and the ladies were not even aware of the existence of the museum. All that would not have mattered, but imagine, my dear sir, the people suddenly leaped to their feet and struggled to the windows. What was it? What was the matter? Look, look! My neighbor nudged me. Do you see that dark man getting into that cab? That's the famous runner, King. And the whole tram began talking breathlessly of the runner who was then absorbing the brains of Moscow. I could give you ever so many other examples, but I think that is enough. Now let us assume that I am mistaken about myself, that I am a wretchedly boastful and incompetent person. But apart from myself I might point to many of my contemporaries, men remarkable for their talent and industry, who have nevertheless died unrecognized. Our Russian navigators, chemists, physicists, mechanicians, and agriculturists popular with the public? Do our cultivated masses know anything of Russian artists, sculptors, and literary men? Some old literary hack, hardworking and talented, will wear away the doorstep of the publishers' offices for 33 years, cover reams of paper, be had up for libel 20 times. And yet not step beyond his ant heap. Can you mention to me a single representative of our literature who would have become celebrated if the rumor had not been spread over the earth that he had been killed in a duel? Gone out of his mind, been sent into exile, or had cheated at cards? The first-class passenger was so excited that he dropped his cigar out of his mouth and got up. Yes, he went on fiercely, and side by side with these people I can quote you hundreds of all sorts of singers, acrobats, buffoons, whose names are known to every baby. Yes. The door creaked, there was a draft, and an individual of forbidding aspect, wearing an Inverness coat, a top hat, and blue spectacles, walked into the carriage. The individual looked round at the seats, frowned, and went on further. Do you know who that is, there came a timid whisper from the furthest corner of the compartment. That is N.N. The famous Tula card sharper who was had up in connection with the Bank affair. There you are, laughed the first-class passenger. He knows a Tula card sharper, but ask him whether he knows Semiradsky, Tchaikovsky, or Solovyov the philosopher, he'll shake his head. It's swinish. 3 minutes passed in silence. Allow me in my turn to ask you a question, said the vis-a-vis timidly, clearing his throat. Do you know the name of Pushkov? Pushkov? Pushkov. No, I don't know it. That is my name, said the vis-a-vis, overcome with embarrassment. Then you don't know it? And yet I have been a professor at one of the Russian universities for 35 years, a member of the Academy of Sciences, have published more than one work. The first-class passenger and the vis-a-vis looked at each other and burst out laughing. Talent. An artist called Yegor Savich, who was spending his summer holidays at the house of an officer's widow, was sitting on his bed, given up to the depression of morning. It was beginning to look like autumn out of doors. Heavy, clumsy clouds covered the sky in thick layers. There was a cold, piercing wind, and with a plaintive wail the trees were all bending on one side. He could see the yellow leaves whirling round in the air and on the earth. Farewell, summer. This melancholy of nature is beautiful and poetical in its own way, when it is looked at with the eyes of an artist, but Yegor Savich was in no humor to see beauty. He was devoured by ennui and his only consolation was the thought that by tomorrow he would not be there. The bed, the chairs, the tables, the floor, were all heaped up with cushions, crumpled bedclothes, boxes. The floor had not been swept, the cotton curtains had been taken down from the windows. Next day he was moving, to town. His landlady, the widow, was out. She had gone off somewhere to hire horses and carts to move next day to town. Profiting by the absence of her severe mamma, her daughter Katya, aged 20, had for a long time been sitting in the young man's room. Next day the painter was going away, and she had a great deal to say to him. She kept talking, and yet she felt that she had not said a tenth of what she wanted to say. With her eyes full of tears, she gazed at his shaggy head, gazed at it with rapture and sadness. And Yegor Savich was shaggy to a hideous extent, so that he looked like a wild animal. His hair hung down to his shoulder blades, his beard grew from his neck, from his nostrils, from his ears, his eyes were lost under his thick overhanging brows. It was all so thick, so matted, that if a fly or a beetle had been caught in his hair, it would never have found its way out of this enchanted thicket. Yegor Savich listened to Katya, yawning. He was tired. When Katya began whimpering, he looked severely at her from his overhanging eyebrows, frowned, and said in a heavy, deep bass, "I cannot marry." "Why not?" Katya asked softly. "Because for a painter, and in fact any man who lives for art, marriage is out of the question. An artist must be free." "But in what way should I hinder you, Yegor Savich?" "I am not speaking of myself, I am speaking in general. Famous authors and painters have never married. And you, too, will be famous, I understand that perfectly. But put yourself in my place. I am afraid of my mother. She is stern and irritable. When she knows that you won't marry me, and that it's all nothing, she'll begin to give it to me. Oh, how wretched I am. And you haven't paid for your rooms, either. Damn her. I'll pay." Yegor Savich got up and began walking to and fro. "I ought to be abroad," he said. And the artist told her that nothing was easier than to go abroad. One need do nothing but paint a picture and sell it. "Of course." Katya assented. "Why haven't you painted one in the summer?" "Do you suppose I can work in a barn like this?" the artist said ill-humoredly. "And where should I get models?" Someone banged the door viciously in the story below. Katya, who was expecting her mother's return from minute to minute, jumped up and ran away. The artist was left alone. For a long time he walked to and fro, threading his way between the chairs and the piles of untidy objects of all sorts. He heard the widow rattling the crockery and loudly abusing the peasants who had asked her 2 rubles for each cart. In his disgust Yegor Savvitch stopped before the cupboard and stared for a long while, frowning at the decanter of vodka. "Ah, blast you," he heard the widow railing at Katya. "Damnation take you." The artist drank a glass of vodka, and the dark cloud in his soul gradually disappeared, and he felt as though all his inside was smiling within him. He began dreaming. His fancy pictured how he would become great. He could not imagine his future works, but he could see distinctly how the papers would talk of him, how the shops would sell his photographs, with what envy his friends would look after him. He tried to picture himself in a magnificent drawing room surrounded by pretty and adoring women, but the picture was misty, vague, as he had never in his life seen a drawing room. The pretty and adoring women were not a success either, for, except Katya, he knew no adoring woman, not even one respectable girl. People who know nothing about life usually picture life from books, but Yegor Savvitch knew no books either. He had tried to read Gogol, but had fallen asleep on the 2nd page. "It won't burn, drat the thing," the widow bawled down below, as she set the samovar. "Katya, give me some charcoal." The dreamy artist felt a longing to share his hopes and dreams with someone. He went downstairs into the kitchen, where the stout widow and Katya were busy about a dirty stove in the midst of charcoal fumes from the samovar. There he sat down on a bench close to a big pot and began. "It's a fine thing to be an artist. I can go just where I like, do what I like. One has not to work in an office or in the fields. I've no superiors or officers over me. I'm my own superior. And with all that I'm doing good to humanity." And after dinner he composed himself for a rest. He usually slept till the twilight of evening. But this time soon after dinner he felt that someone was pulling at his leg. Someone kept laughing and shouting his name. He opened his eyes and saw his friend Ukleikin, the landscape painter, who had been away all the summer in the Kostroma district. "Bah!" he cried, delighted. "What do I see?" There followed handshakes, questions. "Well, have you brought anything? I suppose you've knocked off hundreds of sketches," said Yegor Savvitch, watching Ukleikin taking his belongings out of his trunk. Yes. I have done something." "And how are you getting on? Have you been painting anything?" Yegor Savvitch dived behind the bed, and crimson in the face, extracted a canvas in a frame covered with dust and spider webs. "See here. A girl at the window after parting from her betrothed. In 3 sittings. Not nearly finished yet." The picture represented Katya faintly outlined sitting at an open window, from which could be seen a garden and lilac distance. Ukleikin did not like the picture. "There is air and there is expression," he said. "There's a feeling of distance, but that bush is screaming horribly." The decanter was brought on to the scene. Towards evening Kostiliev, also a promising beginner, an historical painter, came in to see Yegor Savvitch. He was a friend staying at the next villa, and was a man of 35. He had long hair, and wore a blouse with a Shakespeare collar, and had a dignified manner. Seeing the vodka, he frowned, complained of his chest, but yielding to his friend's entreaties, drank a glass. "I've thought of a subject, my friends," he began, getting drunk. "I want to paint some new Herod or Klepenchen, or some blackguard of that description, you understand, and to contrast with him the idea of Christianity. On the one side Rome, you understand, and on the other Christianity. I want to represent the spirit, you understand? The spirit." And the widow downstairs shouted continually. "Katya, give me the cucumbers. Go to Sidorov's and get some kvass, you jade." Like wolves in a cage, the 3 friends kept pacing to and fro from one end of the room to the other. They talked without ceasing, talked, hotly and genuinely. All three were excited, carried away. To listen to them it would seem they had the future, fame, money, in their hands. And it never occurred to either of them that time was passing, that everyday life was nearing its close, that they had lived at other people's expense a great deal and nothing yet was accomplished. That they were all bound by the inexorable law by which of 100 promising beginners only 2 or 3 rise to any position and all the others draw blanks in the lottery. Perish playing the part of flesh for the cannon. They were gay and happy, and looked the future boldly in the face. At 1 o'clock in the morning Kostyliev said goodbye, and smoothing out his Shakespeare collar, went home. The landscape painter remained to sleep at Yegor Savvich's. Before going to bed, Yegor Savvich took a candle and made his way into the kitchen to get a drink of water. In the dark, narrow passage Katya was sitting, on a box, and, with her hands clasped on her knees, was looking upwards. A blissful smile was straying on her pale, exhausted face, and her eyes were beaming. "Is that you? What are you thinking about?" Yegor Savvich asked her. "I am thinking of how you'll be famous," she said in a half-whisper. "I keep fancying how you'll become a famous man. I overheard all your talk. I keep dreaming and dreaming." Katya went off into a happy laugh, cried, and laid her hands reverently on her idol's shoulders. The dependents. Mikhail Petrovich Zatov, a decrepit and solitary old man of 70, belonging to the artisan class, was awakened by the cold and the aching in his old limbs. It was dark in his room, but the little lamp before the icon was no longer burning. Zatov raised the curtain and looked out of the window. The clouds that shrouded the sky were beginning to show white here and there, and the air was becoming transparent, so it must have been nearly 5, not more. Zatov cleared his throat, coughed, and shrinking from the cold, got out of bed. In accordance with years of habit, he stood for a long time before the icon, saying his prayers. He repeated Our Father, Hail Mary, the Creed, and mentioned a long string of names. To whom those names belonged he had forgotten years ago, and he only repeated them from habit. From habit, too, he swept his room and entry, and set his fat little 4-legged copper samovar. If Zatov had not had these habits he would not have known how to occupy his old age. The little samovar slowly began to get hot, and all at once, unexpectedly, broke into a tremulous bass hum. "Oh, you've started humming," grumbled Zatov. "Hum away then, and bad luck to you." At that point the old man appropriately recalled that, in the preceding night, he had dreamed of a stove, and to dream of a stove is a sign of sorrow. Dreams and omens were the only things left that could rouse him to reflection. And on this occasion he plunged with a special zest into the considerations of the questions, what the samovar was humming for, and what sorrow was foretold by the stove. The dream seemed to come true from the first. Zatov rinsed out his teapot and was about to make his tea, when he found there was not 1 teaspoonful left in the box. What an existence! He grumbled, rolling crumbs of black bread round in his mouth. It's a dog's life. No tea. And it isn't as though I were a simple peasant, I'm an artisan and a house owner. The disgrace. Grumbling and talking to himself, Zatov put on his overcoat, which was like a crinoline, and, thrusting his feet into huge clumsy galosh boots, made in the year 1867 by a bootmaker called Prohorich, went out into the yard. The air was grey, cold, and sullenly still. The big yard, full of tufts of burdock and strewn with yellow leaves, was faintly silvered with autumn frost. Not a breath of wind nor a sound. The old man sat down on the steps of his slanting porch, and at once there happened what happened regularly every morning. His dog Liska, a big, mangy, decrepit-looking, white-yard dog, with black patches, came up to him with its right eye shut. Liska came up timidly, wriggling in a frightened way, as though her paws were not touching the earth but a hot stove, and the whole of her wretched figure was expressive of abjectness. Zatov pretended not to notice her, but when she faintly wagged her tail, and, wriggling as before, licked his galosh, he stamped his foot angrily. "Be off! The plague take you," he cried. "Confounded Bea East." Liska moved aside, sat down, and fixed her solitary eye upon her master. "You devils," he went on. "You are the last straw on my back, you Herods." And he looked with hatred at his shed with its crooked, overgrown roof. There from the door of the shed a big horse's head was looking out at him. Probably flattered by its master's attention, the head moved, pushed forward, and there emerged from the shed the whole horse, as decrepit as Liska, as timid and as crushed, with spindly legs, gray hair, a pinched stomach, and a bony spine. He came out of the shed and stood still, hesitating as though overcome with embarrassment. "Plague take you," Zatov went on. "Shall I ever see the last of you, you jailbird pharaohs? I wager you want your breakfast," he jeered, twisting his angry face into a contemptuous smile. "By all means, this minute. A priceless steed like you must have your fill of the best oats. Pray begin. This minute. And I have something to give to the magnificent, valuable dog. If a precious dog like you does not care for bread, you can have meat." Zatov grumbled for half an hour, growing more and more irritated. In the end, unable to control the anger that boiled up in him, he jumped up, stamped with his galoshes, and growled out to be heard all over the yard. "I am not obliged to feed you, you loafers. I am not some millionaire for you to eat me out of house and home. I have nothing to eat myself, you cursed carcasses, the cholera take you. I get no pleasure or profit out of you. Nothing but trouble and ruin, why don't you give up the ghost? Are you such personages that even death won't take you? You can live, damn you. But I don't want to feed you. I have had enough of you. I don't want to." Zatov grew wrathful and indignant, and the horse and the dog listened. Whether these two dependents understood that they were being reproached for living at his expense, I don't know, but their stomachs looked more pinched than ever. And their whole figures shriveled up, grew gloomier and more abject than before. Their submissive air exasperated Zatov more than ever. "Get away," he shouted, overcome by a sort of inspiration. "Out of my house. Don't let me set eyes on you again. I am not obliged to keep all sorts of rubbish in my yard. Get away." The old man moved with little hurried steps to the gate, opened it, and picking up a stick from the ground, began driving out his dependents. The horse shook its head, moved its shoulder blades, and limped to the gate. The dog followed him. Both of them went out into the street, and, after walking some 20 paces, stopped at the fence. "I'll give it you," Zatov threatened them. When he had driven out his dependents he felt calmer, and began sweeping the yard. From time to time he peeped out into the street. The horse and the dog were standing like posts by the fence, looking dejectedly towards the gate. "Try how you can do without me," muttered the old man, feeling as though a weight of anger were being lifted from his heart. "Let somebody else look after you now. I am stingy and ill-tempered. It's nasty living with me, so you try living with other people." "Yes." After enjoying the crushed expression of his dependents, and grumbling to his heart's content, Zatov went out of the yard, and, assuming a ferocious air, shouted. "Well? Why are you standing there? Whom are you waiting for? Standing right across the middle of the road and preventing the public from passing. Go into the yard." The horse and the dog with drooping heads and a guilty air turned towards the gate. Liska, probably feeling she did not deserve forgiveness, whined piteously. "Stay you can, but as for food, you'll get nothing from me. You may die, for all I care." Meanwhile the sun began to break through the morning mist, its slanting rays gilded over the autumn frost. There was a sound of steps and voices. Zatov put back the broom in its place, and went out of the yard to see his crony and neighbor, Mark Ivanitch, who kept a little general shop. On reaching his friend's shop, he sat down on a folding stool, sighed sedately, stroked his beard, and began about the weather. From the weather the friends passed to the new deacon, from the deacon to the choristers, and the conversation lengthened out. They did not notice as they talked how time was passing, and when the shop boy brought in a big teapot of boiling water, and the friends proceeded to drink tea, the time flew as quickly as a bird. Zotov got warm and felt more cheerful. "I have a favor to ask of you, Mark Ivanitch," he began, after the sixth glass, drumming on the counter with his fingers. "If you would just be so kind as to give me a gallon of oats again today." From behind the big tea chest behind which Mark Ivanitch was sitting came the sound of a deep sigh. "Do be so good," Zotov went on, "never mind tea, don't give it me today, but let me have some oats. I am ashamed to ask you, I have wearied you with my poverty, but the horse is hungry." "I can give it you," sighed the friend, "why not? But why the devil do you keep those carcasses? Tfu, tell me that, please. It would be all right if it were a useful horse, but, tfu. One is ashamed to look at it. And the dog's nothing but a skeleton. Why the devil do you keep them? What am I to do with them? You know. Take them to Ignat the slaughterer, that is all there is to do. They ought to have been there long ago. It's the proper place for them. To be sure, that is so. I dare say. You live like a beggar and keep animals," the friend went on. "I don't grudge the oats. God bless you. But as to the future, brother, I can't afford to give regularly every day. There is no end to your poverty. One gives, and one doesn't know when there will be an end to it all." The friend sighed and stroked his red face. "If you were dead that would settle it," he said. "You go on living, and you don't know what for." "Yes, indeed. But if it is not the Lord's will for you to die, you had better go somewhere into an almshouse or a refuge." "What for?" "I have relations. I have a great-niece." And Zotov began telling at great length of his great-niece Glasha, daughter of his niece Katerina, who lived somewhere on a farm. "She is bound to keep me," he said. "My house will be left to her, so let her keep me, I'll go to her. It's Glasha, you know. Katya's daughter, and Katya, you know, was my brother Pantely's stepdaughter. You understand? The house will come to her. Let her keep me. To be sure, rather than live, as you do, a beggar, should have gone to her long ago. I will go. As God's above, I will go. It's her duty." When an hour later the old friends were drinking a glass of vodka, Zotov stood in the middle of the shop and said with enthusiasm, "I have been meaning to go to her for a long time. I will go this very day. To be sure, rather than hanging about and dying of hunger, you ought to have gone to the farm long ago. I'll go at once. When I get there, I shall say, take my house, but keep me and treat me with respect. It's your duty. If you don't care to, then there is neither my house, nor my blessing for you. Goodbye, Ivanitch." Zotov drank another glass, and, inspired by the new idea, hurried home. The vodka had upset him and his head was reeling, but instead of lying down, he put all his clothes together in a bundle, said a prayer, took his stick, and went out. Muttering and tapping on the stones with his stick, he walked the whole length of the street without looking back, and found himself in the open country. It was 8 or 9 miles to the farm. He walked along the dry road, looked at the town herd lazily munching the yellow grass, and pondered on the abrupt change in his life which he had only just brought about so resolutely. He thought, too, about his dependents. When he went out of the house, he had not locked the gate, and so had left them free to go whither they would. He had not gone a mile into the country when he heard steps behind him. He looked round and angrily clasped his hands. The horse and Liska, with their heads drooping and their tails between their legs, were quietly walking after him. "Go back," he waved to them. They stopped, looked at one another, looked at him. He went on, they followed him. Then he stopped and began ruminating. It was impossible to go to his great-niece Glasha, whom he hardly knew, with these creatures. He did not want to go back and shut them up, and, indeed, he could not shut them up, because the gate was no use. To die of hunger in the shed, thought Zotov. Hadn't I really better take them to Ignat? Ignat's hut stood on the town pasture ground, 100 paces from the flagstaff. Though he had not quite made up his mind, and did not know what to do, he turned towards it. His head was giddy and there was a darkness before his eyes. He remembers little of what happened in the slaughterer's yard. He has a memory of a sickening, heavy smell of hides and the savory steam of the cabbage soup Ignat was sipping when he went in to him. As in a dream he saw Ignat, who made him wait 2 hours, slowly preparing something, changing his clothes, talking to some women about corrosive sublimate. He remembered the horse was put into a stand, after which there was the sound of 2 dull thuds, one of a blow on the skull, the other of the fall of a heavy body. When Liska, seeing the death of her friend, flew at Ignat, barking shrilly, there was the sound of a 3rd blow that cut short the bark abruptly. Further, Zotov remembers that in his drunken foolishness, seeing the 2 corpses, he went up to the stand, and put his own forehead ready for a blow. And all that day his eyes were dimmed by a haze, and he could not even see his own fingers. The Jeune Premier. Yevgeny Alexeyevich Podzarov, the Jeune Premier, a graceful, elegant young man with an oval face and little bags under his eyes, had come for the season to one of the southern towns of Russia, and tried at once to make the acquaintance of a few of the leading families of the place. Yes, Signor, he would often say, gracefully swinging his foot and displaying his red socks, an artist ought to act upon the masses, both directly and indirectly. The first aim is attained by his work on the stage, the second by an acquaintance with the local inhabitants. On my honor, parole d'honneur, I don't understand why it is we actors avoid making acquaintance with local families. Why is it? To say nothing of dinners, name-day parties, feasts, soirées fixes, to say nothing of these entertainments, think of the moral influence we may have on society. Is it not agreeable to feel one has dropped a spark in some thick skull? The types one meets. The women. Mon Dieu, what women! They turn one's head. One penetrates into some huge merchant's house, into the sacred retreats, and picks out some fresh and rosy little peach, it's heaven, parole d'honneur. In the southern town, among other estimable families he made the acquaintance of that of a manufacturer called Zybeev. Whenever he remembers that acquaintance now he frowns contemptuously, screws up his eyes, and nervously plays with his watch chain. One day, it was at a name-day party at Zybeev's, the actor was sitting in his new friend's drawing room and holding forth as usual. Around him, types were sitting in armchairs and on the sofa, listening affably. From the next room came feminine laughter and the sounds of evening tea. Crossing his legs, after each phrase sipping tea with rum in it, and trying to assume an expression of careless boredom, he talked of his stage triumphs. I am a provincial actor principally, he said, smiling condescendingly, but I have played in Petersburg and Moscow too. By the way, I will describe an incident which illustrates pretty well the state of mind of today. At my benefit in Moscow the young people brought me such a mass of laurel wreaths that I swear by all I hold sacred I did not know where to put them. Parole d'honneur. Later on, at a moment when funds were short, I took the laurel wreaths to the shop, and, guess what they weighed? 80 pounds altogether. Ha, ha. You can't think how useful the money was. Artists, indeed, are often hard up. Today I have hundreds, thousands, tomorrow nothing. Today I haven't a crust of bread, tomorrow I have oysters and anchovies, hang it all. The local inhabitants sipped their glasses decorously and listened. The well-pleased host, not knowing how to make enough of his cultured and interesting visitor, presented to him a distant relative who had just arrived, one Pavel Ignatievich Klimov. A bulky gentleman about 40, wearing a long frock coat and very full trousers. You ought to know each other, said Zybeev as he presented Klimov. He loves theaters, and at one time used to act himself. He has an estate in the Tula province. Podzarov and Klimov got into conversation. It appeared, to the great satisfaction of both, that the Tula landowner lived in the very town in which the Jeune Premier had acted for 2 seasons in succession. Inquiries followed about the town, about common acquaintances, and about the theatre. "Do you know, I like that town awfully," said the Jeune Premier, displaying his red socks. "What streets, what a charming park, and what society. Delightful society." "Yes, delightful society," the landowner assented. "A commercial town, but extremely cultured. For instance, the headmaster of the high school, the public prosecutor, the officers. The police captain, too, was not bad, a man, as the French say, enchanté, and the women, Allah, what women! Yes, the women, certainly. Perhaps I am partial. The fact is that in your town, I don't know why, I was devilishly lucky with the fair sex. I could write a dozen novels. To take this episode, for instance. I was staying in Yegoryevsky Street, in the very house where the treasury is. The red house without stucco? Yes, without stucco. Close by, as I remember now, lived a local beauty, Varenka. "Not Varvara Nikolaevna?" asked Klimov, and he beamed with satisfaction. "She really is a beauty, the most beautiful girl in the town. The most beautiful girl in the town. A classic profile, great black eyes, and hair to her waist. She saw me in Hamlet, she wrote me a letter à la Pushkin's Tatyana. I answered, as you may guess." Podzarov looked round, and having satisfied himself that there were no ladies in the room, rolled his eyes, smiled mournfully, and heaved a sigh. "I came home one evening after a performance," he whispered, "and there she was, sitting on my sofa. There followed tears, protestations of love, kisses. Oh, that was that was a divine night. Our romance lasted 2 months, but that night was never repeated. It was a night, parole d'honneur." "Excuse me, what's that?" muttered Klimov, turning crimson and gazing open-eyed at the actor. "I know Varvara Nikolaevna well, she's my niece." Podzarov was embarrassed, and he, too, opened his eyes wide. "How's this?" Klimov went on, throwing up his hands. "I know the girl, and I am surprised. I am very sorry this has come up," muttered the actor, getting up and rubbing something out of his left eye with his little finger. "Though, of course, you as her uncle." The other guests, who had hitherto been listening to the actor with pleasure and rewarding him with smiles, were embarrassed and dropped their eyes. "Please, do be so good, take your words back," said Klimov in extreme embarrassment. "I beg you to do so." "If, it offends you, certainly," answered the actor, with an undefined movement of his hand. "And confess you have told a falsehood." No, It was not a lie, but I greatly regret having spoken too freely. And, in fact, I don't understand your tone." Klimov walked up and down the room in silence, as though in uncertainty and hesitation. His fleshy face grew more and more crimson, and the veins in his neck swelled up. After walking up and down for about 2 minutes he went up to the actor and said in a tearful voice, "No, do be so good as to confess that you told a lie about Varenka. Have the goodness to do so." "It's queer," said the actor, with a strained smile, shrugging his shoulders and swinging his leg. "This is positively insulting. So you will not confess it? I don't understand. You will not? In that case, excuse me. I shall have to resort to unpleasant measures. Either, sir, I shall insult you at once on the spot, or, if you are an honorable man, you will kindly accept my challenge to a duel. We will fight." "Certainly," rapped out the Jeune Premier, with a contemptuous gesture. "Certainly." Extremely perturbed, the guests and the host, not knowing what to do, drew Klimov aside and began begging him not to get up a scandal. Astonished feminine countenances appeared in the doorway. The Jeune Premier turned round, said a few words, and with an air of being unable to remain in a house where he was insulted, took his cap and made off without saying goodbye. On his way home the Jeune Premier smiled contemptuously and shrugged his shoulders, but when he reached his hotel room and stretched himself on his sofa he felt exceedingly uneasy. The devil take him, he thought. A duel does not matter, he won't kill me, but the trouble is the other fellows will hear of it, and they know perfectly well it was a yarn. It's abominable. I shall be disgraced all over Russia. Podzarov thought a little, smoked, and to calm himself went out into the street. I ought to talk to this bully, ram into his stupid noddle that he is a blockhead and a fool, and that I am not in the least afraid of him. The Jeune Premier stopped before Zybev's house and looked at the windows. Lights were still burning behind the muslin curtains and figures were moving about. I'll wait for him, the actor decided. It was dark and cold. A hateful autumn rain was drizzling as though through a sieve. Podzarov leaned his elbow on a lamppost and abandoned himself to a feeling of uneasiness. He was wet through and exhausted. At 2 o'clock in the night the guests began coming out of Zybev's house. The landowner from Tula was the last to make his appearance. He heaved a sigh that could be heard by the whole street and scraped the pavement with his heavy overboots. "Excuse me," said the Jeune Premier, overtaking him. "1 minute." Klimov stopped. The actor gave a smile, hesitated, and began, stammering, I confess. I told a lie." "No, sir, you will please confess that publicly," said Klimov, and he turned crimson again. "I can't leave it like that. But you see I am apologizing. I beg you, don't you understand? I beg you because you will admit a duel will make talk, and I am in a position. My fellow actors, goodness knows what they may think." The Jeune Premier tried to appear unconcerned, to smile, to stand erect, but his body would not obey him, his voice trembled, his eyes blinked guiltily, and his head drooped. For a good while he went on muttering something. Klimov listened to him, thought a little, and heaved a sigh. "Well, so be it," he said. "May God forgive you. Only don't lie in future, young man. Nothing degrades a man like lying, yes, indeed. You are a young man, you have had a good education." The landowner from Tula, in a benignant, fatherly way, gave him a lecture, while the Jeune Premier listened and smiled meekly. When it was over he smirked, bowed, and with a guilty step and a crestfallen air set off for his hotel. As he went to bed half an hour later he felt that he was out of danger and was already in excellent spirits. Serene and satisfied that the misunderstanding had ended so satisfactorily, he wrapped himself in the bedclothes, soon fell asleep, and slept soundly till 10 o'clock next morning. In the dark, a fly of medium size made its way into the nose of the assistant procurator, Gadjin. It may have been impelled by curiosity, or have got there through frivolity or accident in the dark. Anyway, the nose resented the presence of a foreign body and gave the signal for a sneeze. Gadjin sneezed impressively and so shrilly and loudly that the bed shook and the springs creaked. Gadjin's wife, Maria Mihailovna, a full, plump, fair woman, started, too, and woke up. She gazed into the darkness, sighed, and turned over on the other side. 5 minutes afterwards she turned over again and shut her eyes more firmly, but she could not get to sleep again. After sighing and tossing from side to side for a time, she got up, crept over her husband, and putting on her slippers, went to the window. It was dark outside. She could see nothing but the outlines of the trees and the roof of the stables. There was a faint pallor in the east, but this pallor was beginning to be clouded over. There was perfect stillness in the air wrapped in slumber and darkness. Even the watchman, paid to disturb the stillness of night, was silent. Even the corncrake, the only wild creature of the feathered tribe that does not shun the proximity of summer visitors, was silent. The stillness was broken by Maria Mihailovna herself. Standing at the window and gazing into the yard, she suddenly uttered a cry. She fancied that from the flower garden with the gaunt, clipped poplar, a dark figure was creeping towards the house. For the first minute she thought it was a cow or a horse, then, rubbing her eyes, she distinguished clearly the outlines of a man. Then she fancied the dark figure approached the window of the kitchen and, standing still a moment, apparently undecided, put one foot on the window ledge and disappeared into the darkness of the window. A burglar flashed into her mind and a deathly pallor overspread her face. And in one instant her imagination had drawn the picture so dreaded by lady visitors in country places: a burglar creeps into the kitchen. From the kitchen into the dining room, the silver in the cupboard, next into the bedroom, an axe, the face of a brigand, jewelry. Her knees gave way under her and a shiver ran down her back. "Vasya," she said, shaking her husband, "Vasily. Vasily Prokofitch. Ah! Mercy on us, he might be dead. Wake up, Vasily, I beseech you." "WL," grunted the assistant procurator, with a deep inward breath and a munching sound. "For God's sake, wake up. A burglar has got into the kitchen. I was standing at the window looking out and someone got in at the window. He will get into the dining room next, the spoons are in the cupboard. Vasily. They broke into Mavra Yegorovna's last year. What's the matter? Heavens! He does not understand. Do listen, you stupid. I tell you I've just seen a man getting in at the kitchen window. Pelagia will be frightened and the silver is in the cupboard. Stuff and nonsense. Vasily, this is unbearable. I tell you of a real danger and you sleep and grunt. What would you have? Would you have us robbed and murdered?" The assistant procurator slowly got up and sat on the bed, filling the air with loud yawns. "Goodness knows what creatures women are," he muttered. "Can't leave one in peace even at night. To wake a man for such nonsense. But, Vasily, I swear I saw a man getting in at the window." "Well, what of it? Let him get in. That's pretty sure to be Pelagia's sweetheart, the fireman." "What? What did you say?" "I say it's Pelagia's fireman come to see her." "Worse than ever," shrieked Maria Mihailovna. "That's worse than a burglar. I won't put up with cynicism in my house. Hoity-toity. We are virtuous. Won't put up with cynicism? As though it were cynicism. What's the use of firing off those foreign words? My dear girl, it's a thing that has happened ever since the world began, sanctified by tradition. What's a fireman for if not to make love to the cook? No, Vasily. It seems you don't know me. I cannot face the idea of such a, in my house. You must go this minute into the kitchen and tell him to go away. This very minute. And tomorrow I'll tell Pelagia that she must not dare to demean herself by such proceedings. When I am dead you may allow immorality in your house, but you shan't do it now. Please go." "Damn it," grumbled Gadjin, annoyed. "Consider with your microscopic female brain, what am I to go for? Vasily, I shall faint." Gadjin cursed, put on his slippers, cursed again, and set off to the kitchen. It was as dark as the inside of a barrel, and the assistant procurator had to feel his way. He groped his way to the door of the nursery and waked the nurse. "Vasilissa," he said, "you took my dressing gown to brush last night, where is it?" "I gave it to Pelagia to brush, sir." "What carelessness! You take it away and don't put it back, now I've to go without a dressing gown." On reaching the kitchen, he made his way to the corner in which on a box under a shelf of saucepans the cook slept. "Pelagia," he said, feeling her shoulder and giving it a shake, "Pelagia. Why are you pretending? You are not asleep. Who was it got in at your window just now?" Good morning." "Got in at the window? Who could get in?" "Oh come, it's no use you're trying to keep it up. You'd better tell your scamp to clear out while he can. Do you hear?" He's no business to be here. Are you out of your senses, sir, bless you? Do you think I'd be such a fool? Here one's running about all day long, never a minute to sit down, and then spoken to like this at night. 4 rubles a month, and to find my own tea and sugar, and this is all the credit I get for it. I used to live in a tradesman's house, and never met with such insult there. Come, come, no need to go over your grievances. This very minute your grenadier must turn out. Do you understand? You ought to be ashamed, sir, said Pelagia, and he could hear the tears in her voice. Gentlefolks, educated, and yet not a notion that with our hard lot, in our life of toil, she burst into tears. It's easy to insult us. There's no one to stand up for us. Come, come. I don't mind. Your mistress sent me. You may let a devil in at the window for all I care. There was nothing left for the assistant procurator but to acknowledge himself in the wrong and go back to his spouse. I say, Pelagia, he said, you had my dressing gown to brush. Where is it? Oh, I am so sorry, sir, I forgot to put it on your chair. It's hanging on a peg near the stove. Gadjin felt for the dressing gown by the stove, put it on, and went quietly back to his room. When her husband went out, Maria Mihailovna got into bed and waited. For the first 3 minutes her mind was at rest, but after that she began to feel uneasy. What a long time he's gone, she thought. It's all right if he is there, that immoral man, but if it's a burglar? And again her imagination drew a picture of her husband going into the dark kitchen, a blow with an axe, dying without uttering a single sound, a pool of blood. 5 minutes passed, 5.5, at last 6. A cold sweat came out on her forehead. Basile, she shrieked, Basile. What are you shouting for? I am here. She heard her husband's voice and steps. Are you being murdered? The assistant procurator went up to the bedstead and sat down on the edge of it. There's nobody there at all, he said. It was your fancy, you queer creature. You can sleep easy, your fool of a Pelagia is as virtuous as her mistress. What a coward you are. What a... And the deputy procurator began teasing his wife. He was wide awake now and did not want to go to sleep again. You are a coward, he laughed. You'd better go to the doctor tomorrow and tell him about your hallucinations. You are a neurotic. What a smell of tar, said his wife, tar or something, onion, cabbage soup. Why yes. There is a smell. I am not sleepy. I say, I'll light the candle. Where are the matches? And, by the way, I'll show you the photograph of the procurator of the Palace of Justice. He gave us all a photograph when he said goodbye to us yesterday, with his autograph. Gadjin struck a match against the wall and lighted a candle. But before he had moved a step from the bed to fetch the photographs he heard behind him a piercing, heartrending shriek. Looking round, he saw his wife's large eyes fastened upon him, full of amazement, horror, and wrath. You took your dressing gown off in the kitchen, she said, turning pale. Why? Look at yourself. The deputy procurator looked down at himself, and gasped. Flung over his shoulders was not his dressing gown, but the fireman's overcoat. How had it come on his shoulders? While he was settling that question, his wife's imagination was drawing another picture, awful and impossible, darkness, stillness, whispering, and so on, and so on. A trivial incident. It was a sunny August midday as, in company with a Russian prince who had come down in the world, I drove into the immense so-called Shabelsky pine forest where we were intending to look for woodcocks. In virtue of the part he plays in this story, my poor prince deserves a detailed description. He was a tall, dark man, still youngish, though already somewhat battered by life. With long mustaches like a police captain's, with prominent black eyes, and with the manners of a retired army man. He was a man of Oriental type, not very intelligent, but straightforward and honest, not a bully, not a fop, and not a rake, virtues which, in the eyes of the general public, are equivalent to a certificate of being a nonentity and a poor creature. People generally did not like him. He was never spoken of in the district, except as the illustrious duffer. I personally found the poor prince extremely nice with his misfortunes and failures, which made up indeed his whole life. First of all, he was poor. He did not play cards, did not drink, had no occupation, did not poke his nose into anything, and maintained a perpetual silence, but yet he had somehow succeeded in getting through 30 to 40,000 rubles left him at his father's death. God only knows what had become of the money. All that I can say is that owing to lack of supervision a great deal was stolen by stewards, bailiffs, and even footmen. A great deal went on lending money, giving bail, and standing security. There were few landowners in the district who did not owe him money. He gave to all who asked, and not so much from good nature or confidence in people as from exaggerated gentlemanliness, as though he would say, "Take it and feel how come foe I am." By the time I made his acquaintance he had got into debt himself, had learned what it was like to have a second mortgage on his land, and had sunk so deeply into difficulties that there was no chance of his ever getting out of them again. There were days when he had no dinner, and went about with an empty cigar holder, but he was always seen clean and fashionably dressed, and always smelt strongly of ylang ylang. The prince's second misfortune was his absolute solitariness. He was not married, he had no friends nor relations. His silent and reserved character and his comme-il-faut deportment, which became the more conspicuous the more anxious he was to conceal his poverty, prevented him from becoming intimate with people. For love affairs he was too heavy, spiritless, and cold, and so rarely got on with women. When we reached the forest this prince and I got out of the chaise and walked along a narrow woodland path which was hidden among huge ferns. But before we had gone 100 paces a tall, lank figure with a long oval face, wearing a shabby reefer jacket, a straw hat, and patent leather boots, rose up from behind a young fir tree some 3 feet high, as though he had sprung out of the ground. The stranger held in one hand a basket of mushrooms, with the other he playfully fingered a cheap watch chain on his waistcoat. On seeing us he was taken aback, smoothed his waistcoat, coughed politely, and gave an agreeable smile, as though he were delighted to see such nice people as us. Then, to our complete surprise, he came up to us, scraping with his long feet on the grass, bending his whole person, and, still smiling agreeably, lifted his hat and pronounced in a sugary voice with the intonations of a whining dog, "Aie, aie, gentlemen, painful as it is my duty to warn you that shooting is forbidden in this wood. Pardon me for venturing to disturb you, though unacquainted, but, allow me to present myself. I am Grontovsky, the head clerk on Madame Kandarin's estate. Pleased to make your acquaintance, but why can't we shoot? Such is the wish of the owner of this forest." The prince and I exchanged glances. A moment passed in silence. The prince stood looking pensively at a big fly agaric at his feet, which he had crushed with his stick. Grontovsky went on smiling agreeably. His whole face was twitching, exuding honey, and even the watch chain on his waistcoat seemed to be smiling and trying to impress us all with its refinement. A shade of embarrassment passed over us like an angel passing. All 3 of us felt awkward. "Nonsense," I said. "Only last week I was shooting here." "Very possible." Grontovsky sniggered through his teeth. "As a matter of fact everyone shoots here regardless of the prohibition. But once I have met you, it is my duty, my sacred duty to warn you. I am a man in a dependent position. If the forest were mine, on the word of honor of a Grontovsky, I should not oppose your agreeable pleasure. But whose fault is it that I am in a dependent position?" The lanky individual sighed and shrugged his shoulders. I began arguing, getting hot and protesting, but the more loudly and impressively I spoke the more mawkish and sugary Grontovsky's face became. Evidently the consciousness of a certain power over us afforded him the greatest gratification. He was enjoying his condescending tone, his politeness, his manners, and with peculiar relish pronounced his sonorous surname, of which he was probably very fond. Standing before us he felt more than at ease, but judging from the confused sideway glances he cast from time to time at his basket, only one thing was spoiling his satisfaction: the mushrooms. Womanish, peasantish, prose, derogatory to his dignity. "We can't go back," I said. "We have come over 10 miles. What's to be done?" sighed Grontovsky. "If you had come not 10 but 100,000 miles, if the king even had come from America or from some other distant land, even then I should think it my duty, sacred, so to say. Obligation." "Does the forest belong to Nadezhda Lvovna?" asked the prince. "Yes, Nadezhda Lvovna." "Is she at home now?" "Yes." "I tell you what, you go to her, it is not more than half a mile from here. If she gives you a note, then I needn't say." "Ha, ha, he. By all means," I agreed. "It's much nearer than to go back." "You go to her, Sergei Ivanitch," I said, addressing the prince. "You know her." The prince, who had been gazing the whole time at the crushed agaric, raised his eyes to me, thought a minute, and said, "I used to know her at one time. But, it's rather awkward for me to go to her. Besides, I am in shabby clothes." "You go, you don't know her. It's more suitable for you to go." I agreed. We got into our chaise and, followed by Grontovsky's smiles, drove along the edge of the forest to the manor house. I was not acquainted with Nadezhda Lvovna Kandarin, née Shabelsky. I had never seen her at close quarters, and knew her only by hearsay. I knew that she was incredibly wealthy, richer than anyone else in the province. After the death of her father, Shabelsky, who was a landowner with no other children, she was left with several estates, a stud farm, and a lot of money. I had heard that, though she was only 25 or 26, she was ugly, uninteresting, and as insignificant as anybody. And was only distinguished from the ordinary ladies of the district by her immense wealth. It has always seemed to me that wealth is felt, and that the rich must have special feelings unknown to the poor. Often as I passed by Nadezhda Lvovna's big fruit garden, in which stood the large, heavy house with its windows always curtained, I thought, what is she thinking at this moment? Is there happiness behind those blinds, and so on. Once I saw her from a distance in a fine light cabriolet, driving a handsome white horse, and, sinful man that I am, I not only envied her, but even thought that in her poses, in her movements, there was something special, not to be found in people who are not rich. Just as persons of a servile nature succeed in discovering good family at the first glance in people of the most ordinary exterior, if they are a little more distinguished than themselves. Nadezhda Lvovna's inner life was only known to me by scandal. It was said in the district that 5 or 6 years ago, before she was married, during her father's lifetime, she had been passionately in love with Prince Sergei Ivanitch, who was now beside me in the chaise. The prince had been fond of visiting her father, and used to spend whole days in his billiard room, where he played pyramids indefatigably till his arms and legs ached. 6 months before the old man's death he had suddenly given up visiting the Shabelskys. The gossip of the district, having no positive facts to go upon, explained this abrupt change in their relations in various ways. Some said that the prince, having observed the plain daughter's feeling for him and being unable to reciprocate it, considered it the duty of a gentleman to cut short his visits. Others maintained that old Shabelsky had discovered why his daughter was pining away, and had proposed to the poverty-stricken prince that he should marry her. The prince, imagining in his narrow-minded way that they were trying to buy him together with his title, was indignant, said foolish things, and quarreled with them. What was true and what was false in this nonsense was difficult to say. But that there was a portion of truth in it was evident, from the fact that the prince always avoided conversation about Nadezhda Lvovna. I knew that soon after her father's death Nadezhda Lvovna had married one Kandarin, a bachelor of law, not wealthy, but adroit, who had come on a visit to the neighborhood. She married him not from love, but because she was touched by the love of the legal gentleman who, so it was said, had cleverly played the lovesick swain. At the time I am describing, Kandarin was for some reason living in Cairo, and writing thence to his friend, the marshal of the district, notes of travel. While she sat languishing behind lowered blinds, surrounded by idle parasites, and whiled away her dreary days in petty philanthropy. On the way to the house the prince fell to talking. "It's 3 days since I have been at home," he said in a half-whisper, with a sidelong glance at the driver. "I am not a child, nor a silly woman, and I have no prejudices, but I can't stand the bailiffs. When I see a bailiff in my house I turn pale and tremble, and even have a twitching in the calves of my legs. Do you know Rogozin refused to honor my note?" The prince did not, as a rule, like to complain of his straitened circumstances. Where poverty was concerned he was reserved and exceedingly proud and sensitive, and so this announcement surprised me. He stared a long time at the yellow clearing, warmed by the sun, watched a long string of cranes float in the azure sky, and turned facing me. "And by the 6th of September I must have the money ready for the bank, the interest for my estate," he said aloud, by now regardless of the coachman. "And where am I to get it?" "Altogether, old man, I am in a tight fix. An awfully tight fix." The prince examined the cock of his gun, blew on it for some reason, and began looking for the cranes which by now were out of sight. "Sergei Ivanitch," I asked, after a minute's silence, "imagine if they sell your Shatalovka, what will you do?" I don't know. Shatalovka can't be saved, that's clear as daylight, but I cannot imagine such a calamity. I can't imagine myself without my daily bread secure. What can I do? I have had hardly any education. I have not tried working yet, for government service it is late to begin. Besides, where could I serve? Where could I be of use? Admitting that no great cleverness is needed for serving in our Zemstvo, for example, yet I suffer from, the devil knows what, a sort of faint-heartedness. I haven't a ha'porth of pluck. If I went into the service I should always feel I was not in my right place. I am not an idealist, I am not a utopian, I haven't any special principles. But am simply, I suppose, stupid and thoroughly incompetent, a neurotic and a coward. Altogether not like other people. All other people are like other people, only I seem to be something, a poor thing. I met Naryagin last Wednesday, you know him? Drunken, slovenly, doesn't pay his debts, stupid, the prince frowned and tossed his head. A horrible person. He said to me, staggering, "I'm being balloted for as a justice of the peace. Of course, they won't elect him, but, you see, he believes he is fit to be a justice of the peace and considers that position within his capacity. He has boldness and self-confidence. I went to see our investigating magistrate too. The man gets 250 rubles a month, and does scarcely anything. All he can do is to stride backwards and forwards for days together in nothing but his underclothes, but, ask him, he is convinced he is doing his work and honorably performing his duty. I couldn't go on like that. I should be ashamed to look the clerk in the face." At that moment Grontovsky, on a chestnut horse, galloped by us with a flourish. On his left arm the basket bobbed up and down with the mushrooms dancing in it. As he passed us he grinned and waved his hand, as though we were old friends. "Blockhead." The prince filtered through his teeth, looking after him. It's wonderful how disgusting it sometimes is to see satisfied faces. A stupid, animal feeling due to hunger, I expect. What was I saying? Oh, yes, about going into the service. I should be ashamed to take the salary, and yet, to tell the truth, it is stupid. If one looks at it from a broader point of view, more seriously, I am eating what isn't mine now. Am I not? But why am I not ashamed of that? It is a case of habit, I suppose, and not being able to realize one's true position. But that position is most likely awful. I looked at him, wondering if the prince were showing off. But his face was mild and his eyes were mournfully following the movements of the chestnut horse racing away, as though his happiness were racing away with it. Apparently he was in that mood of irritation and sadness when women weep quietly for no reason, and men feel a craving to complain of themselves, of life, of God. When I got out of the chaise at the gates of the house, the prince said to me, "A man once said, wanting to annoy me, that I have the face of a card sharper. I have noticed that card sharpers are usually dark. Do you know, it seems that if I really had been born a card sharper I should have remained a decent person to the day of my death, for I should never have had the boldness to do wrong. I tell you frankly, I have had the chance once in my life of getting rich if I had told a lie to myself and one woman, and one other person whom I know would have forgiven me for lying. I should have put into my pocket $1 million. But I could not. I hadn't the pluck. From the gates we had to go to the house through the copse by a long road, level as a ruler, and planted on each side with thick, lopped lilacs. The house looked somewhat heavy, tasteless, like a facade on the stage. It rose clumsily out of a mass of greenery, and caught the eye like a great stone thrown on the velvety turf. At the chief entrance I was met by a fat old footman in a green swallowtail coat and big silver-rimmed spectacles. Without making any announcement, only looking contemptuously at my dusty figure, he showed me in. As I mounted the soft carpeted stairs there was, for some reason, a strong smell of india rubber. At the top I was enveloped in an atmosphere found only in museums, in seigneurial mansions and old-fashioned merchant houses. It seemed like the smell of something long past, which had once lived and died and had left its soul in the rooms. I passed through 3 or 4 rooms on my way from the entry to the drawing room. I remember bright yellow, shining floors, lustres wrapped in stiff muslin, narrow, striped rugs which stretched not straight from door to door, as they usually do, but along the walls. So that not venturing to touch the bright floor with my muddy boots I had to describe a rectangle in each room. In the drawing room, where the footman left me, stood old-fashioned ancestral furniture in white covers, shrouded in twilight. It looked surly and elderly, and, as though out of respect for its repose, not a sound was audible. Even the clock was silent. It seemed as though the Princess Tarakanov had fallen asleep in the golden frame, and the water and the rats were still and motionless through magic. The daylight, afraid of disturbing the universal tranquility, scarcely pierced through the lowered blinds, and lay on the soft rugs in pale, slumbering streaks. 3 minutes passed and a big, elderly woman in black, with her cheek bandaged up, walked noiselessly into the drawing room. She bowed to me and pulled up the blinds. At once, enveloped in the bright sunlight, the rats and water in the picture came to life and movement. Princess Tarakanov was awakened, and the old chairs frowned gloomily. "Her honor will be here in a minute, sir," sighed the old lady, frowning too. A few more minutes of waiting and I saw Nadezhda Lvovna. What struck me first of all was that she certainly was ugly, short, scraggy, and round-shouldered. Her thick, chestnut hair was magnificent. Her face, pure and with a look of culture in it, was aglow with youth. There was a clear and intelligent expression in her eyes. But the whole charm of her head was lost through the thickness of her lips and the over-acute facial angle. I mentioned my name, and announced the object of my visit. "I really don't know what I am to say," she said, in hesitation, dropping her eyes and smiling. "I don't like to refuse, and at the same time—" "Do, please," I begged. Nadezhda Lvovna looked at me and laughed. I laughed too. She was probably amused by what Grontovsky had so enjoyed, that is, the right of giving or withholding permission. My visit suddenly struck me as queer and strange. "I don't like to break the long-established rules," said Madame Kandarin. "Shooting has been forbidden on our estate for the last 6 years. No." She shook her head resolutely. "Excuse me, I must refuse you. If I allow you I must allow others. I don't like unfairness. Either let all or no one. I am sorry." I sighed. "It's all the sadder because we have come more than 10 miles. I am not alone," I added, "Prince Sergei Ivanitch is with me." I uttered the prince's name with no arrière-pensée, not prompted by any special motive or aim. I simply blurted it out without thinking, in the simplicity of my heart. Hearing the familiar name, Madame Kandarin started, and bent a prolonged gaze upon me. I noticed her nose turn pale. "That makes no difference," she said, dropping her eyes. As I talked to her, I stood at the window that looked out on the shrubbery. I could see the whole shrubbery with the avenues and the ponds and the road by which I had come. At the end of the road, beyond the gates, the back of our chaise made a dark patch. Near the gate, with his back to the house, the prince was standing with his legs apart, talking to the lanky Grontovsky. Madame Kandarin had been standing all the time at the other window. She looked from time to time towards the shrubbery, and from the moment I mentioned the prince's name she did not turn away from the window. "Excuse me," she said, screwing up her eyes as she looked towards the road and the gate, "but it would be unfair to allow you only to shoot. And, besides, what pleasure is there in shooting birds? What's it for? Are they in your way? A solitary life, immured within four walls, with its indoor twilight and heavy smell of decaying furniture, disposes people to sentimentality." Madame Kandarin's idea did her credit, but I could not resist saying, "If one takes that line, one ought to go barefoot. Boots are made out of the leather of slaughtered animals. One must distinguish between a necessity and a caprice," Madame Kandarin answered in a toneless voice. She had by now recognized the prince, and did not take her eyes off his figure. It is hard to describe the delight and the suffering with which her ugly face was radiant. Her eyes were smiling and shining, her lips were quivering and laughing, while her face craned closer to the panes. Keeping hold of a flower-pot with both hands, with bated breath and with one foot slightly lifted, she reminded me of a dog pointing and waiting with passionate impatience for "fetch it." I looked at her and at the prince, who could not tell a lie once in his life, and I felt angry and bitter against truth and falsehood, which play such an elemental part in the personal happiness of men. The prince started suddenly, took aim and fired. A hawk, flying over him, fluttered its wings and flew like an arrow far away. "He aimed too high," I said. "And so, Nadezhda Lvovna," I sighed, moving away from the window, "you will not permit—" Madame Kandarin was silent. "I have the honor to take my leave," I said, "and I beg you to forgive my disturbing you." Madame Kandarin would have turned facing me, and had already moved through a quarter of the angle, when she suddenly hid her face behind the hangings, as though she felt tears in her eyes that she wanted to conceal. "Goodbye. Forgive me," she said softly. I bowed to her back, and strode away across the bright yellow floors, no longer keeping to the carpet. I was glad to get away from this little domain of gilded boredom and sadness, and I hastened as though anxious to shake off a heavy, fantastic dream with its twilight, its enchanted princess, its lustres. At the front door a maidservant overtook me and thrust a note into my hand. "Shooting is permitted on showing this. N.K." I read. A tripping tongue. Natalia Mihailovna, a young married lady who had arrived in the morning from Yalta, was having her dinner, and in a never-ceasing flow of babble was telling her husband of all the charms of the Crimea. Her husband, delighted, gazed tenderly at her enthusiastic face, listened, and from time to time put in a question. "But they say living is dreadfully expensive there," he asked, among other things. Well, what shall I say? To my thinking this talk of its being so expensive is exaggerated, hubby. The devil is not as black as he is painted. Yulia Petrovna and I, for instance, had very decent and comfortable rooms for 20 rubles a day. Everything depends on knowing how to do things, my dear. Of course, if you want to go up into the mountains, to Aie Petri for instance, if you take a horse, a guide, then of course it does come to something. It's awful what it comes to. But, Vasichka, the mountains there. Imagine high, high mountains, 1,000 times higher than the church. At the top, mist, mist, mist. At the bottom, enormous stones, stones, stones. And pines. Ah, I can't bear to think of it. By the way, I read about those Tatar guides there, in some magazine while you were away, such abominable stories. Tell me, is there really anything out of the way about them? Natalia Mihailovna made a little disdainful grimace and shook her head. Just ordinary Tatars, nothing special, she said, though indeed I only had a glimpse of them in the distance. They were pointed out to me, but I did not take much notice of them. You know, hubby, I always had a prejudice against all such Circassians, Greeks. Moors. They are said to be terrible Don Juans. Perhaps. There are shameless creatures who... Natalia Mihailovna suddenly jumped up from her chair, as though she had thought of something dreadful. For half a minute she looked with frightened eyes at her husband and said, accentuating each word. Vasichka, I say, the immoral women there are in the world. Ah, how immoral. And it's not as though they were working-class or middle-class people, but aristocratic ladies, priding themselves on their bon ton. It was simply awful, I could not believe my own eyes. I shall remember it as long as I live. To think that people can forget themselves to such a point as, Vasichka, I don't like to speak of it. Take my companion, Yulia Petrovna, for example. Such a good husband, 2 children, she moves in a decent circle, always poses as a saint, and all at once, would you believe it? Only, hubby, of course this is entre nous. Give me your word of honor you won't tell a soul. What next? Of course I won't tell. Honor bright? Mind now. I trust you. The little lady put down her fork, assumed a mysterious air, and whispered. Imagine a thing like this. That Yulia Petrovna rode up into the mountains. It was glorious weather. She rode on ahead with her guide, I was a little behind. We had ridden 2 or 3 miles, all at once, only fancy, Vasichka, Yulia cried out and clutched at her bosom. Her Tatar put his arm round her waist or she would have fallen off the saddle. I rode up to her with my guide. What is it? What is the matter? Oh, she cried, I am dying. I feel faint. I can't go any further, fancy my alarm. Let us go back then, I said. No, Natalie, she said, I can't go back. I shall die of pain if I move another step. I have spasms. And she prayed and besought my Suleiman and me to ride back to the town and fetch her some of her drops which always do her good. Stay. I don't quite understand you, muttered the husband, scratching his forehead. You said just now that you had only seen those Tatars from a distance, and now you are talking of some Suleiman. There, you are finding fault again, the lady pouted, not in the least disconcerted. I can't endure suspiciousness. I can't endure it. It's stupid, stupid. I am not finding fault, but, why say what is not true? If you wrote about with Tatars, so be it, God bless you, but, why shuffle about it? You are a queer one. Cried the lady, revolted. He is jealous of Suleiman. As though one could ride up into the mountains without a guide. I should like to see you do it. If you don't know the ways there, if you don't understand, you had better hold your tongue. Yes, hold your tongue. You can't take a step there without a guide. So it seems. None of your silly grins, if you please. I am not a Yulia. I don't justify her but though I don't pose as a saint, I don't forget myself to that degree. My Suleiman never overstepped the limits. No. Mametkul used to be sitting at Yulia's all day long, but in my room as soon as it struck 11, Suleiman, march. Off you go. And my foolish Tatar boy would depart. I made him mind his P's and Q's, hubby. As soon as he began grumbling about money or anything, I would say, how? What? What? And his heart would be in his mouth directly. Ha ha ha. His eyes, you know, Vasichka, were as black, like coals, such an amusing little Tatar face, so funny and silly. I kept him in order, didn't I just? I can fancy, mumbled her husband, rolling up pellets of bread. That's stupid, Vasichka. I know what is in your mind. I know what you are thinking. But I assure you, even when we were on our expeditions, I never let him overstep the limits. For instance, if we rode to the mountains or to the Uchonsu waterfall, I would always say to him, Suleiman, ride behind. Do you hear? And he always rode behind, poor boy. Even at the most dramatic moments, I would say to him, still, you must not forget that you are only a Tatar and I am the wife of a civil councillor. Ha. The little lady laughed, then, looking round her quickly and assuming an alarmed expression, whispered. But Yulia. Oh, that Yulia. I quite see, Vasichka, there is no reason why one shouldn't have a little fun, a little rest from the emptiness of conventional life. That's all right, have your fling by all means, no one will blame you, but to take the thing seriously, to get up scenes, no, say what you like, I cannot understand that. Just fancy, she was jealous. Wasn't that silly? One day Mametkel, her grande passion, came to see her, she was not at home. Well, I asked him into my room, there was conversation, one thing and another, they're awfully amusing, you know. The evening passed without our noticing it. All at once Yulia rushed in. She flew at me and at Mametkel, made such a scene, fie. I can't understand that sort of thing, Vasichka. Vasichka cleared his throat, frowned, and walked up and down the room. You had a gay time there, I must say, he growled with a disdainful smile. How stupid that is! Cried Natalia Mihailovna, offended. I know what you are thinking about. You always have such horrid ideas. I won't tell you anything. No, I won't. The lady pouted and said no more. A trifle from life. A well-fed, red-cheeked young man called Nikolai Ilyich Belayev, of 32, who was an owner of house property in Petersburg, and a devotee of the racecourse, went one evening to see Olga Ivanovna Ernin, with whom he was living, or, to use his own expression, was dragging out a long, wearisome romance. And, indeed, the first interesting and enthusiastic pages of this romance had long been perused, now the pages dragged on, and still dragged on, without presenting anything new or of interest. Not finding Olga Ivanovna at home, my hero lay down on the lounge chair and proceeded to wait for her in the drawing-room. Good evening, Nikolai Ilyich, he heard a child's voice. Mother will be here directly. She has gone with Sonia to the dressmaker's. Olga Ivanovna's son, Alyosha, a boy of 8 who looked graceful and very well cared for, who was dressed like a picture, in a black velvet jacket and long black stockings, was lying on the sofa in the same room. He was lying on a satin cushion and, evidently imitating an acrobat he had lately seen at the circus, stuck up in the air first one leg and then the other. When his elegant legs were exhausted, he brought his arms into play or jumped up impulsively and went on all fours, trying to stand with his legs in the air. All this he was doing with the utmost gravity, gasping and groaning painfully as though he regretted that God had given him such a restless body. Ah, good evening, my boy, said Belayev. It's you. I did not notice you. Is your mother well? Alyosha, taking hold of the tip of his left toe with his right hand and falling into the most unnatural attitude, turned over, jumped up, and peeped at Belayev from behind the big fluffy lampshade. What shall I say, he said, shrugging his shoulders. In reality mother's never well. You see, she is a woman, and women, Nikolai Ilyich, have always something the matter with them. Belayev, having nothing better to do, began watching Alyosha's face. He had never before during the whole of his intimacy with Olga Ivanovna paid any attention to the boy, and had completely ignored his existence. The boy had been before his eyes, but he had not cared to think why he was there and what part he was playing. In the twilight of the evening, Alyosha's face, with his white forehead and black, unblinking eyes. Unexpectedly reminded Belayev of Olga Ivanovna as she had been during the first pages of their romance. And he felt disposed to be friendly to the boy. "Come here, insect," he said, "let me have a closer look at you." The boy jumped off the sofa and skipped up to Belayev. "Well," began Nikolai Ilyich, putting a hand on the boy's thin shoulder. "How are you getting on? How shall I say? We used to get on a great deal better." "Why?" "It's very simple. Sonia and I used only to learn music and reading, and now they give us French poetry to learn." "Have you been shaved lately?" "Yes. Yes, I see you have. Your beard is shorter. Let me touch it. Does that hurt?" "No." "Why is it that if you pull one hair it hurts, but if you pull a lot at once it doesn't hurt a bit?" "Ha, ha. And, you know, it's a pity you don't have whiskers. Here ought to be shaved, but here at the sides the hair ought to be left." The boy nestled up to Belayev and began playing with his watch chain. "When I go to the high school," he said, "Mother is going to buy me a watch. I shall ask her to buy me a watch chain like this. At a loquet. Father's got a locket like that, only yours has little bars on it and his has letters. There's Mother's portrait in the middle of his. Father has a different sort of chain now, not made with rings, but like ribbon." "How do you know? Do you see your father?" No. Alyosha blushed, and in great confusion, feeling caught in a lie, began zealously scratching the locket with his nail. Belayev looked steadily into his face and asked, "Do you see your father?" "And no." "Come, speak frankly, on your honor. I see from your face you are telling a fib. Once you've let a thing slip out it's no good wriggling about it. Tell me, do you see him? Come, as a friend." Alyosha hesitated. "You won't tell Mother," he said. "As though I should." "On your honor?" "On my honor." "Do you swear?" "Ah, you provoking boy. What do you take me for?" Alyosha looked round him, then with wide-open eyes, whispered to him. "Only, for goodness' sake, don't tell Mother. Don't tell anyone at all, for it is a secret. I hope to goodness Mother won't find out, or we should all catch it, Sonia, and I, and Pelagia. Well, listen. Sonia and I see Father every Tuesday and Friday. When Pelagia takes us for a walk before dinner we go to the Apfel restaurant, and there is Father waiting for us. He is always sitting in a room apart, where you know there's a marble table and an ashtray in the shape of a goose without a back. What do you do there? Nothing. First we say how do you do, then we all sit round the table, and Father treats us with coffee and pies. You know Sonia eats the meat pies, but I can't endure meat pies. I like the pies made of cabbage and eggs. We eat such a lot that we have to try hard to eat as much as we can at dinner, for fear Mother should notice." "What do you talk about?" "With Father? About anything. He kisses us, he hugs us, tells us all sorts of amusing jokes. Do you know, he says when we are grown up he is going to take us to live with him. Sonia does not want to go, but I agree. Of course, I should miss Mother, but, then, should write her letters. It's a queer idea, but we could come and visit her on holidays, couldn't we? Father says, too, that he will buy me a horse. He's an awfully kind man. I can't understand why Mother does not ask him to come and live with us, and why she forbids us to see him. You know he loves Mother very much. He is always asking us how she is and what she is doing. When she was ill he clutched his head like this, and kept running about. He always tells us to be obedient and respectful to her. Listen. Is it true that we are unfortunate? Why? That's what Father says. You are unhappy children, he says. It's strange to hear him, really. You are unhappy, he says, I am unhappy, and mother's unhappy. You must pray to God, he says, for yourselves and for her. Alyosha let his eyes rest on a stuffed bird and sank into thought. So, growled Belayev. So that's how you are going on. You arrange meetings at restaurants. And mother does not know? No. Oh. How should she know? Pelagia would not tell her for anything, you know. The day before yesterday he gave us some pears. As sweet as jam. I ate two. Well, and I say. Listen. Did father say anything about me? About you? What shall I say? Alyosha looked searchingly into Belayev's face and shrugged his shoulders. He didn't say anything particular. For instance, what did he say? You won't be offended? What next? Why, does he abuse me? He doesn't abuse you, but you know he is angry with you. He says mother's unhappy owing to you, and that you have ruined mother. You know he is so queer. I explain to him that you are kind, that you never scold mother, but he only shakes his head. So he says I have ruined her? Yes, you mustn't be offended, Nikolai Ilyich. Belayev got up, stood still a moment, and walked up and down the drawing room. That's strange and ridiculous, he muttered, shrugging his shoulders and smiling sarcastically. He's entirely to blame, and I have ruined her, eh? An innocent lamb, I must say. So he told you I ruined your mother? Yes, but, you said you would not be offended, you know. I am not offended, and it's not your business. Why, it's positively ridiculous. I have been thrust into it like a chicken in the broth, and now it seems I'm to blame. A ring was heard. The boy sprang up from his place and ran out. A minute later a lady came into the room with a little girl. This was Olga Ivanovna, Alyosha's mother. Alyosha followed them in, skipping and jumping, humming aloud and waving his hands. Belayev nodded, and went on walking up and down. Of course, whose fault is it if not mine? He muttered with a snort. He is right. He is an injured husband. What are you talking about? Asked Olga Ivanovna. What about? Why, just listen to the tales your lawful spouse is spreading now. It appears that I am a scoundrel and a villain, that I have ruined you and the children. All of you are unhappy, and I am the only happy one. Wonderfully, wonderfully happy. I don't understand, Nikolai. What's the matter? Why, listen to this young gentleman, said Belayev, pointing to Alyosha. Alyosha flushed crimson, then turned pale, and his whole face began working with terror. Nikolai Ilyich, he said in a loud whisper. Shsh. Olga Ivanovna looked in surprise at Alyosha, then at Belayev, then at Alyosha again. Just ask him, Belayev went on. Your Pelagia, like a regular fool, takes them about to restaurants and arranges meetings with their papa. But that's not the point. The point is that their dear papa is a victim, while I'm a wretch who has broken up both your lives. Nikolai Ilyich, moaned Alyosha. Why, you promised on your word of honor. Oh, get away, said Belayev, waving him off. This is more important than any word of honor. It's the hypocrisy revolts me, the lying. I don't understand it, said Olga Ivanovna, and tears glistened in her eyes. Tell me, Alyosha, she turned to her son. Do you see your father? Alyosha did not hear her. He was looking with horror at Belayev. It's impossible, said his mother, I will go and question Pelagia. Olga Ivanovna went out. I say, you promised on your word of honor, said Alyosha, trembling all over. Belayev dismissed him with a wave of his hand, and went on walking up and down. He was absorbed in his grievance and was oblivious of the boy's presence, as he always had been. He, a grown-up, serious person, had no thought to spare for boys. And Alyosha sat down in the corner and told Sonia with horror how he had been deceived. He was trembling, stammering, and crying. It was the first time in his life that he had been brought into such coarse contact with lying. Till then he had not known that there are in the world, besides sweet pears, pies, and expensive watches, a great many things for which the language of children has no expression. Difficult people. Yevgraf Ivanovich Shiryev, a small farmer, whose father, a parish priest, now deceased, had received a gift of 300 acres of land from Madame Kuvshinikov. A general's widow, was standing in a corner before a copper washing stand, washing his hands. As usual, his face looked anxious and ill-humored, and his beard was uncombed. "What weather," he said. "It's not weather, but a curse laid upon us. It's raining again." He grumbled on, while his family sat waiting at table for him to have finished washing his hands before beginning dinner. Fedosia Semyonovna, his wife, his son Pyotr, a student, his eldest daughter Varvara, and 3 small boys, had been sitting waiting a long time. The boys, Koka, Vanka, and Aripka, grubby, snub-nosed little fellows with chubby faces and tousled hair that wanted cutting, moved their chairs impatiently, while their elders sat without stirring. And apparently did not care whether they ate their dinner or waited. As though trying their patience, Shiryev deliberately dried his hands, deliberately said his prayer, and sat down to the table without hurrying himself. Cabbage soup was served immediately. The sound of carpenters' axes, Shiryev was having a new barn built, and the laughter of Famka, their laborer, teasing the turkey, floated in from the courtyard. Big, sparse drops of rain pattered on the window. Pyotr, a round-shouldered student in spectacles, kept exchanging glances with his mother as he ate his dinner. Several times he laid down his spoon and cleared his throat, meaning to begin to speak, but after an intent look at his father he fell to eating again. At last, when the porridge had been served, he cleared his throat resolutely and said, "I ought to go tonight by the evening train. I ought to have gone before, I have missed a fortnight as it is. The lectures begin on the 1st of September. "Well, go," Shiryev assented. "Why are you lingering on here? Pack up and go, and good luck to you." A minute passed in silence. "He must have money for the journey, Yevgraf Ivanovich," the mother observed in a low voice. "Money? To be sure, you can't go without money. Take it at once, since you need it. You could have had it long ago." The student heaved a faint sigh and looked with relief at his mother. Deliberately Shiryev took a pocketbook out of his coat pocket and put on his spectacles. "How much do you want?" he asked. "The fare to Moscow is 11 rubles 42 kopecks. "Ah, money, money," sighed the father. He always sighed when he saw money, even when he was receiving it. "Here are 12 rubles for you. You will have change out of that which will be of use to you on the journey." "Thank you." After waiting a little, the student said, "I did not get lessons quite at first last year. I don't know how it will be this year, most likely it will take me a little time to find work. I ought to ask you for 15 rubles for my lodging and dinner." Shiryev thought a little and heaved a sigh. "You will have to make 10 do," he said. "Here, take it." The student thanked him. He ought to have asked him for something more, for clothes, for lecture fees, for books, but after an intent look at his father he decided not to pester him further. The mother, lacking in diplomacy and prudence, like all mothers, could not restrain herself, and said, "You ought to give him another 6 rubles, Yevgraf Ivanovich, for a pair of boots. Why, just see, how can he go to Moscow in such wrecks? Let him take my old ones, they are still quite good. He must have trousers, anyway, he is a disgrace to look at." And immediately after that a storm signal showed itself, at the sight of which all the family trembled. Shiryev's short, fat neck turned suddenly red as a beetroot. The color mounted slowly to his ears, from his ears to his temples, and by degrees suffused his whole face. Yevgraf Ivanovitch shifted in his chair and unbuttoned his shirt collar to save himself from choking. He was evidently struggling with the feeling that was mastering him. A death-like silence followed. The children held their breath. Fedosia Semyonovna, as though she did not grasp what was happening to her husband, went on. He is not a little boy now, you know. He is ashamed to go about without clothes. Shiryev suddenly jumped up, and with all his might flung down his fat pocketbook in the middle of the table, so that a hunk of bread flew off a plate. A revolting expression of anger, resentment, avarice, all mixed together, flamed on his face. "Take everything," he shouted in an unnatural voice, "plunder me. Take it all. Strangle me." He jumped up from the table, clutched at his head, and ran staggering about the room. "Strip me to the last thread," he shouted in a shrill voice. "Squeeze out the last drop. Rob me. Wring my neck." The student flushed and dropped his eyes. He could not go on eating. Fedosia Semyonovna, who had not after 25 years grown used to her husband's difficult character, shrank into herself and muttered something in self-defense. An expression of amazement and dull terror came into her wasted and bird-like face, which at all times looked dull and scared. The little boys and the elder daughter Varvara, a girl in her teens, with a pale ugly face, laid down their spoons and sat mute. Shiryev, growing more and more ferocious, uttering words each more terrible than the one before, dashed up to the table and began shaking the notes out of his pocketbook. "Take them," he muttered, shaking all over. "You've eaten and drunk your fill, so here's money for you too. I need nothing. Order yourself new boots and uniforms." The student turned pale and got up. "Listen, Papa," he began, gasping for breath. I beg you to end this, for—" "Hold your tongue," the father shouted at him, and so loudly that the spectacles fell off his nose. "Hold your tongue. I used to be able to put up with such scenes, but now I have got out of the way of it. Do you understand? I have got out of the way of it." "Hold your tongue," cried the father, and he stamped with his feet. "You must listen to what I say. I shall say what I like, and you hold your tongue. At your age I was earning my living, while you— Do you know what you cost me, you scoundrel? I'll turn you out. Wastrel." "Yevgraf Ivanovitch," muttered Fedosia Semyonovna, moving her fingers nervously, you know Petya. "Hold your tongue." Shiryev shouted out to her, and tears actually came into his eyes from anger. "It is you who have spoilt them, you. It's all your fault. He has no respect for us, does not say his prayers, and earns nothing. I am only one against the 10 of you. I'll turn you out of the house." The daughter Varvara gazed fixedly at her mother with her mouth open, moved her vacant-looking eyes to the window, turned pale, and, uttering a loud shriek, fell back in her chair. The father, with a curse and a wave of the hand, ran out into the yard. This was how domestic scenes usually ended at the Shiryevs. But on this occasion, unfortunately, Pyotr the student was carried away by overmastering anger. He was just as hasty and ill-tempered as his father and his grandfather the priest, who used to beat his parishioners about the head with a stick. Pale and clenching his fists, he went up to his mother and shouted in the very highest tenor note his voice could reach. "These reproaches are loathsome. Sickening to me. I want nothing from you. Nothing. I would rather die of hunger than eat another mouthful at your expense. Take your nasty money back. Take it." The mother huddled against the wall and waved her hands, as though it were not her son, but some phantom before her. "What have I done?" she wailed. "What?" Like his father, the boy waved his hands and ran into the yard. Shiryev's house stood alone on a ravine which ran like a furrow for 4 miles along the steppe. Its sides were overgrown with oak saplings and alders, and a stream ran at the bottom. On one side the house looked towards the ravine, on the other towards the open country. There were no fences nor hurdles. Instead there were farm buildings of all sorts close to one another, shutting in a small space in front of the house which was regarded as the yard, and in which hens, ducks, and pigs ran about. Going out of the house, the student walked along the muddy road towards the open country. The air was full of a penetrating autumn dampness. The road was muddy, puddles gleamed here and there, and in the yellow fields autumn itself seemed looking out from the grass, dismal, decaying, dark. On the right-hand side of the road was a vegetable garden cleared of its crops and gloomy-looking, with here and there sunflowers standing up in it with hanging heads already black. Pyotr thought it would not be a bad thing to walk to Moscow on foot, to walk just as he was, with holes in his boots, without a cap, and without a farthing of money. When he had gone 80 miles his father, frightened and aghast, would overtake him, would begin begging him to turn back or take the money, but he would not even look at him, but would go on and on. Bare forests would be followed by desolate fields, fields by forests again, soon the earth would be white with the first snow, and the streams would be coated with ice. Somewhere near Kursk or near Serpuhovo, exhausted and dying of hunger, he would sink down and die. His corpse would be found, and there would be a paragraph in all the papers saying that a student called Shiryev had died of hunger. A white dog with a muddy tail who was wandering about the vegetable garden looking for something gazed at him and sauntered after him. He walked along the road and thought of death, of the grief of his family, of the moral sufferings of his father, and then pictured all sorts of adventures on the road. Each more marvelous than the one before, picturesque places, terrible nights, chance encounters. He imagined a string of pilgrims, a hut in the forest with one little window shining in the darkness. He stands before the window, begs for a night's lodging. They let him in, and suddenly he sees that they are robbers. Or, better still, he is taken into a big manor house, where, learning who he is, they give him food and drink, play to him on the piano, listen to his complaints, and the daughter of the house, a beauty, falls in love with him. Absorbed in his bitterness and such thoughts, young Shiryev walked on and on. Far, far ahead he saw the inn, a dark patch against the grey background of cloud. Beyond the inn, on the very horizon, he could see a little hillock. This was the railway station. That hillock reminded him of the connection existing between the place where he was now standing and Moscow, where street lamps were burning and carriages were rattling in the streets, where lectures were being given. And he almost wept with depression and impatience. The solemn landscape, with its order and beauty, the death-like stillness all around, revolted him and moved him to despair and hatred. "Look out!" He heard behind him a loud voice. An old lady of his acquaintance, a landowner of the neighborhood, drove past him in a light, elegant landau. He bowed to her, and smiled all over his face. And at once he caught himself in that smile, which was so out of keeping with his gloomy mood. Where did it come from if his whole heart was full of vexation and misery? And he thought nature itself had given man this capacity for lying. That even in difficult moments of spiritual strain he might be able to hide the secrets of his nest as the fox and the wild duck do. Every family has its joys and its horrors, but however great they may be, it's hard for an outsider's eye to see them, they are a secret. The father of the old lady who had just driven by, for instance, had for some offense lain for half his lifetime under the ban of the wrath of Tsar Nicholas I. Her husband had been a gambler. Of her 4 sons, not one had turned out well. One could imagine how many terrible scenes there must have been in her life, how many tears must have been shed. And yet the old lady seemed happy and satisfied, and she had answered his smile by smiling too. The student thought of his comrades, who did not like talking about their families. He thought of his mother, who almost always lied when she had to speak of her husband and children. Pyotr walked about the roads far from home till dusk, abandoning himself to dreary thoughts. When it began to drizzle with rain he turned homewards. As he walked back he made up his mind at all costs to talk to his father, to explain to him, once and for all, that it was dreadful and oppressive to live with him. He found perfect stillness in the house. His sister Varvara was lying behind a screen with a headache, moaning faintly. His mother, with a look of amazement and guilt upon her face, was sitting beside her on a box, mending Aripka's trousers. Yevgraf Ivanovitch was pacing from one window to another, scowling at the weather. From his walk, from the way he cleared his throat, and even from the back of his head, it was evident he felt himself to blame. "I suppose you have changed your mind about going today?" he asked. The student felt sorry for him, but immediately suppressing that feeling, he said, "Listen. I must speak to you seriously, yes, seriously. I have always respected you, and have never brought myself to speak to you in such a tone, but your behavior, your last action." The father looked out of the window and did not speak. The student, as though considering his words, rubbed his forehead and went on in great excitement. "Not a dinner or tea passes without your making an uproar. Your bread sticks in our throat. Nothing is more bitter, more humiliating, than bread that sticks in one's throat. Though you are my father, no one, neither God nor nature, has given you the right to insult and humiliate us so horribly, to vent your ill humor on the weak. You have worn my mother out and made a slave of her. My sister is hopelessly crushed, while I—" "It's not your business to teach me," said his father. "Yes, it is my business. You can quarrel with me as much as you like, but leave my mother in peace." "I will not allow you to torment my mother," the student went on, with flashing eyes. "You are spoilt because no one has yet dared to oppose you. They tremble and are mute towards you, but now that is over. Coarse, ill-bred man. You are coarse, do you understand? You are coarse, ill-humored, unfeeling. And the peasants can't endure you." The student had by now lost his thread, and was not so much speaking as firing off detached words. Yevgraf Ivanovitch listened in silence, as though stunned, but suddenly his neck turned crimson, the color crept up his face, and he made a movement. "Hold your tongue," he shouted. "That's right," the son persisted, "you don't like to hear the truth. Excellent. Very good. Begin shouting. Excellent. Hold your tongue, I tell you," roared Yevgraf Ivanovitch. Fedosia Semyonovna appeared in the doorway, very pale, with an astonished face. She tried to say something, but she could not, and could only move her fingers. "It's all your fault." Shiryev shouted at her. "You have brought him up like this." "I don't want to go on living in this house," shouted the student, crying, and looking angrily at his mother. "I don't want to live with you." Varvara uttered a shriek behind the screen and broke into loud sobs. With a wave of his hand, Shiryev ran out of the house. The student went to his own room and quietly lay down. He lay till midnight without moving or opening his eyes. He felt neither anger nor shame, but a vague ache in his soul. He neither blamed his father nor pitied his mother, nor was he tormented by stings of conscience. He realized that everyone in the house was feeling the same ache, and God only knew which was most to blame, which was suffering most. At midnight he woke the laborer, and told him to have the horse ready at 5 o'clock in the morning for him to drive to the station. He undressed and got into bed, but could not get to sleep. He heard how his father, still awake, paced slowly from window to window, sighing, till early morning. No one was asleep, they spoke rarely, and only in whispers. Twice his mother came to him behind the screen. Always with the same look of vacant wonder, she slowly made the cross over him, shaking nervously. At 5 o'clock in the morning he said goodbye to them all affectionately, and even shed tears. As he passed his father's room, he glanced in at the door. Yevgraf Ivanovitch, who had not taken off his clothes or gone to bed, was standing by the window, drumming on the panes. "Goodbye, I am going," said his son. "Goodbye, the money is on the round table," his father answered, without turning round. A cold, hateful rain was falling as the laborer drove him to the station. The sunflowers were drooping their heads still lower, and the grass seemed darker than ever. In the court. At the district town of N, in the cinnamon-colored government house in which the Zemstvo, the sessional meetings of the Justices of the Peace, the Rural Board, the Liquor Board, the Military Board, and many others sit by turns, the Circuit Court was in session on one of the dull days of autumn. Of the above-mentioned cinnamon-colored house a local official had wittily observed, "Here is Justitia, here is Politia, here is Militia, a regular boarding school of high-born young ladies." But, as the saying is, too many cooks spoil the broth, and probably that is why the house strikes, oppresses, and overwhelms a fresh unofficial visitor with its dismal baroque-like appearance, its decrepit condition, and the complete absence of any kind of comfort, external or internal. Even on the brightest spring days it seems wrapped in a dense shade, and on clear moonlight nights, when the trees and the little dwelling houses merged in one blur of shadow seem plunged in quiet slumber, it alone absurdly and inappropriately towers, an oppressive mass of stone, above the modest landscape, spoils the general harmony, and keeps sleepless vigil as though it could not escape from burdensome memories of past unforgiven sins. Inside it is like a barn and extremely unattractive. It is strange to see how readily these elegant lawyers, members of committees, and marshals of nobility, who in their own homes will make a scene over the slightest fume from the stove, or stain on the floor, resign themselves here to whirring ventilation wheels, the disgusting smell of fumigating candles, and the filthy, forever perspiring walls. The sitting of the Circuit Court began between 9 and 10. The program of the day was promptly entered upon, with noticeable haste. The cases came on one after another and ended quickly, like a church service without a choir, so that no mind could form a complete picture of all this party-colored mass of faces, movements, words, misfortunes, true sayings and lies, all racing by like a river in flood. By 2 o'clock a great deal had been done. 2 prisoners had been sentenced to service in convict battalions. One of the privileged class had been sentenced to deprivation of rights and imprisonment, one had been acquitted, one case had been adjourned. At precisely 2 o'clock the presiding judge announced that the case of the peasant Nikolai Harlamov, charged with the murder of his wife, would next be heard. The composition of the court remained the same as it had been for the preceding case, except that the place of the defending counsel was filled by a new personage, a beardless young graduate in a coat with bright buttons. The president gave the order, "Bring in the prisoner." But the prisoner, who had been got ready beforehand, was already walking to his bench. He was a tall, thick-set peasant of about 55, completely bald, with an apathetic, hairy face and a big red beard. He was followed by a frail-looking little soldier with a gun. Just as he was reaching the bench the escort had a trifling mishap. He stumbled and dropped the gun out of his hands, but caught it at once before it touched the ground, knocking his knee violently against the butt end as he did so. A faint laugh was audible in the audience. Either from the pain or perhaps from shame at his awkwardness the soldier flushed a dark red. After the customary questions to the prisoner, the shuffling of the jury, the calling over and swearing in of the witnesses, the reading of the charge began. The narrow-chested, pale-faced secretary, far too thin for his uniform, and with sticking plaster on his cheek, read it in a low, thick bass, rapidly like a sacristan, without raising or dropping his voice, as though afraid of exerting his lungs. He was seconded by the ventilation wheel whirring indefatigably behind the judge's table, and the result was a sound that gave a drowsy, narcotic character to the stillness of the hall. The president, a short-sighted man, not old but with an extremely exhausted face, sat in his armchair without stirring and held his open hand near his brow as though screening his eyes from the sun. To the droning of the ventilation wheel and the secretary he meditated. When the secretary paused for an instant to take breath on beginning a new page, he suddenly started and looked round at the court with lusterless eyes. Then bent down to the ear of the judge next to him and asked with a sigh, "Are you putting up at Demyanov's, Matvey Petrovitch?" "Yes, at Demyanov's," answered the other, starting too. "Next time I shall probably put up there too. It's really impossible to put up at Tipyakov's. There's noise and uproar all night. Knocking, coughing, children crying. It's impossible. The assistant prosecutor, a fat, well-nourished, dark man with gold spectacles, with a handsome, well-groomed beard, sat motionless as a statue, with his cheek propped on his fist, reading Byron's Cain. His eyes were full of eager attention and his eyebrows rose higher and higher with wonder. From time to time he dropped back in his chair, gazed without interest straight before him for a minute, and then buried himself in his reading again. The counsel for the defense moved the blunt end of his pencil about the table and mused with his head on one side. His youthful face expressed nothing but the frigid, immovable boredom which is commonly seen on the face of schoolboys and men on duty who are forced from day to day to sit in the same place, to see the same faces, the same walls. He felt no excitement about the speech he was to make, and indeed what did that speech amount to? On instructions from his superiors in accordance with long-established routine he would fire it off before the jurymen, without passion or ardor, feeling that it was colorless and boring. And then, gallop through the mud and the rain to the station, thence to the town, shortly to receive instructions to go off again to some district to deliver another speech. It was a bore. At first the prisoner turned pale and coughed nervously into his sleeve, but soon the stillness, the general monotony and boredom infected him too. He looked with dull-witted respectfulness at the judges' uniforms, at the weary faces of the jurymen, and blinked calmly. The surroundings and procedure of the court, the expectation of which had so weighed on his soul while he was awaiting them in prison, now had the most soothing effect on him. What he met here was not at all what he could have expected. The charge of murder hung over him, and yet here he met with neither threatening faces nor indignant looks nor loud phrases about retribution nor sympathy for his extraordinary fate. Not one of those who were judging him looked at him with interest or for long. The dingy windows and walls, the voice of the secretary, the attitude of the prosecutor were all saturated with official indifference and produced an atmosphere of frigidity. As though the murderer were simply an official property, or as though he were not being judged by living men, but by some unseen machine, set going, goodness knows how or by whom. The peasant, reassured, did not understand that the men here were as accustomed to the dramas and tragedies of life and were as blunted by the sight of them as hospital attendants are at the sight of death. And that the whole horror and hopelessness of his position lay just in this mechanical indifference. It seemed that if he were not to sit quietly but to get up and begin beseeching, appealing with tears for their mercy, bitterly repenting, that if he were to die of despair, it would all be shattered against blunted nerves and the callousness of custom, like waves against a rock. When the secretary finished, the president for some reason passed his hands over the table before him, looked for some time with his eyes screwed up towards the prisoner, and then asked, speaking languidly, "Prisoner at the bar, do you plead guilty to having murdered your wife on the evening of the 9th of June?" "No, sir," answered the prisoner, getting up and holding his gown over his chest. After this the court proceeded hurriedly to the examination of witnesses. 2 peasant women and 5 men and the village policeman who had made the inquiry were questioned. All of them, mud-bespattered, exhausted with their long walk and waiting in the witnesses' room, gloomy and dispirited, gave the same evidence. They testified that Harlamov lived, well, with his old woman, like anyone else, that he never beat her except when he had had a drop. That on the 9th of June when the sun was setting the old woman had been found in the porch with her skull broken, that beside her in a pool of blood lay an axe. When they looked for Nikolai to tell him of the calamity he was not in his hut or in the streets. They ran all over the village, looking for him. They went to all the pothouses and huts, but could not find him. He had disappeared, and 2 days later came of his own accord to the police office, pale, with his clothes torn, trembling all over. He was bound and put in the lockup. "Prisoner," said the president, addressing Harlamov, "cannot you explain to the court where you were during the 3 days following the murder?" "I was wandering about the fields. Neither eating nor drinking." "Why did you hide yourself, if it was not you that committed the murder?" "I was frightened. I was afraid I might be judged guilty." "Aha! Good, sit down. The last to be examined was the district doctor who had made a post-mortem on the old woman. He told the court all that he remembered of his report at the post-mortem and all that he had succeeded in thinking of on his way to the court that morning. The president screwed up his eyes at his new glossy black suit, at his foppish cravat, at his moving lips. He listened, and in his mind the languid thought seemed to spring up of itself. Everyone wears a short jacket nowadays, why has he had his made long? Why long and not short? The circumspect creak of boots was audible behind the president's back. It was the assistant prosecutor going up to the table to take some papers. "Mikhail Vladimirovich," said the assistant prosecutor, bending down to the president's ear, amazingly slovenly the way that Koraisky conducted the investigation. "The prisoner's brother was not examined, the village elder was not examined, there's no making anything out of his description of the hut." "It can't be helped, it can't be helped," said the president, sinking back in his chair. "He's a wreck, dropping to bits." "By the way," whispered the assistant prosecutor, "look at the audience, in the front row, the third from the right, a face like an actor's, that's the local Croesus. He has a fortune of something like 50,000. "Really? You wouldn't guess it from his appearance. Well, dear boy, shouldn't we have a break? We will finish the case for the prosecution, and then. As you think best." "Well," the president raised his eyes to the doctor. "So you consider that death was instantaneous?" "Yes, in consequence of the extent of the injury to the brain substance." When the doctor had finished, the president gazed into the space between the prosecutor and the counsel for the defense and suggested, "Have you any questions to ask?" The assistant prosecutor shook his head negatively, without lifting his eyes from Cain. The counsel for the defense unexpectedly stirred and, clearing his throat, asked, "Tell me, doctor. Can you from the dimensions of the wound form any theory as to the mental condition of the criminal? That is, I mean, does the extent of the injury justify the supposition that the accused was suffering from temporary aberration?" The president raised his drowsy indifferent eyes to the counsel for the defense. The assistant prosecutor tore himself from Cain, and looked at the president. They merely looked, but there was no smile, no surprise, no perplexity, their faces expressed nothing. Perhaps, the doctor hesitated, if one considers the force with which, the criminal strikes the blow. "However, excuse me, I don't quite understand your question." The counsel for the defense did not get an answer to his question, and indeed he did not feel the necessity of one. It was clear even to himself that that question had strayed into his mind and found utterance simply through the effect of the stillness, the boredom, the whirring ventilator wheels. When they had got rid of the doctor, the court rose to examine the material evidences. The first thing examined was the full-skirted coat, upon the sleeve of which there was a dark brownish stain of blood. Harlamov, on being questioned as to the origin of the stain, stated, 3 days before my old woman's death Penkov bled his horse. I was there. I was helping to be sure, and got smeared with it. But Penkov has just given evidence that he does not remember that you were present at the bleeding. I can't tell about that. Sit down." They proceeded to examine the axe with which the old woman had been murdered. "That's not my axe," the prisoner declared. "Whose is it, then?" "I can't tell. I hadn't an axe. A peasant can't get on for a day without an axe. And your neighbor Ivan Timofeyich, with whom you mended a sledge, has given evidence that it is your axe." "I can't say about that, but I swear before God," Harlamov held out his hand before him and spread out the fingers, "before the living God. And I don't remember how long it is since I did have an axe of my own. I did have one like that, only a bit smaller, but my son Prohor lost it. 2 years before he went into the army, he drove off to fetch wood, got drinking with the fellows, and lost it." "Good, sit down." This systematic distrust and disinclination to hear him probably irritated and offended Harlamov. He blinked and red patches came out on his cheekbones. "I swear in the sight of God," he went on, craning his neck forward. If you don't believe me, be pleased to ask my son Prohor. Proshka, what did you do with the axe? He suddenly asked in a rough voice, turning abruptly to the soldier escorting him. Where is it? It was a painful moment. Everyone seemed to wince and as it were shrink together. The same fearful, incredible thought flashed like lightning through every head in the court, the thought of possibly fatal coincidence. And not one person in the court dared to look at the soldier's face. Everyone refused to trust his thought and believed that he had heard wrong. Prisoner, conversation with the guards is forbidden, the president made haste to say. No one saw the escort's face, and horror passed over the hall unseen as in a mask. The usher of the court got up quietly from his place and tiptoeing with his hand held out to balance himself went out of the court. Half a minute later there came the muffled sounds and footsteps that accompany the change of guard. All raised their heads and, trying to look as though nothing had happened, went on with their work. A peculiar man. Between 12 and 1 at night a tall gentleman, wearing a top hat and a coat with a hood, stops before the door of Maria Petrovna Koshkin, a midwife and an old maid. Neither face nor hand can be distinguished in the autumn darkness, but in the very manner of his coughing and the ringing of the bell a certain solidity, positiveness, and even impressiveness can be discerned. After the third ring the door opens and Maria Petrovna herself appears. She has a man's overcoat flung on over her white petticoat. The little lamp with the green shade which she holds in her hand throws a greenish light over her sleepy, freckled face, her scraggy neck, and the lank, reddish hair that strays from under her cap. "Can I see the midwife?" asks the gentleman. "I am the midwife. What do you want?" The gentleman walks into the entry and Maria Petrovna sees facing her a tall, well-made man, no longer young, but with a handsome, severe face and bushy whiskers. "I am a collegiate assessor, my name is Kiryakov," he says. "I came to fetch you to my wife. Only please make haste." "Very good," the midwife assents. "I'll dress at once, and I must trouble you to wait for me in the parlor." Kiryakov takes off his overcoat and goes into the parlor. The greenish light of the lamp lies sparsely on the cheap furniture in patched white covers, on the pitiful flowers and the posts on which ivy is trained. There is a smell of geranium and carbolic. The little clock on the wall ticks timidly, as though abashed at the presence of a strange man. "I am ready," says Maria Petrovna, coming into the room 5 minutes later, dressed, washed, and ready for action. "Let us go." "Yes, you must make haste," says Kiryakov. "And, by the way, it is not out of place to inquire, what do you ask for your services?" "I really don't know," says Maria Petrovna with an embarrassed smile. "As much as you will give." "No, I don't like that," says Kiryakov, looking coldly and steadily at the midwife. "An arrangement beforehand is best. I don't want to take advantage of you and you don't want to take advantage of me. To avoid misunderstandings it is more sensible for us to make an arrangement beforehand. I really don't know, there is no fixed price. I work myself and am accustomed to respect the work of others. I don't like injustice. It will be equally unpleasant to me if I pay you too little, or if you demand from me too much, and so I insist on your naming your charge." "Well, there are such different charges." "In view of your hesitation, which I fail to understand, I am constrained to fix the sum myself. I can give you 2 rubles. "Good gracious! Upon my word!" says Maria Petrovna, turning crimson and stepping back. "I am really ashamed. Rather than take 2 rubles I will come for nothing. 5 rubles, if you like. 2 rubles, not a kopeck more. I don't want to take advantage of you, but I do not intend to be overcharged. As you please, but I am not coming for 2 rubles. But by law you have not the right to refuse." "Very well, I will come for nothing." "I won't have you for nothing. All work ought to receive remuneration. I work myself and I understand that." "I won't come for 2 rubles," Maria Petrovna answers mildly. I'll come for nothing if you like. In that case I regret that I have troubled you for nothing. I have the honor to wish you goodbye. Well, you are a man, says Marya Petrovna, seeing him into the entry. I will come for 3 rubles if that will satisfy you. Kiryakov frowns and ponders for 2 full minutes, looking with concentration on the floor, then he says resolutely, no, and goes out into the street. The astonished and disconcerted midwife fastens the door after him and goes back into her bedroom. He's good-looking, respectable, but how queer, God bless the man. She thinks as she gets into bed. But in less than half an hour she hears another ring, she gets up and sees the same Kiryakov again. Extraordinary the way things are mismanaged. Neither the chemist, nor the police, nor the house porters can give me the address of a midwife, and so I am under the necessity of assenting to your terms. I will give you 3 rubles, but I warn you beforehand that when I engage servants or receive any kind of services, I make an arrangement beforehand in order that when I pay there may be no talk of extras, tips, or anything of the sort. Everyone ought to receive what is his due. Marya Petrovna has not listened to Kiryakov for long, but already she feels that she is bored and repelled by him, that his even, measured speech lies like a weight on her soul. She dresses and goes out into the street with him. The air is still but cold, and the sky is so overcast that the light of the street lamps is hardly visible. The sloshy snow squelches under their feet. The midwife looks intently but does not see a cab. I suppose it is not far, she asks. No, not far, Kiryakov answers grimly. They walk down one turning, a second, a third. Kiryakov strides along, and even in his step his respectability and positiveness is apparent. What awful weather, the midwife observes to him. But he preserves a dignified silence, and it is noticeable that he tries to step on the smooth stones to avoid spoiling his galoshes. At last after a long walk the midwife steps into the entry, from which she can see a big decently furnished drawing room. There is not a soul in the rooms, even in the bedroom where the woman is lying in labor. The old women and relations who flock in crowds to every confinement are not to be seen. The cook rushes about alone, with a scared and vacant face. There is a sound of loud groans. 3 hours pass. Marya Petrovna sits by the mother's bedside and whispers to her. The 2 women have already had time to make friends, they have got to know each other, they gossip, they sigh together. You mustn't talk, says the midwife anxiously, and at the same time she showers questions on her. Then the door opens and Kiryakov himself comes quietly and stolidly into the room. He sits down in the chair and strokes his whiskers. Silence reigns. Marya Petrovna looks timidly at his handsome, passionless, wooden face and waits for him to begin to talk, but he remains absolutely silent and absorbed in thought. After waiting in vain, the midwife makes up her mind to begin herself, and utters a phrase commonly used at confinements. Well now, thank God, there is one human being more in the world. Yes, that's agreeable, said Kiryakov, preserving the wooden expression of his face, though indeed, on the other hand, to have more children you must have more money. The baby is not born fed and clothed. A guilty expression comes into the mother's face, as though she had brought a creature into the world without permission or through idle caprice. Kiryakov gets up with a sigh and walks with solid dignity out of the room. What a man, bless him, says the midwife to the mother. He's so stern and does not smile. The mother tells her that he is always like that. He is honest, fair, prudent, sensibly economical, but all that to such an exceptional degree that simple mortals feel suffocated by it. His relations have parted from him, the servants will not stay more than a month, they have no friends, his wife and children are always on tenterhooks from terror over every step they take. He does not shout at them nor beat them, his virtues are far more numerous than his defects, but when he goes out of the house they all feel better, and more at ease. Why it is so the woman herself cannot say. The basins must be properly washed and put away in the store cupboard, says Kiryakov, coming into the bedroom. These bottles must be put away too, they may come in handy. What he says is very simple and ordinary, but the midwife for some reason feels flustered. She begins to be afraid of the man and shudders every time she hears his footsteps. In the morning as she is preparing to depart she sees Kiryakov's little son, a pale, close-cropped schoolboy, in the dining room drinking his tea. Kiryakov is standing opposite him, saying in his flat, even voice, "You know how to eat, you must know how to work too. You have just swallowed a mouthful but have not probably reflected that that mouthful costs money and money is obtained by work. You must eat and reflect." The midwife looks at the boy's dull face, and it seems to her as though the very air is heavy, that a little more and the very walls will fall. Unable to endure the crushing presence of the peculiar man. Beside herself with terror, and by now feeling a violent hatred for the man, Marya Petrovna gathers up her bundles and hurriedly departs. Halfway home she remembers that she has forgotten to ask for her 3 rubles, but after stopping and thinking for a minute, with a wave of her hand, she goes on. Mire. Chapter 1. Gracefully swaying in the saddle, a young man wearing the snow-white tunic of an officer rode into the great yard of the vodka distillery belonging to the heirs of M. E. Rothstein. The sun smiled carelessly on the lieutenant's little stars, on the white trunks of the birch trees, on the heaps of broken glass scattered here and there in the yard. The radiant, vigorous beauty of a summer day lay over everything, and nothing hindered the snappy young green leaves from dancing gaily and winking at the clear blue sky. Even the dirty and soot-begrimed appearance of the brick sheds and the stifling fumes of the distillery did not spoil the general good impression. The lieutenant sprang gaily out of the saddle, handed over his horse to a man who ran up, and stroking with his finger his delicate black mustaches, went in at the front door. On the top step of the old but light and softly carpeted staircase he was met by a maidservant with a haughty, not very youthful face. The lieutenant gave her his card without speaking. As she went through the rooms with the card, the maid could see on it the name Alexander Grigorievich Sokolsky. A minute later she came back and told the lieutenant that her mistress could not see him, as she was not feeling quite well. Sokolsky looked at the ceiling and thrust out his lower lip. "How vexatious," he said. "Listen, my dear," he said eagerly. "Go and tell Susanna Moiseevna that it is very necessary for me to speak to her, very. I will only keep her 1 minute. Ask her to excuse me." The maid shrugged one shoulder and went off languidly to her mistress. "Very well," she sighed, returning after a brief interval. "Please walk in." The lieutenant went with her through 5 or 6 large, luxuriously furnished rooms and a corridor, and finally found himself in a large and lofty square room, in which from the first step he was impressed by the abundance of flowers and plants and the sweet, almost revoltingly heavy fragrance of jasmine. Flowers were trained to trellis work along the walls, screening the windows, hung from the ceiling, and were wreathed over the corners. So that the room was more like a greenhouse than a place to live in. Tits, canaries, and goldfinches chirruped among the green leaves and fluttered against the windowpanes. "Forgive me for receiving you here," the lieutenant heard in a mellow feminine voice with a burr on the letter R which was not without charm. "Yesterday I had a sick headache, and I'm trying to keep still to prevent its coming on again. What do you want?" Exactly opposite the entrance, he saw sitting in a big low chair, such as old men use, a woman in an expensive Chinese dressing gown, with her head wrapped up, leaning back on a pillow. Nothing could be seen behind the woolen shawl in which she was muffled but a pale, long, pointed, somewhat aquiline nose, and one large dark eye. Her ample dressing gown concealed her figure, but judging from her beautiful hand, from her voice, her nose, and her eye, she might be 26 or 28. "Forgive me for being so persistent," began the lieutenant, clinking his spurs. "Allow me to introduce myself, Sokolsky. I come with a message from my cousin, your neighbor, Alexey Ivanovich Kryakov, who—" "I know," interposed Susanna Moiseevna. "I know Kryakov. Sit down. I don't like anything big standing before me. My cousin charges me to ask you a favor, the lieutenant went on, clinking his spurs once more and sitting down. The fact is, your late father made a purchase of oats for my cousin last winter, and a small sum was left owing. The payment only becomes due next week, but my cousin begs you most particularly to pay him, if possible, today. As the lieutenant talked, he stole side glances about him. Surely I'm not in her bedroom, he thought. In one corner of the room, where the foliage was thickest and tallest, under a pink awning like a funeral canopy, stood a bed not yet made, with the bedclothes still in disorder. Close by on two armchairs lay heaps of crumpled feminine garments. Petticoats and sleeves with rumpled lace and flounces were trailing on the carpet, on which here and there lay bits of white tape, cigarette ends, and the papers of caramels. Under the bed the toes, pointed and square, of slippers of all kinds peeped out in a long row. And it seemed to the lieutenant that the scent of the jasmine came not from the flowers, but from the bed and the slippers. "And what is the sum owing?" asked Susanna Moiseevna. 2,300. "Oh ho," said the Jewess, showing another large black eye. "And you call that a small sum? However, it's just the same paying it today or paying it in a week, but I've had so many payments to make in the last 2 months since my father's death. Such a lot of stupid business, it makes my head go round. A nice idea. I want to go abroad, and they keep forcing me to attend to these silly things. Vodka, oats," she muttered, half closing her eyes, "oats, bills, percentages, or, as my head clerk says, percentage. It's awful. Yesterday I simply turned the excise officer out. He pesters me with his trolleys. I said to him, 'Go to the devil with your trolleys. I can't see anyone.' He kissed my hand and went away. I tell you what, can't your cousin wait 2 or 3 months? A cruel question, laughed the lieutenant. My cousin can wait a year, but it's I who cannot wait. You see, it's on my own account I'm acting, I ought to tell you. At all costs I must have money, and by ill luck my cousin hasn't a ruble to spare. I'm forced to ride about and collect debts. I've just been to see a peasant, our tenant. Here I'm now calling on you, from here I shall go on to somewhere else, and keep on like that until I get together 5,000 rubles. I need money awfully. Nonsense. What does a young man want with money? Whims, mischief. Why, have you been going in for dissipation? Or losing at cards? Or are you getting married? You've guessed. Laughed the lieutenant, and rising slightly from his seat, he clinked his spurs. I really am going to be married. Susanna Moiseevna looked intently at her visitor, made a wry face, and sighed. I can't make out what possesses people to get married, she said, looking about her for her pocket handkerchief. Life is so short, one has so little freedom, and they must put chains on themselves. Everyone has his own way of looking at things. Yes, yes, of course. Everyone has his own way of looking at things. But, I say, are you really going to marry someone poor? Are you passionately in love? And why must you have 5,000? Why won't 4 do, or 3? What a tongue she has, thought the lieutenant, and answered, the difficulty is that an officer is not allowed by law to marry till he is 28. If you choose to marry, you have to leave the service or else pay a deposit of 5,000. Ah, now I understand. Listen. You said just now that everyone has his own way of looking at things. Perhaps your fiancé is someone special and remarkable, but I am utterly unable to understand how any decent man can live with a woman. I can't for the life of me understand it. I have lived, thank the Lord, 27 years, and I have never yet seen an endurable woman. They're all affected minxes, immoral, liars. The only ones I can put up with are cooks and housemaids, but so-called ladies I won't let come within shooting distance of me. But, thank God, they hate me and don't force themselves on me. If one of them wants money she sends her husband, but nothing will induce her to come herself, not from pride, no, but from cowardice, she's afraid of my making a scene. Oh, I understand their hatred very well. Rather, I openly display what they do their very utmost to conceal from God and man. How can they help hating me? No doubt you've heard bushels of scandal about me already. I only arrived here so lately. Tut, tut, tut. I see from your eyes. But your brother's wife, surely she primed you for this expedition? Think of letting a young man come to see such an awful woman without warning him, how could she? Ha, ha. But tell me, how is your brother? He's a fine fellow, such a handsome man. I've seen him several times at Mass. Why do you look at me like that? I very often go to church. We all have the same God. To an educated person externals matter less than the idea. That's so, isn't it? Yes, of course, smiled the lieutenant. Yes, the idea. But you are not a bit like your brother. You are handsome, too, but your brother is a great deal better looking. There's wonderfully little likeness. That's quite natural. He's not my brother, but my cousin. Ah, to be sure. So you must have the money today? Why today? My furlough is over in a few days. Well, what's to be done with you? Sighed Susanna Moiseevna. So be it. I'll give you the money, though I know you'll abuse me for it afterwards. You'll quarrel with your wife after you are married, and say, if that mangy Jewess hadn't given me the money, I should perhaps have been as free as a bird today. Is your fiancée pretty? Oh yes. Anyway, better something, if it's only beauty, than nothing. Though however beautiful a woman is, it can never make up to her husband for her silliness. That's original. Laughed the lieutenant. You are a woman yourself, and such a woman-hater. A woman, smiled Susanna. It's not my fault that God has cast me into this mold, is it? I'm no more to blame for it than you are for having mustaches. The violin is not responsible for the choice of its case. I am very fond of myself, but when anyone reminds me that I am a woman, I begin to hate myself. Well, you can go away, and I'll dress. Wait for me in the drawing room. The lieutenant went out, and the first thing he did was to draw a deep breath, to get rid of the heavy scent of jasmine, which had begun to irritate his throat and to make him feel giddy. What a strange woman, he thought, looking about him. She talks fluently, but far too much, and too freely. She must be neurotic. The drawing room, in which he was standing now, was richly furnished, and had pretensions to luxury and style. There were dark bronze dishes with patterns in relief, views of Nice and the Rhine on the tables, old-fashioned sconces, Japanese statuettes. But all this striving after luxury and style only emphasized the lack of taste which was glaringly apparent in the gilt cornices, the gaudy wallpaper, the bright velvet tablecloths, the common oleographs in heavy frames. The bad taste of the general effect was the more complete from the lack of finish and the overcrowding of the room, which gave one a feeling that something was lacking. And that a great deal should have been thrown away. It was evident that the furniture had not been bought all at once, but had been picked up at auctions and other favorable opportunities. Heaven knows what taste the lieutenant could boast of, but even he noticed one characteristic peculiarity about the whole place, which no luxury or style could efface, a complete absence of all trace of womanly, careful hands, which, as we all know, give a warmth, poetry, and snugness to the furnishing of a room. There was a chilliness about it such as one finds in waiting rooms at stations, in clubs, and foyers at the theaters. There was scarcely anything in the room definitely Jewish, except, perhaps, a big picture of the meeting of Jacob and Esau. The lieutenant looked round about him, and, shrugging his shoulders, thought of his strange, new acquaintance, of her free and easy manners, and her way of talking. But then the door opened, and in the doorway appeared the lady herself, in a long black dress, so slim and tightly laced that her figure looked as though it had been turned in a lathe. Now the lieutenant saw not only the nose and eyes, but also a thin white face, a head black and as curly as lamb's wool. She did not attract him, though she did not strike him as ugly. He had a prejudice against un-Russian faces in general, and he considered, too, that the lady's white face, the whiteness of which for some reason suggested the cloying scent of jasmine, did not go well with her little black curls and thick eyebrows. That her nose and ears were astoundingly white, as though they belonged to a corpse, or had been molded out of transparent wax. When she smiled she showed pale gums as well as her teeth, and he did not like that either. Anemic debility, he thought, she's probably as nervous as a turkey. Here I am. Come along, she said, going on rapidly ahead of him and pulling off the yellow leaves from the plants as she passed. I'll give you the money directly, and if you like I'll give you some lunch. 2,300 rubles. After such a good stroke of business you'll have an appetite for your lunch. Do you like my rooms? The ladies about here declare that my rooms always smell of garlic. With that culinary jibe their stock of wit is exhausted. I hasten to assure you that I've no garlic even in the cellar. And one day when a doctor came to see me who smelt of garlic, I asked him to take his hat and go and spread his fragrance elsewhere. There is no smell of garlic here, but the place does smell of drugs. My father lay paralyzed for 1.5 years, and the whole house smelt of medicine. 1.5 years. I was sorry to lose him, but I'm glad he's dead, he suffered so. She led the officer through 2 rooms similar to the drawing room, through a large reception hall, and came to a stop in her study, where there was a lady's writing table covered with little knickknacks. On the carpet near it several books lay strewn about, opened and folded back. Through a small door leading from the study he saw a table laid for lunch. Still chatting, Susanna took out of her pocket a bunch of little keys and unlocked an ingeniously made cupboard with a curved, sloping lid. When the lid was raised the cupboard emitted a plaintive note which made the lieutenant think of an Aeolian harp. Susanna picked out another key and clicked another lock. I have underground passages here and secret doors, she said, taking out a small Morocco portfolio. It's a funny cupboard, isn't it? And in this portfolio I have 1/4 of my fortune. Look how podgy it is. You won't strangle me, will you? Susanna raised her eyes to the lieutenant and laughed good-naturedly. The lieutenant laughed too. She's rather jolly, he thought, watching the keys flashing between her fingers. Here it is, she said, picking out the key of the portfolio. Now, Mr. Creditor, trot out the IOU. What a silly thing money is really. How paltry it is, and yet how women love it. I am a Jewess, you know, to the marrow of my bones. I am passionately fond of schmoles and Yankels, but how I loathe that passion for gain in our Semitic blood. They hoard and they don't know what they are hoarding for. One ought to live and enjoy oneself, but they're afraid of spending an extra farthing. In that way I am more like an hussar than a schmull. I don't like money to be kept long in one place. And altogether I fancy I'm not much like a Jewess. Does my accent give me away much, eh? What shall I say? Mumbled the lieutenant. You speak good Russian, but you do roll your R's. Susanna laughed and put the little key in the lock of the portfolio. The lieutenant took out of his pocket a little roll of I.O.U.S. and laid them with a notebook on the table. Nothing betrays a Jew as much as his accent, Susanna went on, looking gaily at the lieutenant. However much he twists himself into a Russian or a Frenchman, ask him to say feather, and he will say feather, but I pronounce it correctly, feather. 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 Both laughed. By Jove, she's very jolly, thought Sokolsky. Susanna put the portfolio on a chair, took a step towards the lieutenant, and bringing her face close to his, went on gaily. Next to the Jews I love no people so much as the Russian and the French. I did not do much at school and I know no history, but it seems to me that the fate of the world lies in the hands of those two nations. I lived a long time abroad. I spent 6 months in Madrid. I've gazed my fill at the public, and the conclusion I've come to is that there are no decent peoples except the Russian and the French. Take the languages, for instance. The German language is like the neighing of horses. As for the English, you can't imagine anything stupider. Fight, feet, foot. Italian is only pleasant when they speak it slowly. If you listen to Italians gabbling, you get the effect of the Jewish jargon. And the Poles? Mercy on us. There's no language so disgusting. Nia peepers, pieters, peepersem weepersa bo mosias presipia persi weepersa peepersem. That means, don't pepper a sucking pig with pepper, Piotr, or perhaps you'll over-pepper the sucking pig with pepper. Ha, ha, ha. Susanna Moiseevna rolled her eyes and broke into such a pleasant, infectious laugh that the lieutenant, looking at her, went off into a loud and merry peal of laughter. She took the visitor by the button, and went on. You don't like Jews, of course, they've many faults, like all nations. I don't dispute that. But are the Jews to blame for it? No, it's not the Jews who are to blame, but the Jewish women. They are narrow-minded, greedy, there's no sort of poetry about them, they're dull. You have never lived with a Jewess, so you don't know how charming it is. Susanna Moiseevna pronounced the last words with deliberate emphasis and with no eagerness or laughter. She paused as though frightened at her own openness, and her face was suddenly distorted in a strange, unaccountable way. Her eyes stared at the lieutenant without blinking, her lips parted and showed clenched teeth. Her whole face, her throat, and even her bosom, seemed quivering with a spiteful, cat-like expression. Still keeping her eyes fixed on her visitor, she rapidly bent to one side, and swiftly, like a cat, snatched something from the table. All this was the work of a few seconds. Watching her movements, the lieutenant saw 5 fingers crumple up his I.O.U.S. and caught a glimpse of the white rustling paper as it disappeared in her clenched fist. Such an extraordinary transition from good-natured laughter to crime so appalled him that he turned pale and stepped back. And she, still keeping her frightened, searching eyes upon him, felt along her hip with her clenched fist for her pocket. Her fist struggled convulsively for the pocket, like a fish in the net, and could not find the opening. In another moment the I.O.U.S. would have vanished in the recesses of her feminine garments, but at that point the lieutenant uttered a faint cry, and, moved more by instinct than reflection, seized the Jewess by her arm above the clenched fist. Showing her teeth more than ever, she struggled with all her might and pulled her hand away. Then Sokolsky put his right arm firmly round her waist, and the other round her chest, and a struggle followed. Afraid of outraging her sex or hurting her, he tried only to prevent her moving, and to get hold of the fist with the I.O.U.S. But she wriggled like an eel in his arms with her supple, flexible body, struck him in the chest with her elbows, and scratched him, so that he could not help touching her all over. And was forced to hurt her and disregard her modesty. How unusual this is. How strange. He thought, utterly amazed, hardly able to believe his senses, and feeling rather sick from the scent of jasmine. In silence, breathing heavily, stumbling against the furniture, they moved about the room. Susanna was carried away by the struggle. She flushed, closed her eyes, and forgetting herself, once even pressed her face against the face of the lieutenant, so that there was a sweetish taste left on his lips. At last he caught hold of her clenched hand. Forcing it open, and not finding the papers in it, he let go the Jewess. With flushed faces and disheveled hair, they looked at one another, breathing hard. The spiteful, cat-like expression on the Jewess's face was gradually replaced by a good-natured smile. She burst out laughing, and turning on one foot, went towards the room where lunch was ready. The lieutenant moved slowly after her. She sat down to the table, and, still flushed and breathing hard, tossed off half a glass of port. "Listen," the lieutenant broke the silence, "I hope you are joking." "Not a bit of it," she answered, thrusting a piece of bread into her mouth. How do you wish me to take all this? As you choose. Sit down and have lunch. But, it's dishonest. Perhaps. But don't trouble to give me a sermon, I have my own way of looking at things. Won't you give them back? Of course not. If you were a poor unfortunate man, with nothing to eat, then it would be a different matter. But, he wants to get married. It's not my money, you know, it's my cousin's. And what does your cousin want with money? To get fashionable clothes for his wife? But I really don't care whether your belle-sœur has dresses or not. The lieutenant had ceased to remember that he was in a strange house with an unknown lady, and did not trouble himself with decorum. He strode up and down the room, scowled and nervously fingered his waistcoat. The fact that the Jewess had lowered herself in his eyes by her dishonest action, made him feel bolder and more free and easy. The devil knows what to make of it, he muttered. Listen. I shan't go away from here until I get the I.O.U.S. Ah, so much the better, laughed Susanna. If you stay here for good, it will make it livelier for me. Excited by the struggle, the lieutenant looked at Susanna's laughing, insolent face, at her munching mouth, at her heaving bosom, and grew bolder and more audacious. Instead of thinking about the I.O.U. He began for some reason recalling with a sort of relish his cousin's stories of the Jewess's romantic adventures, of her free way of life. And these reminiscences only provoked him to greater audacity. Impulsively he sat down beside the Jewess and thinking no more of the I.O.U.S. began to eat. Will you have vodka or wine? Susanna asked with a laugh. So you will stay till you get the I.O.U.S.? Poor fellow. How many days and nights you will have to spend with me, waiting for those I.O.U.S. Won't your fiancé have something to say about it? Chapter 2. 5 hours had passed. The lieutenant's cousin, Alexey Ivanovich Kryakov, was walking about the rooms of his country house in his dressing gown and slippers, and looking impatiently out of window. He was a tall, sturdy man, with a large black beard and a manly face. And as the Jewess had truly said, he was handsome, though he had reached the age when men are apt to grow too stout, puffy, and bald. By mind and temperament he was one of those natures in which the Russian intellectual classes are so rich, warm-hearted, good-natured, well-bred, having some knowledge of the arts and sciences, some faith, and the most chivalrous notions about honor, but indolent and lacking in depth. He was fond of good eating and drinking, was an ideal whist player, was a connoisseur in women and horses, but in other things he was apathetic and sluggish as a seal. And to rouse him from his lethargy something extraordinary and quite revolting was needed, and then he would forget everything in the world and display intense activity. He would fume and talk of a duel, write a petition of 7 pages to a minister, gallop at breakneck speed about the district, call someone publicly a scoundrel, would go to law, and so on. How is it our Sasha's not back yet? He kept asking his wife, glancing out of window. Why, it's dinner time. After waiting for the lieutenant till 6 o'clock, they sat down to dinner. When supper time came, however, Alexey Ivanovich was listening to every footstep, to every sound of the door, and kept shrugging his shoulders. Strange, he said. The rascally dandy must have stayed on at the tenant's. As he went to bed after supper, Kryakov made up his mind that the lieutenant was being entertained at the tenant's, where after a festive evening he was staying the night. Alexander Grigorievich only returned next morning. He looked extremely crumpled and confused. I want to speak to you alone, he said mysteriously to his cousin. They went into the study. The lieutenant shut the door, and he paced for a long time up and down before he began to speak. Something's happened, my dear fellow, he began, that I don't know how to tell you about. You wouldn't believe it. And blushing, faltering, not looking at his cousin, he told what had happened with the I.O.U.S. Kryakov, standing with his feet wide apart and his head bent, listened and frowned. Are you joking? He asked. How the devil could I be joking? It's no joking matter. I don't understand," muttered Kryakov, turning crimson and flinging up his hands. "It's positively immoral on your part. Before your very eyes a hussy is up to the devil knows what, a serious crime, plays a nasty trick, and you go and kiss her. But I can't understand myself how it happened," whispered the lieutenant, blinking guiltily. "Upon my honor, I don't understand it. It's the first time in my life I've come across such a monster. It's not her beauty that does for you, not her mind, but that, you understand, insolence, cynicism. Insolence, cynicism, it's unclean. If you've such a longing for insolence and cynicism, you might have picked a sow out of the mire and have devoured her alive. It would have been cheaper, anyway. Instead of 2,300. You do express yourself elegantly," said the lieutenant, frowning. "I'll pay you back the 2,300. I know you'll pay it back, but it's not a question of money. Damn the money. What revolts me is your being such a limp rag, such filthy feebleness. And engaged. With a fiancé." "Don't speak of it," said the lieutenant, blushing. "I loathe myself as it is. I should like to sink into the earth. It's sickening and vexatious that I shall have to bother my aunt for that 5,000. Kryakov continued for some time longer expressing his indignation and grumbling, then, as he grew calmer, he sat down on the sofa and began to jeer at his cousin. "You young officers," he said with contemptuous irony. "Nice bridegrooms." Suddenly he leapt up as though he had been stung, stamped his foot, and ran about the study. "No, I'm not going to leave it like that," he said, shaking his fist. "I will have those I.O.U.S, I will. I'll give it her. One doesn't beat women, but I'll break every bone in her body. I'll pound her to a jelly. I'm not a lieutenant. You won't touch me with insolence or cynicism. No, damn her. Mishka," he shouted, "run and tell them to get the racing droshky out for me." Kryakov dressed rapidly, and, without heeding the agitated lieutenant, got into the droshky, and with a wave of his hand resolutely raced off to Susanna Moiseevna. For a long time the lieutenant gazed out of window at the clouds of dust that rolled after his cousin's droshky, stretched, yawned, and went to his own room. A quarter of an hour later he was sound asleep. At 6 o'clock he was waked up and summoned to dinner. "How nice this is of Alexei," his cousin's wife greeted him in the dining room. "He keeps us waiting for dinner." "Do you mean to say he's not come back yet?" yawned the lieutenant. He's probably gone round to see the tenant." But Alexei Ivanovitch was not back by supper either. His wife and Sokolsky decided that he was playing cards at the tenant's and would most likely stay the night there. What had happened was not what they had supposed, however. Kryakov returned next morning, and without greeting anyone, without a word, dashed into his study. "Well?" whispered the lieutenant, gazing at him round-eyed. Kryakov waved his hand and gave a snort. "Why, what's the matter? What are you laughing at?" Kryakov flopped on the sofa, thrust his head in the pillow, and shook with suppressed laughter. A minute later he got up, and looking at the surprised lieutenant, with his eyes full of tears from laughing, said, "Close the door. Well, she is a female, I beg to inform you. Did you get the I.O.U.S? Kryakov waved his hand and went off into a peal of laughter again. "Well, she is a female," he went on. "Merci for the acquaintance, my boy. She's a devil in petticoats. I walked in like such an avenging Jove, you know, that I felt almost afraid of myself. I frowned, I scowled, even clenched my fists to be more awe-inspiring. 'Jokes don't pay with me, madam,' said I, and more in that style. And I threatened her with the law and with the governor. To begin with, she burst into tears, said she'd been joking with you, and even took me to the cupboard to give me the money. Then she began arguing that the future of Europe lies in the hands of the French, and the Russians, swore at women. 'Like you, I listened, fascinated, asked that I was. She kept singing the praises of my beauty, patted me on the arm near the shoulder, to see how strong I was, and as you see, I've only just got away from her. Ha, ha. She's enthusiastic about you. You're a nice fellow, laughed the lieutenant. A married man. Highly respected. Well, aren't you ashamed? Disgusted? Joking apart though, old man, you've got your queen Tamara in your own neighborhood. In my own neighborhood. Why, you wouldn't find another such chameleon in the whole of Russia. I've never seen anything like it in my life, though I know a good bit about women, too. I have known regular devils in my time, but I never met anything like this. It is, as you say, by insolence and cynicism she gets over you. What is so attractive in her is the diabolical suddenness, the quick transitions, the swift shifting hues. Error. And the IOU. Phew. Write it off for lost. We are both great sinners, we'll go halves in our sin. I shall put down to you not 2,300, but half of it. Mind, tell my wife I was at the tenant's. Kryakov and the lieutenant buried their heads in the pillows, and broke into laughter. They raised their heads, glanced at one another, and again subsided into their pillows. Engaged. A lieutenant. Kryakov jeered. Married, retorted Sokolsky. Highly respected. Father of a family. At dinner they talked in veiled allusions, winked at one another, and, to the surprise of the others, were continually gushing with laughter into their dinner napkins. After dinner, still in the best of spirits, they dressed up as Turks, and, running after one another with guns, played at soldiers with the children. In the evening they had a long argument. The lieutenant maintained that it was mean and contemptible to accept a dowry with your wife, even when there was passionate love on both sides. Kryakov thumped the table with his fists and declared that this was absurd, and that a husband who did not like his wife to have property of her own was an egoist and a despot. Both shouted, boiled over, did not understand each other, drank a good deal, and in the end, picking up the skirts of their dressing gowns, went to their bedrooms. They soon fell asleep and slept soundly. Life went on as before, even, sluggish and free from sorrow. The shadows lay on the earth, thunder pealed from the clouds, from time to time the wind moaned plaintively, as though to prove that nature, too, could lament. But nothing troubled the habitual tranquility of these people. Of Susanna Moiseevna and the I.O.U.S. they said nothing. Both of them felt, somehow, ashamed to speak of the incident aloud. Yet they remembered it and thought of it with pleasure, as of a curious farce, which life had unexpectedly and casually played upon them, and which it would be pleasant to recall in old age. On the 6th or 7th day after his visit to the Jewess, Kryakov was sitting in his study in the morning writing a congratulatory letter to his aunt. Alexander Grigorievich was walking to and fro near the table in silence. The lieutenant had slept badly that night, he woke up depressed, and now he felt bored. He paced up and down, thinking of the end of his furlough, of his fiancée, who was expecting him, of how people could live all their lives in the country without feeling bored. Standing at the window, for a long time he stared at the trees, smoked 3 cigarettes one after another, and suddenly turned to his cousin. "I have a favor to ask you, Alyosha," he said. "Let me have a saddle horse for the day." Kryakov looked searchingly at him and continued his writing with a frown. "You will, then?" asked the lieutenant. Kryakov looked at him again, then deliberately drew out a drawer in the table, and taking out a thick roll of notes, gave it to his cousin. "Here's 5,000, he said. "Though it's not my money, yet, God bless you, it's all the same. I advise you to send for post horses at once and go away." "Yes, really." The lieutenant in his turn looked searchingly at Kryakov and laughed. "You've guessed right, Alyosha," he said, reddening. "It was to her I meant to ride. Yesterday evening when the washerwoman gave me that damned tunic, the one I was wearing then, and it smelt of jasmine, why, I felt I must go. You must go away. Yes, certainly. And my furlough's just over. I really will go today. Yes, by Jove. However long one stays, one has to go in the end. I'm going. The post horses were brought after dinner the same day. The lieutenant said goodbye to the Krukhovs and set off, followed by their good wishes. Another week passed. It was a dull but hot and heavy day. From early morning Kryakov walked aimlessly about the house, looking out of window, or turning over the leaves of albums, though he was sick of the sight of them already. When he came across his wife or children, he began grumbling crossly. It seemed to him, for some reason that day, that his children's manners were revolting, that his wife did not know how to look after the servants. That their expenditure was quite disproportionate to their income. All this meant that the master was out of humor. After dinner, Kryakov, feeling dissatisfied with the soup and the roast meat he had eaten, ordered out his racing droshky. He drove slowly out of the courtyard, drove at a walking pace for a quarter of a mile, and stopped. Shall I drive to her, that devil? He thought, looking at the leaden sky. And Kryakov positively laughed, as though it were the first time that day he had asked himself that question. At once the load of boredom was lifted from his heart, and there rose a gleam of pleasure in his lazy eyes. He lashed the horse. All the way his imagination was picturing how surprised the Jewess would be to see him, how he would laugh and chat, and come home feeling refreshed. Once a month one needs something to brighten one up, something out of the common round, he thought, something that would give the stagnant organism a good shaking up. A reaction, whether it's a drinking bout, or Susanna. One can't get on without it. It was getting dark when he drove into the yard of the vodka distillery. From the open windows of the owner's house came sounds of laughter and singing. Brighter than lightning, more burning than flame, sang a powerful, mellow, bass voice. Aha! She has visitors, thought Kryakov. And he was annoyed that she had visitors. Shall I go back? He thought with his hand on the bell, but he rang all the same, and went up the familiar staircase. From the entry he glanced into the reception hall. There were about 5 men there, all landowners and officials of his acquaintance. One, a tall, thin gentleman, was sitting at the piano, singing, and striking the keys with his long, thin fingers. The others were listening and grinning with enjoyment. Kryakov looked himself up and down in the looking-glass, and was about to go into the hall, when Susanna Moiseevna herself darted into the entry, in high spirits and wearing the same black dress. Seeing Kryakov, she was petrified for an instant, then she uttered a little scream and beamed with delight. "Is it you?" she said, clutching his hand. "What a surprise! Here she is," smiled Kryakov, putting his arm round her waist. "Well, does the destiny of Europe still lie in the hands of the French and the Russians?" "I'm so glad," laughed the Jewess, cautiously removing his arm. "Come, go into the hall, they're all friends there. I'll go and tell them to bring you some tea. Your name's Alexei, isn't it? Well, go in, I'll come directly." She blew him a kiss and ran out of the entry, leaving behind her the same sickly smell of jasmine. Kryakov raised his head and walked into the hall. He was on terms of friendly intimacy with all the men in the room, but scarcely nodded to them. They, too, scarcely responded, as though the places in which they met were not quite decent. And as though they were in tacit agreement with one another that it was more suitable for them not to recognize one another. From the hall Kryakov walked into the drawing room, and from it into a second drawing room. On the way he met 3 or 4 other guests, also men whom he knew, though they barely recognized him. Their faces were flushed with drink and merriment. Alexey Ivanovitch glanced furtively at them and marveled that these men, respectable heads of families, who had known sorrow and privation, could demean themselves to such pitiful, cheap gaiety. He shrugged his shoulders, smiled, and walked on. There are places, he reflected, where a sober man feels sick, and a drunken man rejoices. I remember I never could go to the operetta or the gypsies when I was sober. Wine makes a man more good-natured and reconciles him with vice. Suddenly he stood still, petrified, and caught hold of the doorpost with both hands. At the writing table in Susanna's study was sitting Lieutenant Alexander Grigorievich. He was discussing something in an undertone with a fat, flabby-looking Jew, and seeing his cousin, flushed crimson and looked down at an album. The sense of decency was stirred in Kryakov and the blood rushed to his head. Overwhelmed with amazement, shame, and anger, he walked up to the table without a word. Sokolsky's head sank lower than ever. His face worked with an expression of agonizing shame. "Ah, it's you, Alyosha," he articulated, making a desperate effort to raise his eyes and to smile. "I called here to say goodbye, and, as you see. But tomorrow I am certainly going. What can I say to him?" "What?" thought Alexey Ivanovitch. "How can I judge him since I'm here myself?" And clearing his throat without uttering a word, he went out slowly. Call her not heavenly, and leave her on earth. The bass was singing in the hall. A little while after, Kryakov's racing droshky was bumping along the dusty road. Dreams. 2 peasant constables, one a stubby, black-bearded individual with such exceptionally short legs that if you looked at him from behind it seemed as though his legs began much lower down than in other people. The other, long, thin, and straight as a stick, with a scanty beard of dark reddish color, were escorting to the district town a tramp who refused to remember his name. The first waddled along, looking from side to side, chewing now a straw, now his own sleeve, slapping himself on the haunches and humming, and altogether had a careless and frivolous air. The other, in spite of his lean face and narrow shoulders, looked solid, grave, and substantial. In the lines and expression of his whole figure he was like the priests among the old believers, or the warriors who are painted on old-fashioned icons. For his wisdom God had added to his forehead, that is, he was bald, which increased the resemblance referred to. The first was called Andrei Taha, the second Nikandr Sapoznikov. The man they were escorting did not in the least correspond with the conception everyone has of a tramp. He was a frail little man, weak and sickly looking, with small, colorless, and extremely indefinite features. His eyebrows were scanty, his expression mild and submissive. He had scarcely a trace of a mustache, though he was over 30. He walked along timidly, bent forward, with his hands thrust into his sleeves. The collar of his shabby cloth overcoat, which did not look like a peasant's, was turned up to the very brim of his cap, so that only his little red nose ventured to peep out into the light of day. He spoke in an ingratiating tenor, continually coughing. It was very, very difficult to believe that he was a tramp concealing his surname. He was more like an unsuccessful priest's son, stricken by God and reduced to beggary, a clerk discharged for drunkenness. A merchant's son or nephew who had tried his feeble powers in a theatrical career, and was now going home to play the last act in the parable of the prodigal son. Perhaps, judging by the dull patience with which he struggled with the hopeless autumn mud, he might have been a fanatical monk, wandering from one Russian monastery to another, continually seeking a peaceful life, free from sin, and not finding it. The travelers had been a long while on their way, but they seemed to be always on the same small patch of ground. In front of them there stretched 30 feet of muddy black-brown mud, behind them the same, and wherever one looked further, an impenetrable wall of white fog. They went on, but the ground remained the same, the wall was no nearer, and the patch on which they walked seemed still the same patch. They got a glimpse of a white, clumsy-looking stone, a small ravine, or a bundle of hay dropped by a passer-by, the brief glimmer of a great muddy puddle, or, suddenly, a shadow with vague outlines would come into view ahead of them. The nearer they got to it the smaller and darker it became. Nearer still, and there stood up before the wayfarers a slanting milestone with the number rubbed off, or a wretched birch tree drenched and bare like a wayside beggar. The birch tree would whisper something with what remained of its yellow leaves, one leaf would break off and float lazily to the ground. And then again fog, mud, the brown grass at the edges of the road. On the grass hung dingy, unfriendly tears. They were not the tears of soft joy such as the earth weeps at welcoming the summer sun and parting from it, and such as she gives to drink at dawn to the corncrakes, quails, and graceful, long-beaked crested snipes. The traveler's feet stuck in the heavy, clinging mud. Every step cost an effort. André Taha was somewhat excited. He kept looking round at the tramp and trying to understand how a sober man could fail to remember his name. "You are an Orthodox Christian, aren't you?" he asked. "Yes," the tramp answered mildly. Then you've been christened?" "Why, to be sure. I'm not a Turk. I go to church and to the sacrament, and do not eat meat when it is forbidden. And I observe my religious duties punctually." "Well, what are you called, then?" "Call me what you like, good man." Taha shrugged his shoulders and slapped himself on the haunches in extreme perplexity. The other constable, Nikandr Sapoznikov, maintained a staid silence. He was not so naive as Taha, and apparently knew very well the reasons which might induce an Orthodox Christian to conceal his name from other people. His expressive face was cold and stern. He walked apart and did not condescend to idle chatter with his companions, but, as it were, tried to show everyone, even the fog, his sedateness and discretion. "God knows what to make of you," Taha persisted in addressing the tramp. "Peasant you are not, and gentleman you are not, but some sort of a thing between. The other day I was washing a sieve in the pond and caught a reptile, see, as long as a finger, with gills and a tail. The first minute I thought it was a fish, then I looked, and, blow it, if it hadn't paws. It was not a fish, it was a viper, and the deuce only knows what it was. So that's like you. What's your calling?" "I am a peasant and of peasant family," sighed the tramp. "My mama was a house serf. I don't look like a peasant, that's true, for such has been my lot, good man. My mama was a nurse with the gentry, and had every comfort, and as I was of her flesh and blood, I lived with her in the master's house. She petted and spoiled me, and did her best to take me out of my humble class and make a gentleman of me. I slept in a bed, every day I ate a real dinner, I wore breeches and shoes like a gentleman's child. What my mama ate I was fed on, too. They gave her stuffs as a present, and she dressed me up in them. We lived well. I ate so many sweets and cakes in my childish years that if they could be sold now it would be enough to buy a good horse. Mama taught me to read and write, she instilled the fear of God in me from my earliest years, and she so trained me that now I can't bring myself to utter an unrefined peasant word. And I don't drink vodka, my lad, and am neat in my dress, and know how to behave with decorum in good society. If she is still living, God give her health. And if she is dead, then, O Lord, give her soul peace in thy kingdom, wherein the just are at rest." The tramp bared his head with the scanty hair standing up like a brush on it, turned his eyes upward and crossed himself twice. "Grant her, O Lord, a verdant and peaceful resting place," he said in a drawling voice, more like an old woman's than a man's. "Teach thy servant Xenia thy justifications, O Lord. If it had not been for my beloved mama I should have been a peasant with no sort of understanding. Now, young man, ask me about anything and I understand it all, the holy scriptures and profane writings, and every prayer and catechism. I live according to the scriptures. I don't injure anyone, I keep my flesh in purity and continence, I observe the fasts, I eat at fitting times. Another man will take no pleasure in anything but vodka and lewd talk, but when I have time I sit in a corner and read a book. I read and I weep and weep." "What do you weep for?" "They write so pathetically. For some books one gives but a 5-kopeck piece, and yet one weeps and sighs exceedingly over it." "Is your father dead?" asked Taha. "I don't know, good man. I don't know my parent, it is no use concealing it. I judge that I was mama's illegitimate son. My mama lived all her life with the gentry, and did not want to marry a simple peasant. And so she fell into the master's hands, laughed Taha. She did transgress, that's true. She was pious, God-fearing, but she did not keep her maiden purity. It is a sin, of course, a great sin, there's no doubt about it, but to make up for it there is, maybe, noble blood in me. Maybe I am only a peasant by class, but in nature a noble gentleman. The noble gentleman uttered all this in a soft, sugary tenor, wrinkling up his narrow forehead and emitting creaking sounds from his red, frozen little nose. Taha listened and looked askance at him in wonder, continually shrugging his shoulders. After going nearly 5 miles the constables and the tramp sat down on a mound to rest. Even a dog knows his name, Taha muttered. My name is Andriushka, his is Nikandr, every man has his holy name, and it can't be forgotten. Know how? Who has any need to know my name? Sighed the tramp, leaning his cheek on his fist. And what advantage would it be to me if they did know it? If I were allowed to go where I would, but it would only make things worse. I know the law, Christian brothers. Now I am a tramp who doesn't remember his name, and it's the very most if they send me to eastern Siberia and give me 30 or 40 lashes. But if I were to tell them my real name and description they would send me back to hard labor, I know. Why, have you been a convict? I have, dear friend. For 4 years I went about with my head shaved and fetters on my legs. What for? For murder, my good man. When I was still a boy of 18 or so, my mama accidentally poured arsenic instead of soda and acid into my master's glass. There were boxes of all sorts in the storeroom, numbers of them. It was easy to make a mistake over them. The tramp sighed, shook his head, and said. She was a pious woman, but, who knows? Another man's soul is a slumbering forest. It may have been an accident, or maybe she could not endure the affront of seeing the master prefer another servant. Perhaps she put it in on purpose, God knows. I was young then, and did not understand it all. Now I remember that our master had taken another mistress and Mama was greatly disturbed. Our trial lasted nearly 2 years. Mama was condemned to penal servitude for 20 years, and I, on account of my youth, only to 7. And why were you sentenced? As an accomplice. I handed the glass to the master. That was always the custom. Mama prepared the soda and I handed it to him. Only I tell you all this as a Christian, brothers, as I would say it before God. Don't you tell anybody. Oh, nobody's going to ask us, said Taha. So you've run away from prison, have you? I have, dear friend. 14 of us ran away. Some folks, God bless them, ran away and took me with them. Now you tell me, on your conscience, good man, what reason have I to disclose my name? They will send me back to penal servitude, you know. And I am not fit for penal servitude. I am a refined man in delicate health. I like to sleep and eat in cleanliness. When I pray to God I like to light a little lamp or a candle, and not to have a noise around me. When I bow down to the ground I like the floor not to be dirty or spat upon. And I bow down 40 times every morning and evening, praying for Mama. The tramp took off his cap and crossed himself. And let them send me to eastern Siberia, he said. I am not afraid of that. Surely that's no better. It is quite a different thing. In penal servitude you are like a crab in a basket, crowding, crushing, jostling, there's no room to breathe. It's downright hell, such hell, may the Queen of Heaven keep us from it. You are a robber and treated like a robber, worse than any dog. You can't sleep, you can't eat or even say your prayers. But it's not like that in a settlement. In a settlement I shall be a member of a commune like other people. The authorities are bound by law to give me my share, yes. They say the land costs nothing, no more than snow, you can take what you like. They will give me corn land and building land and garden. I shall plow my fields like other people, sow seed. I shall have cattle and stock of all sorts, bees, sheep, and dogs. A Siberian cat, that rats and mice may not devour my goods. I will put up a house, I shall buy icons. Please God, I'll get married, I shall have children. The tramp muttered and looked, not at his listeners, but away into the distance. Naive as his dreams were, they were uttered in such a genuine and heartfelt tone that it was difficult not to believe in them. The tramp's little mouth was screwed up in a smile. His eyes and little nose and his whole face were fixed and blank with blissful anticipation of happiness in the distant future. The constables listened and looked at him gravely, not without sympathy. They, too, believed in his dreams. I am not afraid of Siberia, the tramp went on muttering. Siberia is just as much Russia and has the same God and Tsar as here. They are just as Orthodox Christians as you and I. Only there is more freedom there and people are better off. Everything is better there. Take the rivers there, for instance, they are far better than those here. There's no end of fish, and all sorts of wild fowl. And my greatest pleasure, brothers, is fishing. Give me no bread to eat, but let me sit with a fishhook. Yes, indeed. I fish with a hook and with a wire line, and set creels, and when the ice comes I catch with a net. I am not strong to draw up the net, so I shall hire a man for 5 kopecks. And, Lord, what a pleasure it is! You catch an eelpout or a roach of some sort and are as pleased as though you had met your own brother. And would you believe it, there's a special art for every fish, you catch one with a live bait, you catch another with a grub, the third with a frog or a grasshopper. One has to understand all that, of course. For example, take the eelpout. It is not a delicate fish, it will take a perch, and a pike loves a gudgeon, the shillishper likes a butterfly. If you fish for a roach in a rapid stream there is no greater pleasure. You throw the line of 70 feet without lead, with a butterfly or a beetle, so that the bait floats on the surface. You stand in the water without your trousers and let it go with the current, and tug. The roach pulls at it. Only you have got to be artful that he doesn't carry off the bait, the damned rascal. As soon as he tugs at your line you must whip it up, it's no good waiting. It's wonderful what a lot of fish I've caught in my time. When we were running away the other convicts would sleep in the forest, I could not sleep, but I was off to the river. The rivers there are wide and rapid, the banks are steep, awfully. It's all slumbering forests on the bank. The trees are so tall that if you look to the top it makes you dizzy. Every pine would be worth 10 rubles by the prices here. In the overwhelming rush of his fancies, of artistic images of the past and sweet presentiments of happiness in the future, the poor wretch sank into silence. Merely moving his lips as though whispering to himself. The vacant, blissful smile never left his lips. The constables were silent. They were pondering with bent heads. In the autumn stillness, when the cold, sullen mist that rises from the earth lies like a weight on the heart, when it stands like a prison wall before the eyes, and reminds man of the limitation of his freedom, it is sweet to think of the broad, rapid rivers, with steep banks wild and luxuriant, of the impenetrable forests, of the boundless steppes. Slowly and quietly the fancy pictures how early in the morning, before the flush of dawn has left the sky, a man makes his way along the steep deserted bank like a tiny speck, the ancient mast-like pines rise up in terraces on both sides of the torrent, gaze sternly at the free man and murmur menacingly. Rocks, huge stones, and thorny bushes bar his way, but he is strong in body and bold in spirit, and has no fear of the pine trees, nor stones, nor of his solitude, nor of the reverberating echo which repeats the sound of every footstep that he takes. The peasants called up a picture of a free life such as they had never lived. Whether they vaguely recalled the images of stories heard long ago or whether notions of a free life had been handed down to them with their flesh and blood from far-off free ancestors, God knows. The first to break the silence was Nikanor Sapoznikov, who had not till then let fall a single word. Whether he envied the tramp's transparent happiness, or whether he felt in his heart that dreams of happiness were out of keeping with the grey fog and the dirty brown mud, anyway. He looked sternly at the tramp and said, "It's all very well, to be sure, only you won't reach those plenteous regions, brother. How could you? Before you'd gone 200 miles you'd give up your soul to God. Just look what a weakling you are. Here you've hardly gone 5 miles and you can't get your breath." The tramp turned slowly toward Nicander, and the blissful smile vanished from his face. He looked with a scared and guilty air at the peasant's staid face, apparently remembered something, and bent his head. A silence followed again. All three were pondering. The peasants were racking their brains in the effort to grasp in their imagination what can be grasped by none but God, that is, the vast expanse dividing them from the land of freedom. Into the tramp's mind thronged clear and distinct pictures more terrible than that expanse. Before him rose vividly the picture of the long legal delays and procrastinations, the temporary and permanent prisons, the convict boats, the wearisome stoppages on the way, the frozen winters. Illnesses, deaths of companions. The tramp blinked guiltily, wiped the tiny drops of sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, drew a deep breath as though he had just leapt out of a very hot bath. Then wiped his forehead with the other sleeve and looked round fearfully. "That's true, you won't get there." Taha agreed. "You are not much of a walker. Look at you, nothing but skin and bone. You'll die, brother." "Of course he'll die. What could he do?" said Nicander. "He's fit for the hospital now. For sure." The man who had forgotten his name looked at the stern, unconcerned faces of his sinister companions, and without taking off his cap, hurriedly crossed himself, staring with wide-open eyes. He trembled, his head shook, and he began twitching all over, like a caterpillar when it is stepped upon. "Well, it's time to go," said Nicander, getting up, "we've had a rest." A minute later they were stepping along the muddy road. The tramp was more bent than ever, and he thrust his hands further up his sleeves. Taha was silent. "Hush." Ivan Yegorich Krasnihin, a fourth-rate journalist, returns home late at night, grave and careworn, with a peculiar air of concentration. He looks like a man expecting a police raid or contemplating suicide. Pacing about his rooms he halts abruptly, ruffles up his hair, and says in the tone in which Laertes announces his intention of avenging his sister. "Shattered, soul-weary. A sick load of misery on the heart, and then to sit down and write. And this is called life. How is it nobody has described the agonizing discord in the soul of a writer who has to amuse the crowd when his heart is heavy or to shed tears at the word of command when his heart is light? I must be playful, coldly unconcerned, witty, but what if I am weighed down with misery, what if I am ill, or my child is dying or my wife in anguish?" He says this, brandishing his fists and rolling his eyes. Then he goes into the bedroom and wakes his wife. "Nadia," he says, "I am sitting down to write. Please don't let anyone interrupt me. I can't write with children crying or cooks snoring. See, too, that there's tea and steak or something. You know that I can't write without tea. Tea is the one thing that gives me the energy for my work." Returning to his room he takes off his coat, waistcoat, and boots. He does this very slowly. Then, assuming an expression of injured innocence, he sits down to his table. There is nothing casual, nothing ordinary on his writing table, down to the veriest trifle everything bears the stamp of a stern, deliberately planned program. Little busts and photographs of distinguished writers, heaps of rough manuscripts, a volume of Byelinsky with a page turned down, part of a skull by way of an ashtray. A sheet of newspaper folded carelessly, but so that a passage is uppermost, boldly marked in blue pencil with the word "disgraceful." There are a dozen sharply pointed pencils and several penholders fitted with new nibs. Put in readiness that no accidental breaking of a pen may for a single second interrupt the flight of his creative fancy. Ivan Yegorich throws himself back in his chair, and closing his eyes concentrates himself on his subject. He hears his wife shuffling about in her slippers and splitting shavings to heat the samovar. She is hardly awake, that is apparent from the way the knife and the lid of the samovar keep dropping from her hands. Soon the hissing of the samovar and the spluttering of the frying meat reaches him. His wife is still splitting shavings and rattling with the doors and blowers of the stove. All at once Ivan Yegoritch starts, opens frightened eyes, and begins to sniff the air. Heavens! The stove is smoking, he groans, grimacing with a face of agony. Smoking! That insufferable woman makes a point of trying to poison me. How, in God's name, am I to write in such surroundings? Kindly tell me that. He rushes into the kitchen and breaks into a theatrical wail. When a little later, his wife, stepping cautiously on tiptoe, brings him in a glass of tea, he is sitting in an easy chair as before with his eyes closed, absorbed in his article. He does not stir, drums lightly on his forehead with 2 fingers, and pretends he is not aware of his wife's presence. His face wears an expression of injured innocence. Like a girl who has been presented with a costly fan, he spends a long time coquetting, grimacing, and posing to himself before he writes the title. He presses his temples, he wriggles, and draws his legs up under his chair as though he were in pain, or half closes his eyes languidly like a cat on the sofa. At last, not without hesitation, he stretches out his hand towards the inkstand, and with an expression as though he were signing a death warrant, writes the title. "Mammy, give me some water." He hears his son's voice. "Hush," says his mother. "Daddy's writing." "Hush." Daddy writes very, very quickly, without corrections or pauses. He has scarcely time to turn over the pages. The busts and portraits of celebrated authors look at his swiftly racing pen and, keeping stock still, seem to be thinking, "Oh my, how you are going it." "Sh," squeaks the pen. "Sh," whisper the authors, when his knee jolts the table and they are set trembling. All at once Krasnihin draws himself up, lays down his pen and listens. He hears an even monotonous whispering. It is Foma Nikolaevich, the lodger in the next room, saying his prayers. "I say," cries Krasnihin. "Couldn't you, please, say your prayers more quietly? You prevent me from writing." "Very sorry," Foma Nikolaevich answers timidly. After covering 5 pages, Krasnihin stretches and looks at his watch. "Goodness, 3 o'clock already," he moans. "Other people are asleep while I alone must work." Shattered and exhausted he goes, with his head on one side, to the bedroom to wake his wife, and says in a languid voice, "Nadia, get me some more tea. I feel weak." He writes till 4 o'clock and would readily have written till 6 if his subject had not been exhausted. Coquetting and posing to himself and the inanimate objects about him, far from any indiscreet, critical eye. Tyrannizing and domineering over the little anthill that fate has put in his power are the honey and the salt of his existence. And how different is this despot here at home from the humble, meek, dull-witted little man we are accustomed to see in the editor's offices. "I am so exhausted that I am afraid I shan't sleep," he says as he gets into bed. Our work, this cursed, ungrateful hard labor, exhausts the soul even more than the body. I had better take some bromide. God knows, if it were not for my family I'd throw up the work. To write to order. It is awful. He sleeps till 12 or 1 o'clock in the day, sleeps a sound, healthy sleep. Ah! How he would sleep, what dreams he would have, how he would spread himself if he were to become a well-known writer, an editor, or even a sub-editor. He has been writing all night, whispers his wife with a scared expression on her face. "Sh." No one dares to speak or move or make a sound. His sleep is something sacred, and the culprit who offends against it will pay dearly for his fault. "Hush," floats over the flat. "Hush." Excellent people. Once upon a time there lived in Moscow a man called Vladimir Semyonich Lyadovsky. He took his degree at the university in the faculty of law and had a post on the board of management of some railway. But if you had asked him what his work was, he would look candidly and openly at you with his large bright eyes through his gold pince-nez, and would answer in a soft, velvety, lisping baritone. My work is literature. After completing his course at the university, Vladimir Semyonich had had a paragraph of theatrical criticism accepted by a newspaper. From this paragraph he passed on to reviewing, and a year later he had advanced to writing a weekly article on literary matters for the same paper. But it does not follow from these facts that he was an amateur, that his literary work was of an ephemeral, haphazard character. Whenever I saw his neat spare figure, his high forehead and long mane of hair, when I listened to his speeches, it always seemed to me that his writing, quite apart from what and how he wrote, was something organically part of him, like the beating of his heart, and that his whole literary program must have been an integral part of his brain while he was a baby in his mother's womb. Even in his walk, his gestures, his manner of shaking off the ash from his cigarette, I could read this whole program from A to Z, with all its claptrap, dullness, and honorable sentiments. He was a literary man all over when with an inspired face he laid a wreath on the coffin of some celebrity, or with a grave and solemn face collected signatures for some address. His passion for making the acquaintance of distinguished literary men, his faculty for finding talent even where it was absent, his perpetual enthusiasm, his pulse that went at 120 a minute, his ignorance of life, the genuinely feminine flutter with which he threw himself into concerts and literary evenings for the benefit of destitute students, the way in which he gravitated towards the young, all this would have created for him the reputation of a writer even if he had not written his articles. He was one of those writers to whom phrases like, "We are but few," or "What would life be without strife?" forward, were preeminently becoming, though he never strove with anyone and never did go forward. It did not even sound mawkish when he fell to discoursing of ideals. Every anniversary of the university, on St. Tatiana's Day, he got drunk, chanted Gaudeamus out of tune, and his beaming and perspiring countenance seemed to say, "See, I'm drunk. I'm keeping it up." But even that suited him. Vladimir Semyonich had genuine faith in his literary vocation and his whole program. He had no doubts, and was evidently very well pleased with himself. Only one thing grieved him: the paper for which he worked had a limited circulation and was not very influential. But Vladimir Semyonich believed that sooner or later he would succeed in getting on to a solid magazine where he would have scope and could display himself, and what little distress he felt on this score was pale beside the brilliance of his hopes. Visiting this charming man, I made the acquaintance of his sister, Vera Semyonovna, a woman doctor. At first sight, what struck me about this woman was her look of exhaustion and extreme ill health. She was young, with a good figure and regular, rather large features, but in comparison with her agile, elegant, and talkative brother she seemed angular, listless, slovenly, and sullen. There was something strained, cold, apathetic in her movements, smiles, and words. She was not liked, and was thought proud and not very intelligent. In reality, I fancy, she was resting. "My dear friend," her brother would often say to me, sighing and flinging back his hair in his picturesque literary way, "one must never judge by appearances. Look at this book, it has long ago been read. It is warped, tattered, and lies in the dust uncared for, but open it, and it will make you weep and turn pale. My sister is like that book. Lift the cover and peep into her soul, and you will be horror-stricken." Vera passed in some 3 months through experiences that would have been ample for a whole lifetime. Vladimir Semyonich looked round him, took me by the sleeve, and began to whisper. "You know, after taking her degree she married, for love, an architect. It's a complete tragedy. They had hardly been married a month when, her husband died of typhus. But that was not all. She caught typhus from him, and when, on her recovery, she learnt that her Ivan was dead, she took a good dose of morphia. If it had not been for vigorous measures taken by her friends, my Vera would have been by now in paradise. Tell me, isn't it a tragedy? And is not my sister like an ingenue, who has played already all the 5 acts of her life? The audience may stay for the farce, but the ingenue must go home to rest. After 3 months of misery, Vera Semyonovna had come to live with her brother. She was not fitted for the practice of medicine, which exhausted her and did not satisfy her. She did not give one the impression of knowing her subject, and I never once heard her say anything referring to her medical studies. She gave up medicine, and, silent and unoccupied, as though she were a prisoner, spent the remainder of her youth in colorless apathy, with bowed head and hanging hands. The only thing to which she was not completely indifferent, and which brought some brightness into the twilight of her life, was the presence of her brother, whom she loved. She loved him himself and his program, she was full of reverence for his articles. And when she was asked what her brother was doing, she would answer in a subdued voice as though afraid of waking or distracting him, "He is writing." Usually when he was at his work she used to sit beside him, her eyes fixed on his writing hand. She used at such moments to look like a sick animal warming itself in the sun. One winter evening Vladimir Semyonich was sitting at his table writing a critical article for his newspaper. Vera Semyonovna was sitting beside him, staring as usual at his writing hand. The critic wrote rapidly, without erasures or corrections. The pen scratched and squeaked. On the table near the writing hand there lay open a freshly cut volume of a thick magazine, containing a story of peasant life, signed with 2 initials. Vladimir Semyonich was enthusiastic. He thought the author was admirable in his handling of the subject, suggested Turgenev in his descriptions of nature, was truthful, and had an excellent knowledge of the life of the peasantry. The critic himself knew nothing of peasant life except from books and hearsay, but his feelings and his inner convictions forced him to believe the story. He foretold a brilliant future for the author, assured him he should await the conclusion of the story with great impatience, and so on. "Fine story," he said, flinging himself back in his chair and closing his eyes with pleasure. "The tone is extremely good." Vera Semyonovna looked at him, yawned aloud, and suddenly asked an unexpected question. In the evening she had a habit of yawning nervously and asking short, abrupt questions, not always relevant. "Volodya," she asked, "what is the meaning of non-resistance to evil?" "Non-resistance to evil," repeated her brother, opening his eyes. "Yes. What do you understand by it?" "You see, my dear, imagine that thieves or brigands attack you, and you, instead of—" "No, give me a logical definition." "A logical definition? Well." Vladimir Semyonich pondered. Non-resistance to evil means an attitude of non-interference with regard to all that in the sphere of mortality is called evil. Saying this, Vladimir Semyonich bent over the table and took up a novel. This novel, written by a woman, dealt with the painfulness of the irregular position of a society lady who was living under the same roof with her lover and her illegitimate child. Vladimir Semyonich was pleased with the excellent tendency of the story, the plot and the presentation of it. Making a brief summary of the novel, he selected the best passages and added to them in his account, how true to reality, how living, how picturesque. The author is not merely an artist. He is also a subtle psychologist who can see into the hearts of his characters. Take, for example, this vivid description of the emotions of the heroine on meeting her husband, and so on. "Volodya," Vera Semyonovna interrupted his critical effusions, "I've been haunted by a strange idea since yesterday. I keep wondering where we should all be if human life were ordered on the basis of non-resistance to evil? In all probability, nowhere. Non-resistance to evil would give the full rein to the criminal will, and, to say nothing of civilization, this would leave not one stone standing upon another anywhere on earth. What would be left? Boshi-bazook and brothels. In my next article I'll talk about that perhaps. Thank you for reminding me." And a week later my friend kept his promise. That was just at the period, in the 80s, when people were beginning to talk and write of non-resistance, of the right to judge, to punish, to make war. When some people in our set were beginning to do without servants, to retire into the country, to work on the land, and to renounce animal food and carnal love. After reading her brother's article, Vera Semyonovna pondered and hardly perceptibly shrugged her shoulders. "Very nice," she said. "But still there's a great deal I don't understand. For instance, in Leskov's story belonging to the cathedral there is a queer gardener who sews for the benefit of all, for customers, for beggars, and any who care to steal. Did he behave sensibly?" From his sister's tone and expression Vladimir Semyonich saw that she did not like his article, and, almost for the first time in his life, his vanity as an author sustained a shock. With a shade of irritation he answered. "Theft is immoral. To sow for thieves is to recognize the right of thieves to existence. What would you think if I were to establish a newspaper and, dividing it into sections, provide for blackmailing as well as for liberal ideas? Following the example of that gardener, I ought, logically, to provide a section for blackmailers, the intellectual scoundrels?" "Yes." Vera Semyonovna made no answer. She got up from the table, moved languidly to the sofa and lay down. "I don't know, I know nothing about it," she said musingly. "You are probably right, but it seems to me, I feel somehow, that there's something false in our resistance to evil, as though there were something concealed or unsaid. God knows, perhaps our methods of resisting evil belong to the category of prejudices which have become so deeply rooted in us, that we are incapable of parting with them. And therefore cannot form a correct judgment of them." "How do you mean?" "I don't know how to explain to you. Perhaps man is mistaken in thinking that he is obliged to resist evil and has a right to do so, just as he is mistaken in thinking, for instance, that the heart looks like an ace of hearts. It is very possible in resisting evil we ought not to use force, but to use what is the very opposite of force. If you, for instance, don't want this picture stolen from you, you ought to give it away rather than lock it up. That's clever, very clever. If I want to marry a rich, vulgar woman, she ought to prevent me from such a shabby action by hastening to make me an offer herself." The brother and sister talked till midnight without understanding each other. If any outsider had overheard them he would hardly have been able to make out what either of them was driving at. They usually spent the evening at home. There were no friends' houses to which they could go, and they felt no need for friends. They only went to the theatre when there was a new play, such was the custom in literary circles. They did not go to concerts, for they did not care for music. "You may think what you like," Vera Semyonovna began again the next day, "but for me the question is to a great extent settled. I am firmly convinced that I have no grounds for resisting evil directed against me personally. If they want to kill me, let them. My defending myself will not make the murderer better. All I have now to decide is the second half of the question, how I ought to behave to evil directed against my neighbors." "Vera, mind you don't become rabid," said Vladimir Semyonich, laughing. "I see non-resistance is becoming your idée fixe." He wanted to turn off these tedious conversations with a jest, but somehow it was beyond a jest. His smile was artificial and sour. His sister gave up sitting beside his table and gazing reverently at his writing hand, and he felt every evening that behind him on the sofa lay a person who did not agree with him. And his back grew stiff and numb, and there was a chill in his soul. An author's vanity is vindictive, implacable, incapable of forgiveness, and his sister was the first and only person who had laid bare and disturbed that uneasy feeling, which is like a big box of crockery, easy to unpack but impossible to pack up again as it was before. Weeks and months passed by, and his sister clung to her ideas, and did not sit down by the table. One spring evening Vladimir Semyonich was sitting at his table writing an article. He was reviewing a novel which described how a village schoolmistress refused the man whom she loved and who loved her, a man both wealthy and intellectual, simply because marriage made her work as a schoolmistress impossible. Vera Semyonovna lay on the sofa and brooded. "My God, how slow it is," she said, stretching. "How insipid and empty life is. I don't know what to do with myself, and you are wasting your best years in goodness knows what." Like some alchemist, you are rummaging in old rubbish that nobody wants. My God! Vladimir Semyonich dropped his pen and slowly looked round at his sister. It's depressing to look at you, said his sister. Wagner and Faust dug up worms, but he was looking for a treasure, anyway, and you are looking for worms for the sake of the worms. That's vague. Yes, Volodya. All these days I've been thinking painfully for a long time, and I have come to the conclusion that you are hopelessly reactionary and conventional. Come, ask yourself what is the object of your zealous, conscientious work. Tell me, what is it? Why, everything has long ago been extracted that can be extracted from that rubbish in which you are always rummaging. You may pound water in a mortar and analyze it as long as you like, you'll make nothing more of it than the chemists have made already. Indeed, drawled Vladimir Semyonich, getting up. Yes, all this is old rubbish because these ideas are eternal, but what do you consider new, then? You undertake to work in the domain of thought, it is for you to think of something new. It's not for me to teach you. Me, an alchemist, the critic cried in wonder and indignation, screwing up his eyes ironically. Art, progress, all that is alchemy? You see, Volodya, it seems to me that if all you thinking people had set yourselves to solving great problems, all these little questions that you fuss about now would solve themselves by the way. If you go up in a balloon to see a town, you will incidentally, without any effort, see the fields and the villages and the rivers as well. When stearine is manufactured, you get glycerin as a byproduct. It seems to me that contemporary thought has settled on one spot and stuck to it. It is prejudiced, apathetic, timid, afraid to take a wide titanic flight, just as you and I are afraid to climb on a high mountain. It is conservative. Such conversations could not but leave traces. The relations of the brother and sister grew more and more strained every day. The brother became unable to work in his sister's presence, and grew irritable when he knew his sister was lying on the sofa, looking at his back. While the sister frowned nervously and stretched when, trying to bring back the past, he attempted to share his enthusiasms with her. Every evening she complained of being bored, and talked about independence of mind and those who are in the rut of tradition. Carried away by her new ideas, Vera Semyonovna proved that the work that her brother was so engrossed in was conventional. That it was a vain effort of conservative minds to preserve what had already served its turn and was vanishing from the scene of action. She made no end of comparisons. She compared her brother at one time to an alchemist, then to a musty old believer who would sooner die than listen to reason. By degrees there was a perceptible change in her manner of life, too. She was capable of lying on the sofa all day long doing nothing but think, while her face wore a cold, dry expression such as one sees in one-sided people of strong faith. She began to refuse the attentions of the servants, swept and tidied her own room, cleaned her own boots and brushed her own clothes. Her brother could not help looking with irritation and even hatred at her cold face when she went about her menial work. In that work, which was always performed with a certain solemnity, he saw something strained and false, he saw something both pharisaical and affected. And knowing he could not touch her by persuasion, he carped at her and teased her like a schoolboy. "You won't resist evil, but you resist my having servants," he taunted her. "If servants are an evil, why do you oppose it? That's inconsistent." He suffered, was indignant and even ashamed. He felt ashamed when his sister began doing odd things before strangers. "It's awful, my dear fellow," he said to me in private, waving his hands in despair. "It seems that our ingenue has remained to play a part in the farce, too. She's become morbid to the marrow of her bones. I've washed my hands of her, let her think as she likes, but why does she talk, why does she excite me? She ought to think what it means for me to listen to her. What I feel when in my presence she has the effrontery to support her errors by blasphemously quoting the teaching of Christ. It chokes me. It makes me hot all over to hear my sister propounding her doctrines and trying to distort the gospel to suit her. When she purposely refrains from mentioning how the money changers were driven out of the temple. That's, my dear fellow, what comes of being half-educated, undeveloped. That's what comes of medical studies which provide no general culture. One day on coming home from the office, Vladimir Semyonich found his sister crying. She was sitting on the sofa with her head bowed, wringing her hands, and tears were flowing freely down her cheeks. The critic's good heart throbbed with pain. Tears fell from his eyes, too, and he longed to pet his sister, to forgive her, to beg her forgiveness, and to live as they used to before. He knelt down and kissed her head, her hands, her shoulders. She smiled bitterly, unaccountably, while he with a cry of joy jumped up, seized the magazine from the table and said warmly, "Hurrah! We'll live as we used to, Verotchka. With God's blessing. And I've such a surprise for you here. Instead of celebrating the occasion with champagne, let us read it together. A splendid, wonderful thing." "Oh, no, no!" cried Vera Semyonovna, pushing away the book in alarm. "I've read it already. I don't want it, I don't want it." "When did you read it?" "A year, 2 years ago. I read it long ago, and I know it, I know it." "You're a fanatic," her brother said coldly, flinging the magazine on to the table. "No, you are a fanatic, not I. You." And Vera Semyonovna dissolved into tears again. Her brother stood before her, looked at her quivering shoulders, and thought. He thought, not of the agonies of loneliness endured by anyone who begins to think in a new way of their own, not of the inevitable sufferings of a genuine spiritual revolution, but of the outrage of his program, the outrage to his author's vanity. From this time he treated his sister coldly, with careless irony, and he endured her presence in the room as one endures the presence of old women that are dependent on one. For her part, she left off disputing with him and met all his arguments, jeers, and attacks with a condescending silence which irritated him more than ever. One summer morning Vera Semyonovna, dressed for traveling with a satchel over her shoulder, went in to her brother and coldly kissed him on the forehead. "Where are you going?" he asked with surprise. "To the province of N, to do vaccination work." Her brother went out into the street with her. "So that's what you've decided upon, you queer girl," he muttered. "Don't you want some money?" "No, thank you. Goodbye." The sister shook her brother's hand and set off. "Why don't you have a cab?" cried Vladimir Semyonich. She did not answer. Her brother gazed after her, watched her rusty-looking waterproof, the swaying of her figure as she slouched along, forced himself to sigh, but did not succeed in rousing a feeling of regret. His sister had become a stranger to him. And he was a stranger to her. Anyway, she did not once look round. Going back to his room, Vladimir Semyonich at once sat down to the table and began to work at his article. I never saw Vera Semyonovna again. Where she is now I do not know. And Vladimir Semyonich went on writing his articles, laying wreaths on coffins, singing Gaudeamus, busying himself over the Mutual Aid Society of Moscow journalists. He fell ill with inflammation of the lungs. He was ill in bed for 3 months, at first at home, and afterwards in the Golitsyn hospital. An abscess developed in his knee. People said he ought to be sent to the Crimea, and began getting up a collection for him. But he did not go to the Crimea, he died. We buried him in the Vagankovsky cemetery, on the left side, where artists and literary men are buried. One day we writers were sitting in the Tatars restaurant. I mentioned that I had lately been in the Vagankovsky cemetery and had seen Vladimir Semyonich's grave there. It was utterly neglected and almost indistinguishable from the rest of the ground. The cross had fallen. It was necessary to collect a few rubles to put it in order. But they listened to what I said unconcernedly, made no answer, and I could not collect a farthing. No one remembered Vladimir Semyonich. He was utterly forgotten. An incident. Morning. Brilliant sunshine is piercing through the frozen lacework on the window panes into the nursery. Vanya, a boy of 6, with a cropped head and a nose like a button, and his sister Nina, a short, chubby, curly-headed girl of 4. Wake up and look crossly at each other through the bars of their cots. Ooh oh oh oh. Naughty children, grumbles their nurse. Good people have had their breakfast already, while you can't get your eyes open. The sunbeams frolic over the rugs, the walls, and nurses' skirts, and seem inviting the children to join in their play, but they take no notice. They have woken up in a bad humor. Nina pouts, makes a grimace, and begins to whine. Breakfast, nurse, breakfast. Vanya knits his brows and ponders what to pitch upon to howl over. He has already begun screwing up his eyes and opening his mouth, but at that instant the voice of Mama reaches them from the drawing room, saying, "Don't forget to give the cat her milk. She has a family now." The children's puckered countenances grow smooth again as they look at each other in astonishment. Then both at once begin shouting, jump out of their cots, and filling the air with piercing shrieks, run barefoot, in their nightgowns, to the kitchen. "The cat has puppies," they cry. "The cat has got puppies." Under the bench in the kitchen there stands a small box, the one in which Stepan brings coal when he lights the fire. The cat is peeping out of the box. There is an expression of extreme exhaustion on her grey face. Her green eyes, with their narrow black pupils, have a languid, sentimental look. From her face it is clear that the only thing lacking to complete her happiness is the presence in the box of him, the father of her children, to whom she had abandoned herself so recklessly. She wants to mew, and opens her mouth wide, but nothing but a hiss comes from her throat. The squealing of the kittens is audible. The children squat on their heels before the box, and, motionless, holding their breath, gaze at the cat. They are surprised, impressed, and do not hear nurse grumbling as she pursues them. The most genuine delight shines in the eyes of both. Domestic animals play a scarcely noticed but undoubtedly beneficial part in the education and life of children. Which of us does not remember powerful but magnanimous dogs, lazy lapdogs, birds dying in captivity, dull-witted but haughty turkeys, mild old tabby cats? Who forgave us when we trod on their tails for fun and caused them agonizing pain? I even fancy, sometimes, that the patience, the fidelity, the readiness to forgive, and the sincerity which are characteristic of our domestic animals have a far stronger and more definite effect on the mind of a child than the long exhortations of some dry, pale Karl Karlovich, or the misty expositions of a governess, trying to prove to children that water is made up of hydrogen and oxygen. "What little things," says Nina, opening her eyes wide and going off into a joyous laugh. "They are like mice. 1, 2, 3, Vanya counts. 3 kittens. So there is one for you, one for me, and one for somebody else, too." "Murm, murm," purrs the mother, flattered by their attention. "Murm." After gazing at the kittens, the children take them from under the cat, and begin squeezing them in their hands. Then, not satisfied with this, they put them in the skirts of their nightgowns, and run into the other rooms. "Mama, the cat has got pups," they shout. Mama is sitting in the drawing room with some unknown gentleman. Seeing the children unwashed, undressed, with their nightgowns held up high, she is embarrassed, and looks at them severely. "Let your nightgowns down, disgraceful children," she says. "Go out of the room, or I will punish you." But the children do not notice either Mama's threats or the presence of a stranger. They put the kittens down on the carpet, and go off into deafening squeals. The mother walks round them, mewing imploringly. When, a little afterwards, the children are dragged off to the nursery, dressed, made to say their prayers, and given their breakfast, they are full of a passionate desire to get away from these prosaic duties as quickly as possible, and to run to the kitchen again. Their habitual pursuits and games are thrown completely into the background. The kittens throw everything into the shade by making their appearance in the world, and supply the great sensation of the day. If Nina or Vanya had been offered 40 pounds of sweets or 10,000 kopecks for each kitten, they would have rejected such a barter without the slightest hesitation. In spite of the heated protests of the nurse and the cook, the children persist in sitting by the cat's box in the kitchen, busy with the kittens till dinner time. Their faces are earnest and concentrated and express anxiety. They are worried not so much by the present as by the future of the kittens. They decide that one kitten shall remain at home with the old cat to be a comfort to her mother, while the second shall go to their summer villa, and the third shall live in the cellar, where there are ever so many rats. But why don't they look at us? Nina wondered. Their eyes are blind like the beggar's. Vanya, too, is perturbed by this question. He tries to open one kitten's eyes, and spends a long time puffing and breathing hard over it, but his operation is unsuccessful. They are a good deal troubled, too, by the circumstance that the kittens obstinately refuse the milk and the meat that is offered to them. Everything that is put before their little noses is eaten by their grey mamma. Let's build the kittens little houses, Vanya suggests. They shall live in different houses, and the cat shall come and pay them visits. Cardboard hatboxes are put in the different corners of the kitchen and the kittens are installed in them. But this division turns out to be premature. The cat, still wearing an imploring and sentimental expression on her face, goes the round of all the hatboxes, and carries off her children to their original position. The cat's their mother, observed Vanya, but who is their father? Yes, who is their father, repeats Nina. They must have a father. Vanya and Nina are a long time deciding who is to be the kitten's father, and, in the end, their choice falls on a big dark red horse without a tail, which is lying in the store cupboard under the stairs, together with other relics of toys that have outlived their day. They drag him up out of the store cupboard and stand him by the box. Mind now, they admonish him, stand here and see they behave themselves properly. All this is said and done in the gravest way, with an expression of anxiety on their faces. Vanya and Nina refuse to recognize the existence of any world but the box of kittens. Their joy knows no bounds. But they have to pass through bitter, agonizing moments, too. Just before dinner, Vanya is sitting in his father's study, gazing dreamily at the table. A kitten is moving about by the lamp, on stamped note paper. Vanya is watching its movements, and thrusting first a pencil, then a match into its little mouth. All at once, as though he has sprung out of the floor, his father is beside the table. What's this? Vanya hears, in an angry voice. It's the kitty, Papa. I'll give it you. Look what you have done, you naughty boy. You've dirted all my paper. To Vanya's great surprise, his papa does not share his partiality for the kittens, and, instead of being moved to enthusiasm and delight, he pulls Vanya's ear and shouts. Stepan! Take away this horrid thing. At dinner, too, there is a scene. During the second course there is suddenly the sound of a shrill mew. They begin to investigate its origin, and discover a kitten under Nina's pinafore. Nina, leave the table, cries her father angrily. Throw the kittens in the cesspool. I won't have the nasty things in the house. Vanya and Nina are horrified. Death in the cesspool, apart from its cruelty, threatens to rob the cat and the wooden horse of their children, to lay waste the cat's box, to destroy their plans for the future. That fair future in which one cat will be a comfort to its old mother, another will live in the country, while the third will catch rats in the cellar. The children begin to cry and entreat that the kittens may be spared. Their father consents, but on the condition that the children do not go into the kitchen and touch the kittens. After dinner, Vanya and Nina slouch about the rooms, feeling depressed. The prohibition of visits to the kitchen has reduced them to dejection. They refuse sweets, are naughty, and are rude to their mother. When their uncle Petrusha comes in the evening, they draw him aside, and complain to him of their father, who wanted to throw the kittens into the cesspool. Uncle Petrusha, tell Mama to have the kittens taken to the nursery. The children beg their uncle, do tell her. There, very well, says their uncle, waving them off. All right. Uncle Petrusha does not usually come alone. He is accompanied by Nero, a big black dog of Danish breed, with drooping ears, and a tail as hard as a stick. The dog is silent, morose, and full of a sense of his own dignity. He takes not the slightest notice of the children, and when he passes them hits them with his tail as though they were chairs. The children hate him from the bottom of their hearts, but on this occasion, practical considerations override sentiment. "I say, Nina," says Vanya, opening his eyes wide. "Let Nero be their father, instead of the horse. The horse is dead and he is alive, you see." They are waiting the whole evening for the moment when Papa will sit down to his cards and it will be possible to take Nero to the kitchen without being observed. At last, Papa sits down to cards, Mama is busy with the samovar and not noticing the children. The happy moment arrives. "Come along," Vanya whispers to his sister. But, at that moment, Stepan comes in and, with a snigger, announces, "Nero has eaten the kittens, madam." Nina and Vanya turn pale and look at Stepan with horror. "He really has," laughs the footman, "he went to the box and gobbled them up." The children expect that all the people in the house will be aghast and fall upon the miscreant Nero. But they all sit calmly in their seats, and only express surprise at the appetite of the huge dog. Papa and Mama laugh. Nero walks about by the table, wags his tail, and licks his lips complacently. The cat is the only one who is uneasy. With her tail in the air she walks about the rooms, looking suspiciously at people and mewing plaintively. "Children, it's past 9, cries Mama, "it's bedtime." Vanya and Nina go to bed, shed tears, and spend a long time thinking about the injured cat, and the cruel, insolent, and unpunished Nero. The Orator. One fine morning the collegiate assessor, Kirill Ivanovich Babylonov, who had died of the two afflictions so widely spread in our country, a bad wife and alcoholism, was being buried. As the funeral procession set off from the church to the cemetery, one of the deceased's colleagues, called Poplavsky, got into a cab and galloped off to find a friend. One Grigory Petrovich Zapoykin, a man who though still young had acquired considerable popularity. Zapoykin, as many of my readers are aware, possesses a rare talent for impromptu speechifying at weddings, jubilees, and funerals. He can speak whenever he likes, in his sleep, on an empty stomach, dead drunk or in a high fever. His words flow smoothly and evenly, like water out of a pipe, and in abundance. There are far more moving words in his oratorical dictionary than there are beetles in any restaurant. He always speaks eloquently and at great length, so much so that on some occasions, particularly at merchants' weddings, they have to resort to assistance from the police to stop him. "I have come for you, old man," began Poplavsky, finding him at home. "Put on your hat and coat this minute and come along. One of our fellows is dead, we are just sending him off to the other world, so you must do a bit of palavering by way of farewell to him. You are our only hope. If it had been one of the smaller fry it would not have been worth troubling you, but you see it's the secretary, a pillar of the office, in a sense. It's awkward for such a whopper to be buried without a speech." "Oh, the secretary," yawned Zapoykin. "You mean the drunken one?" "Yes. There will be pancakes, a lunch, you'll get your cab fare. Come along, dear chap. You spout out some rigmarole like a regular Cicero at the grave and what gratitude you will earn." Zapoykin readily agreed. He ruffled up his hair, cast a shade of melancholy over his face, and went out into the street with Poplavsky. "I know your secretary," he said, as he got into the cab. "A cunning rogue and a beast, the kingdom of heaven be his, such as you don't often come across. Come, Grisha, it is not the thing to abuse the dead." Of course not, aut mortuus nihil bene, but still he was a rascal. The friends overtook the funeral procession and joined it. The coffin was borne along slowly so that before they reached the cemetery they were able 3 times to drop into a tavern and imbibe a little to the health of the departed. In the cemetery came the service by the graveside. The mother-in-law, the wife, and the sister-in-law in obedience to custom shed many tears. When the coffin was being lowered into the grave, the wife even shrieked, "Let me go with him," but did not follow her husband into the grave, probably recollecting her pension. Waiting till everything was quiet again, Zapoikin stepped forward, turned his eyes on all present, and began. "Can I believe my eyes and ears? Is it not a terrible dream, this grave, these tear-stained faces, these moans and lamentations? Alas, it is not a dream, and our eyes do not deceive us. He whom we have only so lately seen, so full of courage, so youthfully fresh and pure, who so lately before our eyes like an unwearying bee bore his honey to the common hive of the welfare of the state, he is turned now to dust, to inanimate mirage. Inexorable death has laid his bony hand upon him at the time when, in spite of his bowed age, he was still full of the bloom of strength and radiant hopes. An irremediable loss. Who will fill his place for us? Good government servants we have many, but Prokofy Osipych was unique. To the depths of his soul he was devoted to his honest duty. He did not spare his strength but worked late at night, and was disinterested, impervious to bribes. How he despised those who to the detriment of the public interest sought to corrupt him, who by the seductive goods of this life strove to draw him to betray his duty. Yes, before our eyes Prokofy Osipych would divide his small salary between his poorer colleagues. And you have just heard yourselves the lamentations of the widows and orphans who lived upon his alms. Devoted to good works and his official duty, he gave up the joys of this life and even renounced the happiness of domestic existence. As you are aware, to the end of his days he was a bachelor. And who will replace him as a comrade? I can see now the kindly, shaven face turned to us with a gentle smile, I can hear now his soft friendly voice. Peace to thine ashes, Prokofy Osipych. Rest, honest, noble Twaller. Zapoikin continued while his listeners began whispering together. His speech pleased everyone and drew some tears, but a good many things in it seemed strange. In the first place, they could not make out why the orator called the deceased Prokofy Osipych when his name was Kirill Ivanovitch. In the second, everyone knew that the deceased had spent his whole life quarreling with his lawful wife, and so consequently could not be called a bachelor. In the third, he had a thick red beard and had never been known to shave, and so no one could understand why the orator spoke of his shaven face. The listeners were perplexed. They glanced at each other and shrugged their shoulders. Prokofy Osipych, continued the orator, looking with an air of inspiration into the grave, your face was plain, even hideous, you were morose and austere. But we all know that under that outer husk there beat an honest, friendly heart. Soon the listeners began to observe something strange in the orator himself. He gazed at one point, shifted about uneasily and began to shrug his shoulders too. All at once he ceased speaking, and gaping with astonishment, turned to Poplavsky. I say. He's alive, he said, staring with horror. Who's alive? Why, Prokofy Osipych, there he stands, by that tombstone. He never died. It's Kirill Ivanovitch who's dead. But you told me yourself your secretary was dead. Kirill Ivanovitch was our secretary. You've muddled it, you queer fish. Prokofy Osipych was our secretary before, that's true, but 2 years ago he was transferred to the 2nd Division as head clerk. How the devil is one to tell? Why are you stopping? Go on, it's awkward. Zapoikin turned to the grave, and with the same eloquence continued his interrupted speech. Prokofy Osipych, an old clerk with a clean-shaven face, was in fact standing by a tombstone. He looked at the orator and frowned angrily. Well, you have put your foot into it, haven't you? Laughed his fellow clerks as they returned from the funeral with Zapoikin. Burying a man alive. It's unpleasant, young man, grumbled Prokofy Osipych. Your speech may be all right for a dead man, but in reference to a living one it is nothing but sarcasm. Upon my soul, what have you been saying? Disinterested, incorruptible, won't take bribes. Such things can only be said of the living in sarcasm. And no one asked you, sir, to expatiate on my face. Plain, hideous, so be it, but why exhibit my countenance in that public way? It's insulting. A work of art. Sasha Smirnov, the only son of his mother, holding under his arm something wrapped up in number 223 of the Financial News, assumed a sentimental expression, and went into Dr. Koshelkov's consulting room. "Ah, dear lad," was how the doctor greeted him. "Well. How are we feeling? What good news have you for me?" Sasha blinked, laid his hand on his heart and said in an agitated voice, "Mama sends her greetings to you, Ivan Nikolaevich, and told me to thank you. I am the only son of my mother and you have saved my life, you have brought me through a dangerous illness and, we do not know how to thank you." "Nonsense, lad," said the doctor, highly delighted. "I only did what anyone else would have done in my place. I am the only son of my mother, we are poor people and cannot of course repay you, and we are quite ashamed, doctor, although, however, Mama and I, the only son of my mother, earnestly beg you to accept in token of our gratitude, this object, which an object of great value, an antique bronze. A rare work of art." "You shouldn't," said the doctor, frowning. "What's this for?" "No, please do not refuse," Sasha went on muttering as he unpacked the parcel. "You will wound Mama and me by refusing. It's a fine thing, an antique bronze. It was left us by my deceased father and we have kept it as a precious souvenir. My father used to buy antique bronzes and sell them to connoisseurs. Mama and I keep on the business now." Sasha undid the object and put it solemnly on the table. It was a not very tall candelabra of old bronze and artistic workmanship. It consisted of a group. On the pedestal stood two female figures in the costume of Eve and in attitudes for the description of which I have neither the courage or the fitting temperament. The figures were smiling coquettishly and altogether looked as though, had it not been for the necessity of supporting the candlestick, they would have skipped off the pedestal and have indulged in an orgy such as is improper for the reader even to imagine. Looking at the present, the doctor slowly scratched behind his ear, cleared his throat and blew his nose irresolutely. "Yes, it certainly is a fine thing," he muttered, "but, how shall I express it, it's not quite for family reading. It's not simply décolleté but beyond anything, dash it all." "How do you mean?" "The serpent tempter himself could not have invented anything worse. Why, to put such a phantasmagoria on the table would be defiling the whole flat." "What a strange way of looking at art, doctor," said Sasha, offended. "Why, it is an artistic thing, look at it. There is so much beauty and elegance that it fills one's soul with a feeling of reverence and brings a lump into one's throat. When one sees anything so beautiful one forgets everything earthly. Only look, how much movement, what an atmosphere, what expression." "I understand all that very well, my dear boy," the doctor interposed, "but you know I am a family man, my children run in here, ladies come in." "Of course if you look at it from the point of view of the crowd," said Sasha, "then this exquisitely artistic work may appear in a certain light. But, doctor, rise superior to the crowd, especially as you will wound Mama and me by refusing it. I am the only son of my mother, you have saved my life. We are giving you the thing most precious to us and I only regret that I have not the pair to present to you. Thank you, my dear fellow, I am very grateful. Give my respects to your mother but really consider, my children run in here, ladies come. However, let it remain. I see there's no arguing with you." "And there is nothing to argue about," said Sasha, relieved. "Put the candlestick here, by this vase. What a pity we have not the pair to it." "It is a pity. Well, goodbye, doctor." After Sasha's departure the doctor looked for a long time at the candelabra, scratched behind his ear and meditated. "It's a superb thing, there's no denying it," he thought, "and it would be a pity to throw it away. But it's impossible for me to keep it. Here's a problem. To whom can I make a present of it, or to what charity can I give it? After long meditation he thought of his good friend, the lawyer Juve, to whom he was indebted for the management of legal business. Excellent, the doctor decided, it would be awkward for him as a friend to take money from me, and it will be very suitable for me to present him with this. I will take him the devilish thing. Luckily he is a bachelor and easy-going. Without further procrastination the doctor put on his hat and coat, took the candelabra and went off to Juve's. "How are you, friend?" he said, finding the lawyer at home. "I've come to see you, to thank you for your efforts. You won't take money, so you must at least accept this thing here. See, my dear fellow. The thing is magnificent." On seeing the bronze the lawyer was moved to indescribable delight. "What a specimen," he chuckled. "Ah, deuce take it, to think of them imagining such a thing, the devils. Exquisite. Ravishing. Where did you get hold of such a delightful thing?" After pouring out his ecstasies the lawyer looked timidly towards the door and said, "Only you must carry off your present, my boy. I can't take it." "Why?" cried the doctor, disconcerted. "Why, because my mother is here at times, my clients, besides I should be ashamed for my servants to see it." "Nonsense. Nonsense. Don't you dare to refuse," said the doctor, gesticulating. "It's piggish of you. It's a work of art. What movement, what expression. I won't even talk of it. You will offend me. If one could plaster it over or stick on fig leaves." But the doctor gesticulated more violently than before, and dashing out of the flat went home. Glad that he had succeeded in getting the present off his hands. When he had gone away the lawyer examined the candelabra, fingered it all over, and then, like the doctor, racked his brains over the question what to do with the present. "It's a fine thing," he mused, "and it would be a pity to throw it away and improper to keep it. The very best thing would be to make a present of it to someone. I know what. I'll take it this evening to Shoshkine, the comedian. The rascal is fond of such things, and by the way it is his benefit tonight." No sooner said than done. In the evening the candelabra, carefully wrapped up, was duly carried to Shoshkine's. The whole evening the comic actor's dressing room was besieged by men coming to admire the present. The dressing room was filled with the hum of enthusiasm and laughter like the neighing of horses. If one of the actresses approached the door and asked, "May I come in?" the comedian's husky voice was heard at once, "No, no, my dear, I am not dressed." After the performance the comedian shrugged his shoulders, flung up his hands and said, "Well, what am I to do with the horrid thing? Why, I live in a private flat. Actresses come and see me. It's not a photograph that you can put in a drawer. You had better sell it, sir," the hairdresser who was disrobing the actor advised him. "There's an old woman living about here who buys antique bronzes. Go and inquire for Madame Smirnoff, everyone knows her." The actor followed his advice. 2 days later the doctor was sitting in his consulting room, and with his finger to his brow was meditating on the acids of the bile. All at once the door opened and Sasha Smirnoff flew into the room. He was smiling, beaming, and his whole figure was radiant with happiness. In his hands he held something wrapped up in newspaper. "Doctor," he began breathlessly, "imagine my delight. Happily for you we have succeeded in picking up the pair to your candelabra. Mama is so happy. I am the only son of my mother, you saved my life." And Sasha, all of a tremor with gratitude, set the candelabra before the doctor. The doctor opened his mouth, tried to say something, but said nothing. He could not speak. Who was to blame? As my uncle Pyotr Demyanich, a lean, bilious collegiate councillor, exceedingly like a stale smoked fish with a stick through it, was getting ready to go to the high school, where he taught Latin. He noticed that the corner of his grammar was nibbled by mice. "I say, Praskovia," he said, going into the kitchen and addressing the cook, "how is it we have got mice here? Upon my word. Yesterday my top hat was nibbled, today they have disfigured my Latin grammar. At this rate they will soon begin eating my clothes. What can I do? I did not bring them in, answered Praskovia. We must do something. You had better get a cat, hadn't you? I've got a cat, but what good is it? And Praskovia pointed to the corner where a white kitten, thin as a match, lay curled up asleep beside a broom. Why is it no good? Asked Pyotr Demianich. It's young yet, and foolish. It's not 2 months old yet. Then it must be trained. It had much better be learning instead of lying there. Saying this, Pyotr Demianich sighed with a careworn air and went out of the kitchen. The kitten raised his head, looked lazily after him, and shut his eyes again. The kitten lay awake thinking. Of what? Unacquainted with real life, having no store of accumulated impressions, his mental processes could only be instinctive. And he could but picture life in accordance with the conceptions that he had inherited, together with his flesh and blood, from his ancestors, the tigers, v. Darwin. His thoughts were of the nature of daydreams. His feline imagination pictured something like the Arabian desert, over which flitted shadows closely resembling Praskovia, the stove, the broom. In the midst of the shadows there suddenly appeared a saucer of milk. The saucer began to grow paws, it began moving and displayed a tendency to run. The kitten made a bound, and with a thrill of bloodthirsty sensuality thrust his claws into it. When the saucer had vanished into obscurity, a piece of meat appeared, dropped by Praskovia. The meat ran away with a cowardly squeak, but the kitten made a bound and got his claws into it. Everything that rose before the imagination of the young dreamer had for its starting point leaps, claws, and teeth. The soul of another is darkness, and a cat's soul more than most. But how near the visions just described are to the truth may be seen from the following fact. Under the influence of his daydreams the kitten suddenly leaped up, looked with flashing eyes at Praskovia, ruffled up his coat, and making one bound, thrust his claws into the cook's skirt. Obviously he was born a mouse-catcher, a worthy son of his bloodthirsty ancestors. Fate had destined him to be the terror of cellars, storerooms and corn bins, and had it not been for education, we will not anticipate, however. On his way home from the high school, Pyotr Demianich went into a general shop and bought a mousetrap for 15 kopecks. At dinner he fixed a little bit of his risole on the hook, and set the trap under the sofa, where there were heaps of the pupils' old exercise books, which Praskovia used for various domestic purposes. At 6 o'clock in the evening, when the worthy Latin master was sitting at the table correcting his pupils' exercises, there was a sudden clop, so loud that my uncle started and dropped his pen. He went at once to the sofa and took out the trap. A neat little mouse, the size of a thimble, was sniffing the wires and trembling with fear. "Aha!" muttered Pyotr Demianich, and he looked at the mouse malignantly, as though he were about to give him a bad mark. "You are caught, wretch. Wait a bit. I'll teach you to eat my grammar." Having gloated over his victim, Pyotr Demianich put the mousetrap on the floor and called, "Praskovia, there's a mouse caught. Bring the kitten here." "I'm coming," responded Praskovia, and a minute later she came in with the descendant of tigers in her arms. "Capital," said Pyotr Demianich, rubbing his hands. "We will give him a lesson. Put him down opposite the mousetrap, that's it. Let him sniff it and look at it. That's it." The kitten looked wonderingly at my uncle, at his armchair, sniffed the mousetrap in bewilderment, then, frightened probably by the glaring lamplight and the attention directed to him, made a dash and ran in terror to the door. "Stop!" shouted my uncle, seizing him by the tail. "Stop, you rascal! He's afraid of a mouse, the idiot! Look! It's a mouse! Look!" "Well? Look, I tell you." Pyotr Demianich took the kitten by the scruff of the neck and pushed him with his nose against the mousetrap. "Look, you carrion! Take him and hold him, Praskovia. Hold him opposite the door of the trap. When I let the mouse out, you let him go instantly. Do you hear? Instantly let go. Now. My uncle assumed a mysterious expression and lifted the door of the trap. The mouse came out irresolutely, sniffed the air, and flew like an arrow under the sofa. The kitten on being released darted under the table with his tail in the air. "It has got away." "Got away," cried Pyotr Demyanich, looking ferocious. "Where is he, the scoundrel? Under the table? You wait." My uncle dragged the kitten from under the table and shook him in the air. "Wretched little beast," he muttered, smacking him on the ear. Take that, take that. Will you shirk it next time? WRRRH. Next day Praskovia heard again the summons. "Praskovia, there is a mouse caught. Bring the kitten here." After the outrage of the previous day, the kitten had taken refuge under the stove and had not come out all night. When Praskovia pulled him out and, carrying him by the scruff of the neck into the study, set him down before the mousetrap, he trembled all over and mewed piteously. "Come, let him feel at home first," Pyotr Demyanich commanded. "Let him look and sniff. Look and learn. Stop, plague take you," he shouted, noticing that the kitten was backing away from the mousetrap. "I'll thrash you. Hold him by the ear. That's it. Well now, set him down before the trap." My uncle slowly lifted the door of the trap. The mouse whisked under the very nose of the kitten, flung itself against Praskovia's hand and fled under the cupboard. The kitten, feeling himself free, took a desperate bound and retreated under the sofa. "He's let another mouse go," bawled Pyotr Demyanich. "Do you call that a cat? Nasty little beast. Thrash him. Thrash him by the mousetrap." When the third mouse had been caught, the kitten shivered all over at the sight of the mousetrap and its inmate, and scratched Praskovia's hand. After the fourth mouse, my uncle flew into a rage, kicked the kitten, and said, "Take the nasty thing away. Get rid of it. Chuck it away. It's no earthly use." A year passed. The thin, frail kitten had turned into a solid and sagacious tomcat. One day he was on his way by the backyards to an amatory interview. He had just reached his destination when he suddenly heard a rustle, and thereupon caught sight of a mouse which ran from a water trough towards a stable. My hero's hair stood on end, he arched his back, hissed, and trembling all over, took to ignominious flight. Alas! Sometimes I feel myself in the ludicrous position of the flying cat. Like the kitten, I had in my day the honor of being taught Latin by my uncle. Now, whenever I chance to see some work of classical antiquity, instead of being moved to eager enthusiasm, I begin recalling, ut consecutivum, the irregular verbs, the sallow grey face of my uncle. The ablative absolute. I turn pale, my hair stands up on my head, and, like the cat, I take to ignominious flight. On the road. Upon the breast of a gigantic crag. A golden cloudlet rested for one night. Lermontov. In the room which the tavern keeper, the Cossack Semyon Chistopluy, called the traveller's room, that is kept exclusively for travellers, a tall, broad-shouldered man of 40 was sitting at the big unpainted table. He was asleep with his elbows on the table and his head leaning on his fist. An end of tallow candle, stuck into an old pomatum pot, lighted up his light brown beard, his thick, broad nose, his sunburnt cheeks, and the thick, black eyebrows overhanging his closed eyes. The nose and the cheeks and the eyebrows, all the features, each taken separately, were coarse and heavy, like the furniture and the stove in the traveller's room. But taken all together they gave the effect of something harmonious and even beautiful. Such is the lucky star, as it is called, of the Russian face. The coarser and harsher its features, the softer and more good-natured it looks. The man was dressed in a gentleman's reefer jacket, shabby, but bound with wide new braid, a plush waistcoat, and full black trousers thrust into big high boots. On one of the benches, which stood in a continuous row along the wall, a girl of 8, in a brown dress and long black stockings, lay asleep on a coat lined with fox. Her face was pale, her hair was flaxen, her shoulders were narrow, her whole body was thin and frail, but her nose stood out as thick and ugly a lump as the man's. She was sound asleep, and unconscious that her semicircular comb had fallen off her head and was cutting her cheek. The traveler's room had a festive appearance. The air was full of the smell of freshly scrubbed floors, there were no rags hanging as usual on the line that ran diagonally across the room. And a little lamp was burning in the corner over the table, casting a patch of red light on the icon of St. George the Victorious. From the icon stretched on each side of the corner a row of cheap oleographs, which maintained a strict and careful gradation in the transition from the sacred to the profane. In the dim light of the candle end and the red icon lamp the pictures looked like one continuous stripe, covered with blurs of black. When the tiled stove, trying to sing in unison with the weather, drew in the air with a howl, while the logs, as though waking up, burst into bright flame and hissed angrily. Red patches began dancing on the log walls, and over the head of the sleeping man could be seen first the elder seraphim, then the Shah Nasir-ed-Din, then a fat, brown baby with goggle eyes, whispering in the ear of a young girl with an extraordinarily blank and indifferent face. Outside a storm was raging. Something frantic and wrathful, but profoundly unhappy, seemed to be flinging itself about the tavern with the ferocity of a wild beast and trying to break in. Banging at the doors, knocking at the windows and on the roof, scratching at the walls, it alternately threatened and besought, then subsided for a brief interval, and then with a gleeful, treacherous howl burst into the chimney, but the wood flared up, and the fire, like a chained dog, flew wrathfully to meet its foe. A battle began, and after it, sobs, shrieks, howls of wrath. In all of this there was the sound of angry misery and unsatisfied hate, and the mortified impatience of something accustomed to triumph. Bewitched by this wild, inhuman music the traveler's room seemed spellbound forever, but all at once the door creaked and the potboy, in a new print shirt, came in. Limping on one leg, and blinking his sleepy eyes, he snuffed the candle with his fingers, put some more wood on the fire and went out. At once from the church, which was 300 paces from the tavern, the clock struck midnight. The wind played with the chimes as with the snowflakes. Chasing the sounds of the clock it whirled them round and round over a vast space, so that some strokes were cut short or drawn out in long, vibrating notes, while others were completely lost in the general uproar. One stroke sounded as distinctly in the room as though it had chimed just under the window. The child, sleeping on the fox skin, started and raised her head. For a minute she stared blankly at the dark window, at Nasir-ed-Din over whom a crimson glow from the fire flickered at that moment, then she turned her eyes upon the sleeping man. "Daddy," she said. But the man did not move. The little girl knitted her brow angrily, lay down, and curled up her legs. Someone in the tavern gave a loud, prolonged yawn. Soon afterwards there was the squeak of the swing door and the sound of indistinct voices. Someone came in, shaking the snow off, and stamping in felt boots which made a muffled thud. "What is it?" a woman's voice asked languidly. "Mademoiselle Ilovaisky has come," answered a bass voice. Again there was the squeak of the swing door. Then came the roar of the wind rushing in. Someone, probably the lame boy, ran to the door leading to the traveler's room, coughed deferentially, and lifted the latch. "This way, lady, please," said a woman's voice in dulcet tones. "It's clean in here, my beauty." The door was opened wide and a peasant with a beard appeared in the doorway, in the long coat of a coachman, plastered all over with snow from head to foot, and carrying a big trunk on his shoulder. He was followed into the room by a feminine figure, scarcely half his height, with no face and no arms, muffled and wrapped up like a bundle and also covered with snow. A damp chill, as from a cellar, seemed to come to the child from the coachman and the bundle, and the fire and the candles flickered. "What nonsense!" said the bundle angrily, "we could go perfectly well. We have only 9 more miles to go, mostly by the forest, and we should not get lost." "As for getting lost, we shouldn't, but the horses can't go on, lady," answered the coachman. "And it is thy will, O Lord." As though I had done it on purpose. God knows where you have brought me. Well, be quiet. There are people asleep here, it seems. You can go. The coachman put the portmanteau on the floor, and as he did so, a great lump of snow fell off his shoulders. He gave a sniff and went out. Then the little girl saw two little hands come out from the middle of the bundle, stretch upwards and begin angrily disentangling the network of shawls, kerchiefs, and scarves. First a big shawl fell on the ground, then a hood, then a white knitted kerchief. After freeing her head, the traveller took off her pelisse and at once shrank to half the size. Now she was in a long, grey coat with big buttons and bulging pockets. From one pocket she pulled out a paper parcel, from the other a bunch of big, heavy keys, which she put down so carelessly that the sleeping man started and opened his eyes. For some time he looked blankly round him as though he didn't know where he was, then he shook his head, went to the corner and sat down. The newcomer took off her great coat, which made her shrink to half her size again. She took off her big felt boots, and sat down, too. By now she no longer resembled a bundle. She was a thin little brunette of 20, as slim as a snake, with a long white face and curly hair. Her nose was long and sharp, her chin, too, was long and sharp, her eyelashes were long, the corners of her mouth were sharp, and, thanks to this general sharpness, the expression of her face was biting. Swathed in a closely fitting black dress with a mass of lace at her neck and sleeves, with sharp elbows and long pink fingers, she recalled the portraits of medieval English ladies. The grave concentration of her face increased this likeness. The lady looked round at the room, glanced sideways at the man and the little girl, shrugged her shoulders, and moved to the window. The dark windows were shaking from the damp west wind. Big flakes of snow glistening in their whiteness, lay on the window frame, but at once disappeared, borne away by the wind. The savage music grew louder and louder. After a long silence the little girl suddenly turned over, and said angrily, emphasizing each word, "Oh, goodness, goodness, how unhappy I am. Unhappier than anyone." The man got up and moved with little steps to the child with a guilty air, which was utterly out of keeping with his huge figure and big beard. "You are not asleep, dearie?" he said, in an apologetic voice. "What do you want?" "I don't want anything, my shoulder aches." "You are a wicked man, Daddy, and God will punish you. You'll see he will punish you." "My darling, I know your shoulder aches, but what can I do, dearie?" said the man, in the tone in which men who have been drinking excuse themselves to their stern spouses. "It's the journey has made your shoulder ache, Sasha. Tomorrow we shall get there and rest, and the pain will go away. Tomorrow, tomorrow. Every day you say tomorrow. We shall be going on another 20 days. But we shall arrive tomorrow, dearie, on your father's word of honor. I never tell a lie, but if we are detained by the snowstorm it is not my fault. I can't bear any more, I can't. Sasha jerked her leg abruptly and filled the room with an unpleasant wailing. Her father made a despairing gesture, and looked hopelessly towards the young lady. The latter shrugged her shoulders, and hesitatingly went up to Sasha. "Listen, my dear," she said, "it is no use crying. It's really naughty. If your shoulder aches it can't be helped." "You see, madam," said the man quickly, as though defending himself, "we have not slept for 2 nights, and have been traveling in a revolting conveyance. Well, of course, it is natural she should be ill and miserable, and then, you know, we had a drunken driver, our portmanteau has been stolen, the snowstorm all the time. But what's the use of crying, madam? I am exhausted, though, by sleeping in a sitting position, and I feel as though I were drunk. Oh, dear. Sasha, and I feel sick as it is, and then you cry." The man shook his head, and with a gesture of despair sat down. "Of course you mustn't cry," said the young lady. "It's only little babies cry. If you are ill, dear, you must undress and go to sleep. Let us take off your things." When the child had been undressed and pacified, a silence reigned again. The young lady seated herself at the window, and looked round wonderingly at the room of the inn, at the icon, at the stove. Apparently the room and the little girl with the thick nose, in her short boy's nightgown, and the child's father, all seemed strange to her. This strange man was sitting in a corner. He kept looking about him helplessly, as though he were drunk, and rubbing his face with the palm of his hand. He sat silent, blinking, and judging from his guilty-looking figure it was difficult to imagine that he would soon begin to speak. Yet he was the first to begin. Stroking his knees, he gave a cough, laughed, and said, "It's a comedy, it really is. I look and I cannot believe my eyes, for what devilry has destiny driven us to this accursed inn? What did she want to show by it? Life sometimes performs such salto mortale, one can only stare and blink in amazement. Have you come from far, madam?" "No, not from far," answered the young lady. "I am going from our estate, 15 miles from here, to our farm, to my father and brother. My name is Ilovaiski, and the farm is called Ilovaisko. It's 9 miles away. What unpleasant weather. It couldn't be worse." The lame boy came in and stuck a new candle in the pomatum pot. "You might bring us the samovar, boy," said the man, addressing him. "Who drinks tea now?" laughed the boy. "It is a sin to drink tea before Mass." "Never mind, boy, you won't burn in hell if we do." Over the tea the new acquaintances got into conversation. Mile. Ilovaiski learned that her companion was called Grigory Petrovich Lyarev, that he was the brother of the Lyarev who was marshal of nobility in one of the neighboring districts. And he himself had once been a landowner, but had run through everything in his time. Lyarev learned that her name was Maria Mihailovna, that her father had a huge estate, but that she was the only one to look after it as her father and brother looked at life through their fingers. Were irresponsible, and were too fond of harriers. "My father and brother are all alone at the farm," she told him, brandishing her fingers. She had the habit of moving her fingers before her pointed face as she talked. And after every sentence moistened her lips with her sharp little tongue. "They, I mean men, are an irresponsible lot, and don't stir a finger for themselves. I can fancy there will be no one to give them a meal after the fast. We have no mother, and we have such servants that they can't lay the tablecloth properly when I am away. You can imagine their condition now. They will be left with nothing to break their fast, while I have to stay here all night. How strange it all is." She shrugged her shoulders, took a sip from her cup, and said, "There are festivals that have a special fragrance. At Easter, Trinity and Christmas there is a peculiar scent in the air. Even unbelievers are fond of those festivals. My brother, for instance, argues that there is no God, but he is the first to hurry to matins at Easter." Lyarev raised his eyes to Mile. Ilovaiski and laughed. "They argue that there is no God," she went on, laughing too, "but why is it, tell me, all the celebrated writers, the learned men, clever people generally, in fact, believe towards the end of their life? If a man does not know how to believe when he is young, madam, he won't believe in his old age if he is ever so much of a writer." Judging from Lyarev's cough he had a bass voice, but, probably from being afraid to speak aloud, or from exaggerated shyness, he spoke in a tenor. After a brief pause he heaved a sigh and said, "The way I look at it is that faith is a faculty of the spirit. It is just the same as a talent, one must be born with it. So far as I can judge by myself, by the people I have seen in my time, and by all that is done around us, this faculty is present in Russians in its highest degree. Russian life presents us with an uninterrupted succession of convictions and aspirations, and if you care to know, it has not yet the faintest notion of lack of faith or skepticism. If a Russian does not believe in God, it means he believes in something else." Lyarev took a cup of tea from Mile. Ilovaiski drank off half in one gulp, and went on. "I will tell you about myself. Nature has implanted in my breast an extraordinary faculty for belief. Whisper it not to the night, but half my life I was in the ranks of the atheists and nihilists, but there was not 1 hour in my life in which I ceased to believe. All talents, as a rule, show themselves in early childhood, and so my faculty showed itself when I could still walk upright under the table. My mother liked her children to eat a great deal, and when she gave me food she used to say, "Eat. Soup is the great thing in life." I believed, and ate the soup 10 times a day, ate like a shark, ate till I was disgusted and stupefied. My nurse used to tell me fairy tales, and I believed in house spirits, in wood elves, and in goblins of all kinds. I used sometimes to steal corrosive sublimate from my father, sprinkle it on cakes, and carry them up to the attic that the house spirits, you see, might eat them and be killed. And when I was taught to read and understand what I read, then there was a fine to-do. I ran away to America and went off to join the brigands, and wanted to go into a monastery, and hired boys to torture me for being a Christian. And note that my faith was always active, never dead. If I was running away to America I was not alone, but seduced someone else, as great a fool as I was, to go with me. And was delighted when I was nearly frozen outside the town gates and when I was thrashed. If I went to join the brigands I always came back with my face battered. A most restless childhood, I assure you. And when they sent me to the high school and pelted me with all sorts of truths, that is, that the earth goes round the sun, or that white light is not white, but is made up of 7 colors, my poor little head began to go round. Everything was thrown into a whirl in me, Navin who made the sun stand still, and my mother who in the name of the prophet Elijah disapproved of lightning conductors. And my father who was indifferent to the truths I had learned. My enlightenment inspired me. I wandered about the house and stables like one possessed, preaching my truths, was horrified by ignorance, glowed with hatred for anyone who saw in white light nothing but white light. But all that's nonsense and childishness. Serious, so to speak, manly enthusiasms began only at the university. You have, no doubt, madam, taken your degree somewhere? I studied at Novocherkassk at the Don Institute. Then you have not been to a university? So you don't know what science means. All the sciences in the world have the same passport, without which they regard themselves as meaningless, the striving towards truth. Every one of them, even pharmacology, has for its aim not utility, not the alleviation of life, but truth. It's remarkable. When you set to work to study any science, what strikes you first of all is its beginning. I assure you there is nothing more attractive and grander, nothing is so staggering, nothing takes a man's breath away like the beginning of any science. From the first 5 or 6 lectures you are soaring on wings of the brightest hopes, you already seem to yourself to be welcoming truth with open arms. And I gave myself up to science, heart and soul, passionately, as to the woman one loves. I was its slave, I found it the sun of my existence, and asked for no other. I studied day and night without rest, ruined myself over books, wept when before my eyes men exploited science for their own personal ends. But my enthusiasm did not last long. The trouble is that every science has a beginning but not an end, like a recurring decimal. Zoology has discovered 35,000 kinds of insects, chemistry reckons 60 elements. If in time tens of noughts can be written after these figures, zoology and chemistry will be just as far from their end as now, and all contemporary scientific work consists in increasing these numbers. I saw through this trick when I discovered the 35,001st and felt no satisfaction. Well, I had no time to suffer from disillusionment, as I was soon possessed by a new faith. I plunged into nihilism, with its manifestos, its black divisions, and all the rest of it. I went to the people, worked in factories, worked as an oiler, as a barge hauler. Afterwards, when wandering over Russia, I had a taste of Russian life, I turned into a fervent devotee of that life. I loved the Russian people with poignant intensity. I loved their God and believed in him, and in their language, their creative genius. And so on, and so on. I have been a Slavophile in my time. I used to pester Aksakov with letters, and I was a Ukrainophile, and an archaeologist, and a collector of specimens of peasant art. I was enthusiastic over ideas, people, events, places. My enthusiasm was endless. 5 years ago I was working for the abolition of private property. My last creed was non-resistance to evil. Sasha gave an abrupt sigh and began moving. Lyarev got up and went to her. "Won't you have some tea, dearie?" he asked tenderly. "Drink it yourself," the child answered rudely. Lyarev was disconcerted, and went back to the table with a guilty step. "Then you have had a lively time," said Emel. "You have something to remember." "Well, yes, it's all very lively when one sits over tea and chatters to a kind listener, but you should ask what that liveliness has cost me. What price have I paid for the variety of my life? You see, madam, I have not held my convictions like a German doctor of philosophy, Zierlich Manerlich. I have not lived in solitude, but every conviction I have had has bound my back to the yoke. Has torn my body to pieces. Judge, for yourself. I was wealthy like my brothers, but now I am a beggar. In the delirium of my enthusiasm I smashed up my own fortune and my wife's, a heap of other people's money. Now I am 42, old age is close upon me, and I am homeless, like a dog that has dropped behind its wagon at night. All my life I have not known what peace meant. My soul has been in continual agitation, distressed even by its hopes. I have been wearied out with heavy irregular work, have endured privation. Have 5 times been in prison, have dragged myself across the provinces of Archangel and of Tobolsk. It's painful to think of it. I have lived, but in my fever I have not even been conscious of the process of life itself. Would you believe it, I don't remember a single spring. I never noticed how my wife loved me, how my children were born. What more can I tell you? I have been a misfortune to all who have loved me. My mother has worn mourning for me all these 15 years, while my proud brothers, who have had to wince, to blush, to bow their heads, to waste their money on my account, have come in the end to hate me like poison. Lyarev got up and sat down again. If I were simply unhappy I should thank God, he went on without looking at his listener. My personal unhappiness sinks into the background when I remember how often in my enthusiasms I have been absurd, far from the truth, unjust, cruel, dangerous. How often I have hated and despised those whom I ought to have loved, and vice versa. I have changed 1,000 times. One day I believe, fall down and worship, the next I flee like a coward from the gods and friends of yesterday, and swallow in silence the scoundrel they hurl after me. God alone has seen how often I have wept and bitten my pillow in shame for my enthusiasms. Never once in my life have I intentionally lied or done evil, but my conscience is not clear. I cannot even boast, madam, that I have no one's life upon my conscience, for my wife died before my eyes, worn out by my reckless activity. Yes, my wife. I tell you they have 2 ways of treating women nowadays. Some measure women's skulls to prove woman is inferior to man, pick out her defects to mock at her, to look original in her eyes, and to justify their sensuality. Others do their utmost to raise women to their level, that is, force them to learn by heart the 35,000 species, to speak and write the same foolish things as they speak and write themselves. Lyarev's face darkened. I tell you that woman has been and always will be the slave of man, he said in a bass voice, striking his fist on the table. She is the soft, tender wax which a man always molds into anything he likes. My God! For the sake of some trumpery masculine enthusiasm she will cut off her hair, abandon her family, die among strangers. Among the ideas for which she has sacrificed herself there is not a single feminine one. An unquestioning, devoted slave. I have not measured skulls, but I say this from hard, bitter experience. The proudest, most independent women, if I have succeeded in communicating to them my enthusiasm, have followed me without criticism, without question, and done anything I chose. I have turned a nun into a nihilist who, as I heard afterwards, shot a gendarme. My wife never left me for a minute in my wanderings, and like a weathercock changed her faith in step with my changing enthusiasms. Lyarev jumped up and walked up and down the room. A noble, sublime slavery, he said, clasping his hands. It is just in it that the highest meaning of woman's life lies. Of all the fearful medley of thoughts and impressions accumulated in my brain from my association with women, my memory, like a filter, has retained no ideas, no clever saying, no philosophy. Nothing but that extraordinary resignation to fate, that wonderful mercifulness, forgiveness of everything. Lyarev clenched his fists, stared at a fixed point, and with a sort of passionate intensity, as though he were savoring each word as he uttered it, hissed through his clenched teeth. That great-hearted fortitude, faithfulness unto death, poetry of the heart. The meaning of life lies in just that unrepining martyrdom, in the tears which would soften a stone, in the boundless, all-forgiving love which brings light and warmth into the chaos of life. Ilovayevsky got up slowly, took a step towards Lyarev, and fixed her eyes upon his face. From the tears that glittered on his eyelashes, from his quivering, passionate voice, from the flush on his cheeks, it was clear to her that women were not a chance. Not a simple subject of conversation. They were the object of his new enthusiasm, or, as he said himself, his new faith. For the first time in her life she saw a man carried away, fervently believing. With his gesticulations, with his flashing eyes he seemed to her mad, frantic, but there was a feeling of such beauty in the fire of his eyes, in his words, in all the movements of his huge body, that without noticing what she was doing she stood facing him as though rooted to the spot, and gazed into his face with delight. "Take my mother," he said, stretching out his hand to her with an imploring expression on his face. "I poisoned her existence, according to her ideas disgraced the name of Lyarev. Did her as much harm as the most malignant enemy, and what do you think? My brothers give her little sums for holy bread and church services, and outraging her religious feelings, she saves that money and sends it in secret to her erring Grigory. This trifle alone elevates and ennobles the soul far more than all the theories, all the clever sayings and the 35,000 species. I can give you thousands of instances. Take you, even, for instance. With tempest and darkness outside you are going to your father and your brother to cheer them with your affection in the holiday, though very likely they have forgotten and are not thinking of you. And, wait a bit, and you will love a man and follow him to the North Pole. You would, wouldn't you? Yes, if I loved him. There, you see, cried Lyarev delighted, and he even stamped with his foot. Oh dear! How glad I am that I have met you. Fate is kind to me, I am always meeting splendid people. Not a day passes but one makes acquaintance with somebody one would give one's soul for. There are ever so many more good people than bad in this world. Here, see, for instance, how openly and from our hearts we have been talking as though we had known each other 100 years. Sometimes, I assure you, one restrains oneself for 10 years and holds one's tongue, is reserved with one's friends and one's wife. And meets some cadet in a train and babbles one's whole soul out to him. It is the first time I have the honor of seeing you, and yet I have confessed to you as I have never confessed in my life. Why is it? Rubbing his hands and smiling good-humoredly, Lyarev walked up and down the room, and fell to talking about women again. Meanwhile they began ringing for matins. Goodness, wailed Sasha. He won't let me sleep with his talking. Oh, yes, said Lyarev, startled. I am sorry, darling, sleep, sleep. I have 2 boys besides her, he whispered. They are living with their uncle, madam, but this one can't exist a day without her father. She's wretched, she complains, but she sticks to me like a fly to honey. I have been chattering too much, madam, and it would do you no harm to sleep. Wouldn't you like me to make up a bed for you? Without waiting for permission he shook the wet pelisse, stretched it on a bench, fur side upwards, collected various shawls and scarves, put the overcoat folded up into a roll for a pillow. And all this he did in silence with a look of devout reverence, as though he were not handling a woman's rags, but the fragments of holy vessels. There was something apologetic, embarrassed about his whole figure, as though in the presence of a weak creature he felt ashamed of his height and strength. When Mire Ilovaisky had lain down, he put out the candle and sat down on a stool by the stove. "So, madam," he whispered, lighting a fat cigarette and puffing the smoke into the stove. "Nature has put into the Russian an extraordinary faculty for belief, a searching intelligence, and the gift of speculation, but all that is reduced to ashes by irresponsibility, laziness, and dreamy frivolity." Yes. She gazed wonderingly into the darkness, and saw only a spot of red on the icon and the flicker of the light of the stove on Lyarev's face. The darkness, the chime of the bells, the roar of the storm, the lame boy, Sasha with her fretfulness, unhappy Lyarev and his sayings, all this was mingled together, and seemed to grow into one huge impression, and God's world seemed to her fantastic, full of marvels and magical forces. All that she had heard was ringing in her ears, and human life presented itself to her as a beautiful poetic fairy tale without an end. The immense impression grew and grew, clouded consciousness, and turned into a sweet dream. She was asleep, though she saw the little icon lamp and a big nose with the light playing on it. She heard the sound of weeping. "Daddy, darling," a child's voice was tenderly entreating, "let's go back to Uncle. There is a Christmas tree there. Styopa and Kolya are there." "My darling, what can I do?" a man's bass persuaded softly. "Understand me. Come, understand." And the man's weeping blended with the child's. This voice of human sorrow, in the midst of the howling of the storm, touched the girl's ear with such sweet human music that she could not bear the delight of it, and wept too. She was conscious afterwards of a big, black shadow coming softly up to her, picking up a shawl that had dropped onto the floor and carefully wrapping it round her feet. Mire Ilovaisky was awakened by a strange uproar. She jumped up and looked about her in astonishment. The deep blue dawn was looking in at the window half covered with snow. In the room there was a grey twilight, through which the stove and the sleeping child and Nasir-ed-Din stood out distinctly. The stove and the lamp were both out. Through the wide-open door she could see the big tavern room with a counter and chairs. A man, with a stupid, gypsy face and astonished eyes, was standing in the middle of the room in a puddle of melting snow, holding a big red star on a stick. He was surrounded by a group of boys, motionless as statues, and plastered over with snow. The light shone through the red paper of the star, throwing a glow of red on their wet faces. The crowd was shouting in disorder, and from its uproar Mire Ilovaisky could make out only one couplet. "Hi, you little Russian lad. Bring your sharp knife. We will kill the Jew, we will kill him. The son of tribulation." Lyarev was standing near the counter, looking feelingly at the singers and tapping his feet in time. Seeing Mlle Ilovaisky, he smiled all over his face and came up to her. She smiled too. "A happy Christmas," he said. "I saw you slept well." She looked at him, said nothing, and went on smiling. After the conversation in the night he seemed to her not tall and broad-shouldered, but little, just as the biggest steamer seems to us a little thing when we hear that it has crossed the ocean. "Well, it is time for me to set off," she said. "I must put on my things." "Tell me where you are going now." "To the station of Klanushki, from there to Sergevo, and from Sergevo, with horses, 30 miles to the coal mines that belong to a horrid man, a general called Shashkovsky. My brothers have got me the post of superintendent there. I am going to be a coal miner. Stay, I know those mines. Shashkovsky is my uncle, you know." "But, what are you going there for?" asked Mlle Ilovaisky, looking at Lyarev in surprise. "As superintendent. To superintend the coal mines." "I don't understand," she shrugged her shoulders. "You are going to the mines. But you know, it's the bare steppe, a desert, so dreary that you couldn't exist a day there. It's horrible coal, no one will buy it, and my uncle's a maniac, a despot, a bankrupt. You won't get your salary. No matter, said Lyarev, unconcernedly, I am thankful even for coal mines. She shrugged her shoulders, and walked about the room in agitation. I don't understand, she said, moving her fingers before her face. It's impossible, and irrational. You must understand that it's worse than exile. It is a living tomb. Oh heavens, she said hotly, going up to Lyarev and moving her fingers before his smiling face. Her upper lip was quivering, and her sharp face turned pale. Come, picture it, the bare steppe, solitude. There is no one to say a word to there, and you are enthusiastic over women. Coal mines, and women. Mlle Ilovaisky was suddenly ashamed of her heat and, turning away from Lyarev, walked to the window. No, you can't go there, she said, moving her fingers rapidly over the pane. Not only in her heart, but even in her spine she felt that behind her stood an infinitely unhappy man, lost and outcast, while he, as though he were unaware of his unhappiness, as though he had not shed tears in the night, was looking at her with a kindly smile. Better he should go on weeping. She walked up and down the room several times in agitation, then stopped short in a corner and sank into thought. Lyarev was saying something, but she did not hear him. Turning her back on him, she took out of her purse a money note, stood for a long time crumpling it in her hand, and looking round at Lyarev, blushed and put it in her pocket. The coachman's voice was heard through the door. With a stern, concentrated face she began putting on her things in silence. Lyarev wrapped her up, chatting gaily, but every word he said lay on her heart like a weight. It is not cheering to hear the unhappy or the dying jest. When the transformation of a live person into a shapeless bundle had been completed, Mile Ilovaisky looked for the last time round the traveller's room, stood a moment in silence, and slowly walked out. Lyarev went to see her off. Outside, God alone knows why, the winter was raging still. Whole clouds of big soft snowflakes were whirling restlessly over the earth, unable to find a resting place. The horses, the sledge, the trees, a bull tied to a post, all were white and seemed soft and fluffy. Well, God help you, muttered Lyarev, tucking her into the sledge. Don't remember evil against me. She was silent. When the sledge started, and had to go round a huge snowdrift, she looked back at Lyarev with an expression as though she wanted to say something to him. He ran up to her, but she did not say a word to him, she only looked at him through her long eyelashes with little specks of snow on them. Whether his finely intuitive soul were really able to read that look, or whether his imagination deceived him, it suddenly began to seem to him that with another touch or two that girl would have forgiven him his failures, his age, his desolate position, and would have followed him without question or reasonings. He stood a long while as though rooted to the spot, gazing at the tracks left by the sledge runners. The snowflakes greedily settled on his hair, his beard, his shoulders. Soon the track of the runners had vanished, and he himself, covered with snow, began to look like a white rock, but still his eyes kept seeking something in the clouds of snow. Vanka. Vanka Zhukov, a boy of 9, who had been for 3 months apprenticed to Ilyahin the shoemaker, was sitting up on Christmas Eve. Waiting till his master and mistress and their workmen had gone to the midnight service, he took out of his master's cupboard a bottle of ink and a pen with a rusty nib, and, spreading out a crumpled sheet of paper in front of him, began writing. Before forming the first letter he several times looked round fearfully at the door and the windows, stole a glance at the dark icon, on both sides of which stretched shelves full of lasts, and heaved a broken sigh. The paper lay on the bench while he knelt before it. Dear Grandfather, Konstantin Makarich, he wrote, I am writing you a letter. I wish you a happy Christmas, and all blessings from God Almighty. I have neither father nor mother, you are the only one left me. Vanka raised his eyes to the dark icon on which the light of his candle was reflected, and vividly recalled his grandfather, Konstantin Makarich, who was night watchman to a family called Zivarev. He was a thin but extraordinarily nimble and lively little old man of 65, with an everlastingly laughing face and drunken eyes. By day he slept in the servants' kitchen, or made jokes with the cooks. At night, wrapped in an ample sheepskin, he walked round the grounds and tapped with his little mallet. Old Kashtanka an eel, so called on account of his dark color and his long body like a weasel's, followed him with hanging heads. This eel was exceptionally polite and affectionate, and looked with equal kindness on strangers and his own masters, but had not a very good reputation. Under his politeness and meekness was hidden the most Jesuitical cunning. No one knew better how to creep up on occasion and snap at one's legs, to slip into the storeroom, or steal a hen from a peasant. His hind legs had been nearly pulled off more than once, twice he had been hanged, every week he was thrashed till he was half dead, but he always revived. At this moment grandfather was, no doubt, standing at the gate, screwing up his eyes at the red windows of the church, stamping with his high felt boots, and joking with the servants. His little mallet was hanging on his belt. He was clasping his hands, shrugging with the cold, and, with an aged chuckle, pinching first the housemaid, then the cook. "How about a pinch of snuff?" he was saying, offering the women his snuff-box. The women would take a sniff and sneeze. Grandfather would be indescribably delighted, go off into a merry chuckle, and cry, "Tear it off, it has frozen on." They give the dogs a sniff of snuff too. Kashtanka sneezes, wriggles her head, and walks away offended. Eel does not sneeze, from politeness, but wags his tail. And the weather is glorious. The air is still, fresh, and transparent. The night is dark, but one can see the whole village with its white roofs and coils of smoke coming from the chimneys, the trees silvered with hoarfrost, the snowdrifts. The whole sky spangled with gay twinkling stars, and the Milky Way is as distinct as though it had been washed and rubbed with snow for a holiday. Vanka sighed, dipped his pen, and went on writing. "And yesterday I had a wigging. The master pulled me out into the yard by my hair, and whacked me with a boot stretcher because I accidentally fell asleep while I was rocking their brat in the cradle. And a week ago the mistress told me to clean a herring, and I began from the tail end, and she took the herring and thrust its head in my face. The workmen laugh at me and send me to the tavern for vodka, and tell me to steal the master's cucumbers for them, and the master beats me with anything that comes to hand. And there is nothing to eat. In the morning they give me bread, for dinner, porridge, and in the evening, bread again, but as for tea, or soup, the master and mistress gobble it all up themselves. And I am put to sleep in the passage, and when their wretched brat cries I get no sleep at all, but have to rock the cradle. Dear grandfather, show the divine mercy, take me away from here, home to the village. It's more than I can bear. I bow down to your feet, and will pray to God for you forever, take me away from here or I shall die." Vanka's mouth worked, he rubbed his eyes with his black fist, and gave a sob. "I will powder your snuff for you," he went on. "I will pray for you, and if I do anything you can thrash me like Sitter's goat. And if you think I've no job, then I will beg the steward for Christ's sake to let me clean his boots, or I'll go for a shepherd boy instead of Fedka. Dear grandfather, it is more than I can bear, it's simply no life at all. I wanted to run away to the village, but I have no boots, and I am afraid of the frost. When I grow up big I will take care of you for this, and not let anyone annoy you, and when you die I will pray for the rest of your soul, just as for my mammy's. Moscow is a big town. It's all gentlemen's houses, and there are lots of horses, but there are no sheep, and the dogs are not spiteful. The lads here don't go out with the star, and they don't let anyone go into the choir, and once I saw in a shop window fishing hooks for sale, fitted ready with the line and for all sorts of fish. Awfully good ones, there was even one hook that would hold a 40-pound sheatfish. And I have seen shops where there are guns of all sorts, after the pattern of the master's guns at home, so that I shouldn't wonder if they are 100 rubles each. And in the butcher's shops there are grouse and woodcocks and fish and hares, but the shopmen don't say where they shoot them. Dear grandfather, when they have the Christmas tree at the big house, get me a gilt walnut, and put it away in the green trunk. Ask the young lady Olga Ignatyevna, say it's for Vanka. Vanka gave a tremulous sigh, and again stared at the window. He remembered how his grandfather always went into the forest to get the Christmas tree for his master's family, and took his grandson with him. It was a merry time. Grandfather made a noise in his throat, the forest crackled with the frost, and looking at them Vanka chortled too. Before chopping down the Christmas tree, grandfather would smoke a pipe, slowly take a pinch of snuff, and laugh at frozen Vanka. The young fir trees, covered with hoarfrost, stood motionless, waiting to see which of them was to die. Wherever one looked, a hare flew like an arrow over the snowdrifts. Grandfather could not refrain from shouting, "Hold him, hold him, hold him." Ah, the bobtailed devil! When he had cut down the Christmas tree, grandfather used to drag it to the big house, and there set to work to decorate it. The young lady, who was Vanka's favorite, Olga Ignatyevna, was the busiest of all. When Vanka's mother Pelagia was alive, and a servant in the big house, Olga Ignatyevna used to give him goodies, and having nothing better to do, taught him to read and write, to count up to 100, and even to dance a quadrille. When Pelagia died, Vanka had been transferred to the servants' kitchen to be with his grandfather, and from the kitchen to the shoemaker's in Moscow. Do come, dear grandfather, Vanka went on with his letter. For Christ's sake, I beg you, take me away. Have pity on an unhappy orphan like me. Here everyone knocks me about, and I am fearfully hungry. I can't tell you what misery it is, I am always crying. And the other day the master hit me on the head with a last, so that I fell down. My life is wretched, worse than any dog's. I send greetings to Aliona, One-Eyed Yegorka, and the coachman, and don't give my concertina to anyone. I remain, your grandson, Ivan Zhukov. Dear grandfather, do come. Vanka folded the sheet of writing paper twice, and put it into an envelope he had bought the day before for a kopeck. After thinking a little, he dipped the pen and wrote the address. To grandfather in the village. Then he scratched his head, thought a little, and added, Konstantin Makarich. Glad that he had not been prevented from writing, he put on his cap and, without putting on his little greatcoat, ran out into the street as he was in his shirt. The shopmen at the butcher's, whom he had questioned the day before, told him that letters were put in post-boxes. And from the boxes were carried about all over the earth in mail carts with drunken drivers and ringing bells. Vanka ran to the nearest post-box, and thrust the precious letter in the slit. An hour later, lulled by sweet hopes, he was sound asleep. He dreamed of the stove. On the stove was sitting his grandfather, swinging his bare legs, and reading the letter to the cooks. By the stove was Eel, wagging his tail. Champagne. A Wayfarer's Story. In the year in which my story begins I had a job at a little station on one of our southwestern railways. Whether I had a gay or a dull life at the station you can judge from the fact that for 15 miles round there was not one human habitation, not one woman, not one decent tavern. And in those days I was young, strong, hot-headed, giddy, and foolish. The only distraction I could possibly find was in the windows of the passenger trains, and in the vile vodka which the Jews drugged with thorn-apple. Sometimes there would be a glimpse of a woman's head at a carriage window, and one would stand like a statue without breathing and stare at it until the train turned into an almost invisible speck. Or one would drink all one could of the loathsome vodka till one was stupefied and did not feel the passing of the long hours and days. Upon me, a native of the north, the steppe produced the effect of a deserted Tatar cemetery. In the summer the steppe with its solemn calm, the monotonous chew of the grasshoppers, the transparent moonlight from which one could not hide, reduced me to listless melancholy. And in the winter the irreproachable whiteness of the steppe, its cold distance, long nights, and howling wolves oppressed me like a heavy nightmare. There were several people living at the station, my wife and I, a deaf and scrofulous telegraph clerk, and 3 watchmen. My assistant, a young man who was in consumption, used to go for treatment to the town, where he stayed for months at a time, leaving his duties to me together with the right of pocketing his salary. I had no children, no cake would have tempted visitors to come and see me, and I could only visit other officials on the line, and that no oftener than once a month. I remember my wife and I saw the New Year in. We sat at table, chewed lazily, and heard the deaf telegraph clerk monotonously tapping on his apparatus in the next room. I had already drunk 5 glasses of drugged vodka, and, propping my heavy head on my fist, thought of my overpowering boredom from which there was no escape. While my wife sat beside me and did not take her eyes off me. She looked at me as no one can look but a woman who has nothing in this world but a handsome husband. She loved me madly, slavishly, and not merely my good looks, or my soul, but my sins, my ill humor and boredom, and even my cruelty when, in drunken fury, not knowing how to vent my ill humor, I tormented her with reproaches. In spite of the boredom which was consuming me, we were preparing to see the new year in with exceptional festiveness, and were awaiting midnight with some impatience. The fact is, we had in reserve 2 bottles of champagne, the real thing, with the label of Veuve Clicquot. This treasure I had won the previous autumn in a bet with the stationmaster of D, when I was drinking with him at a christening. It sometimes happens during a lesson in mathematics, when the very air is still with boredom, a butterfly flutters into the classroom. The boys toss their heads and begin watching its flight with interest, as though they saw before them not a butterfly but something new and strange. In the same way ordinary champagne, chancing to come into our dreary station, roused us. We sat in silence looking alternately at the clock and at the bottles. When the hands pointed to 5 minutes to 12 I slowly began uncorking a bottle. I don't know whether I was affected by the vodka, or whether the bottle was wet, but all I remember is that when the cork flew up to the ceiling with a bang, my bottle slipped out of my hands and fell on the floor. Not more than a glass of the wine was spilt, as I managed to catch the bottle and put my thumb over the foaming neck. "Well, may the new year bring you happiness," I said, filling 2 glasses. "Drink." My wife took her glass and fixed her frightened eyes on me. Her face was pale and wore a look of horror. "Did you drop the bottle?" she asked. "Yes." "But what of that?" "It's unlucky," she said, putting down her glass and turning paler still. "It's a bad omen. It means that some misfortune will happen to us this year." "What a silly thing you are," I sighed. "You are a clever woman, and yet you talk as much nonsense as an old nurse." "Drink." "God grant it is nonsense, but something is sure to happen. You'll see." She did not even sip her glass, she moved away and sank into thought. I uttered a few stale commonplaces about superstition, drank half a bottle, paced up and down, and then went out of the room. Outside there was the still frosty night in all its cold, inhospitable beauty. The moon and 2 white fluffy clouds beside it hung just over the station, motionless as though glued to the spot, and looked as though waiting for something. A faint transparent light came from them and touched the white earth softly, as though afraid of wounding her modesty, and lighted up everything, the snowdrifts, the embankment. It was still. I walked along the railway embankment. Silly woman, I thought, looking at the sky spangled with brilliant stars. Even if one admits that omens sometimes tell the truth, what evil can happen to us? The misfortunes we have endured already, and which are facing us now, are so great that it is difficult to imagine anything worse. What further harm can you do a fish which has been caught and fried and served up with sauce? A poplar covered with hoarfrost looked in the bluish darkness like a giant wrapped in a shroud. It looked at me sullenly and dejectedly, as though like me it realized its loneliness. I stood along while looking at it. My youth is thrown away for nothing, like a useless cigarette end, I went on musing. My parents died when I was a little child. I was expelled from the high school, I was born of a noble family, but I have received neither education nor breeding, and I have no more knowledge than the humblest mechanic. I have no refuge, no relations, no friends, no work I like. I am not fitted for anything, and in the prime of my powers I am good for nothing but to be stuffed into this little station. I have known nothing but trouble and failure all my life. What can happen worse? Red lights came into sight in the distance. A train was moving towards me. The slumbering steppe listened to the sound of it. My thoughts were so bitter that it seemed to me that I was thinking aloud and that the moan of the telegraph wire and the rumble of the train were expressing my thoughts. What can happen worse? The loss of my wife? I wondered. Even that is not terrible. It's no good hiding it from my conscience, I don't love my wife. I married her when I was only a wretched boy. Now I am young and vigorous, and she has gone off and grown older and sillier, stuffed from her head to her heels with conventional ideas. What charm is there in her maudlin love, in her hollow chest, in her lusterless eyes? I put up with her, but I don't love her. What can happen? My youth is being wasted, as the saying is, for a pinch of snuff. Women flit before my eyes only in the carriage windows, like falling stars. Love I never had and have not. My manhood, my courage, my power of feeling are going to ruin. Everything is being thrown away like dirt, and all my wealth here in the steppe is not worth a farthing. The train rushed past me with a roar and indifferently cast the glow of its red lights upon me. I saw it stop by the green lights of the station, stop for a minute and rumble off again. After walking a mile and a half I went back. Melancholy thoughts haunted me still. Painful as it was to me, yet I remember I tried as it were to make my thoughts still gloomier and more melancholy. You know, people who are vain and not very clever have moments when the consciousness that they are miserable affords them positive satisfaction. And they even coquette with their misery for their own entertainment. There was a great deal of truth in what I thought, but there was also a great deal that was absurd and conceited, and there was something boyishly defiant in my question: what could happen worse? And what is there to happen? I asked myself. I think I have endured everything. I've been ill, I've lost money, I get reprimanded by my superiors every day, and I go hungry, and a mad wolf has run into the station yard. What more is there? I have been insulted, humiliated, and I have insulted others in my time. I have not been a criminal, it is true, but I don't think I am capable of crime. I am not afraid of being hauled up for it. The two little clouds had moved away from the moon and stood at a little distance, looking as though they were whispering about something which the moon must not know. A light breeze was racing across the steppe, bringing the faint rumble of the retreating train. My wife met me at the doorway. Her eyes were laughing gaily and her whole face was beaming with good humor. "There is news for you," she whispered. "Make haste, go to your room and put on your new coat, we have a visitor." "What visitor?" "Aunt Natalia Petrovna has just come by the train." "What Natalia Petrovna?" "The wife of my uncle Semyon Fyodorich." "You don't know her?" "She is a very nice, good woman." Probably I frowned, for my wife looked grave and whispered rapidly. "Of course it is queer her having come, but don't be cross, Nikolai, and don't be hard on her. She is unhappy, you know. Uncle Semyon Fyodorich really is ill-natured and tyrannical, it is difficult to live with him. She says she will only stay 3 days with us, only till she gets a letter from her brother." My wife whispered a great deal more nonsense to me about her despotic uncle, about the weakness of mankind in general and of young wives in particular. About its being our duty to give shelter to all, even great sinners, and so on. Unable to make head or tail of it, I put on my new coat and went to make acquaintance with my aunt. A little woman with large black eyes was sitting at the table. My table, the grey walls, my roughly made sofa, everything to the tiniest grain of dust seemed to have grown younger and more cheerful in the presence of this new, young, beautiful, and dissolute creature, who had a most subtle perfume about her. And that our visitor was a lady of easy virtue I could see from her smile, from her scent, from the peculiar way in which she glanced and made play with her eyelashes. From the tone in which she talked with my wife, a respectable woman. There was no need to tell me she had run away from her husband, that her husband was old and despotic, that she was good-natured and lively. I took it all in at the first glance. Indeed, it is doubtful whether there is a man in all Europe who cannot spot at the first glance a woman of a certain temperament. "I did not know I had such a big nephew," said my aunt, holding out her hand to me and smiling. "And I did not know I had such a pretty aunt," I answered. Supper began over again. The cork flew with a bang out of the second bottle, and my aunt swallowed half a glassful at a gulp, and when my wife went out of the room for a moment my aunt did not scruple to drain a full glass. I was drunk both with the wine and with the presence of a woman. Do you remember the song? Eyes black as pitch, eyes full of passion. Eyes burning bright and beautiful. How I love you, how I fear you. I don't remember what happened next. Anyone who wants to know how love begins may read novels and long stories. I will put it shortly and in the words of the same silly song. It was an evil hour. When first I met you, everything went head over heels to the devil. I remember a fearful, frantic whirlwind which sent me flying round like a feather. It lasted a long while, and swept from the face of the earth my wife and my aunt herself and my strength. From the little station in the steppe it has flung me, as you see, into this dark street. Now tell me what further evil can happen to me? Frost. A popular fete with a philanthropic object had been arranged on the feast of Epiphany in the provincial town of N. They had selected a broad part of the river between the market and the bishop's palace, fenced it round with a rope, with fir trees and with flags, and provided everything necessary for skating, sledging, and tobogganing. The festivity was organized on the grandest scale possible. The notices that were distributed were of huge size and promised a number of delights: skating, a military band, a lottery with no blank tickets, an electric sun, and so on. But the whole scheme almost came to nothing owing to the hard frost. From the eve of Epiphany there were 28 degrees of frost with a strong wind. It was proposed to put off the fete, and this was not done only because the public, which for a long while had been looking forward to the fete impatiently, would not consent to any postponement. "Only think, what do you expect in winter but a frost?" said the ladies, persuading the governor, who tried to insist that the fete should be postponed. "If anyone is cold he can go and warm himself." The trees, the horses, the men's beards were white with frost. It even seemed that the air itself crackled, as though unable to endure the cold. But in spite of that the frozen public were skating. Immediately after the blessing of the waters and precisely at 1 o'clock the military band began playing. Between 3 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when the festivity was at its height, the select society of the place gathered together to warm themselves in the governor's pavilion, which had been put up on the riverbank. The old governor and his wife, the bishop, the president of the local court, the headmaster of the high school, and many others, were there. The ladies were sitting in armchairs, while the men crowded round the wide glass door, looking at the skating. "Holy saints," said the bishop in surprise. "What flourishes they execute with their legs! Upon my soul, many a singer couldn't do a twirl with his voice as those cutthroats do with their legs. A.I.E. He'll kill himself. That's Smirnov. That's Gruzdov," said the headmaster, mentioning the names of the schoolboys who flew by the pavilion. "Bah! He's all alive." "Oh," laughed the governor. "Look, gentlemen, our mayor is coming. He is coming this way. That's a nuisance, he will talk our heads off now." A little thin old man, wearing a big cap and a fur-lined coat hanging open, came from the opposite bank towards the pavilion, avoiding the skaters. This was the mayor of the town, a merchant, Aramiev by name, a millionaire and an old inhabitant of N. Flinging wide his arms and shrugging at the cold, he skipped along, knocking one galosh against the other, evidently in haste to get out of the wind. Halfway he suddenly bent down, stole up to some lady, and plucked at her sleeve from behind. When she looked round he skipped away, and probably delighted at having succeeded in frightening her, went off into a loud, aged laugh. "Lively old fellow," said the governor. "It's a wonder he's not skating." As he got near the pavilion the mayor fell into a little tripping trot, waved his hands, and, taking a run, slid along the ice in his huge galosh boots up to the very door. "Yegor Ivanitch, you ought to get yourself some skates," the governor greeted him. "That's just what I am thinking," he answered in a squeaky, somewhat nasal tenor, taking off his cap. "I wish you good health, Your Excellency." "Your Holiness." "Long life to all the other gentlemen and ladies." "Here's a frost." "Yes, it is a frost, bother it. It's deadly." Winking with his red, frozen eyes, Yegor Ivanitch stamped on the floor with his galosh boots and swung his arms together like a frozen cabman. "Such a damnable frost, worse than any dog." He went on talking, smiling all over his face. "It's a real affliction." "It's healthy," said the governor, "frost strengthens a man and makes him vigorous." "Though it may be healthy, it would be better without it at all," said the mayor, wiping his wedge-shaped beard with a red handkerchief. "It would be a good riddance. To my thinking, Your Excellency, the Lord sends it us as a punishment, the frost, I mean. We sin in the summer and are punished in the winter." "Yes." Yegor Ivanitch looked round him quickly and flung up his hands. "Why, where's the needful, to warm us up?" he asked, looking in alarm first at the governor and then at the bishop. "Your Excellency." "Your Holiness." "I'll be bound, the ladies are frozen too." "We must have something, this won't do." Everyone began gesticulating and declaring that they had not come to the skating to warm themselves, but the mayor, heeding no one, opened the door and beckoned to someone with his crooked finger. A workman and a fireman ran up to him. "Here, run off to Savatin," he muttered, "and tell him to make haste and send here, what do you call it? What's it to be? Tell him to send a dozen glasses of mulled wine, the very hottest, or punch, perhaps." There was laughter in the pavilion. "A nice thing to treat us to." "Never mind, we will drink it," muttered the mayor, "a dozen glasses, then, and some Benedictine, perhaps, and tell them to warm 2 bottles of red wine." "Oh, and what for the ladies?" "Well, you tell them to bring cakes, nuts, sweets of some sort, perhaps. There, run along, look sharp." The mayor was silent for a minute and then began again abusing the frost, banging his arms across his chest and thumping with his galosh boots. "No, Yegor Ivanitch," said the governor persuasively, "don't be unfair, the Russian frost has its charms. I was reading lately that many of the good qualities of the Russian people are due to the vast expanse of their land and to the climate, the cruel struggle for existence. That's perfectly true. It may be true, Your Excellency, but it would be better without it. The frost did drive out the French, of course, and one can freeze all sorts of dishes, and the children can go skating, that's all true. For the man who is well fed and well clothed the frost is only a pleasure, but for the working man, the beggar, the pilgrim, the crazy wanderer, it's the greatest evil and misfortune. It's misery, Your Holiness. In a frost like this poverty is twice as hard, and the thief is more cunning and evildoers more violent. There's no gainsaying it. I am turned 70, I've a fur coat now, and at home I have a stove and rums and punches of all sorts. The frost means nothing to me now. I take no notice of it, I don't care to know of it, but how it used to be in old days, Holy Mother. It's dreadful to recall it. My memory is failing me with years and I have forgotten everything. My enemies, and my sins and troubles of all sorts, I forget them all, but the frost, oof! How I remember it. When my mother died I was left a little devil, this high, a homeless orphan, no kith nor kin, wretched, ragged, little clothes, hungry, nowhere to sleep, in fact, we have here no abiding city. But seek the one to come. In those days I used to lead an old blind woman about the town for 5 kopecks a day, the frosts were cruel, wicked. One would go out with the old woman and begin suffering torments. My Creator! First of all you would be shivering as in a fever, shrugging and dancing about. Then your ears, your fingers, your feet, would begin aching. They would ache as though someone were squeezing them with pincers. But all that would have been nothing, a trivial matter, of no great consequence. The trouble was when your whole body was chilled. One would walk for 3 blessed hours in the frost, your holiness, and lose all human semblance. Your legs are drawn up, there is a weight on your chest, your stomach is pinched. Above all, there is a pain in your heart that is worse than anything. Your heart aches beyond all endurance, and there is a wretchedness all over your body as though you were leading death by the hand instead of an old woman. You are numb all over, turned to stone like a statue. You go on and feel as though it were not you walking, but someone else moving your legs instead of you. When your soul is frozen you don't know what you are doing, you are ready to leave the old woman with no one to guide her, or to pull a hot roll from off a hawker's tray, or to fight with someone. And when you come to your night's lodging into the warmth after the frost, there is not much joy in that either. You lie awake till midnight, crying, and don't know yourself what you are crying for. We must walk about the skating ground before it gets dark, said the governor's wife, who was bored with listening. Who's coming with me? The governor's wife went out and the whole company trooped out of the pavilion after her. Only the governor, the bishop, and the mayor remained. Queen of Heaven! And what I went through when I was a shop boy in a fish shop. Yegor Ivanitch went on, flinging up his arms so that his fox-lined coat fell open. One would go out to the shop almost before it was light. By 8 o'clock I was completely frozen, my face was blue. My fingers were stiff so that I could not fasten my buttons nor count the money. One would stand in the cold, turn numb, and think, Lord, I shall have to stand like this right on till evening. By dinner time my stomach was pinched and my heart was aching. Yes. And I was not much better afterwards when I had a shop of my own. The frost was intense and the shop was like a mousetrap with drafts blowing in all directions. The coat I had on was, pardon me, mangy, as thin as paper, threadbare. One would be chilled through and through, half-dazed, and turn as cruel as the frost oneself. I would pull one by the ear so that I nearly pulled the ear off. I would smack another on the back of the head, I'd glare at a customer like a ruffian, a wild beast, and be ready to fleece him. And when I got home in the evening and ought to have gone to bed, I'd be ill-humored and set upon my family, throwing it in their teeth that they were living upon me. I would make a row and carry on so that 6 policemen couldn't have managed me. The frost makes one spiteful and drives one to drink. Yegor Ivanitch clasped his hands and went on. And when we were taking fish to Moscow in the winter, Holy Mother. And spluttering as he talked, he began describing the horrors he endured with his shopmen when he was taking fish to Moscow. Yes, sighed the governor, it is wonderful what a man can endure. You used to take wagon loads of fish to Moscow, Yegor Ivanitch, while I in my time was at the war. I remember one extraordinary instance. And the governor described how, during the last Russo-Turkish war, one frosty night the division in which he was had stood in the snow without moving for 13 hours in a piercing wind. From fear of being observed the division did not light a fire, nor make a sound or a movement, they were forbidden to smoke. Reminiscences followed. The governor and the mayor grew lively and good-humored, and, interrupting each other, began recalling their experiences. And the bishop told them how, when he was serving in Siberia, he had traveled in a sledge drawn by dogs. How one day, being drowsy, in a time of sharp frost he had fallen out of the sledge and been nearly frozen, when the tongue-uses turned back and found him he was barely alive. Then, as by common agreement, the old men suddenly sank into silence, sat side by side, and mused. Ek, whispered the mayor. You'd think it would be time to forget, but when you look at the water carriers, at the schoolboys, at the convicts in their wretched gowns, it brings it all back. Why, only take those musicians who are playing now. I'll be bound, there is a pain in their hearts, a pinch at their stomachs, and their trumpets are freezing to their lips. They play and think, Holy Mother. We have another 3 hours to sit here in the cold. The old men sank into thought. They thought of that in man which is higher than good birth, higher than rank and wealth and learning, of that which brings the lowest beggar near to God, of the helplessness of man, of his sufferings and his patience. Meanwhile the air was turning blue, the door opened and 2 waiters from Savidin's walked in, carrying trays and a big muffled teapot. When the glasses had been filled and there was a strong smell of cinnamon and clove in the air, the door opened again. And there came into the pavilion a beardless young policeman whose nose was crimson, and who was covered all over with frost. He went up to the governor, and, saluting, said, Her Excellency told me to inform you that she has gone home. Looking at the way the policeman put his stiff, frozen fingers to his cap, looking at his nose, his lustreless eyes, and his hood covered with white frost near the mouth. They all for some reason felt that this policeman's heart must be aching, that his stomach must feel pinched, and his soul numb. I say, said the governor hesitatingly, have a drink of mulled wine. It's all right, it's all right. Drink it up, the mayor urged him, gesticulating, don't be shy. The policeman took the glass in both hands, moved aside, and, trying to drink without making any sound, began discreetly sipping from the glass. He drank and was overwhelmed with embarrassment while the old men looked at him in silence, and they all fancied that the pain was leaving the young policeman's heart, and that his soul was thawing. The governor heaved a sigh. It's time we were at home, he said, getting up. Goodbye. I say, he added, addressing the policeman, tell the musicians there to leave off playing, and ask Pavel Semyonovitch from me to see they are given beer or vodka. The governor and the bishop said goodbye to the mayor and went out of the pavilion. Yegor Ivanitch attacked the mulled wine, and before the policeman had finished his glass succeeded in telling him a great many interesting things. He could not be silent. The beggar. Kind sir, be so good as to notice a poor, hungry man. I have not tasted food for 3 days. I have not a 5-kopeck piece for a night's lodging. I swear by God. For 5 years I was a village schoolmaster and lost my post through the intrigues of the Zemstvo. I was the victim of false witness. I have been out of a place for a year now. Skvortsov, a Petersburg lawyer, looked at the speaker's tattered dark blue overcoat, at his muddy, drunken eyes, at the red patches on his cheeks. And it seemed to him that he had seen the man before. And now I am offered a post in the Kaluga province, the beggar continued, but I have not the means for the journey there. Graciously help me. I am ashamed to ask, but I am compelled by circumstances. Skvortsov looked at his galoshes, of which one was shallow like a shoe, while the other came high up the leg like a boot, and suddenly remembered. Listen, the day before yesterday I met you in Sadovoy Street, he said, and then you told me, not that you were a village schoolmaster, but that you were a student who had been expelled. Do you remember? No. No, that cannot be so, the beggar muttered in confusion. I am a village schoolmaster, and if you wish it I can show you documents to prove it. That's enough lies. You called yourself a student, and even told me what you were expelled for. Do you remember? Skvortsov flushed, and with a look of disgust on his face turned away from the ragged figure. It's contemptible, sir, he cried angrily. It's a swindle. I'll hand you over to the police, damn you. You are poor and hungry, but that does not give you the right to lie so shamelessly. The ragged figure took hold of the door handle and, like a bird in a snare, looked round the hall desperately. I am not lying, he muttered. I can show documents. Who can believe you? Skvortsov went on, still indignant. To exploit the sympathy of the public for village schoolmasters and students, it's so low, so mean, so dirty. It's revolting. Skvortsov flew into a rage and gave the beggar a merciless scolding. The ragged fellow's insolent lying aroused his disgust and aversion, was an offense against what he, Skvortsov, loved and prized in himself: kindliness, a feeling heart, sympathy for the unhappy. By his lying, by his treacherous assault upon compassion, the individual had, as it were, defiled the charity which he liked to give to the poor with no misgivings in his heart. The beggar at first defended himself, protested with oaths, then he sank into silence and hung his head, overcome with shame. "Sir," he said, laying his hand on his heart, "I really was lying. I am not a student and not a village schoolmaster. All that's mere invention. I used to be in the Russian choir, and I was turned out of it for drunkenness. But what can I do? Believe me, in God's name, I can't get on without lying. When I tell the truth no one will give me anything. With the truth one may die of hunger and freeze without a night's lodging. What you say is true, I understand that, but what am I to do?" "What are you to do? You ask what are you to do?" cried Skvortsov, going close up to him. "Work, that's what you must do. You must work. Work. I know that myself, but where can I get work?" "Nonsense. You are young, strong, and healthy, and could always find work if you wanted to. But you know you are lazy, pampered, drunken. You reek of vodka like a pothouse. You have become false and corrupt to the marrow of your bones and fit for nothing but begging and lying. If you do graciously condescend to take work, you must have a job in an office, in the Russian choir, or as a billiard marker, where you will have a salary and have nothing to do. But how would you like to undertake manual labor? I'll be bound, you wouldn't be a house porter or a factory hand. You are too genteel for that." "What things you say, really," said the beggar, and he gave a bitter smile. "How can I get manual work? It's rather late for me to be a shopman, for in trade one has to begin from a boy. No one would take me as a house porter, because I am not of that class. And I could not get work in a factory, one must know a trade, and I know nothing." "Nonsense. You always find some justification. Wouldn't you like to chop wood?" "I would not refuse to, but the regular wood choppers are out of work now." "Oh, all idlers argue like that. As soon as you are offered anything you refuse it. Would you care to chop wood for me?" "Certainly I will." "Very good, we shall see." "Excellent. We'll see." Skvortsov, in nervous haste, and not without malignant pleasure, rubbing his hands, summoned his cook from the kitchen. "Here, Olga," he said to her, "take this gentleman to the shed and let him chop some wood." The beggar shrugged his shoulders as though puzzled, and irresolutely followed the cook. It was evident from his demeanor that he had consented to go and chop wood, not because he was hungry and wanted to earn money, but simply from shame and amour propre. Because he had been taken at his word. It was clear, too, that he was suffering from the effects of vodka, that he was unwell, and felt not the faintest inclination to work. Skvortsov hurried into the dining room. There from the window which looked out into the yard he could see the woodshed and everything that happened in the yard. Standing at the window, Skvortsov saw the cook and the beggar come by the back way into the yard and go through the muddy snow to the woodshed. Olga scrutinized her companion angrily, and jerking her elbow unlocked the woodshed and angrily banged the door open. "Most likely we interrupted the woman drinking her coffee," thought Skvortsov. "What a cross creature she is." Then he saw the pseudo-schoolmaster and pseudo-student seat himself on a block of wood, and, leaning his red cheeks upon his fists, sink into thought. The cook flung an axe at his feet, spat angrily on the ground, and, judging by the expression of her lips, began abusing him. The beggar drew a log of wood towards him irresolutely, set it up between his feet, and diffidently drew the axe across it. The log toppled and fell over. The beggar drew it towards him, breathed on his frozen hands, and again drew the axe along it as cautiously as though he were afraid of its hitting his galosh or chopping off his fingers. The log fell over again. Skvortsov's wrath had passed off by now, he felt sore and ashamed at the thought that he had forced a pampered, drunken, and perhaps sick man to do hard, rough work in the cold. Never mind, let him go on, he thought, going from the dining room into his study. I am doing it for his good. An hour later Olga appeared and announced that the wood had been chopped up. Here, give him half a ruble, said Skvortsov. If he likes, let him come and chop wood on the 1st of every month. There will always be work for him. On the 1st of the month the beggar turned up and again earned half a ruble, though he could hardly stand. From that time forward he took to turning up frequently, and work was always found for him. Sometimes he would sweep the snow into heaps, or clear up the shed. At another he used to beat the rugs and the mattresses. He always received 30 to 40 kopecks for his work, and on one occasion an old pair of trousers was sent out to him. When he moved, Skvortsov engaged him to assist in packing and moving the furniture. On this occasion the beggar was sober, gloomy, and silent. He scarcely touched the furniture, walked with hanging head behind the furniture vans, and did not even try to appear busy. He merely shivered with the cold, and was overcome with confusion when the men with the vans laughed at his idleness, feebleness, and ragged coat that had once been a gentleman's. After the removal Skvortsov sent for him. Well, I see my words have had an effect upon you, he said, giving him a ruble. This is for your work. I see that you are sober and not disinclined to work. What is your name? Lushkov. I can offer you better work, not so rough, Lushkov. Can you write? Yes, sir. Then go with this note tomorrow to my colleague and he will give you some copying to do. Work, don't drink, and don't forget what I said to you. Goodbye. Skvortsov, pleased that he had put a man in the path of rectitude, patted Lushkov genially on the shoulder, and even shook hands with him at parting. Lushkov took the letter, departed, and from that time forward did not come to the backyard for work. 2 years passed. One day as Skvortsov was standing at the ticket office of a theatre, paying for his ticket, he saw beside him a little man with a lambskin collar and a shabby cat-skin cap. The man timidly asked the clerk for a gallery ticket and paid for it with kopecks. Lushkov, is it you? Asked Skvortsov, recognizing in the little man his former woodchopper. Well, what are you doing? Are you getting on all right? Pretty well. I am in a notary's office now. I earn 35 rubles. Well, thank God, that's capital. I rejoice for you. I am very, very glad, Lushkov. You know, in a way, you are my godson. It was I who shoved you into the right way. Do you remember what a scolding I gave you, eh? You almost sank through the floor that time. Well, thank you, my dear fellow, for remembering my words. Thank you too, said Lushkov. If I had not come to you that day, maybe I should be calling myself a schoolmaster or a student still. Yes, in your house I was saved, and climbed out of the pit. I am very, very glad. Thank you for your kind words and deeds. What you said that day was excellent. I am grateful to you and to your cook, God bless that kind, noble-hearted woman. What you said that day was excellent. I am indebted to you as long as I live, of course, but it was your cook, Olga, who really saved me. How was that? Why, it was like this. I used to come to you to chop wood and she would begin, "Ah, you drunkard. You God-forsaken man. And yet death does not take you." And then she would sit opposite me, lamenting, looking into my face and wailing, "You unlucky fellow. You have no gladness in this world, and in the next you will burn in hell, poor drunkard. You poor sorrowful creature," and she always went on in that style, you know. How often she upset herself, and how many tears she shed over me I can't tell you. But what affected me most, she chopped the wood for me. Do you know, sir, I never chopped a single log for you, she did it all. How it was she saved me, how it was I changed, looking at her, and gave up drinking, I can't explain. I only know that what she said and the noble way she behaved brought about a change in my soul, and I shall never forget it. It's time to go up, though, they are just going to ring the bell. Lushkov bowed and went off to the gallery. Enemies. Between 9 and 10 on a dark September evening, the only son of the district doctor, Kirilov, a child of 6, called Andrei, died of diphtheria. Just as the doctor's wife sank on her knees by the dead child's bedside and was overwhelmed by the first rush of despair, there came a sharp ring at the bell in the entry. All the servants had been sent out of the house that morning on account of the diphtheria. Kirilov went to open the door just as he was, without his coat on, with his waistcoat unbuttoned, without wiping his wet face or his hands which were scalded with carbolic. It was dark in the entry and nothing could be distinguished in the man who came in but medium height, a white scarf, and a large, extremely pale face. So pale that its entrance seemed to make the passage lighter. "Is the doctor at home?" the newcomer asked quickly. "I am at home," answered Kirilov. "What do you want?" "Oh, it's you? I am very glad," said the stranger in a tone of relief, and he began feeling in the dark for the doctor's hand, found it and squeezed it tightly in his own. "I am very, very glad. We are acquainted. My name is Abidjan, and I had the honor of meeting you in the summer at Nuchev's. I am very glad I have found you at home. For God's sake, don't refuse to come back with me at once. My wife has been taken dangerously ill. And the carriage is waiting." From the voice and gestures of the speaker it could be seen that he was in a state of great excitement. Like a man terrified by a house on fire or a mad dog, he could hardly restrain his rapid breathing and spoke quickly in a shaking voice. And there was a note of unaffected sincerity and childish alarm in his voice. As people always do who are frightened and overwhelmed, he spoke in brief, jerky sentences and uttered a great many unnecessary, irrelevant words. "I was afraid I might not find you in," he went on. "I was in a perfect agony as I drove here. Put on your things and let us go, for God's sake. This is how it happened. Alexander Semyonovich Papchinsky, whom you know, came to see me. We talked a little and then we sat down to tea. Suddenly my wife cried out, clutched at her heart, and fell back on her chair. We carried her to bed and I rubbed her forehead with ammonia and sprinkled her with water. She lay as though she were dead. I am afraid it is aneurysm. Come along, her father died of aneurysm." Kirilov listened and said nothing, as though he did not understand Russian. When Abidjan mentioned again Papchinsky and his wife's father and once more began feeling in the dark for his hand, the doctor shook his head and said apathetically, dragging out each word, "Excuse me, I cannot come, my son died 5 minutes ago." "Is it possible?" whispered Abidjan, stepping back a pace. "My God, at what an unlucky moment I have come. A wonderfully unhappy day, wonderfully. What a coincidence. It's as though it were on purpose." Abidjan took hold of the door handle and bowed his head. He was evidently hesitating and did not know what to do, whether to go away or to continue entreating the doctor. "Listen," he said fervently, catching hold of Kirilov's sleeve. "I well understand your position. God is my witness that I am ashamed of attempting at such a moment to intrude on your attention, but what am I to do? Only think, to whom can I go? There is no other doctor here, you know. For God's sake, come. I am not asking you for myself. I am not the patient." A silence followed. Kirilov turned his back on Abidjan, stood still a moment, and slowly walked into the drawing room. Judging from his unsteady, mechanical step, from the attention with which he set straight the fluffy shade on the unlighted lamp in the drawing room and glanced into a thick book lying on the table. At that instant he had no intention, no desire, was thinking of nothing and most likely did not remember that there was a stranger in the entry. The twilight and stillness of the drawing room seemed to increase his numbness. Going out of the drawing room into his study, he raised his right foot higher than was necessary, and felt for the doorposts with his hands. And as he did so there was an air of perplexity about his whole figure as though he were in somebody else's house. or were drunk for the first time in his life and were now abandoning himself with surprise to the new sensation. A broad streak of light stretched across the bookcase on one wall of the study. This light came together with the close, heavy smell of carbolic and ether from the door into the bedroom, which stood a little way open. The doctor sank into a low chair in front of the table. For a minute he stared drowsily at his books, which lay with the light on them, then got up and went into the bedroom. Here in the bedroom reigned a dead silence. Everything to the smallest detail was eloquent of the storm that had been passed through, of exhaustion, and everything was at rest. A candle standing among a crowd of bottles, boxes, and pots on a stool and a big lamp on the chest of drawers threw a brilliant light over all the room. On the bed under the window lay a boy with open eyes and a look of wonder on his face. He did not move, but his open eyes seemed every moment growing darker and sinking further into his head. The mother was kneeling by the bed with her arms on his body and her head hidden in the bedclothes. Like the child, she did not stir. But what throbbing life was suggested in the curves of her body and in her arms. She leaned against the bed with all her being, pressing against it greedily with all her might. As though she were afraid of disturbing the peaceful and comfortable attitude she had found at last for her exhausted body. The bedclothes, the rags and bowls, the splashes of water on the floor, the little paintbrushes and spoons thrown down here and there, the white bottle of lime water, the very air, heavy and stifling, were all hushed and seemed plunged in repose. The doctor stopped close to his wife, thrust his hands in his trouser pockets, and slanting his head on one side fixed his eyes on his son. His face bore an expression of indifference, and only from the drops that glittered on his beard it could be seen that he had just been crying. That repellent horror which is thought of when we speak of death was absent from the room. In the numbness of everything, in the mother's attitude, in the indifference on the doctor's face there was something that attracted and touched the heart, that subtle, almost elusive beauty of human sorrow which men will not for a long time learn to understand and describe, and which it seems only music can convey. There was a feeling of beauty, too, in the austere stillness. Kirillov and his wife were silent and not weeping, as though besides the bitterness of their loss they were conscious, too, of all the tragedy of their position. Just as once their youth had passed away, so now together with this boy their right to have children had gone forever to all eternity. The doctor was 44, his hair was grey and he looked like an old man, his faded and invalid wife was 35. Andrei was not merely the only child, but also the last child. In contrast to his wife the doctor belonged to the class of people who at times of spiritual suffering feel a craving for movement. After standing for 5 minutes by his wife, he walked, raising his right foot high, from the bedroom into a little room which was half filled up by a big sofa. From there he went into the kitchen. After wandering by the stove and the cook's bed he bent down and went by a little door into the passage. There he saw again the white scarf and the white face. At last, sighed Abidjan, reaching towards the door handle. "Let us go, please." The doctor started, glanced at him, and remembered. "Why, I have told you already that I can't go," he said, growing more animated. "How strange." "Doctor, I am not a stone, I fully understand your position. I feel for you," Abidjan said in an imploring voice, laying his hand on his scarf. "But I am not asking you for myself. My wife is dying. If you had heard that cry, if you had seen her face, you would understand my pugnacity. My God, I thought you had gone to get ready. Doctor, time is precious. Let us go, I entreat you." "I cannot go," said Kirillov emphatically, and he took a step into the drawing-room. Abidjan followed him and caught hold of his sleeve. "You are in sorrow, I understand. But I'm not asking you to a case of toothache, or to a consultation, but to save a human life," he went on entreating like a beggar. "Life comes before any personal sorrow. Come, I ask for courage, for heroism. For the love of humanity." "Humanity, that cuts both ways," Kirillov said irritably. In the name of humanity I beg you not to take me. And how queer it is, really. I can hardly stand and you talk to me about humanity. I am fit for nothing just now. Nothing will induce me to go, and I can't leave my wife alone. No, no. Kirilov waved his hands and staggered back. And don't ask me, he went on in a tone of alarm. Excuse me. By no. 13 of the regulations I am obliged to go and you have the right to drag me by my collar, drag me if you like, but I am not fit. I can't even speak, excuse me. There is no need to take that tone to me, doctor, said Abidjan, again taking the doctor by his sleeve. What do I care about no? 13. To force you against your will I have no right whatever. If you will, come, if you will not, God forgive you, but I am not appealing to your will, but to your feelings. A young woman is dying. You were just speaking of the death of your son. Who should understand my horror if not you? Abidjan's voice quivered with emotion, that quiver and his tone were far more persuasive than his words. Abidjan was sincere, but it was remarkable that whatever he said his words sounded stilted, soulless, and inappropriately flowery. And even seemed an outrage on the atmosphere of the doctor's home and on the woman who was somewhere dying. He felt this himself, and so, afraid of not being understood, did his utmost to put softness and tenderness into his voice so that the sincerity of his tone might prevail if his words did not. As a rule, however fine and deep a phrase may be, it only affects the indifferent, and cannot fully satisfy those who are happy or unhappy. That is why dumbness is most often the highest expression of happiness or unhappiness. Lovers understand each other better when they are silent, and a fervent, passionate speech delivered by the grave only touches outsiders. While to the widow and children of the dead man it seems cold and trivial. Kirilov stood in silence. When Abidjan uttered a few more phrases concerning the noble calling of a doctor, self-sacrifice, and so on, the doctor asked sullenly, "Is it far?" "Something like 8 or 9 miles. I have capital horses, doctor. I give you my word of honor that I will get you there and back in an hour." Only 1 hour. These words had more effect on Kirilov than the appeals to humanity or the noble calling of the doctor. He thought a moment and said with a sigh, "Very well, let us go." He went rapidly with a more certain step to his study, and afterwards came back in a long frock coat. Abidjan, greatly relieved, fidgeted round him and scraped with his feet as he helped him on with his overcoat, and went out of the house with him. It was dark out of doors, though lighter than in the entry. The tall, stooping figure of the doctor, with his long, narrow beard and aquiline nose, stood out distinctly in the darkness. Abidjan's big head and the little student's cap that barely covered it could be seen now as well as his pale face. The scarf showed white only in front, behind it was hidden by his long hair. "Believe me, I know how to appreciate your generosity," Abidjan muttered as he helped the doctor into the carriage. "We shall get there quickly. Drive as fast as you can, Luka, there's a good fellow. Please." The coachman drove rapidly. At first there was a row of indistinct buildings that stretched alongside the hospital yard. It was dark everywhere except for a bright light from a window that gleamed through the fence into the furthest part of the yard, while 3 windows of the upper story of the hospital looked paler. Then the surrounding air. Then the carriage drove into dense shadow. Here there was the smell of dampness and mushrooms, and the sound of rustling trees. The crows, awakened by the noise of the wheels, stirred among the foliage and uttered prolonged plaintive cries as though they knew the doctor's son was dead and that Abidjan's wife was ill. Then came glimpses of separate trees, of bushes, a pond, on which great black shadows were slumbering, gleamed with a sullen light, and the carriage rolled over a smooth level ground. The clamor of the crows sounded dimly far away and soon ceased altogether. Kirilov and Abidjan were silent almost all the way. Only once Abidjan heaved a deep sigh and muttered, "It's an agonizing state. One never loves those who are near one so much as when one is in danger of losing them. And when the carriage slowly drove over the river, Kirilov started all at once as though the splash of the water had frightened him, and made a movement. "Listen, let me go," he said miserably. "I'll come to you later. I must just send my assistant to my wife. She is alone, you know." Abidjan did not speak. The carriage swaying from side to side and crunching over the stones drove up the sandy bank and rolled on its way. Kirilov moved restlessly and looked about him in misery. Behind them in the dim light of the stars the road could be seen and the riverside willows vanishing into the darkness. On the right lay a plain as uniform and as boundless as the sky. Here and there in the distance, probably on the peat marshes, dim lights were glimmering. On the left, parallel with the road, ran a hill tufted with small bushes, and above the hill stood motionless a big, red half-moon, slightly veiled with mist and encircled by tiny clouds, which seemed to be looking round at it from all sides and watching that it did not go away. In all nature there seemed to be a feeling of hopelessness and pain. The earth, like a ruined woman sitting alone in a dark room and trying not to think of the past, was brooding over memories of spring and summer and apathetically waiting for the inevitable winter. Wherever one looked, on all sides, nature seemed like a dark, infinitely deep, cold pit from which neither Kirilov nor Abidjan nor the red half-moon could escape. The nearer the carriage got to its goal the more impatient Abidjan became. He kept moving, leaping up, looking over the coachman's shoulder. And when at last the carriage stopped before the entrance, which was elegantly curtained with striped linen, and when he looked at the lighted windows of the second story there was an audible catch in his breath. "If anything happens, I shall not survive it," he said, going into the hall with the doctor, and rubbing his hands in agitation. "But there is no commotion, so everything must be going well so far," he added, listening in the stillness. There was no sound in the hall of steps or voices and all the house seemed asleep in spite of the lighted windows. Now the doctor and Abidjan, who till then had been in darkness, could see each other clearly. The doctor was tall and stooped, was untidily dressed and not good-looking. There was an unpleasantly harsh, morose, and unfriendly look about his lips, thick as a negro's, his aquiline nose, and listless, apathetic eyes. His unkempt head and sunken temples, the premature grayness of his long, narrow beard through which his chin was visible, the pale grey hue of his skin and his careless, uncouth manners, the harshness of all this was suggestive of years of poverty, of ill fortune, of weariness with life and with men. Looking at his frigid figure one could hardly believe that this man had a wife, that he was capable of weeping over his child. Abidjan presented a very different appearance. He was a thick-set, sturdy-looking, fair man with a big head and large, soft features. He was elegantly dressed in the very latest fashion. In his carriage, his closely buttoned coat, his long hair, and his face there was a suggestion of something generous, leonine. He walked with his head erect and his chest squared, he spoke in an agreeable baritone. And there was a shade of refined almost feminine elegance in the manner in which he took off his scarf and smoothed his hair. Even his paleness and the childlike terror with which he looked up at the stairs as he took off his coat did not detract from his dignity nor diminish the air of sleekness, health, and aplomb which characterized his whole figure. "There is nobody and no sound," he said going up the stairs. "There is no commotion. God grant all is well." He led the doctor through the hall into a big drawing room where there was a black piano and a chandelier in a white cover. From there they both went into a very snug, pretty little drawing room full of an agreeable, rosy twilight. "Well, sit down here, doctor, and I will be back directly. I will go and have a look and prepare them." Kirilov was left alone. The luxury of the drawing room, the agreeably subdued light and his own presence in the stranger's unfamiliar house, which had something of the character of an adventure, did not apparently affect him. He sat in a low chair and scrutinized his hands, which were burnt with carbolic. He only caught a passing glimpse of the bright red lampshade and the violoncello case. And glancing in the direction where the clock was ticking, he noticed a stuffed wolf as substantial and sleek-looking as Abidjan himself. It was quiet. Somewhere far away in the adjoining room someone uttered a loud exclamation. Ah! There was a clang of a glass door, probably of a cupboard, and again all was still. After waiting 5 minutes, Kirilov left off scrutinizing his hands and raised his eyes to the door by which Abidjan had vanished. In the doorway stood Abidjan, but he was not the same as when he had gone out. The look of sleekness and refined elegance had disappeared, his face, his hands, his attitude were contorted by a revolting expression of something between horror and agonizing physical pain. His nose, his lips, his mustache, all his features were moving and seemed trying to tear themselves from his face, his eyes looked as though they were laughing with agony. Abidjan took a heavy stride into the drawing-room, bent forward, moaned, and shook his fists. "She has deceived me," he cried, with a strong emphasis on the second syllable of the verb. "Deceived me, gone away. She fell ill and sent me for the doctor only to run away with that clown Papchinsky. My God!" Abidjan took a heavy step towards the doctor, held out his soft white fists in his face, and shaking them went on yelling. "Gone away. Deceived me. But why this deception? My God! My God! What need of this dirty, scoundrelly trick, this diabolical, snakish farce? What have I done to her? Gone away." Tears gushed from his eyes. He turned on one foot and began pacing up and down the drawing-room. Now in his short coat, his fashionable narrow trousers which made his legs look disproportionately slim, with his big head and long mane he was extremely like a lion. A gleam of curiosity came into the apathetic face of the doctor. He got up and looked at Abidjan. "Excuse me, where is the patient?" he said. "The patient! The patient!" cried Abidjan, laughing, crying, and still brandishing his fists. "She is not ill, but accursed. The baseness! The vileness! The devil himself could not have imagined anything more loathsome. She sent me off that she might run away with a buffoon, a dull-witted clown, an Alphonse. Oh God, better she had died. I cannot bear it. I cannot bear it." The doctor drew himself up. His eyes blinked and filled with tears, his narrow beard began moving to right and to left together with his jaw. "Allow me to ask what's the meaning of this?" he asked, looking round him with curiosity. "My child is dead, my wife is in grief alone in the whole house. I myself can scarcely stand up, I have not slept for 3 nights. And here I am forced to play a part in some vulgar farce, to play the part of a stage property. I don't understand it." Abidjan unclenched one fist, flung a crumpled note on the floor, and stamped on it as though it were an insect he wanted to crush. "And I didn't understand," he said through his clenched teeth, brandishing one fist before his face with an expression as though someone had trodden on his corns. "I did not notice that he came every day. I did not notice that he came today in a closed carriage. What did he come in a closed carriage for? And I did not see it. Noodle. I don't understand," muttered the doctor. "Why, what's the meaning of it? Why, it's an outrage on personal dignity, a mockery of human suffering. It's incredible. It's the first time in my life I have had such an experience." With the dull surprise of a man who has only just realized that he has been bitterly insulted, the doctor shrugged his shoulders, flung wide his arms. And not knowing what to do or to say sank helplessly into a chair. "If you have ceased to love me and love another, so be it, but why this deceit, why this vulgar, treacherous trick?" Abidjan said in a tearful voice. "What is the object of it? And what is there to justify it? And what have I done to you? Listen, doctor," he said hotly, going up to Kirilov. "You have been the involuntary witness of my misfortune and I am not going to conceal the truth from you. I swear that I loved the woman, loved her devotedly, like a slave. I have sacrificed everything for her. I have quarreled with my own people, I have given up the service and music, I have forgiven her what I could not have forgiven my own mother or sister. I have never looked askance at her. I have never gainsaid her in anything. Why this deception? I do not demand love, but why this loathsome duplicity? If she did not love me, why did she not say so openly, honestly, especially as she knows my views on the subject? With tears in his eyes, trembling all over, Abidjan opened his heart to the doctor with perfect sincerity. He spoke warmly, pressing both hands on his heart, exposing the secrets of his private life without the faintest hesitation. And even seemed to be glad that at last these secrets were no longer pent up in his breast. If he had talked in this way for an hour or two, and opened his heart, he would undoubtedly have felt better. Who knows, if the doctor had listened to him and had sympathized with him like a friend, he might perhaps, as often happens, have reconciled himself to his trouble without protest. Without doing anything needless and absurd. But what happened was quite different. While Abidjan was speaking, the outraged doctor perceptibly changed. The indifference and wonder on his face gradually gave way to an expression of bitter resentment, indignation, and anger. The features of his face became even harsher, coarser, and more unpleasant. When Abidjan held out before his eyes the photograph of a young woman with a handsome face as cold and expressionless as a nun's and asked him whether, looking at that face, one could conceive that it was capable of duplicity, the doctor suddenly flew out, and with flashing eyes said, rudely rapping out each word, "What are you telling me all this for? I have no desire to hear it. I have no desire to," he shouted and brought his fist down on the table. "I don't want your vulgar secrets. Damnation take them. Don't dare to tell me of such vulgar doings. Do you consider that I have not been insulted enough already? That I am a flunky whom you can insult without restraint? Is that it?" Abidjan staggered back from Kirillov and stared at him in amazement. "Why did you bring me here?" the doctor went on, his beard quivering. "If you are so puffed up with good living that you go and get married and then act a farce like this, how do I come in? What have I to do with your love affairs? Leave me in peace. Go on squeezing money out of the poor in your gentlemanly way. Make a display of humane ideas, play," the doctor looked sideways at the violoncello case, "play the bassoon and the trombone, grow as fat as capons, but don't dare to insult personal dignity. If you cannot respect it, you might at least spare it your attention." "Excuse me, what does all this mean?" Abidjan asked, flushing red. "It means that it's base and low to play with people like this. I am a doctor. You look upon doctors and people generally who work and don't stink of perfume and prostitution as your menials and mauvaise ton. Well, you may look upon them so, but no one has given you the right to treat a man who is suffering as a stage property. How dare you say that to me?" Abidjan said quietly, and his face began working again, and this time unmistakably from anger. "No, how dared you, knowing of my sorrow, bring me here to listen to these vulgarities?" shouted the doctor, and he again banged on the table with his fist. "Who has given you the right to make a mockery of another man's sorrow? You have taken leave of your senses," shouted Abidjan. "It is ungenerous. I am intensely unhappy myself and Unhappy," said the doctor, with a smile of contempt. "Don't utter that word, it does not concern you. The spendthrift who cannot raise a loan calls himself unhappy, too. The capon, sluggish from overfeeding, is unhappy, too. Worthless people." "Sir, you forget yourself," shrieked Abidjan. "For saying things like that, people are thrashed. Do you understand?" Abidjan hurriedly felt in his side pocket, pulled out a pocketbook, and extracting 2 notes flung them on the table. "Here is the fee for your visit," he said, his nostrils dilating. "You are paid." "How dare you offer me money?" shouted the doctor, and he brushed the notes off the table onto the floor. "An insult cannot be paid for in money." Abidjan and the doctor stood face to face, and in their wrath continued flinging undeserved insults at each other. I believe that never in their lives, even in delirium, had they uttered so much that was unjust, cruel, and absurd. The egoism of the unhappy was conspicuous in both. The unhappy are egoistic, spiteful, unjust, cruel, and less capable of understanding each other than fools. Unhappiness does not bring people together but draws them apart, and even where one would fancy people should be united by the similarity of their sorrow. Far more injustice and cruelty is generated than in comparatively placid surroundings. "Kindly let me go home," shouted the doctor, breathing hard. Abidjan rang the bell sharply. When no one came to answer the bell, he rang again and angrily flung the bell on the floor. It fell on the carpet with a muffled sound, and uttered a plaintive note as though at the point of death. A footman came in. "Where have you been hiding yourself, the devil take you?" His master flew at him, clenching his fists. "Where were you just now? Go and tell them to bring the Victoria round for this gentleman, and order the closed carriage to be got ready for me." "Stay," he cried as the footman turned to go out. "I won't have a single traitor in the house by tomorrow. Away with you all. I will engage fresh servants. Reptiles." Abidjan and the doctor remained in silence waiting for the carriage. The first regained his expression of sleekness and his refined elegance. He paced up and down the room, tossed his head elegantly, and was evidently meditating on something. His anger had not cooled, but he tried to appear not to notice his enemy. The doctor stood, leaning with one hand on the edge of the table, and looked at Abidjan with that profound and somewhat cynical, ugly contempt only to be found in the eyes of sorrow and indigence when they are confronted with well-nourished comfort and elegance. When a little later the doctor got into the Victoria and drove off, there was still a look of contempt in his eyes. It was dark, much darker than it had been an hour before. The red half-moon had sunk behind the hill and the clouds that had been guarding it lay in dark patches near the stars. The carriage with red lamps rattled along the road and soon overtook the doctor. It was Abidjan driving off to protest, to do absurd things. All the way home the doctor thought not of his wife, nor of his André, but of Abidjan and the people in the house he had just left. His thoughts were unjust and inhumanly cruel. He condemned Abidjan and his wife and Papchinsky and all who lived in rosy, subdued light among sweet perfumes, and all the way home he hated and despised them till his head ached. And a firm conviction concerning those people took shape in his mind. Time will pass and Kurilov's sorrow will pass, but that conviction, unjust and unworthy of the human heart, will not pass, but will remain in the doctor's mind to the grave.